This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The apocalypse has arrived. Zombies roam the land, biting anyone they see. Fortunately, Jiang Xian has also become a zombie. But she's a very weak zombie. She was once captured by humans and experimented on, suffering from severe post-traumatic stress disorder, forcing her to become a vegetarian. That day, as usual, she was rummaging through the sewer, looking for edible plants, and then she dug out a corpse. Jiang Xian casually tossed the corpse aside. After so long in the apocalypse, even humans no longer panic at the sight of a fellow human's corpse. Corpses aren't scary, moving corpses are. Jiang Xian muttered to herself, words only she could understand. Fast footsteps and screams approached from afar, accompanied by a piercing scream. A human body fell from a nearby building. Like a smashed tomato, it landed not far from Jiang Xian. Just a hair's breadth away from turning her into a rotten tomato too. Fresh flesh and blood are incredibly attractive to zombies, like a person starving for 3 days smelling the aroma of braised pork. This windfall tempted Jiang Xian greatly, and without hesitation, she turned and ran. Are you kidding me? Human survivors rarely act alone. If this person dies, there will definitely be other humans behind them. If I don't run now, I won't be able to escape when the human survivors come to clear the area. Jiang Xian didn't want to die, and she didn't want to be captured again and used as a guinea pig. She went against the zombie horde, crawling into the ruins of the nearest building, using a piece of rubble to cover herself, disguising herself as a corpse. Her heart, long since stopped beating, gave her a unique advantage in feigning death. She wasn't far from where the person had fallen to their death. Through the broken, drafty doors and windows, she could still hear the sounds of tearing and chewing coming from the body. The swarm of zombies devouring the corpse resembled a wild animal feeding, even fighting among themselves for food. Jiang Xian's nose twitched. Her instinctive hunger made her ravenously hungry. But reason kept her from dying. Her fear of humans was deeply ingrained. I won't die from hunger for a while, but I definitely die if humans find me. Not long after, the sudden burst of gunfire turned the circle of zombies into sitting ducks. The power of firearms was simply beyond the reach of flesh and blood. No matter where the large caliber bullets hit a zombie, the immense kinetic energy instantly tore open holes in the flesh, the size of bowls. If a shot hits a zombie's head, the skull will shatter like a bursting watermelon, splattering milky white brain matter. The terrifying aspect of zombies lies in their sheer numbers and deadly infectivity. However, in terms of individual combat strength, zombies, devoid of consciousness and driven only by instinct, are no match for human survivors who can use weapons. A dozen or so armed human survivors, with ample ammunition, easily wiped out dozens of zombies, even finishing off any zombies hiding in the surrounding area. The human survivors emerged one after another from various corners of the ruins, their deadly yet alluring scent filling Jiang Xian with a deep-seated fear. Her eyes, thickly covered, stared wide-eyed, too afraid to move. She allowed the human survivors to trample over her, the bones in her fingers cracking and splintering. She sighed inwardly, luckily, I can't feel any pain, or I'd be in real agony. She lay there until the survivors cleared the area, collected their companions' remains, and left, until there was no more movement around her. Only then did Jiang Xian slowly move. Her right hand, already torn open and exposing bone, was now a comminuted fracture, resembling a worn-out broom handle. Ugh, it's ruined like this, how long will it take to heal? Jiang Xian sighed again, tears welling in her eyes. Life was hard for the zombies. She got up, ignoring the fresh zombie corpses scattered on the ground, and returned to the well to continue searching for her lunch. No matter how hard the apocalypse was, she had to try to survive. Growing in the underground sewers, clumps of hair-like algae were her staple food. After rummaging through them for a while, Jiang Xian suddenly felt something was amiss, and turned her head to look at the corpse she had just unearthed. She tentatively reached out and brushed aside the thick layer of green algae covering the corpse, revealing a male face. The man's skin was sickly pale, covered with bluish-green spiderweb-like patterns, somewhat resembling a network of decaying veins at first glance. However, his eyes were clean. Without the white pterygium characteristic of zombies, his amber eyes gleamed with a vivid firelight, staring directly at Jiang Xian. A living human. She had only ever seen zombies disguised as corpses. This was the first time she had ever seen a human disguised as a corpse. Holy shit! Jiang Xian shuddered in fright and fled in panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. She only taken one step when her ankle was caught in some unknown vine, and she fell with a thud, her face slamming hard against the ground, knocking out 2 teeth. The vine pulled her firmly, dragging Jiang Xian back to the algae-covered human. Jiang Xian shifted uncomfortably. No one likes being stared at like a piece of pork, especially this man's gaze, which was still lingering on the mark on her neck. On the left side of her neck was a very conspicuous, old tattoo, a hexagonal pattern pierced by a horizontal line. It was the symbol of the Morning Star Laboratory. As a privately run laboratory with religious ties, Morning Star was intimately familiar to Jiang Xian, with its inseparable connection to this sudden apocalypse. Memories instantly pulled her back to her most unwanted past, her experiences in the laboratory, the most disgusting and terrifying memory for Jiang Xian. She now regretted it, deeply regretted it. Why had she chosen to guard this sewer? She wanted to stay as far away from anything involving humans as possible. You bastard! Let me go! Jiang Xian couldn't hold back any longer, and unleashed a string of vulgar phrases in zombie language. Xiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. This zombie actually retained the ability to speak? Although he couldn't understand what the female zombie was babbling about, the rising and falling tones of her voice were definitely conveying some kind of information. Are you talking? What are you trying to say? Upon closer inspection, this female zombie was indeed very different. She was undoubtedly a zombie, lacking many vital signs, but overall, she was only slightly decomposed and very clean. Compared to those zombies who ate people everywhere, leaving their faces covered in blood, flesh, and bone filth, this female zombie was as special as an egg in a kiwi box. Xiao Jingzhou persistently tried to communicate with this zombie, using 3 languages and 7 or 8 dialects. Unfortunately, the female zombie remained completely unresponsive. Her flat, numb face betrayed no emotion, only baring her teeth at him. She wasn't fierce at all. It looked like she had a fake smile filter applied, inexplicably possessing a comedic quality. Xiao Jingzhou, Chapter 2. After failing to communicate with the zombies, Xiao Jingzhou lay there for a long time. Only when he felt the raging supernatural power within him had subsided did he struggle to sit up. With a slight thought, the green algae covering his body began to wither and fall off, revealing his originally lean and muscular physique. Jiang Xian silently turned her head. A naked man like that gave her a sigh. But such a living, breathing person, with such a strong presence. Even though her face was turned to the side, her eyes couldn't help but linger slightly. Xiao Jingzhou's skin also had bluish-green spiderweb patterns, spreading outwards from his spine, like cracks on exquisite porcelain. On his lean, muscular body, there was an unusual, fragmented beauty. Jiang Xian couldn't look away. Xiao Jingzhou sensed her gaze, and glanced at her. Jiang Xian tried to cover it up by turning her eyes back. Unfortunately, the movement was a bit too obvious, and her head moved slightly as well. Xiao Jingzhou paused for a moment, then took out a complete set of clothes from her spatial storage and put them on. Jiang Xian watched with intense envy. Many human ability users have their own spatial storage, so why haven't she seen any zombies with it? If only she could have a personal spatial storage. She could hide in it when pursued, or at least use it as a personal storage space, so she wouldn't have to go out every day to find food. After all, this was still a post-apocalyptic world overrun by humans. Even if she was very careful, she couldn't avoid unexpected situations like today. It was like a zombie hiding at home, only to be struck by lightning. Xiao Jingzhou could no longer pretend not to notice. The female zombie's fiery gaze was so intense, it was almost tangible, practically screaming on her forehead, "I crave your body." This feeling was really strange. Xiao Jingzhou thought only young girls would have such worries, but now, he was experiencing firsthand the covetousness of a female zombie. After quickly dressing, Xiao Jingzhou squatted down next to Jiang Xian. You? Jiang Xian, who was fantasizing about having her own spatial ability, was suddenly pressed so close to a human that her scalp almost exploded. Jiang Xian had no doubt that the human in front of her might smash her head open at any moment, just like she would with other zombies. The instinct for survival made Jiang Xian extremely timid, and she tried to put on a fawning smile. "Don't hit me, let's talk this out." But the sound coming from the zombie's throat, reaching Xiao Jingzhou's ears, was a standard zombie howl, a "w." Coupled with her bearing a row of shark-like sharp teeth, it was completely the posture of a wild beast warning an enemy. Xiao Jingzhou, The language barrier wasn't the problem, the species difference was the real issue. Xiao Jingzhou's gaze swept over the tattoo on the female zombie's neck once more. Since the Morning Star Laboratory was involved, he had to bring this female zombie back no matter what. He opened his palm, unconcerned about the dirt, and placed it on Jiang Xian's head. Xiao Jingzhou's hands were large. One hand could easily grasp Jiang Xian's entire head. Just as Jiang Xian was frantically worried that this guy was going to twist his head off, Xiao Jingzhou released his grip. The top of his head felt strange. Having lost the ability to feel pain, his senses had also weakened. Jiang Xian tentatively raised his hand, and seeing that Xiao Jingzhou didn't object, he carefully touched the top of his head, feeling 2 blades of grass. 2 leaves sprouted from its head. Truly, grass growing on its head. Jiang Xian stared blankly at him, seeing Xiao Jingzhou's hand return to the zombie's head beside them. After a recent cleanup, the ground was littered with fresh zombie corpses. As Xiao Jingzhou removed his hand, a small blade of grass sprouted from the corpse's head, 2 slender leaves trembling slightly, appearing harmless and fragile. After confirming that Jiang Xian had seen the same type of grass, Xiao Jingzhou's mind stirred, and the grass on the corpse's head instantly grew wildly. Not upwards, but downwards. With a pop, countless grass roots burst through the skull from the inside, like parasitic horsehair worms bursting forth. A truly horrifying sight. Jiang Xian, shock. Holy crap. The entire corpse shuddered in fright. She had always known that plants nowadays were no longer what she remembered from before the apocalypse, but this ferocious grass still terrified her. What's more, the same little grass grew on her forehead. Xiao Jingzhou pointed at her, then at the corpse whose skull was cracked into many pieces. Staring into her eyes, he spoke slowly, each word dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Listen to me, or you die. The threatening nature of this action wasn't hard to understand. Jiang Xian shrank back, nodding repeatedly, not daring to even smile. Seeing the female zombie shut her mouth, she must have known fear. Xiao Jingzhou's feelings were complicated. Anyone associated with the Morning Star, even zombies, was exceptionally different. Perhaps this female zombie was more valuable than the data their team had obtained by risking their lives. He was determined to bring this unique little zombie back to the human city. Xiao Jingzhou's eyes suddenly darkened, and he subtly slipped his bloodless arm behind his back. He had only used a small amount of his wood elemental ability, and his zombie mutation had intensified again. Xiao Jingzhou stood up. Let's go, follow me. Jiang Xian swayed as he stood up, fidgeting with his stiff legs. He had only taken 2 steps when Xiao Jingzhou, impatient, turned around, tucked him under his arm like a dog, and started running. The little zombie was too slow. Waiting for her to walk at her own pace would waste countless hours. After the apocalypse, apart from the walled-up new human cities, the outside world was all dangerous. Not only were there zombies and mutated animals, but also a large number of terrifying mutated plants. Xiao Jingzhou couldn't possibly waste time outside with this little zombie. Xiao Jingzhou didn't care about the consequences when carrying a zombie. Jiang Xian's legs dragged on the ground, leaving a dark brown trail of flesh as Xiao Jingzhou ran at high speed. Jiang Xian, It must hurt a lot, but considering the weed planted on her forehead, she obediently endured it. She dared not say anything. Zombies don't have the rights of a zombie. How tragic. After Xiao Jingzhou had run over 10 kilometers in one go, his energy depleted by more than half, and was about to rest, he discovered that Jiang Xian's legs were almost completely chafed. Xiao Jingzhou felt his head spinning. Don't you feel any pain? Chafed like this, can you even walk? Jiang Xian tilted her head, wondering why he was so angry. Isn't this injury from dragging yourself along the way? And you're blaming me. But there was another important matter. Jiang Xian hesitated before speaking. Ouch. Ouch. Do you want to eat? You've been running for so long, you must be hungry. She hadn't had lunch, and now she was starving. Xiao Jingzhou sighed deeply. Zombies also have regenerative abilities, so do they need to replenish their bodies with flesh and blood? Zombies' bodily mechanisms are different from humans. If they ingest fresh flesh and blood, they can also achieve a certain degree of self-healing. Jiang Xian, ouch. Don't worry, I know where to find food. Xiao Jingzhou frowned. I take you to find something to eat. Jiang Xian, Okay, let's go. The human and the zombie, talking at cross-server conversation, were surprisingly in sync. Chapter 3. The abrupt arrival of the apocalypse began with the mass death and mutation of animals, transforming them into mindless and highly aggressive zombies. Less than 6 months later, plants also suddenly mutated, dealing another heavy blow to the recovering human survivors. From then on, humanity was forced to withdraw from the stage of world domination. Now, in the second year of the apocalypse, the surviving humans have built high walls to block zombies and mutated plants, constructing new cities that belong only to humanity. These are humanity's last Eden. Xiao Jingzhou comes from New City too. His team was previously caught in a wave of mutated plants, and all members were wiped out. Only he, with his keen insight and ruthless self-discipline, managed to escape even with plants parasitizing his body. He is a rare all-elemental ability user, and a half-infected individual. What would be certain death for ordinary humans is not fatal to him. What truly kills him is not external, but rather comes from within his own body. Relying on his extensive experience, Qiao Jingzhou quickly caught a mutated rat. This mutated rat, almost the size of a small dog, was different from the zombie rat. Its flesh, after being bled and thoroughly cooked, was edible. Qiao Jingzhou made a cut in the mutated rat's neck vein, and placed it near the mouth of the little zombie he had just picked up. Eat. Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned when she saw a large, black rat with bristling fur like steel needles thrust right in front of her. She swore she had never been so close to such a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced rodent in her entire life. The mutated giant rat wasn't quite dead yet. Its dark eyes were bulging out, its mouth gaping open as it let out a shrill scream, and its body reeked of an indescribable stench. If Jiang Xian's zombie heart hadn't already stopped beating, she might have been scared to the point of cardiac arrest. She closed her eyes, fell backward, and died peacefully. Qiao Jingzhou was startled. Hey! Jiang Xian didn't move, not because she was truly scared to death by the rat, but because she smelled other people. Instantly collapsing to the ground and playing dead upon encountering people had almost become her instinctive reaction. Just as Qiao Jingzhou was wondering what was going on, suddenly there was a deafening boom, like an earthquake. The ruins of the building they were in shook violently, sending down a large cloud of dust and gravel. The PM 2.5 level in the air instantly soared, making it impossible to see anything. On the walls of the ruins that reached the ceiling, 3 figures had appeared out of nowhere. The young human wearing goggles stretched his neck and stared intently at Qiao Jingzhou. Oh dear, prey spotted. Good luck. This one's big enough to feed us for days. Jiang Xian felt the man beside her suddenly tense up and instantly move away. After becoming a zombie, her eyesight was already poor, so she could only rely on her sense of smell to determine that Qiao Jingzhou had probably hidden behind cover. Indeed, for humans, encountering another human might be more dangerous than encountering a zombie. Qiao Jingzhou would definitely have to spare some attention to deal with these few of his own kind with unclear intentions. A good opportunity. When 2 birds fight, the small fish has a chance to escape. Taking advantage of the dust obscuring her vision, Jiang Xian immediately scrambled up on all 4s. Unfortunately, she only took 2 steps when a gust of wind swept in from behind, swirling all the dust upwards. Jiang Xian turned her head and met Qiao Jingzhou's ambiguous smile. Well, she'd been caught trying to escape. It was her own fault for being so slow, she couldn't even seize such a good opportunity. Qiao Jingzhou caught up in 2 long strides, and a vine sprouted from his hand, instantly binding Jiang Xian tightly. Thrown aside, she could only stand like a crab unable to turn over. The human survivor landed, pushed up his goggles, and stared at Qiao Jingzhou in surprise. You can't even run? Looks pretty strong. Doesn't think you can take on all 3 of us by yourself, does it? Another tall, thin man, as stick-like as a reed, also caught up. They had all awakened their superpowers in the early days of the apocalypse, relying on their superior abilities to roam freely in the land of death. The man at the back was exceptionally tall and muscular, a massive figure at least 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. He sized up Qiao Jingzhou, his gaze lingering particularly on Qiao's neat uniform. Are you survivors living in the new city? Qiao Jingzhou was also scrutinizing them, his cold, star-like eyes carrying a menacing aura. He immediately recognized the 3 of his kind. You are outcasts. Survivors with unforgivable transgressions, rejected by the new human city, were called outcasts. They were abandoned humans. The goggles-wearing youth angrily interrupted. That's what your new city calls it. We don't accept that label. The skinny man also retorted angrily. We're just living within the city walls. What's with the distinction of high and low? Only the tall, burly man reacted differently, his throat bobbing slightly. What does it matter if they're noble? We're all human anyway, he said, his tone laced with unusual excitement. The skinny man's anger subsided slightly, but his eyes also revealed greed. After all the plants mutated, losing their plant-based food source, the abandoned humans who hadn't entered the new city, like zombies, fed on humans. These abandoned humans, who had survived in an environment surrounded by mutated plants and zombies, by hunting their own kind, were unimaginably ferocious. Jiang Xian suppressed her excitement. She dared not shout aloud, only screaming in her heart. Fight faster, preferably until both are severely injured. As if responding to Jiang Xian's wishes, Qiao Jingzhou suddenly burst into flames. The flames condensed in Qiao Jingzhou's palms, beginning to flow and compress rapidly in an orderly fashion. Jiang Xian. Holy crap. Holy crap. She sensed an unusually large amount of fiery energy emanating from Qiao Jingzhou. Even more terrifying was that this energy, as Qiao Jingzhou compressed it, continued to rise. If the energy continued to accumulate like this, the destructive power it contained, once released, would be no less than that of a bomb exploding. Jiang Xian struggled to pull her stiff limbs back, futilely moving to the side. She had no doubt that once Qiao Jingzhou detonated the fireball in his hand, she and the entire surrounding area would be wiped out, leaving no trace of her body. Jiang Xian cursed inwardly, "Ugh, this human is so unfair. He's going to die. Why does he have to drag me down with him?" She didn't want to die. Even if she became a zombie, living a half-hearted life, she still wanted to live. As the energy of the deadly fireball reached its limit, Jiang Xian suddenly realized that Qiao Jingzhou's scent had changed. Chapter 4. After becoming a zombie, sight and hearing are greatly weakened, but the sense of smell is enhanced. Jiang Xian noticed that Qiao Jingzhou's blood had become unpleasant to smell. It lacked the unique, fragrant aroma of human flesh, and was gradually turning into the familiar scent of his fellow zombies. Jiang Xian also discovered that a certain factor within his bloodline was stirring violently. Qiao Jingzhou was a half-infected. He had recently survived a near-death experience and hadn't had enough rest. Despite his seemingly fierce and invincible demeanor, his body was already exhausted, a mere shell. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, he could squeeze out a final burst of fire-based abilities through zombification. However, the process of zombification is irreversible. Once the threshold for zombification is crossed, Qiao Jingzhou's individual consciousness will be crushed along with his body's death, turning him into a mindless zombie. The half-infected's retrieval ability meant that even after his death, his body would still have a purpose, returning to the new human city where he had been. At least it wouldn't waste the valuable data his teammates had gained at the cost of their lives. However, the strange little zombie they had just captured was clearly beyond their ability to bring back. The three outcasts, being of the same kind, only realized at this moment that they seemed to have kicked a hornet's nest and fled in panic. Even the fiercest can't fear someone who doesn't value their life. At the last moment, Qiao Jingzhou pushed the extremely compressed flame in his hand towards the backs of the three. His tense mind relaxed, he slowly closed his eyes, and let his body collapse as exhaustion took hold. Having been a half-infected for so long, Qiao Jingzhou could finally stop fighting his zombification instincts. Just like that, it's over. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. He opened his eyes in astonishment. ? The anticipated explosion of flames didn't happen, and Qiao Jingzhou's own zombification didn't happen either. His consciousness was perfectly fine, as if he had walked on the edge of a cliff and turned back. His three kin had long since vanished, leaving only the little zombie bound like a dumpling beside him, now sucking in air like it was burning its mouth with hot pot. Even the fiery elements that had overflowed and surged around him earlier were being swallowed up like rice noodles, all poured into the little zombie's mouth. And the superpower that Qiao Jingzhou had activated at the cost of zombification became as still as dead water once more. Where's his fireball? It's so big, so powerful, it could easily create a 10-meter crater with its fireball. Jiang Xian absorbed the last bit of flame, wincing from the heat. Hot, hot, hot! This guy is so careless, it's leaking fire. If this exploded, not only would the little flowers and grass be destroyed, but this little zombie, would be the first to suffer. Luckily it's dead. The dead Qiao Jingzhou stiffly turned his head, staring intently at Jiang Xian's numb, rigid face. The unbelievable scene almost suffocated him, making it difficult for him to think. Wait, wasn't this zombie just making meaningless howls? How did it suddenly become fluent? And it can absorb his abilities. What kind of operation is this? Qiao Jingzhou didn't understand. Jiang Xian, taking advantage of this moment, crawled out like a caterpillar, still bound by vines. As she crawled, she continued her usual incessant muttering, "Humans are all bastards, not a single one is good. Even their own people can fight like idiots, TSK, not a bit friendly at all. I have to run before those guys come back." It's no wonder Jiang Xian has this habit of talking to herself. Since waking up as a zombie, her world has undergone a complete transformation. Humans can't understand her, and neither can zombies. Jiang Xian was afraid that if she didn't speak to herself soon, she would completely lose her ability to speak. So Qiao Jingzhou was forced to watch this peculiar little zombie, who kept rambling on and on, while performing all sorts of bizarre antics. Help, why can't I break free from these vines? Even mutated plants don't behave like this. Watch my pui 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 technique. Muttering to herself, Jiang Xian spat repeatedly at the vines binding her. Xiao Jingzhou? ? He almost blurted out a polite, "Are you stupid?" But then, he witnessed something that shattered his understanding once again. The plants wrapped around the little zombie's body began to wither. In other words, the vines, nurtured and controlled by Xiao Jingzhou's wood elemental energy, had escaped his control. This was as absurd as the fireballs he had just released being absorbed out of thin air. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice was enough to prove that this little zombie was indeed very unusual. Jiang Xian broke free from the vine's restraints, then stiffly dabbed some of his saliva, and smeared it on the 2 small blades of grass on his head. Sure enough, the grass withered quickly as well. Xiao Jingzhou, where does a zombie get its saliva? Aren't they all dead corpses? He was utterly curious. Many post-apocalyptic beliefs that had become common knowledge were overturned by this seemingly ordinary little zombie. Xiao Jingzhou decided to remain still, intending to see what this little zombie was up to. He remained motionless in the position he had just collapsed from exhaustion, silently observing. Jiang Xian's movements were slow, her joints were restricted in their range of motion, and her movements were noticeably sluggish. It looked like something was being watched at 0.5x speed, utterly frustrating. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Jingzhou wouldn't even bother to glance at such an unevolved, primitive zombie. Who would have thought there would be such an exception? The little zombie, with her female appearance, spent a full 10 minutes untying the withered plant branches binding her, tearing off the blades of grass from her head, and checking her injured leg. Finally, just when Xiao Jingzhou thought the little zombie would choose to leave, she laid down on the spot again. Xiao Jingzhou? ? What happened now? Only after a deafening roar did Xiao Jingzhou belatedly realize that the 3 abandoned civilians had returned. Xiao Jingzhou's fireballs had indeed frightened him. But which of these abandoned civilians, who had survived the apocalypse, wasn't ruthless and audacious? After they left, there was no explosion, it was as quiet as if nothing had happened, leaving them no room for doubt. Among them, the young man wearing goggles possessed a superpower similar to teleportation, high-speed movement. The sonic booms generated during his movements were his attack methods. With a deafening roar, the young man emerged from a cloud of dust, his entrance exuding unparalleled swagger. His cruel and ferocious gaze swept over Xiao Jingzhou and Jiang Xian, who lay sprawled on the ground. I almost got tricked. Chapter 5. The young man was both angry and relieved. I almost let this brat fool me. He's all show and no substance. Damn it, he dared to play us for fools. Luckily, he insisted on coming back to check, and didn't miss such good prey. He swallowed hard. His last all-you-can-eat meal was a month ago. Jiang Xian read the meaning in the human's eyes, and trembled with fear. That greedy, hungry look was terrifying even to a zombie like herself. She was frantically thankful that she had smelled the human scent early on, and laid down to play dead. Humans generally don't touch zombie corpses, as they carry the virus. If you're accidentally bitten or scratched by a zombie, you'd be infected and turn into one. The only human Jiang Xian had encountered, who wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, and dared to have direct physical contact with zombies was Xiao Jingzhou. However, this anomaly was still human after all. Even in death, he would likely not escape being eaten by his own kind. Jiang Xian's mind raced with incongruous thoughts when she saw Xiao Jingzhou, whom she had always thought was dead, slowly get up. Huh? Holy crap! How can he not be dead? Jiang Xian, her mind instantly turned upside down, was nearly paralyzed with fear, quickly suppressing a weak gasp. Wait a minute, there's no human scent anymore, he should be dead. What's going on? Jiang Xian paused. She had only noticed that Xiao Jingzhou's blood scent had changed from human to zombie, and assumed he was dead. Stealing another glance, she saw that Xiao Jingzhou hadn't turned around, only his tall, imposing back was visible. From Jiang Xian's angle, she saw Xiao Jingzhou moving his fingers, a flame suddenly igniting between his fingers, instantly transforming into a funnel-shaped whirlwind. What should have been an explosive and uncontrollable superpower was, in his hands, as cute and harmless as a toy. Facing the 3 returned outcasts, Xiao Jingzhou remained calm and composed. He clashed his fists together, and slowly exhaled. The next instant, he swept across the distance, appearing before the 3 terrified members of his kind. Unlike the booming sound of the goggles-wearing youth's movement, Xiao Jingzhou's movement was swift and silent, as if effortless. This made him even more difficult to defend against. Living beings naturally fear opponents stronger than themselves. Even though Xiao Jingzhou's attack wasn't aimed at him, Jiang Xian still shuddered. He forcefully covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. You shouldn't have come back, Qiao Jingzhou sighed softly. Only those with absolute superiority could be so composed. His partially metallic body transformed every contact attack into a deadly strike. Qiao Jingzhou easily pierced the burly man's supernatural shield and ripped open the goggles of the young man's skull. The skinny man at the back was only a few steps slower. His two companions were already dead. Without a second thought, the skinny man turned and ran, disappearing from Jiang Xian's sight with lightning speed. But this time, the skinny man was clearly not so lucky. The fully healed Qiao Jingzhou had no reason to let him go and chased after him. The scene was suddenly left with only Jiang Xian alone and two fresh corpses. Looks like I don't need to play dead anymore. Jiang Xian slowly got up. Her body was stiff from the extreme tension. Amazing. Much more powerful than any human I encountered before. She subconsciously touched the left side of her neck. That person's blood won't smell good anymore, but their brain seems unaffected. And they don't seem to worry about getting infected with the zombie virus from contact with me. They succeeded. Death is the irreversible and permanent end of life. Once this critical threshold is crossed, vitality and will are instantly destroyed. The emergence of zombies is an exception to death. When Jiang Xian was in the Morningstar laboratory, the researchers were trying to give humans zombie traits. Besides the fact that once infected with the zombie virus, humans cannot be reinfected by zombies. Zombies are impervious to pain, have far fewer vital organs than humans, possess powerful regenerative abilities, and their bodies are far stronger than human bodies, making them suitable for survival in the apocalypse. Most importantly, zombies are immune to mutated plants. If, while maintaining human intelligence, zombie characteristics could be added to the original human body, humanity's dominant position in this world would be restored. Jiang Xian's feelings were instantly complicated. She quickly forgot about her melancholy. Qiao Jingzhou's familiar, almost tangible scent had returned. Turning her head, the man was indeed standing in the shadowy ruins, his eyes glowing a blood-red light in the darkness, like a demon from hell. More terrifying than she, a zombie. 2 drops of blood were splattered on his left cheek, which hadn't been there when he left. The fleeing human survivor, it seemed, hadn't escaped after all. Jiang Xian very instinctively raised her hands in surrender. Don't attack. Look how obedient I am. I'm not running away. She was completely cowardly, as if she wasn't the one who had tried to escape at the first opportunity. Jiang Xian remembered that this human didn't like her smiling, so she tried hard to purse her lips, afraid to show her teeth. Qiao Jingzhou had been discovered, so he stopped hiding and came out of his hiding place, sizing up Jiang Xian. You can understand me, right? Nod twice if you can. Jiang Xian obediently nodded twice, habitually replying, I understand. It's not a foreign language you're speaking, just a bit accented. TSK, your Mandarin is definitely not good enough. Taking advantage of the fact that humans couldn't understand zombie language, she spoke recklessly. Now that she clearly saw the difference in strength, she dared not run anymore, so all she had left was the power to talk nonsense. Qiao Jingzhou, He was now certain that this unique little zombie was still howling, but he suddenly understood the meaning of its high and low tones. He had never encountered this situation before, so it couldn't be his fault. Qiao Jingzhou frequently went on missions, and had nearly died countless times. It could only be that this strange, self-aware little zombie had suddenly made him understand zombie language. Qiao Jingzhou paused. Given how peculiar this little zombie was, he decided not to treat her with direct and brutal methods anymore. He would first dispose of the 2 abandoned civilians' corpses. Leaving them here would attract zombies, which was a minor concern. He was more worried about them being parasitized by plants. A single adult human corpse could sprout a towering tree that would take 2 people to encircle overnight. Mutant plants were that terrifying. Fortunately, Jiang Xian was a vegetarian and didn't have a strong craving for human flesh. He remained very calm watching Qiao Jingzhou dispose of the corpses, and even had the mood to complain. Chapter 6. These 3 made such a grand entrance, they looked like early-game mini-bosses, who would survive most of the series, but they died before even finishing a single chapter. You can't judge a book by its cover, it's really tragic. Zombies sometimes let out unconscious howls, so Jiang Xian's mutterings weren't surprising if you didn't understand her. Qiao Jingzhou turned around strangely. The little zombie seems to know quite a lot. He tried to glean more information from Jiang Xian's numb, stiff face. A thought suddenly popped into his head. Could zombies retain memories from their past lives? Qiao Jingzhou felt a sharp pain in his heart, his thoughts drifting far away. In this apocalyptic world, everyone has 1 or 2 friends or relatives who have become zombies. As a member of an action team that needed to go out, Xiao Jingzhou had witnessed countless times his comrades, who were laughing and joking with him one second, turn into mindless zombies the next. No matter what he said, he couldn't awaken any humanity in them. The opponent only attacked like a monstrous monster, trying to tear his flesh with its teeth and infect him with the deadly zombie virus. Xiao Jingzhou could barely remember how many of his companions, now turned into zombies, he had personally killed. If they all still retained their memories from their previous lives. Xiao Jingzhou swayed, feeling something he had always held onto in his mind begin to crack. Finally, it was Jiang Xian's constant cries of hunger that pulled him back to reality. Jiang Xian was truly hungry. I'm so hungry, I have no energy left. I haven't had lunch, I've been dragging my legs all the way here, and I need energy to recover from my injuries. I'm starving to death. Jiang Xian struggled to describe the feeling of being so hungry, she was almost losing her mind. She only knew that if she didn't eat soon, she would have to fight back against the human who imprisoned her, even if it meant losing her life. Food is the most important thing for people. Even if she became a zombie, she would be the most enthusiastic zombie to eat. Hearing the little zombie's simple complaints, Xiao Jingzhou suddenly felt a surge of relief. He sighed and deliberately said, I'm so hungry, let's get you something to eat. Sure enough, the next second, he saw the little zombie raise her head, looking at him expectantly. Can we eat now? Great, there's food. Her face was still as numb as ever, but the enthusiastic cheers from the background gave her a touch of life that Xiao Jingzhou could actually see. This was a little zombie with a real human touch. It made Xiao Jingzhou feel as if he had been transported back to the peaceful and tranquil era before the apocalypse. Xiao Jingzhou retrieved the mutated rat he had just hunted, and despite Jiang Xian's howling protests, sat down in front of her. Jiang Xian scrambled away, keeping a safe distance, watching him warily. She seemed ready to die if Xiao Jingzhou fed her rat blood again. Xiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. You're afraid of dead rats? Weren't you unmoved by corpses before? Jiang Xian couldn't help but bare her teeth at him. I've seen enough corpses, I'm used to it, so I'm calm. But I don't see rats all the time. That makes sense. If mutated rats were so easy to catch, why would the outcasts resort to cannibalism? Xiao Jingzhou really didn't force the little zombie to drink raw rat blood anymore. He needed to eat something too, so he cook it and eat it with it. His lack of further inquiry, however, didn't reassure Jiang Xian. The sight of the half-meter-long mutated rat being skinned and dismembered was too gruesome. Xiao Jingzhou's skillful and efficient cutting technique sent chills down Jiang Xian's spine. She had completely immersed herself in the role of the one being dismembered, imagining that when this man dismembered her, he would be just as swift. While tidying up the meat, Xiao Jingzhou casually asked, Can you understand speech? Can you write? He couldn't very well tell the little zombie that he could understand her speech. That would take away a lot of fun and information. Communication would be much easier if she could write when necessary. Jiang Xian feigned innocence, but was actually clicking her tongue in disapproval, asking a zombie if it can write. Buddy, you're quite something. Xiao Jingzhou looked up, and with just one glance, Jiang Xian's complaints immediately ceased. Fine, I write it then. Who told me to be a cultured little zombie? Jiang Xian stretched out his right hand, which looked like a worn-out broom, with bone exposed in many places. Xiao Jingzhou, He felt the racial difference again. The extent of the injury was painful to look at. Only zombies, lacking pain sensation, could remain so indifferent. Jiang Xian was already used to missing limbs. With his crippled fingers, he neatly wrote his name on the ground. Jiang Xian? Xiao Jingzhou leaned forward to look, chewing on the name between his teeth. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it among all his friends and family. If it wasn't someone he knew, then he must have seen the name somewhere before. Jiang Xian, Kaimingsing Laboratory. Xiao Jingzhou's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything more. He had already cleaned the rat meat, discarding the fur and internal organs. The better parts, like the chest and legs, were separated into lean and fatty parts, cut into slices and cubes respectively. The claws and bones were used for soup. Jiang Xian watched as this guy took out a very beautiful enamel pot, condensed water using his water-based abilities, and threw the mutated rat bones into the pot. The bones for the soup also included a skinned rat head. The two empty eye sockets were facing Jiang Xian directly. They bobbed up and down in the pot. Jiang Xian. This pot is unusable really. Afterwards, Jiang Xian witnessed what it meant to have a spatial ability and be capricious. Jealousy almost caused her to separate from her physical body. Jiang Xian already knew Xiao Jingzhou possessed spatial abilities, but she never imagined his space would be so vast and well-stocked. He casually pulled out a complete set of picnic supplies, pots and pans, a gas stove, and seasonings. Among the seasonings, common oil and salt were expected, but Qiao Jingzhou had also generously produced fermented bean paste, vinegar, and 13 spice powder. Since becoming a zombie, Jiang Xian hadn't eaten a single normal meal. In the lab, she ate a paste made from some unknown substance every day, smelling like hot washing machine drainpipes, which he called nutritional paste. After escaping the lab, she survived by scavenging various algae and ferns from the sewers. Looking at these seasonings now felt like a lifetime ago, both familiar and strange. Qiao Jingzhou skillfully stir-fried the fermented bean paste until fragrant, then added diced meat with tendons and fat, creating an incredibly fragrant and irresistible topping. The little zombie that was just hiding far away is now practically ready to pounce on the pot. Chapter 7. Qiao Jingzhou asked curiously, "You can smell the aroma of normal food?" Jiang Xian nodded quickly. "Just this smell. I can smell it from 10 miles away, and find it right here." Qiao Jingzhou, Of all mutated creatures, mutated dogs can track scents from 2 kilometers away, making them the most troublesome hunters in the apocalypse. As for zombies, they lose their target after 100 meters. What you can still smell at 5 kilometers isn't a scent, it's loneliness. Qiao Jingzhou expressionlessly shoved Jiang Xian aside. "Move aside, your dirty hands are about to touch the pot." Jiang Xian quickly withdrew her blackened hands, looking down to realize that it wasn't just her hands that were about to touch the pot. Because she had no sense of pain, she didn't even notice her knees were pressed against the stove fire, resulting in a large burn on her skin. Jiang Xian hugged her knees pitifully, squatting 10 centimeters away, her eyes still fixed on the pot. "It smells so good, even better than the smell of humans." While cooking the potato noodles, Qiao Jingzhou turned his head and glanced at the little zombie waiting to be fed. Ignoring her ptosis and slightly grayish, bloodless skin, Jiang Xian looked no different from an ordinary human. The potato noodles were added to the fragrant bone broth and cooked for another 3 to 5 minutes. A large spoonful of red chili oil and diced meat sauce was then poured on top. A generous and filling meal, a delicacy that would have been considered unparalleled before the apocalypse. Qiao Jingzhou first filled a bowl, adding most of the potato noodles and sauce. Jiang Xian watched Qiao Jingzhou add the ingredients spoonful by spoonful, swallowing hard. She no longer cared that the bright red, oily meat was rat meat. She was so eager that she had already reached for the bowl, still feigning politeness. All right, you're being too polite. Leave some for yourself too." Qiao Jingzhou gave her a strange look, carefully placing the large portion of food aside, avoiding Jiang Xian's grasp. He took another bowl and poured in the remaining 2 strands of potato noodles and a small, half-pot of bone broth. He even conscientiously scooped some broth and rinsed it in the oil from the stir-frying pan, making sure not a single drop of oil was wasted. Finally, he placed this broth, oh no, this oily bone broth, in Jiang Xian's hands. Considering Jiang Xian's zombie body and inflexible fingers, Qiao Jingzhou thoughtfully placed a fork in her bowl. Then he picked up his own enormous portion, overflowing with ingredients, and, with the petrified expression of the little zombie, began slurping down his noodles. Jiang Xian's hands, holding the broth, trembled. Her eyes, glaring at Qiao Jingzhou, were filled with anger. For a foodie, nothing is more cruel than wanting to eat but not being able to, seeing something but not being able to eat it. She asked earnestly, "Young man, you look quite respectable, so why don't you do anything even remotely human?" Qiao Jingzhou's smile remained unchanged, as if he genuinely didn't understand, happily munching on his noodles, slurping them even louder, and deliberately asking her, "Why aren't you eating? Is it because zombies can't eat human food?" Qiao Jingzhou seemed to just remember something. "Speaking of which, when I first met you, you were eating grass. That explains it. If you can't eat it, just give it to me, don't waste it." Saying this, Qiao Jingzhou raised his hand, seemingly to take the bowl back from Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian quickly dodged, protecting the soup bowl with a fierce, protective stance, baring her teeth and letting out a zombie-like howl of defiance. Have some decency. Fighting a zombie for food? Is that even acceptable? It's true she eats grass every day, but that's because she lacks the courage and ability to actually eat people. She's forced into a vegetarian diet. If she had a choice. Of course, normal meat stir-fries would be better. After all, even if a piece of human flesh were placed in front of her, she probably wouldn't easily overcome her psychological barrier. Anyway, since she rarely gets a chance to eat delicious, normal food, she absolutely won't give it back. Qiao Jingzhou slapped Jiang Xian on the head, his tone becoming sterner. "No guarding your food. Take the bowl out." Faced with the delicious food, Jiang Qian's cowardice swelled slightly. She didn't retract her teeth, but instead stiffened her neck, refusing to move. If he didn't give it to her, it would be hers. Qiao Jingzhou's eyes instantly turned cold. The food was originally mine. I shared it with you. Jiang Qian, This time, feeling Qiao Jingzhou's murderous intent, she shrank back, no longer daring to bare her teeth. Reluctantly, she took the bowl out and placed it back in front of Qiao Jingzhou, tears welling up in her eyes. This guy is so mean. If he's not going to give her food, he shouldn't have given her any hope at all. He deliberately gave her the food, let her see hope, and then took it back. Was he teasing her? Seeing the little zombie obediently return the bowl, Qiao Jingzhou's expression softened slightly. Under Jiang Qian's longing gaze, he picked up the bowl, scooped up a little bit of rice noodles with a fork, and held it to her lips. Eat. Jiang Qian looked at him warily, not opening her mouth. Is this guy crazy? He snatched it back from her just to experience feeding zombies? Qiao Jingzhou patiently explained, this portion of food is yours. But no complaining, and no coveting my other food. Jiang Qian, Got it, he's setting rules for her. Food is precious in the apocalypse, so Qiao Jingzhou's actions were understandable, but Jiang Qian was extremely annoyed that this guy was treating her like a mindless wild animal. The broth made from bones, even with just a little bit of chili oil, was incredibly fragrant, its aroma wafting into Jiang Qian's nose. Between overturning the bowl and trying to use her fragile self to test the might of this powerful figure, Jiang Qian hesitated for only a moment before deciding to eat. Jiang Qian awkwardly ate a noodle from Qiao Jingzhou's hand. The rich flavors exploded in her numb mouth. The potato noodles, cooked until smooth and soft, absorbed all the flavors perfectly, soaking up the savory meat broth. Jiang Qian swallowed the noodles, then suddenly covered her mouth and sobbed. Qiao Jingzhou, never expecting this reaction from the little zombie, who had just eaten, immediately supported her anxiously. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Or can't zombies eat human food? He hadn't given the little zombie much food the first time, worried that she might not be able to eat human food. He hadn't dared to add the toppings made with red bean paste and chili oil, only adding a little chili oil. Even if a zombie had a rejection reaction to normal food, it shouldn't be this strong. Jiang Qian's eyes welled up with tears. Zombies probably don't have the mechanism to cry. 2 lines of dark brown zombie blood rolled down her cheeks, leaving 2 streaks on her face. The scene was extremely horrifying. I always thought. Jiang Qian choked up, uttering a weak, almost murmured sound. Chapter 8. Qiao Jingzhou immediately perked up his ears, subconsciously holding his breath, afraid of missing any important details. I always thought that becoming a zombie meant I'd lost my sense of taste. When I was lucky, I hunted small birds and insects, but I never even thought to cook them for myself. A whole year, I survived this long entirely by eating seaweed from the sewers. Jiang Qian was crying uncontrollably. Even a foodie feels like they lost $1 million if they miss a meal. She lost a whole billion. Qiao Jingzhou resisted the urge to call her idiot, expressionlessly shoving the soup bowl into Jiang Qian's hands, and sat back down to continue eating her own portion. Jiang Qian held her bowl, clumsily picking up her utensils, and reverently and carefully putting the last noodle into her mouth. Afraid of eating too quickly, and missing out on the deliciousness of the food, she chewed slowly. He chewed at least 20 times, until finally his teeth were just crunching air. Qiao Jingzhou, He couldn't help but wonder if he had given her too little. After some consideration, he decided not to give her any more. Firstly, his potato noodle stock was running low, and Qiao Jingzhou needed to prioritize his own strength. Hunger directly impacted his physical condition and fighting ability. In this dangerous apocalypse, he hadn't survived this long by being soft-hearted. Giving the little zombie a sip of soup to prevent her from starving was already more than enough for Qiao Jingzhou. He couldn't possibly provide for her completely. Secondly, based on his observations of zombie habits, Qiao Jingzhou wasn't sure if consuming too much human food would have any negative effects on a zombie. Zombies' bodily functions are stagnant. Without a heartbeat, there's no blood circulation, and scientists still haven't fully understood how they function. Whether they can digest and absorb food like humans, Qiao Jingzhou truly didn't know. Qiao Jingzhou had given the little zombie food out of kindness, but he didn't want it to die from malabsorption. Most of what he gave Jiang Qian was broth. The 2 potato noodles were practically tasteless. Jiang Qian gnawed on the remaining bones in the broth, scraping off most of the meat. Just sucking on them was enough to make her craving more. Finally, Qiao Jingzhou had to clean the pot and stove before Jiang Qian would leave the few unfortunate bones alone. In a food-scarce situation, aside from completely inedible bones, there was virtually no possibility of leftovers. He buried the bones somewhere, and used his water-based abilities to clean the pot and stove. Qiao Jingzhou even washed Jiang Xian's bowl and returned it to her. Bring your own bowl from now on. He didn't want to put the bowl the zombie had used back in his space. Although the little zombie looked clean, that was only in comparison to other zombies. With the basic necessities for people's livelihoods cut off, getting water would be a huge hassle unless you were a water-based ability user. Forget about keeping clean, there probably wouldn't be enough drinking water. Whether it was the abandoned civilians or this little zombie, their exposed hands and faces were all black. They probably hadn't had a proper bath in ages. Jiang Xian was completely oblivious to the rejection he was receiving, happily hugging his eating utensils. Alright, no problem. Giving her a special bowl. Did that mean this fierce man would be feeding her delicious meals from now on? Savoring the aroma of the potato and meat soup on her lips, Jiang Xian was already looking forward to the next meal. Soon, Qiao Jingzhou finished cleaning up. Apart from the lingering aroma of food in the air, there was no indication that he had just prepared such a lavish and complex meal. Jiang Xian looked at the man, her envy and jealousy rising again. So far, she had only seen this man possess a huge personal space and utilize 4 elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, and fire. What kind of chosen one is this? Jiang Xian was a little zombie, yes, but she was a zombie who had been to the Morning Star laboratory and seen the world. She knew what the average level of human ability users should be. Elemental ability users were already the rarest, and this guy possessed multiple elemental abilities. Had he saved the galaxy in his past life? After getting everything ready, Qiao Jingzhou stood up. It's still early, let's travel a little further. Jiang Xian looked up at the large moon high in the sky. Isn't this still early a bit different from normal? Qiao Jingzhou ignored the little zombie's complaints, and casually tucked Jiang Xian under his arm. Let's go! After taking a couple of steps, he realized Jiang Xian's legs would be dangling on the ground. Qiao Jingzhou thought for a moment, then pulled out a huge snakeskin sack from his storage space, the kind used for fertilizer before the apocalypse. Jiang Xian was small enough to fit completely inside the sack, with only his head sticking out. After tying the sack up, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and set off comfortably. From being carried under his armpit to being hoisted up, Jiang Xian's experience was better. Not only was her perspective higher, but the view was also more accessible. Before, when she was carried under his armpit, she could only see Qiao Jingzhou's crotch when she turned her head. Having been dragged all the way, Jiang Xian had almost counted how many teeth were on Qiao Jingzhou's zipper. Now, hanging on his shoulder, she could see Qiao Jingzhou's neck when she turned her head. If she stretched out her mouth even slightly, she could easily bite down on it. Qiao Jingzhou's skin was very smooth, almost hairless. His zombie-like, bluish-green spiderweb-like skin hadn't extended to his neck. With each breath, the veins in Qiao Jingzhou's neck would rise and fall slightly, emitting a uniquely human scent. The scent of fresh flesh and blood. Jiang Xian sniffed, then sniffed again. So fragrant. When she finally snapped out of it, her teeth were almost touching Qiao Jingzhou's neck. She quickly turned to look at Qiao Jingzhou. The man didn't stop her earlier actions, not even reacting when she leaned close to his neck. But in his other hand, a short dagger had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Xian knew without a doubt that if she couldn't resist taking a bite, her head would be on the chopping block the next second. She instantly got goosebumps, and quickly pulled her neck back. Qiao Jingzhou flicked his wrist, and the short dagger vanished instantly, stored away in his spatial storage. Jiang Xian exclaimed with relief. A sting operation. Humans are so cunning and despicable. Luckily, I've been a vegetarian for a long time, and have long since developed the skills. I wouldn't eat mere human flesh. Despite her complaints, Jiang Xian still arrogantly brought her nose close to Qiao Jingzhou's neck, inhaling deeply like a pervert. Smells so good. Even if she can't eat it, can't she at least smell it to satisfy her nose? Qiao Jingzhou, At this moment, not far upwind of Qiao Jingzhou, a large group of figures were watching them depart by the moonlight. Chapter 9. Su Tianrui and the others went, and never came back. They must be dead. Anyone who dares to travel alone in the apocalypse can't just be a show-off. The people sent by the new city are never easy to mess with. The recent groups we encountered have been particularly formidable. The speaker was an elderly woman, who looked at least 50 or 60. But the moment she spoke, everyone else immediately fell silent, no one uttering a single question. Another person cautiously asked, should we go check the situation and retrieve Su Tianrui and the others' bodies while we're at it? He swallowed hard, the latter was the key point. The people in the new city didn't have a cannibalistic habit, the corpses were simply thrown out. Su Tianrui and his two companions, if they ate sparingly, would be enough to feed them for half a month. The elderly woman sniffed the air and shook her head again. It's too late. A southerly wind has picked up. A new wave of vegetation is coming. We have to hurry. She said this and left first. The others, unwilling to give up, had no choice but to follow her. Jiang Xian, carried on Qiao Jingzhou's shoulder, suddenly let out a long sigh for some reason. Ah, what a pity! Qiao Jingzhou turned his head. Although the little zombie's face was still numb and stiff, he could still see a hint of disappointment. Are you feeling unwell? He didn't stop walking, still managing to spare some attention for the little zombie during their journey. Having just eaten a large bowl of human food, even if it was mostly meat broth, he was worried about whether the little zombie would have any adverse reactions. Jiang Xian hung her head dejectedly, not even having the energy to speak. Qiao Jingzhou's travel efficiency was higher than she had imagined, allowing Jiang Xian to slightly recover from the allure of the delicious food. Before even thinking about what to eat next, she had to consider how many more meals she could afford. Jiang Xian was happy to freeload off Qiao Jingzhou, but that didn't mean she wanted to be taken back to a human city. What kind of treatment could a zombie expect in human territory? Most likely, she'd be sent to a lab and dissected for research. Memories of her time in the Kaimingsing lab resurfaced, and Jiang Xian shuddered. No, she absolutely couldn't be taken back to a human city. But this man was so powerful, Jiang Xian racked her brains, but couldn't think of a way to escape him. Just now, she had smelled many human scents, very similar to those of the 3 abandoned humans Qiao Jingzhou had killed, which had given her a glimmer of hope. She had even hoped that a fight would break out among the humans, perhaps giving her a chance to escape. But that large group of people who had been secretly observing actually turned away, clearly not wanting to clash with Qiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian's hopes were dashed. It was no wonder she was disheartened. Qiao Jingzhou walked for a while, and noticed that the little zombie had lost its vitality. It neither cried out nor moved, so he had to stop. What's wrong with you? He touched the little zombie's head, not minding the dirt, and it was ice cold. Yes, zombies don't have human body temperature. He was panicking. Qiao Jingzhou was at a loss. He didn't know how zombies judge their physical condition, let alone how to restore the little zombie's spirit. To take care of the little zombie, Qiao Jingzhou had to stop walking and find a place to rest nearby. This place should have originally been a town, but due to the mutation of the plants, the city had severely reverted to its primitive state. Numerous plants sprouted from the ruins, destroying the original structures. The corpses of the dead, both humans and zombies, were the mutated plant's favorite nutrients. If a human corpse could grow into a tree large enough for one person to encircle overnight, a multi-species rainforest could grow from a zombie corpse. By observing where the mutated plants grew lushly, one could tell where zombies had died. Qiao Jingzhou searched for a long time in the town, which was rapidly degenerating into a dense forest, before finally finding a room that was barely intact. It was a bare, unfinished house, completely empty, lacking the nutrients for the mutated plants to grow, which was why it hadn't been destroyed. He laboriously pried open the lock and carefully closed the door. Before moving in, Qiao Jingzhou, still feeling uneasy, used his fire ability to singe the room again. The seeds of mutated plants, mostly in spore form, floated in the air, everywhere, and easily parasitized if they touched anything. Qiao Jingzhou didn't want to wake up covered in grass. He carefully placed the little zombie on the open ground. You can understand me, right? Where do you feel unwell? Tell me, okay? This was an absolutely unique little zombie, its rarity irreplaceable. It might even be a crucial key to unlocking the secrets of the zombie world. Qiao Jingzhou didn't want her to die halfway through because of his mistake. Jiang Xian wasn't really worried. She was just genuinely afraid. Fear of humans, and dread of the unpleasant memories from the laboratory. Before, she had to choose between dying immediately or dying later. She chose to die later. But now that she realized it was all the same, death either way, what was the point of struggling? I might as well die now. At least, I won't have to be tortured in the lab anymore. Qiao Jingzhou was frantic, oblivious to Jiang Xian's presence, completely giving up. Just as the man and the corpse were locked in a stalemate, a threat lurking in the warm wind was slowly approaching. The spores of the mutated plants, carried by the wind, were constantly being dispersed, searching for soil to grow in. Not only animal carcasses, but plants could also be parasitized. The parasitic plants grew rapidly, releasing a large number of spores after completing their parasitism before withering. The wind would then carry these parasitic plant spores to the next batch of victims. If viewed from above, the process of parasitic plant growth and withering could be seen like a tidal wave, constantly advancing in the direction of the wind. As more and more parasitic plants grew, the number of spores in the wind reached a terrifying level. The speed of the plant tide spread suddenly increased, and the area it covered also increased dramatically. By the time Qiao Jingzhou realized something was wrong, an animal tide had already appeared outside. Aside from the mindless zombies, oblivious to the impending danger, all the surviving animals, with a modicum of survival instinct, were frantically fleeing for their lives. Against the direction of the animal tide, the shadows of mutated plants, dark and imposing like a city wall, could be seen on the distant horizon. Qiao Jingzhou's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned back to the empty house and reinforced the doors and windows with his earth-based abilities. He realized it too late. The plant tide was already very close. At this point, escaping was impossible. Just like a fire on the grassland, you can't run with the wind. A person simply can't outrun the fire. Once the plant tide reached a certain scale, the same thing would happen. The only option was to immediately find a sealed place as a refuge and escape space, waiting for the plant tide to pass. Chapter 10. Only parasitic mutant plants can form a plant tide, and parasitic plants are species with relatively short lifespans. Generally, the process from seed germination, through the juvenile stage and maturity stage, to the formation of a new zygote takes no more than 2 hours. Once these 2 hours are over, the plant tide in this area will end. Qiao Jingzhou chose a small room of less than 10 square meters and reinforced the walls with layer upon layer of mud. Jiang Xian curiously sniffed around for a long time, gave Qiao Jingzhou a deep look, and said nothing. Unfortunately, Qiao Jingzhou was busy using his powers to reinforce the environment and didn't notice the little zombie's abnormality. When he finished, the small room was less than 5 square meters in size, and the ceiling was only a little over 2 meters high. Qiao Jingzhou could touch the ceiling with his hand when he stood up. He leaned against the wall, panting. Even for him, using so many powers was somewhat exhausting. He glanced at the little zombie, who seemed completely oblivious to what was happening, and gave a helpless wry smile. "You're so calm, not afraid at all." Jiang Xian snorted. "Of course I'm afraid." Although what she was afraid of was probably not the same thing this man was afraid of. Qiao Jingzhou beckoned to her, pulled a charcoal pencil from his spatial storage, and shoved it into her hand. "Let's talk." Jiang Xian looked down at the pencil in her hand, and slammed it to the ground. No way. Zombies and humans are natural enemies, and this guy was even planning to take her back to the lab for dissection. What kind of interest did she have in talking to him? Qiao Jingzhou. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You really are a rather interesting little zombie. Besides your name, what else do you remember? Do you remember anything from your past life?" Jiang Xian looked up strangely, flashing Qiao Jingzhou a toothy grin. "You can remember things from when you were an embryo, huh?" Qiao Jingzhou. Qiao Jingzhou was choked half to death. Did this little zombie grow up eating poison? Seeing the man's face darken, Jiang Xian chickened out again. After thinking for a moment, she picked up a charcoal pencil from the ground and clumsily wrote, "Give me something to eat." No food, no conversation. Qiao Jingzhou stared at Jiang Xian dawdling for a long time, and in the end, she only wrote this one sentence. He asked strangely, "What do you want to eat? Potato noodles, soda crackers, or fruit, instant milk tea?" Jiang Xian originally wanted to write another bowl of potato noodles, but hearing the even more outrageous suggestion, she immediately wrote without hesitation, "milk tea." So, outside, a horde of mutated plants swept across the land. Inside a small, hollow space surrounded by earthen walls, a heartwarming scene unfolded. A human and a zombie each sipping hot milk tea. It couldn't be more peaceful and serene. "Yeah, right." Jiang Xian timed it, finished the last sip of milk tea, and put down the cup. She looked up at Qiao Jingzhou, mimicking his previous smugness, and sighed with regret. "Human food is so delicious, I miss it." Qiao Jingzhou frowned, suddenly feeling something was off. Although the little zombie had indeed perked up, her reaction made Qiao Jingzhou feel that the little zombie was about to set sail at any moment. He tentatively asked, "Do you still want milk tea?" Jiang Xian ignored him, instead curling up into a ball, clutching his head in a standard anti-impact posture. The small space was surrounded by sturdy earthen walls, making the little zombie's actions seem utterly ineffective at first glance. Just as Qiao Jingzhou was completely bewildered, his sense of crisis suddenly intensified. His well-trained body, accustomed to countless dangers, reacted far faster than his mind. A burst of flame suddenly erupted, completely engulfing Qiao Jingzhou's body. Almost simultaneously, the earthen walls of their small space shattered, and countless plant roots swarmed in like horsehair worms. In an instant, all that could be seen was a dense mass of writhing roots. Thanks to the flames burning on his body, he avoided being instantly entangled and killed by the plant roots, but he also lost sight of the unique little zombie. Qiao Jingzhou never imagined that the power of plants could be so immense. He had thickened the earthen wall as much as he could, but even that couldn't stop the rampant growth of the parasitic vines. Damn it! Qiao Jingzhou had no suitable weapon at hand, only a short dagger imbued with his fire power. Even then, its effectiveness was limited by the weapon's length. He swung the dagger down again, the flaming blade severing the vines, splattering a pungent plant sap, barely clearing a space about an arm's length away. But in less than a breath, the tiny space he had just gained was once again encroached upon by the spreading roots. Forget about moving forward to find the little zombie. If he were even slightly slow, he would be strangled to death by the parasitic plants. Qiao Jingzhou roared in fury. He lost the little zombie, that special, unique little zombie, the one that might very well be the key to unlocking the secrets of zombies. He lost it. Jiang Xian, also enveloped in countless vines, heard the roar seeping through the roots and trembled in fear. The cowardly girl knew, of course, that running away would absolutely drive that man insane. But she had no desire to go to the new human city, nor did she want to be a human test subject. After the apocalypse, humans themselves had no human rights, let alone zombie rights. Jiang Xian clasped her hands together and bowed in the direction of Qiao Jingzhou's roar. Devil Tofu, forgive my escape, and thank you for the 2 meals. Perhaps we meet again someday. I hope we're never meant to be. Then, without hesitation, she turned and ran joyfully, heading towards her freedom. Only now do I realize that being a zombie isn't so bad after all. At least I don't have to fear mutated plants, Jiang Xian remarked with a sense of exhilaration. Although everyone was entangled in parasitic plant vines, like dumpling filling, Jiang Xian's treatment was drastically different from Qiao Jingzhou's. Qiao Jingzhou had to constantly swing his knife, cutting down the vines that reached him to avoid being strangled. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, would swiftly dodge any vine she approached, even those as thick as a child's arm, as if avoiding something disgusting. After mutating, the plants had leaped from the bottom of the food chain to the top. Before, animals ate plants. Now, mutated plants could eat animals too. Human survivors were swift and efficient at dealing with zombies, able to blow a zombie's head off with a single shot, but when facing mutated plants, they were completely outmatched. Jiang Xian had been wandering as a zombie for almost a year, and had witnessed countless animals and humans being devoured by plants in various creative ways. However, this mutated plant, which humans fear most, is restrained by zombies. Chapter 11. The man-eating, parasitic plants not only don't actively attack zombies, but they also wither immediately upon contact with a zombie's bodily fluids. That's why the Morningstar Lab has been so diligently researching how to give humans some zombie characteristics, because zombies aren't afraid of mutated plants. Jiang Xian paused, turning back to look at Qiao Jingzhou's movements. This human must be a life form somewhere between a human and a zombie. Sometimes his blood doesn't smell good anymore. It smells completely like a zombie. That's a half-infected person, right? After becoming a zombie, Jiang Xian's sense of smell was dramatically enhanced, terrifyingly strong. She told Qiao Jingzhou that she could smell things 5 kilometers away, and she wasn't entirely exaggerating. However, there are definitely limitations to Jiang Xian's ability to perceive scents at that distance. Her sense of smell has become Jiang Xian's primary sensory ability. Even through the thick earthen wall, she could smell the approaching plants, so she could easily distinguish the different scents of Qiao Jingzhou's blood in different states. I wonder if his bodily fluids can also suppress plants when he becomes a zombie. Thinking this, Jiang Xian felt uneasy again. The thought of being caught again after running away immediately wiped away any sense of relief she had just felt. I'm out of here. I need to run before his blood scent changes. Stepping on the unfortunate plant vines, Jiang Xian used her maximum speed in the opposite direction of the noise Qiao Jingzhou had made, staggering away into the distance. After she left, the lush, vibrant vines would once again fill the space behind her, concealing her last traces. This plant tide, a catastrophe for other creatures, was incredibly benevolent to Jiang Xian. It practically saved her life. When Jiang Xian was human, she was a homebody. Even after becoming a zombie, she didn't seem to yearn for the outside world. Believing all humans were absolutely dangerous, she always stayed within her own little world. Now, having been taken away from her original home by Qiao Jingzhou, she didn't expect to be able to walk back. After figuring out she was far enough away from Qiao Jingzhou, she decided to survive where she was and start a new life. As Jiang Xian happily picked at edible algae to celebrate her hard-won freedom, she suddenly smelled human scent. Jiang Xian, as usual, laid down on the spot and began to play the corpse. It wasn't that she didn't want to create a safer distance by escaping. It was really a bit of a freakish thing. Even among zombies, those moving as slowly as her were rare. Running away was even more impossible. Moving targets are obviously easier to identify as enemies than stationary ones. Jiang Xian prayed as usual, hoping the cunning humans would leave quickly. As she prayed, the sound of human footsteps grew closer. "There's a zombie here. Someone help me move it." The shouts rang out. Even with Jiang Xian pretending to be dead, they weren't going to let her go. "Jiang Xian, ? What are you doing? You won't even spare a corpse? Are you humans suffering from some kind of serious illness?" Jiang Xian overlooked one thing. This wasn't the city she was in before. The population wasn't as dense, and the number of zombies was pitifully small. There weren't that many dead zombie corpses to begin with, and with the recent plant spore season, the air was filled with plant spores. If a zombie was truly dead, its body would immediately be covered in plants. Her body was spotless, the most direct evidence that the zombies were still alive. The unlucky Jiang Xian, having escaped one danger only to fall into another, was now collared by humans and driven away on a path of raw flesh. Jiang Xian was filled with grief and indignation, letting out a wolf-like howl. "Moo. A woo. I don't eat raw meat. Take that piece of thigh that's been rotting for who knows how long. It's too much of an eyesore." The humans herding zombies like sheep, dressed in tattered clothes, dressed like scavengers, were the abandoned people Qiao Jingzhou had described. Those chosen for the new city were actually a minority. They, the people not accepted by the new city, constituted the majority in the apocalypse, forming groups of varying sizes for various reasons. Jiang Xian was miserable. She, an extremely fearful zombie, who had spent years surviving alone, was forced into a communal life. This was the time since the apocalypse that she had had the most contact with humans. Even in the Morningstar lab, she never seen so many humans. A wave of humans on her left, a wave of zombies on her right. She was caught in the middle, feeling utterly suffocated. Physically suffocated. At least she washed herself in the rain on rainy days, and being a vegetarian, she didn't have a strong body odor. But her wild counterparts, it seemed, hadn't developed any concept of self-cleaning since becoming zombies. Their mouths and lapels were covered in bite marks. Their mouths were stuffed full of bits of flesh and bone, the aroma of which would be irresistible for miles. And those stinking abandoned civilians weren't much better smelly than the zombies. After the apocalypse, with basic necessities like water and electricity cut off, sanitation was a truly serious problem. The group of outcasts driving away the zombie horde numbered over 30, men and women, half of whom possessed supernatural abilities, yet not a single one had water-based elemental powers. Moreover, those who did have abilities were in poor condition. In less than a day since Jiang Xian was captured, she had witnessed 4 instances of supernatural abilities erupting within that group. Just as humans can produce individuals with special abilities, a small number of zombies also possess unique special skills. However, most zombies don't know how to use them. Jiang Xian had only recently become aware of her own ability. She could calm or detonate other people's supernatural abilities. It was a purely supportive ability. The reason she hadn't realized her ability for so long was entirely due to Jiang Xian's anthropophobia. Having survived by feigning death for years, Jiang Xian was too afraid to even move when she encountered humans. How could she dare to test her own ability? It was only after being kidnapped by Qiao Jingzhou that she truly used her ability for the first time. Based on Qiao Jingzhou's successful case, on the second day of being forced to live among humans, Jiang Xian cautiously began testing her supernatural abilities. Suppressing and detonating other people's supernatural abilities were effortless, as easy as smoothing a sandbar. However, during the experiments, Jiang Xian unexpectedly discovered that she could also extract supernatural energy from targets within 100 meters. If the target was experiencing a supernatural outburst, the extraction effect was even more astonishing. The energy she extracted disappeared without a trace. Jiang Xian herself felt no effect. The supernatural beings she extracted from became extremely exhausted, as if they had lost their spirit, and were drowsy all day. As the number of human supernatural beings able to go out and patrol dwindled, Jiang Xian felt that she might, perhaps, maybe, be able to try to escape again. Chapter 12. Jiang Xian watched the patrol personnel intently, diligently memorizing their patrol routes. The zombie brother to her left clicked his chin, emitting a zombie howl. What sounded like a uniform moo-hoo. To humans, however, conveyed a distinct meaning to Jiang Xian. Stop staring, a human on the left has noticed you. Jiang Xian immediately stiffened, afraid to move. After a long while, once the patrolling humans had moved away, she rolled her eyes and let out a small hoarse moo-hoo, tentatively greeting him. Hello? The zombie brother turned around, revealing a terrifying, almost bloodthirsty smile. Hi, girl. Jiang Xian, eh? This zombie brother's face was far more decayed than Jiang Xian's. It was impossible to discern his age or appearance before death. She asked hesitantly, when did you gain self-awareness? Jiang Xian, having wandered the world as a zombie for so long, had never encountered another zombie with self-awareness before. The zombie man thought for a moment. About a few minutes ago. He pointed forward with his decaying hand, a minute before her. The zombie woman in front of him turned her head, her neck cracking under the strain. This fellow zombie, who even lacked a chin, turned back to greet Jiang Xian roar. Jiang Xian, She had always wandered alone, avoiding contact with people, and equally avoiding contact with zombies. The fact that she had become a zombie was, for her, currently only a concept in her mind. Without comparison, there is no harm. Now, seeing her fellow zombies, who completely defied human aesthetics and embodied the very things that terrified humans, kindly greeting her, Jiang Xian finally realized that she truly wasn't human. With a large group of helpful companions in the imprisoned zombie horde, Jiang Xian's escape plan went very smoothly. Small zombie dogs, please don't crowd. Watch out for the roadblock ahead. Oh, you can jump over it too. The rotting flesh hanging on the right door, could you please remove it, Mr. Rotten Face? Auntie on the left, please watch your step, and don't trample on your fellow zombies. Everyone, please don't crowd. Evacuate in an orderly fashion. As the most inconspicuous of the zombies, Jiang Xian's occasional shouts weren't particularly noticeable to humans, who didn't understand zombie language. Zombies are easy to control, because they truly have no brains. Expecting a moving corpse to think is asking too much. And precisely because of this, human control over them is ridiculously simple. Even a border collie could probably escape on its own. Under Jiang Xian's brief command, the 100 or so captured zombies collectively rushed towards their new freedom. On the abandoned people's side, no one dared to move. The zombies' sudden, orderly movement was a terrifying sign. A zombie horde with overwhelming numbers, once under someone's control, would be an undead army that could attack anywhere. More importantly, there weren't any superhumans still able to get up in the abandoned people's small tribe. They were truly powerless to even pursue them and investigate. Jiang Xian fled back to the small town where the plant tide had previously erupted. After the parasitic plants wither, the area ravaged by the plant tide gradually transforms into a new, dense forest. This dense forest, teeming with mutated plants, is a no-go zone for humans, but a perfect habitat for zombies. The mutated plants don't attack zombies. The rampant growth of the parasitic mutated plant tide has completely destroyed any trace of human intervention in this area. What once resembled a small town is now gone, not even roads remain, only endless, seemingly endless mutated plants. Jiang Xian looked at the 40-odd zombies in front of her. Her zombie brain felt phantom pain. The zombies, lacking much self-awareness, scattered after breaking through. Those that followed her across mountains and valleys back to the dense forest were the ones with independent consciousness, capable of understanding her speech. Jiang Xian was extremely curious about where those outcasts had captured so many intelligent zombies. What are you all going to do now? She asked cautiously. We already followed you all this way, are we going to keep following her? The man with the rotten face who was the first to greet Jiang Xian asked, his voice filled with shock, aren't we supposed to be following you? Jiang Xian was even more shocked than the man with the rotten face. Why are you all following me? Because you have the most memories from your past life. The man replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Xian was completely bewildered. What does that have to do with anything? The man with the rotten face turned around stiffly, pointing to the blank, chinless zombie woman behind them. So, are we just going to follow her and wander around numbly? The zombie woman, whose intelligence seemed to be visibly waning, was horribly disfigured, her chin missing and half her tongue protruding. Even so, she managed a weak smile, uttering a roar. It wasn't a typical zombie howl, her intelligence was only at its limit. When she was unconscious, it was one thing, but now that she was, who would want to continue wandering like a wild animal? Choosing a leader seemed perfectly normal. Jiang Xian put his hand to his forehead, speechless. Thus, without any objections from the zombies, Jiang Xian was forced to become their leader. She was too ashamed to call herself a leader. Well, let's stay here for now, she finally said after a long pause. Does everyone remember their old names? The zombies exchanged glances, and Jiang Xian knew he asked a pointless question. Even she herself had lost much of her human memories after becoming a zombie, her brain decaying. These newly conscious zombies were even less likely to remember anything. Alright then, everyone line up. Your name is Lin E. Lin Air. There were 46 zombies in total, and the last one, the rotten-faced guy, was named Si Lu. The rotten-faced guy hesitated, seemingly quite unhappy with his name. Jiang Xian comforted him. It's all homophones, easy to remember and pronounce. If you don't like this name, I can change it. Si Lu? Si Lu? Si Lu? Si Lu, please. The rotten-faced guy was exhausted. Fortunately, he was the only one unhappy with his new name. The others didn't have such a problem, and happily remembered their names. Jiang Xian excitedly announced that our loving family of zombies is officially established. Although she had been forced to be a socially anxious zombie for over a year, it wasn't because Jiang Xian was genuinely socially anxious, but simply because she was afraid of people. In her previous life, she was quite a lively and outgoing person, jokingly called Princess Dog by her classmates and friends. She's the kind of person who talks to herself endlessly, and suddenly having a group of companions gave her a sense of belonging. Chapter 13. Jiang Xian clenched her small fist, encouraging everyone, from now on, we work together to live. Even though we're zombies, we absolutely can't be zombies. A group of zombies clapped and echoed her sentiments sparsely. Brother Si Lu looked around and asked Jiang Xian, so what do we do now? Let's eat. Zombies don't have many requirements for settling down. Clothing is a given, no need to worry about it. Don't expect to be picky about housing either. Zombies don't feel cold or hot, just be wary of humans. Living in a dense forest full of mutated plants is much safer than outside. As for transportation, zombies don't need to travel. Zombies have always chased after humans, facing a choice between eating them or being killed by them. Suddenly being forced to lead a large group of zombies, who followed her to survive, didn't seem too difficult for Jiang Xian. As long as she could find a way to solve the zombies' need for food, that would be fine. As for food, living in a dense forest teeming with mutated plants, finding something to feed the zombies shouldn't be difficult. Having accumulated a wealth of foraging experience through a year-long vegetarian diet, Jiang Xian enthusiastically shared his recipes with his newly acquainted companions. A large clump of reddish-brown, unidentified, hair-like substance. In the city, it typically grows in sewers and wells. In the dense forest, it usually grows near tree roots. It's unclear whether it's fungus or algae, but it definitely doesn't look like typical plant-based foods. Don't be fooled by its appearance or taste, it's edible. Jiang Xian demonstrated by shaking off the reddish-brown hair and stuffing it into his mouth, eating with obvious pain. His facial muscles, already necrotic, trembled as if worms were crawling inside. After swallowing with difficulty, Jiang Xian, against his conscience, gave a thumbs up, edible. His zombie companions, If he hadn't eaten anything good with Xiao Jingzhou, Jiang Xian wouldn't have really disliked the taste of hair vegetable. It's the apocalypse, they're starving, just filling their stomachs is enough, who cares about taste, but everything is relative. Having eaten fragrant potato noodles stewed in a rich, red oil broth, eating purely natural ingredients just feels a bit unappetizing. Jiang Xian's earnest performance couldn't be ignored by his zombie companions. After all, they developed self-awareness. If they could have a new food source, and didn't have to resort to cannibalism, their survival risk would be greatly reduced. It was that most supportive, rotten-faced guy who was the first to express his support with his actions. He picked up a piece of hairwort, took a tiny bite, and the rotten old man was already stuffed. Thanks to this strange food, his tongue, which had been rotting for who knows how long, regained its sensation. It was sour, numb, and bitter. It was more than just unpalatable. Jiang Xian chuckled, pleased with his support. Right, it's edible, isn't it? The rotten-faced old man swallowed with difficulty, and nodded reluctantly. Jiang Xian immediately grinned, revealing a row of large, sharp teeth, white, and gleaming like shark teeth from a horror movie, and happily stuffed a large clump of the indescribable substance into the hands of his other bewildered zombie companions. Quick, eat it while it's hot, there's plenty. There was a lot of this hairwort. You could just dig around under the tree roots and find a pile, enough to fill you up. Soon, the ground was littered with zombies, their necks stiff and dry heaving. Jiang Xian looked utterly innocent. After filling their stomachs, Jiang Xian suggested that everyone disperse and find new companions. Of course, they should move within the nearby dense forest. Before the plant tide covered the area, this was a small town, not small at all, with a population of at least 100,000 before the apocalypse. Without special methods of clearing it out, the most conservative estimate would be that there were tens of thousands of zombies. The previous plant tide would have driven out the human survivors in the town, but the zombies were unaffected. Zombies are not afraid of mutated plants. The group of abandoned people who had previously imprisoned Jiang Xian had found over 100 zombies, just by casually sweeping the edge of the new dense forest. Among them, there were about 40 zombies with individual consciousness. There was a high probability that there were still some with individual consciousness among the remaining zombie population. Before they were killed by humans, they were all gathered together. It's easier to survive if you stick together. Humans are inherently social animals, and Jiang Xian, having endured a long period of solitary wandering after becoming a zombie, longed to start living together again. However, she didn't want her new companions to suffer losses because of her wishes. For safety's sake, Jiang Xian taught her companions her first, second, and third survival rules. When you encounter humans, remember not to panic. Stay calm, find a suitable place, lie down and play dead. The zombies, If possible, you can add some obstacles to your body to increase realism. For example, place a small amount of rubble on top of yourself. Finally, and most importantly, if feigning death fails, and you encounter humans, try your best to avoid direct confrontation. This was the effective survival method Jiang Xian had figured out after more than a year as a zombie, through her intelligence that rivaled that of humans. She shared it all with her companions without reservation. A brave warrior dies in a fight, but only by surviving can one win. After a brief silence, the zombies finally gave a response. Oh, impressive. After talking to herself for a while, Jiang Xian finally engaged in normal conversation, feeling moved to tears. A sudden surge of ambition welled up within her. She was determined to find a way to properly manage this little zombie team. From now on, she would have a home again. Having decided to live a good life with her fellow zombies, their habitat naturally needed some work. Zombies didn't really need a proper living environment, but the surrounding security still needed to be somewhat guaranteed. What if they were all wiped out by humans in the middle of the night? She had to set up traps first. Humans were afraid of mutated plants, and the plants in the dense forest were natural obstacles. She could transplant particularly aggressive mutated plants to make traps, plants versus humans, or something. After arranging for the others to go out and bring back their companions, Jiang Xian herself wasn't going to be idle. She also wanted to go out and find plants that could be used as traps. The other zombies obediently went out, except for that rotten-faced guy Si Lu, who didn't move. There's already someone slacking off? Si Lu, under Jiang Xian's sharp gaze, said, I want to go with you. Oh, so it wasn't about being lazy. Jiang Xian immediately abandoned his impromptu lecture about not being lazy or lazy when dealing with zombies. Okay, let's go together then. Jiang Xian asked curiously, why did you ask me to go with you? Chapter 14. The other zombies just scattered woodenly, but this guy Si Lu had a different idea. This guy, his face all rotten, said in a deep voice, because you smell good. For a moment, Jiang Xian felt her zombie scalp tingle with fear. The adjective smell good is truly terrifying in the apocalypse. It's usually used to describe fragrant food. Do you want to bite me? Panicked Jiang Xian asked cautiously. Why would I bite you? Si Lu exclaimed in shock. You don't look appetizing at all. Oh, then it's all right. Jiang Xian immediately calmed down. She wasn't angry at being told she didn't taste good. As long as they didn't want to eat her, that was fine. If her body didn't have any scent, then she was actually quite fragrant. At least, she would occasionally take a bath on rainy days. Much more fragrant than these unwashed zombies. The dense forest was difficult to traverse. The tall, short branches of the plants severely hampered the path. After walking for a while, Jiang Xian thanked Brother Si Lu for following her. If she were to walk alone, she probably wouldn't even make it 500 meters in a day. Brother Si Lu, also a zombie, was clearly much more agile than her. His joints seemed completely unaffected. He easily climbed vines over 2 meters high and could even turn back to pull Jiang Xian up. The plant Jiang Xian was looking for had vibrant purple flowers. She called it man-eating flower number 5. Jiang Xian called any flower that used its flower crown to eat people a man-eating flower. The number 5 man-eating flower was characterized by its exceptionally large and easily recognizable flowers. It was a species that humans avoided at all costs. Before the trap plants reach a significant scale, they're mainly for show, just enough to repel humans. The number 5 man-eating flower is definitely the first choice. Jiang Xian even asked Si Lu if he knew where to find this man-eating flower, but Silu looked completely blank. Don't be fooled by his mature consciousness since birth. That's because he retains memories of his human past. When it comes to memories of becoming a zombie after the apocalypse, he doesn't have much. Even if he occasionally remembers a few fragmented flashbacks, they're mostly about howling and chasing people. Asking the zombie brother to look for big, colorful flowers by the roadside? Don't be ridiculous. Do you even pay attention to how many breaths you take each day? Jiang Xian, embarrassed by Silu's retort, retreated. In the newly formed dense forest, the mutated plants are growing rapidly, but there's still room for growth. Many areas haven't been completely filled by plants. As they passed a sturdy phone booth, a mutated dog suddenly darted out. Mutated animals are alive, much like superhumans among humans, developing incredibly powerful individual abilities to adapt to their environment. This little dog, which should have been a pet, grew large horns capable of piercing through zombies, and it was incredibly fast. Jiang Xian watched helplessly as the horned dog charged and stabbed Silu. Jiang Xian, a purely support character, panicked. She had no combat ability, going in would only be disruptive. Unexpectedly, even the seemingly formidable Silu was beaten senseless by the mutated dog. If they hadn't left the phone booth area, which would have entered the attack range of the mutated plants, preventing the mutated dog from pursuing them further, the two of them would have been killed on the spot by the horned dog. Dragging half his intestines, Silu returned to their supposed settlement, only to find that a large number of his fellow zombies, who should have scattered to search for him, were also returning. The reason was the same. They were all too pathetic, getting a brutal beating from reality as soon as they went out, so they had no choice but to come back. Jiang Xian never imagined that their loving family of zombies would face such a huge challenge on its very first day. They couldn't even guarantee the safety of their neighborhood. They couldn't go out, and they couldn't control the dangers around them. We need a powerful leader, Silu said painfully, stuffing his intestines back into his stomach. First of all, that mutated dog was beyond his ability to handle alone. Silu's stomach had been ripped open with a huge hole, his intestines kept falling out after being stuffed in, and he tried several times without success. Jiang Xian kindly stepped in and fixed his stomach. She used a huge piece of duct tape from her pocket to wrap around Silu's waist 3 times. Silu asked curiously, "Where did you find that sticky bandage? Didn't the human survivors collect it all? Aren't medical supplies usually the first to be swept away?" "Oh, this is electrical tape. I put it in my pocket as soon as I found it. It's great for sticking limbs together, very reliable." Jiang Xian gave a rotting thumb. Silu, The first day of the jungle survival experience was forced to end early, and the zombie companions returned one after another. Most of them returned empty-handed, but at least the number of heads hadn't decreased. Lu, a little girl of about 10 years old, was the first to present her treasure, holding up a zombie chicken that had lost all its feathers and was almost completely white. "I found it. It can't talk, but it's really powerful." The zombie chicken stretched its neck and pecked a deep hole in Lu's decaying arm. It really was powerful. Jiang Xian pointed at the chicken, "Then let's call it Si-Chi." Silu, Next was Shur, a kind-hearted little boy, who showed off the half-zombie he brought back. Jiang Xian, half doesn't count. If it were the upper body, that would be fine, but this half-zombie only had the lower half, the stomach and legs. It couldn't possibly communicate with its buttocks. Next, Aunt Yamazaki, the middle-aged zombie without a chin, slowly took out a large rock. This one doesn't count either. Jiang Xian's expectant gaze turned to the last one, Uncle Shanfa. This equally decaying zombie uncle pulled out a green, humanoid shape. "Why is it covered in hair?" Jiang Xian asked, leaning closer in puzzlement. "It's just grass growing," Silu retorted. Uncle Shanfa grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. He parted the green, unidentifiable moss, revealing the person beneath, a buttocks. This moss had grown directly from the person's flesh. A wave of unpleasant memories washed over Jiang Xian, and a cold sweat broke out. The first time she met Xiao Jingzhou, that guy was also covered in green hair. Normal zombies wouldn't be parasitized by mutated plants, they'd be covered in grass. Only humans could be. "What's wrong?" Silu asked, watching Jiang Xian retreat with a swish, then turned his gaze back to the moss-covered man. "Plants are afraid of fire. Anyone know how to breathe fire? Someone do it." This clever guy offered a new suggestion. Jiang Xian, She watched helplessly as an athletic young man emerged from the zombie horde and breathed flames all over the moss-covered man. With a piercing squeak, the moss on its surface curled up as it burned. The human body, shrouded in green moss, slowly revealed its true form. The familiar face, the face that haunted Jiang Xian's nightmares, was exposed. Chapter 15. 3 days ago, no 2 days ago, the terrifying human boss Qiao Jingzhou, whom Jiang Xian had sworn never to see again, suddenly reappeared before her without any warning. Throw him away, throw him away, throw him away quickly. Jiang Xian nearly jumped into a tree, screaming hoarsely. She was going crazy. Why did she have to pick him up? No, wait, why hasn't he left yet? Si Lu looked at her blankly, then at Qiao Jingzhou. Should we throw away our companion? What companion? This is a human. Jiang Xian frantically tore at her head. Having witnessed Qiao Jingzhou lifting a skull like it was a red veil, it would be strange if she didn't have psychological trauma. She knew all too well how ferocious this guy was. It's a zombie, isn't it? Si Lu and the others moved closer to confirm. Just then, Qiao Jingzhou, who was surrounded, convulsed twice and slowly opened his eyes. His pale eyes, obscured by a smear, looked straight down at Jiang Xian's face, past the horde of zombies. Jiang Xian, She swore that in that instant, she felt as if that sharp gaze had pierced through the top of her head. Psychological trauma is truly indescribable. In reality, because of the smear characteristic of zombies, Qiao Jingzhou's vision was somewhat blurred, making it impossible to see clearly. Moreover, now completely in zombie form, Qiao Jingzhou's movements were noticeably slower and stiffer, a stark contrast to his previous agile and nimble self. But Jiang Xian was panicked, terrified. She crouched far away, pleading through her tears, "Can you please throw him away? He's a half-infected, a man-made zombie, and part of the human camp. He's different from us. We can't just judge him by his smell." Huh? Si Lu and the others tensed up. Uncle Shanfa, who had picked him up, asked, puzzled, "A man-made zombie is still a zombie, isn't it? Come to think of it, weren't we all human before? It's the humans who feel threatened. Whether someone is part of the human camp or not depends on whether they're human or not. With him like this, would the humans even want him?" This was a very heavy philosophical question. "Why don't we ask him what he thinks?" Si Lu suggested, seeing Jiang Xian's extreme fear. He asked Shanfa, "Does he have a sense of self?" "Yes." Uncle Shanfa, without any hesitation, rubbed Qiao Jingzhou's head with his filthy, decaying zombie hand. "Say something." Qiao Jingzhou didn't react. With the zombie features, he did seem a bit more dazed than before. Jiang Xian cautiously craned his neck to observe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qiao Jingzhou slowly spoke, emitting a flat zombie howl. "You stepped on my hand." Uncle Shanfa looked down. It was true. Everyone had squatted around him for a while, and once the sensation lessened, they hadn't noticed what they stepped on. Shanfa awkwardly moved his foot away, looking towards Jiang Xian. "Look, he really is a zombie." The howl was a zombie's howl. He could understand their language and could speak similar words. One of their own. Jiang Xian cautiously approached on a cat-like crawl, poking the previously reckless guy. His feelings were complicated. Even human giants couldn't escape the fate of becoming zombies. She exclaimed sincerely, "Good riddance." Turning her head, she found her zombie companion staring blankly at her. Jiang Xian immediately changed her tune. "It's good that you become zombies. Zombies are our companions now." Emboldened, she even ruffled Qiao Jingzhou's hair like Uncle Shanfa had done. It didn't matter if he wasn't a good person when he was human. Hopefully, becoming a zombie would allow him to become a corpse again. Qiao Jingzhou, His deep gaze, obscured by thick visors, was difficult to see through. He gave Jiang Xian a deep look, then turned his gaze to the group of abnormally behaving zombies, his eyes growing even more profound. Since the zombies in the family were too weak to travel far, Jiang Xian could only arrange for everyone to make do with whatever accommodations were nearby. Zombies don't mind where they sleep, but sleeping on a flat surface is definitely more comfortable than sleeping on the jagged roots of trees. Working together, the zombies carved out a clearing in the heart of the dense forest filled with mutated plants. Even the particularly large mutated plants didn't matter, they just smeared some zombie saliva on them. Before long, the branches would show signs of withering from where the saliva had touched them. First, the leaves near the branches would curl and turn yellow in patches, falling off from the base. Soon, the wood would also begin to decay, becoming brittle like wafers. With Jiang Xian's strength, a light poke would cause the entire tree to collapse under its own weight. Seeing the large clearing before him, Jiang Xian was quite satisfied. Sleeping on smooth wood shavings would be much more comfortable. In their efforts to clear the area and destroy vegetation, they unexpectedly discovered a narrow stream of fresh water hidden by tree roots. Wow, it's a mountain stream. Jiang Xian pounced, scooped up a handful of water, and took a sip. Zombies need water too, but finding it is difficult. Aside from collecting rainwater during rainstorms, they rely on eating plants for hydration. This coolness is delicious. This used to be a town. Where did this mountain come from? It's probably just a burst pipe, the well-informed Si Lu retorted sharply, never one to mince words. You get a beating if you talk like that, Jiang Xian said sincerely. Before she could take a second sip, the other zombies arrived. Before, they had no means of sanitation, but now that they had access to cleanliness, who could tolerate going 2 years without bathing and maintaining hygiene? The newly discovered stream was instantly flooded. Amidst the rising and falling howls of zombies, cries of voices rang out. Does anyone have a knife? Help me cut my hair. My hands can turn into claws. Do you need one? Won't they scratch my head? Probably not. Jiang Xian was startled and quickly reminded him. We also have vital points. Don't mess around with them unnecessarily. She turned to look at Xiao Jingzhou, ignoring whether this newcomer reacted or not, and began to grope him. She remembered that this guy carried a dagger. What are you looking for? Xiao Jingzhou asked awkwardly. He was still a little unaccustomed to his throat only able to produce monotonous howls, but expressing himself wasn't difficult. Where's the knife? I can cut hair, Jiang Xian said. Xiao Jingzhou opened his palm, and a dagger appeared out of thin air. Wow! Spatial power, amazing. Jiang Xian's zombie eyes practically lit up. Becoming a zombie doesn't affect your original abilities? Xiao Jingzhou, Not knowing how to explain, he could only remain silent once more. Chapter 16. Fortunately, the unique little zombie didn't seem determined to get an answer from him. It happily took the dagger and left. The group of zombies borrowed his dagger, and both men and women cut their hair into short, stubble-like cuts. No choice. After being zombies for over 2 years, their previous life was predictable. Their hair was not only greasy and stained, but probably also tangled with bits of flesh and bone. Several female zombies had matted hair that was impossible to clean, so it was better to cut it all off. Even Jiang Xian himself cut his hair into a short, ear-length style. Squatting by the stream, after scrubbing off the years of accumulated grime, the zombies looked much better. Shaking off their filthy, smelly clothes, worse than rags, Jiang Xian thought that zombies might still need clothes. Speaking of which, this used to be a town. Maybe under these wildly growing trees, there were still clothes waiting to be discovered. In the end, they still had to go out and explore. Having learned from past experiences of being forced to turn back after only a few steps outside, Jiang Xian divided the 40-odd people into 6 groups this time. 1 group stayed behind to guard the house, while 5 groups went out. Jiang Xian was in one group with Si Lu and Uncle Shan Fa, and Uncle Shan Fa, completely oblivious to Jiang Xian's worries, even brought the newly arrived Xiao Jingzhou along. Jiang Xian still wasn't entirely trusting of this former human boss, who had just been converted. There had been times when she thought Xiao Jingzhou was going to die or turn into a zombie, only to find him jumping up and down, full of life, and even able to crack her skull open in an instant. Having him around always made Jiang Xian feel like this guy was going to tie her up and run away at any moment. Jiang Xian had also seriously considered whether to secretly badmouth him while they were out. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xian knew better than anyone how strong this guy was. Even if the other zombies supported driving him away, if their boss didn't want to leave, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat him or drive him away, so they could only let him be. Jiang Xian could only secretly pray, I hope he's really dead. What? Si Lu, who was leading the way, turned around, and the other zombies also turned to look at Jiang Xian. Being stared at by a group of shameless zombies was an unbearable experience. Jiang Xian deeply felt that she needed to change her habit of talking to herself. Jiang Xian glanced awkwardly at Xiao Jingzhou, then a sudden inspiration struck her. She said seriously, I was thinking, our new companion doesn't have a name yet. Oh. Si Lu nodded, we haven't had time to name him yet. He's the 48th companion, so let's call him Death. Jiang Xian explained her earlier rambling. Xiao Jingzhou, The other zombies, Uncle Shanfa, being relatively kind, said, that's not a good name. Si Lu also found the name of her new companion a bit hard to accept. Let's change it. Jiang Xian said regretfully, then let's call him Si Ba, powerful and domineering. It suits our cool guy's temperament. The powerful and cool Xiao Jingzhou gave her a deep look, okay. Since he himself had said so, the other zombies could only awkwardly but politely accept the name. Soon, They arrived near the phone booth that had been occupied by the mutated dog the day before. Si Lu suggested changing their route. Jiang Xian pushed Qiao Jingzhou out. Ba si ba, hurry up. Qiao Jingzhou didn't argue and actually strode out. Jiang Xian and Si Lu stood side by side, pointing and whispering behind him. Look at him, he walks so smoothly, not at all like a stiff zombie. Si Lu, beside you, oh, and Yamazaki, who among us still walks unsteadily? Jiang Xian felt a sting. Currently, among their group of zombies, apart from Jiang Xian and Aunt Yamazaki, the others have all undergone autonomous evolution. Advanced zombies no longer have stiff joints or the inability to bend significantly, and their movements are no different from those of humans in their previous lives. Jiang Xian remembered that when she was still in the Morningstar laboratory, they had already artificially catalyzed advanced versions of zombies. These new zombies were called Level 2 zombies. Just 2 years have passed, and now the streets are full of advanced Level 2 zombies, while primitive zombies like Jiang Xian are very rare. She's a zombie too, yet she hasn't even kept up with the evolution. Like Si Lu, despite his face being so rotten that it was unrecognizable, he was incredibly agile, and his behavior made him completely unlike a zombie. Qiao Jingzhou went to fight the mutated dog. The mutated dog died, and Qiao Jingzhou returned. Without even using any special abilities, he simply snapped the mutated dog's neck with his bare hands. Simple, straightforward, and brutal. The zombies roared and applauded. This is a real boss. Si Lu, who had just been stabbed through the neck by the mutated dog yesterday, was extremely excited, his zombie eyes practically gleaming with admiration as he looked at Qiao Jingzhou. Only Jiang Xian swallowed nervously. The more effortlessly he performed these actions, the more it revealed just how incredibly powerful this guy was. The mutated animals that could beat Jiang Xian, and even Si Lu to a pulp posed no threat whatsoever to Qiao Jingzhou. He didn't even need to use his special abilities, ordinary attacks were enough. If he wanted to harm them. Jiang Xian tried hard to dismiss this terrifying thought. Qiao Jingzhou was no longer their natural enemy, humans. After becoming a zombie, he would no longer be accepted by humans. There was no reason for him to harm them, a group of zombies, right? But Jiang Xian just couldn't let his guard down around Qiao Jingzhou, to treat him as a partner like he did with Si Lu, Yamazaki, and Shan Fa. Ultimately, their initial hostile relationship was something Jiang Xian was particularly bothered by. Oh well, so be it. Jiang Xian felt that in the current situation, being wary of Qiao Jingzhou was perfectly reasonable. Since it was a trial period, Jiang Xian was quite ruthless, using Qiao Jingzhou as a super henchman for the next few days. Firstly, he wanted to gauge Qiao Jingzhou's thoughts based on his reactions in dangerous situations. Secondly, he wanted to test the limits of Qiao Jingzhou's combat abilities. As it turned out, Qiao Jingzhou handled the situation with ease, killing any mutated animal with a single normal attack. He didn't even touch the limit, but he did manage to clean up an area of at least 5 kilometers around the camp. He killed all the mutated animals he could, and drove away those he couldn't kill or catch. He even dug up a large batch of highly aggressive mutated plants. And the outstanding Qiao Jingzhou immediately sparked a star-like frenzy of adulation among the zombies. A big shot! In the apocalypse, that means an incredibly reliable super-powerful figure. Unless someone's brain was saturated with superhuman abilities, a normal person's reaction to a big shot would be, big shot, stick close. Who doesn't love a big shot? Jiang Xian originally intended to give Qiao Jingzhou a little warning, but unexpectedly, he won over his zombie companion's favor. Chapter 17. Qiao Jingzhou quickly integrated into his new environment, becoming one of the many zombies, and acquiring numerous zombie-shaped leg accessories. During a dinner gathering of the zombies, Jiang Xian wore a bitter expression, unable to bear the constant praise of Qiao Jingzhou. She cleared her throat and started a new topic. We encountered many more zombies, but none of them have any other companions with individual consciousness. While Jiang Xian was dragging Qiao Jingzhou around, the other groups of zombies hadn't been idle either, finding a large number of zombies in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, after encountering hundreds, even thousands of zombies, none of them still possessed any individual will. These zombies were no different from wild animals. Although they wouldn't attack each other, they couldn't communicate, making it impossible for them to live together. Currently, it seemed that only the 46 unique zombies captured by the abandoned civilians existed, a development completely different from Jiang Xian's initial expectations. Isn't the key point not us zombies ourselves, but rather, what special factor among the group of abandoned humans caused the zombies to regain their individual will? Zombies can evolve autonomously, but level 2 zombies, besides being faster, stronger, and more ferocious in their attacks, haven't shown any significant increase or recovery in consciousness. The regaining of individual consciousness among zombies is definitely a pivotal turning point of epoch-making significance. Intelligent zombies can no longer identify as human, but the irreconcilable conflict between them and humans has disappeared. Humans kill zombies on sight because zombies eat humans. If they don't kill zombies, they will be eaten. Like under Jiang Xian's leadership, this new batch of intelligent zombies has all become vegetarians and no longer attacks humans. If there's a way to restore individual consciousness to other zombies, or to find and control the key to restoring their consciousness, then the zombie crisis will naturally be resolved. It will also be safer for the zombies. Si Lu swallowed the hairy seaweed with difficulty, and following Jiang Xian's train of thought, suggested, "It's very possible. Why don't we risk going to their camp again?" Uncle Shanfa tore at the dark seaweed, but couldn't swallow it for a long time. It was too much to ask a carnivore to eat grass. He was already annoyed, and upon hearing this, he casually retorted, "Let's not. What if the humans have set up an even more elaborate trap? Wouldn't we be walking right into their trap?" Jiang Xian thought about it and agreed, "We can't take the risk, at least not now. Humans are too dangerous." Her words resonated with the other zombies, who among them hadn't suffered at the hands of humans while wandering the world. Adjectives like cunning, treacherous, and brutal were hurled at humans. Xiao Jingzhou, who was stuffing himself with food, swallowed the jumbled bits of grass in his mouth. He couldn't help but ask, "Weren't you people before?" "But we aren't anymore." Jiang Xian and the zombies answered in unison. "Fine." Xiao Jingzhou chose to remain silent and continued eating grass. Having gone almost 2 years without vegetables, Xiao Jingzhou didn't find these strange algae and ferns unpalatable at all, and he chewed them heartily. Zombies aren't afraid of mutated plants, so they have the luxury of being picky when searching for vegetables, finding only the most tender parts, which tasted sweet and crisp. Xiao Jingzhou never knew he could like the taste of vegetables so much. They were far better than meat. This wasn't Versailles deliberately stirring up trouble. After plants mutated, humanity's main plant-based food sources were almost completely cut off. The new city did have fully enclosed, high-end artificially cultivated greenhouses, but the cultivation costs were very high, and the yield was extremely limited, far from enough to cover the entire population. Starchy foods were out of the question. Plants like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which are easy to grow and have high yields, required very thick layers of soil. Wheat and rice had too low a yield. In the limited space indoors, the cost of growing the same starchy plants was enough to grow 3 or 4 rows of small vegetables. Soldiers like Xiao Jingzhou might get some small vegetables, but the quantity was very small, measured in grams. The damage plant mutations caused to the human diet was devastating, and recovery wouldn't be quick. When Xiao Jingzhou went out, if he could catch a mutated animal, he could easily stir-fry it in chili oil or meat, but fresh vegetables were absolutely out of the question. It's a miracle the mutated plants aren't eating people, let alone eating vegetables like before. Xiao Jingzhou hadn't expected that dying once would actually lead to him eating delicious vegetables again, and he was even very puzzled as to why the other zombies were eating so painfully. "Isn't this delicious?" The zombies painfully finished their dinner, then laid down one by one. Jiang Xian called over her athletic companion who could breathe fire. She pointed to the left side of her neck. "Come on, burn one, but be careful not to burn me to death." The zombie companion was completely taken aback by her terrifying request. "No way, our flesh is so precious, any injury won't heal properly." Xiao Jingzhou rarely spoke up. After a zombie becomes a zombified corpse, its cell metabolism stops, and its body tissues will continue to slowly decompose. Consuming large amounts of flesh and blood can only bring short-term self-healing, with limits to the degree of recovery. If the wound is too large, it's almost hopeless to heal. He knew why Jiang Xian deliberately damaged his body. The marker of the Morningstar laboratory was there. But to create an irreparable wound just to destroy a tattoo was hardly a wise choice. Jiang Xian scoffed, pulled Si Lu aside, and pointed him at everyone. "Who says zombies don't have regenerative abilities?" Everyone had only regained consciousness 6 or 7 days ago. They were far from being able to immediately adapt to their new zombie identities. Their terrifying appearances alone made it impossible to look directly at each other. Why was Xiao Jingzhou so popular all of a sudden? Because he showed almost no signs of decay. Staring at him didn't. It's bad for your eyes. Looking at Si Lu's rotten face requires immense courage. So, more than 6 days passed, and no one noticed that Si Lu's face was actually recovering. New flesh was growing inside his rotten, everted flesh. Reminded by Jiang Xian, the other zombies belatedly realized that their own decay was lessening, and some were even showing signs of regeneration. Si Lu was stunned, And Uncle Shanfa asked blankly, "No way, aren't we zombies? How can our bodies grow back?" Jiang Xian stared at the two of them, his expression subtly disgusted. "Eating raw flesh and blood will worsen decay. But if we eat mutated plants, our bodies can indeed regenerate." Jiang Xian raised his right hand. "Look, my hand is almost healed." This unbelievable explanation completely shattered Qiao Jingzhou's worldview. Chapter 18. Qiao Jingzhou forgot to keep a low profile and immediately jumped up, grabbing Jiang Xian's hand and examining it closely. When he first met Jiang Xian, he had observed that the little zombie's right hand had suffered a comminuted fracture, a very serious injury. Now, less than 10 days later, the bone had already fully healed. Jiang Xian awkwardly pulled her hand away, watching her fellow zombies shouting and revealing such a bombshell. Of course, zombies' regenerative abilities are several times that of humans. Humans actually discovered this a long time ago. Qiao Jingzhou remained shocked. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment, then added, "Back in Kaimingxing, human researchers were already studying this characteristic. They even crushed mutated plants into juice and injected it into our bodies. Even severed limbs could regenerate." When she spoke of the laboratory, despite her efforts to remain calm, she still revealed obvious disgust and fear. In those experiments, some zombies did regenerate severed limbs, but many more died due to the aftereffects of this regeneration. However, the deaths of zombies weren't particularly noteworthy. Why didn't the scientists tell us? Qiao Jingzhou found it extremely strange. The Kaimingxing laboratory incident happened a year ago, yet he knew nothing about such crucial information regarding zombies. Zombies don't feel pain, are fearless, and have far fewer vital organs than humans. If they also possess regenerative abilities, how terrifying would that be? Jiang Xian said calmly, "Because zombies won't actively eat plants unless there's a specific reason. Therefore, the possibility of zombies actively regenerating doesn't exist." She was the exception. She was too weak to survive without grass. Let her chase and devour people like the other zombies? If she dared, she'd be offering herself up. Forced to change her diet, she realized that eating mutated plants also had healing effects on zombies. Qiao Jingzhou was speechless. He had never known that zombie survival was so difficult. After proving that losing a piece of flesh wouldn't affect her, Jiang Xian finally had the large tattoo on her neck removed. Qiao Jingzhou did it. At first, Jiang Xian wasn't happy, but after Qiao Jingzhou demonstrated his precise fire control, and seeing how someone else had almost turned themselves into a mobile zombie using fire abilities, Jiang Xian silently complied. She was a pragmatic adult zombie. She would never do anything to harm herself out of willfulness. Bowing to reality at the right time wasn't a big deal. Jiang Xian's constant fear of Qiao Jingzhou dissecting her had come true, and it was at her own request. Qiao Jingzhou swiftly and cleanly sliced off a layer of skin from Jiang Xian's neck, without damaging any major blood vessels or other muscle tissue. Jiang Xian wanted to touch his wound to check its condition, but Qiao Jingzhou pulled his hand away. "Your hands aren't disinfected." Qiao Jingzhou pulled a white t-shirt from his storage space, tore it into strips, and casually explained, "You probably don't need iodine bandages, so I won't waste them." "Jiang Xian, I don't really need bandages. It's an old piece of clothing anyway, just wrap it up, otherwise the wound is painful to look at." Qiao Jingzhou's hands moved quickly, wrapping Jiang Xian's neck and tying a knot. Jiang Xian touched the bandage, which was just the right tightness, and his lips twitched, giving him a smile that was absolutely stiff and ferocious. If Qiao Jingzhou hadn't spent so many days living among a large group of zombies, and gotten used to their uncontrollable facial expressions, he would have definitely thought Jiang Xian was angry with him. Actually, Jiang Xian was just smiling kindly. She could laugh when happy, and bare her teeth when angry. She had her own little thoughts, and was quite courageous. The girl in front of him, apart from not breathing, and having no vital signs, was no different from a normal person. Sometimes, Qiao Jingzhou would even forget that she was a zombie who had already died once. This feeling was truly strange. Qiao Jingzhou let out a long sigh, shifting from sitting to lying down, his gaze passing over the treetops and landing on the vast, endless sky. "I really hope the apocalypse ends soon." Jiang Xian, who had been staring at him, felt a slight sense of unease, but was quickly drawn to his next words. "Yes." Jiang Xian looked up at the night sky, mimicking his gaze. "The apocalypse will end." She would continue to gather intelligent zombies similar to herself, forging a new path to survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps they could learn from humans and build a small castle of their own? Lost in her beautiful daydreams, Jiang Xian fell asleep without a sound, still in her sitting position before collapsing. What a terrible sleeping posture, Brother Si Lu shook his head, preparing to help move Jiang Xian to the tree roots. I do it, Xiao Jingzhou said first, wrapping his arms around Jiang Xian's waist and lifting her up, quite like carrying a corpse. His lifting motion was wild, but his lowering was gentle. Jiang Xian demonstrated her dead sleep characteristic, remaining completely still and lying flat and still, truly resembling a corpse. After this incident, Jiang Xian no longer glared at Xiao Jingzhou with hostility. The new day began, and he wasn't set rushing to dangerous places anymore. The transplanted carnivorous flower, number 5, cooperated with Xiao Jingzhou, first securing its corolla. Why transplant the mutated Dapro iris? Xiao Jingzhou outwardly didn't show it, but inwardly he was extremely panicked. This mutated flower was notoriously ferocious. Its corolla alone was a meter long, the petals covered in barbs, and extremely sticky mucus used to capture prey. Moreover, it ate almost anything, hunting live animals, eating carcasses, and even other plants. Its stem could instantly extend to 5 meters. It belonged to a mutated plant with a danger level of SS class or higher. If this mutated flower appeared outside the new city, a heavy weapons team would be dispatched immediately to eliminate it. You humans even gave this flower a name? Are you very afraid of it? Xiao Jingzhou nodded honestly. Jiang Xian patted him on the shoulder happily. It's good that you're scared. Our gatekeeper needs to be intimidating. Xiao Jingzhou, Although mutated plants pose a great threat to humans, there aren't actually many that are particularly dangerous and actively attack. At least in this dense forest, after searching nearly 5 kilometers around, they only found this one mutated Dapro iris. It's okay, we have plenty of time to slowly build our new home for the zombies. Jiang Xian was still very optimistic at this moment. A life with hope and anticipation almost made her forget that she was still in the apocalypse. A cruel apocalypse, where people could die at any moment. Time wasn't as much as she had imagined, and danger had never left her. Chapter 19. Just as Jiang Xian and her new companions were happily envisioning their plans for the next year, even 5 or 6 years, death and destruction descended without warning. Scatter! Xiao Jingzhou suddenly shouted sharply. Ignoring the other zombies, who hadn't yet reacted, he grabbed Jiang Xian by the waist and retreated rapidly towards the dense forest. Jiang Xian only felt a blur before her eyes. The scenery flew backward in an instant, the dragging force almost tearing her apart. When Xiao Jingzhou stopped, Jiang Xian had already been carried into the dense forest more than 20 meters away. Looking past the layers of tree trunks, she saw a scene she would never forget. A streak of fire, like a falling comet, with a huge trail, descended from the sky. Accompanied by a muffled roar, it landed heavily on a brand new small dwelling of a zombie. The shockwave from the impact spread outward, sweeping away the surrounding vegetation. Newly sprouted saplings snapped in droves, and zombies that hadn't strayed far were flung away like popcorn. What had been a peaceful and cozy dinner instantly turned into a meat grinder. Limbs and carcasses littered the ground, and blood and flesh hanging from broken tree trunks dripped down. No! Jiang Xian's eyes reddened instantly. Friends who were laughing and joking just a moment ago were now barely identifiable by the fabric scraps on their flesh. Most of them were completely indistinguishable mincemeat. And in the deep crater that had been the culprit, a human body slowly rose, stretching its shoulders. It was hard to imagine that such a massive impact, creating a huge crater in the ground, could be produced by flesh and blood. The towering figure reminded Jiang Xian of legendary giants, at least 2.2 meters tall, with arms thicker than a normal person's waist. The black helmet completely blocked her view, and the exoskeleton armor integrated with the helmet, running from the spine down, resembled the back of a reptile. Upon seeing the design on the man's chest, Jiang Xian was jolted awake from a nightmare, immediately turning to look at Xiao Jingzhou. Is it one of yours? Are you here for me? She had seen the design on Xiao Jingzhou's uniform before. Xiao Jingzhou's appearance became empty and unfamiliar in her eyes. It's the new city action team. Xiao Jingzhou's voice was forced out through clenched teeth. If Jiang Xian hadn't just witnessed her comrade's death, she should have been able to discern the unease in Xiao Jingzhou's tone. But her mind, after deciphering the connection between the enemy and Xiao Jingzhou, froze. In the post-apocalyptic world, death happens every day. But the death of someone you know is different. No matter how many times you experience it, the excruciating pain is something you can never truly accept. Jiang Xian wandered alone for over a year, afraid to interact with anyone. These ugly creatures, trampled to death by humans, weren't just a group of sentient, intelligent zombies, they were her companions, her family. And yet, because of Xiao Jingzhou, because of her lack of resolve, they perished. Let me go! Jiang Xian struggled free from Qiao Jingzhou's grasp. I knew you were a destabilizing factor. I should have driven you away long ago. She had considered the danger Qiao Jingzhou might face, and had always been wary and observant of him. But she never imagined that, besides Qiao Jingzhou himself, his presence would attract other humans. Jiang Xian also bore undeniable responsibility in this catastrophe. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of them. Jiang Xian cried, thick, dark brown blood rolling down her cheeks. Pitiful, pathetic, in her zombie form, she didn't even have the right to cry. Qiao Jingzhou found he couldn't bring himself to be cruel anymore, to force her to do anything more. Even though the little zombie was safer with him, he hesitated and loosened his grip. The burly man in the pit, startled by the commotion, turned his head precisely. Qiao Jingzhou immediately pushed Jiang Xian behind him. He faced the burly man, frozen for a long time, before finally switching from zombie cries to stuttering human language. Don't do it. Jiang Xian should have been shocked, but the shock of tonight was too great. Qiao Jingzhou wasn't a zombie, which ironically made the impact less significant for Jiang Xian. Yes, not being a zombie was the right thing to do. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Qiao Jingzhou was human, which made Jiang Xian more accepting of his betrayal. Otherwise, Jiang Xian couldn't understand why Qiao Jingzhou would bring in enemies and harm their comrades. So you've been lying to us all along? Lying to me, lying to Shan Fa, lying to all of us. Qiao Jingzhou's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing, nor did he give her another glance. His gaze fell on the burly human man in the distance. He raised his hands above his head, indicating he had no intention of attacking, and introduced himself from a distance. Captain of Action Team 2, Qiao Jingzhou. The burly man opened his helmet visor, revealing a face with hardened features. Action Team 9, Guan Nan, codename Hornet. After exchanging identity information, the burly man, Guan Nan, remained vigilant and asked, Action Team 2 lost contact 10 days ago. Where are your other team members? Qiao Jingzhou paused, then answered softly, the entire team perished. The other person raised a powerful flashlight, shining it on Qiao Jingzhou's face from a distance, focusing particularly on his eyes, which were covered by a cataract. A cataract is the most important sign of zombification. What's wrong with you? Your data shows you completely lost vital signs 8 days ago. Qiao Jingzhou, you're a half-infected, right? Have you already crossed the zombification threshold? What was there to say about Qiao Jingzhou's zombified appearance? He had no vital signs whatsoever. It couldn't be concealed. He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, on my way back, I encountered a plant tide. I died from exhaustion. Qiao Jingzhou was calm, honestly admitting his death. Jiang Xian paused, a strange tightness gripping her heart, staring in astonishment at Qiao Jingzhou's retreating figure. 8 days ago. That was when she used an excuse to run away. Jiang Xian had smelled the scent of the plant surge in the wind long ago, but she didn't warn him, hoping for a chance to escape. In the apocalypse, life and death were predetermined, especially since they were enemies. So he later died in that plant surge. Jiang Xian's twisted hatred inexplicably froze. Qiao Jingzhou's explanation didn't reassure Guan Nan. Instead, he seemed even more tense. He immediately pressed the distress button, lowered his helmet visor, drew his weapon, and assumed a fighting stance. You broke through the zombification threshold. Why didn't you lose consciousness? And after you zombified, why didn't the retrieval system activate? You stayed in the same spot, not returning to the city? Is the data your team obtained still on you? The questions came one after another, completely like an interrogation of a criminal. Chapter 20. Qiao Jingzhou lowered his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, and didn't answer immediately. After a long pause, he only answered the last question. The data is still on me. I can transfer it to you now. Answer my previous question. Guan Nan's voice suddenly became stern. Why did you retain consciousness even after becoming a zombie? Why didn't you activate the retrieval system to return to the city? Is there some reason you must stay here? Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat, his gaze shifting between Qiao Jingzhou and the burly man. Qiao Jingzhou remained silent for a long time again. Guan Nan didn't seem to need his answer. He slightly turned his neck, observing the surrounding zombies. Conscious and unconscious creatures can be distinguished from each other by their behavior patterns. These self-aware zombies were almost immediately noticeably different from ordinary zombies. Guan Nan suddenly chuckled mockingly. Are you really still Qiao Jingzhou? Qiao Jingzhou, eh? Jiang Xian was also taken aback. If he wasn't Qiao Jingzhou, who else could he be? Guan Nan said, enunciating each word clearly. There's a nest mother here, isn't there? He used a question, but his tone was one of certainty. Xiao Jingzhou's fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. If Jiang Xian hadn't been so close, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Xiao Jingzhou suddenly raised his eyes, his cataract-covered eyes still sharp. Guan Nan, you're also part of the action team. Do you really completely believe the truth those researchers told us? Didn't you ever suspect that the zombie information they gave me might not be the truth? Otherwise what? Guan Nan retorted, you don't trust my own kind, but you, the nest mother who absorbed human memories? Even though the situation was awkward, Jiang Xian couldn't help but ask, what's a nest mother? Xiao Jingzhou clenched his fists, unmoved, pretending not to hear. Guan Nan, however, went ahead and answered Jiang Xian's question. Since you absorbed Xiao Jingzhou's memories, you should know what you are. Speak up, don't discuss people by inhabiting the body of my former companion. Xiao Jingzhou took a deep breath. I am who I am, no one has replaced me. I am now communicating with you as Xiao Jingzhou. Guan Nan tapped a few keys on the computer on her arm, and a flat, emotionless female mechanical voice began to broadcast. The Nest Mother, also known as the Nest Mother-type zombie virus prototype, is a human with superpowers, who are incompletely infected by the zombie virus. They can share a mental network, and their fragmented mental power can control other zombies, forming communal zombie groups. Guan Nan turned off the voice broadcast. So you, the Nest Mother, with your fragmented consciousness, controlled my companion's corpse. You stole his memories, preventing him from recovering them, and even impersonated him to deal with me. Do you think I believe you? Jiang Xian's mouth gaped open, his face blank. These few simple words contained far too much information. Fragmented mental power, forming a shared mental network, controlling other zombies? Why did Guan Nan believe Xiao Jingzhou wasn't an independent individual? Was it because humans had already discovered other Nest Mothers, allowing him to be so certain? So, when he saw other zombies exhibiting individual consciousness, he assumed they were fragments of a Nest Mother's will. That means these so-called companions aren't actually true individual consciousnesses. But rather, they're someone's clones? Whose clones? Could it be? No! Xiao Jingzhou's voice boomed in Jiang Xian's ears, rousing her from her staggering state. Xiao Jingzhou retorted, these zombies aren't controlled by the Nest Mother, they regained their individual consciousness. They're new intelligent zombies. I'm staying here to observe their habits. If the zombies can collectively regain their individual consciousness, then the threat of zombies to humanity can be eliminated. The usually composed Xiao Jingzhou's tone was unusually urgent, as he explained in as much detail as possible. Humans are emotional beings, and even now, he still couldn't bring himself to decide whether to take these zombies back to the city. Entering the laboratory wouldn't be a pleasant experience. If the newly dispatched action team hadn't discovered them, Xiao Jingzhou wouldn't have been able to make a decision. They are all very important experimental materials. I hope you won't harm them. Jiang Xian's hands, which had been hanging limply, suddenly clenched. Guan Nan's expression held a hint of pity. I always heard that the Nest Mother's mental state is extremely poor. The split will she creates don't even recognize themselves as mental clones. Looks like you're the same. Xiao Jingzhou was furious. I already said I'm not a mental clone. But his explanation clearly didn't reach the ears of his former teammates, as a roaring sound came from above. A helicopter was rapidly descending. When it was still more than 20 meters from the ground, more than 10 people slid down from the dangling ropes. Each of them wore the same exoskeleton armor as Guan Nan, their fearsome black helmets obscuring their vision, leaving only a cold, technologically advanced aura. Enough with the small talk, thank you for your cooperation. Guan Nan wasn't genuinely trying to have a serious conversation with Xiao Jingzhou. He was merely stalling for time to wait for his teammates to arrive. He ordered his teammates, this is a Nest Mother, mixed in with the zombies. Find her, and eliminate the other zombie clones on the spot. Xiao Jingzhou's expression changed drastically. He shoved Jiang Xian towards Si Lu, take her away. The bruised and battered Si Lu didn't say a word, took Jiang Xian, and immediately darted into the depths of the dense forest. The lush vegetation provided excellent cover. Zombies were unaffected by the mutated plants, and could move freely through the forest, but humans faced significant obstacles. As Si Lu fled at breakneck speed, the last thing Jiang Xian saw was Xiao Jingzhou heading towards Guan Nan and his team, who were about to unleash their carnage. A sudden, rumbling sound erupted in the middle of the corpse's hideout. Accompanying Si Lu was Uncle Shanfao. Before the incident, the two of them were already at the edge of the dense forest. During Xiao Jingzhou's conversation with Guan Nan, they subconsciously moved closer to Xiao Jingzhou, which is why Xiao Jingzhou entrusted Jiang Xian to them before the battle. Thanks to their diligent exploration of the surrounding environment over the past few days, Si Lu and Shanfao were very familiar with navigating the dense forest. Relying on their agility, comparable to that of humans, they moved through the vegetation. This dense forest was enormous, exceeding 100 meters in height. Blocked by the vegetation, almost no sound could be heard. Beyond 3 kilometers, it was a completely different world. Arriving at a tree hollow they had found during their earlier exploration, Silu pushed aside the vines and first slipped Jiang Xian inside. After Uncle Shanfa crawled in, Silu followed. The tree hole is a hollow, downward-facing tree core. Slide through a section covered in plant sap, and below is a large hollow root cavity. Chapter 21. Unless the tree roots are severed from the outside, the only way to enter is through the heart of the tree. Jiang Xian discovered this spot while digging up wild vegetables. He had even crawled in to check it out before. Unexpectedly, it's come in handy now. Let's hide before the pursuers arrive. The slime is fine for us to rub against, but it's harmful to humans. They probably won't think to crawl into the heart of the tree to find it. Sean Fa helped block the entrance. Silu, who had been running all the way, let his limp arms hang down and lay flat, pretending to be a corpse. Zombies don't pant heavily when tired, nor do they experience soreness. Excessive exercise only results in weakness. Uncle Sean Fa checked again, confirming the surrounding environment was safe. Let's just get through this night first. Jiang Xian remained silent. Zombies pretending to be corpses do indeed have unique advantages. Without body temperature, they cannot be detected by infrared thermal imagers. Plus, without breathing, they are almost completely silent. Originally, the stench of decay from eating raw flesh was a major problem. However, Jiang Xian's group of zombies had all been thoroughly cleaned and, having switched to a vegetarian diet, the odor was almost gone. A brief period of calm followed. No pursuers, no news. The 3 zombies, accustomed to hiding, decided to endure the situation for a long time, remaining quietly inside the tree heart. After a while, Silu rubbed his weak body, so hungry. Exercise depleted his energy, and plants weren't very filling. He'd eaten a lot, but the hunger would be gone after running a short distance. Wait a little longer. It'd be late at night. I go find something to eat then, Uncle Shanfa volunteered, taking on the task of finding food. Silu knew it wasn't a good time to run around outside, so he clutched his stomach and suppressed his complaints. A suffocating silence fell once more. Jiang Xian huddled alone in a corner. Since escaping, she hadn't uttered a single word. I died on the 96th day of the apocalypse, Silu suddenly said, unexpectedly bringing up his own story. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Uncle Shanfa was a little surprised. Jiang Xian remained the same, hugging her knees, head bowed, seemingly not even listening. Silu didn't seem to mind, continuing on his own. Back then, the new city had already started construction. I and many other survivors were building the outer wall, outside the original base. Then, out of nowhere, a zombie panther appeared. Even Jiang Xian slowly looked up at him. Silu chuckled, his face contorted with a smug grin. You all know, the individual survival skills of all animals are far superior to those of humans. Animal-shaped zombies are far more dangerous than human-shaped zombies. Faced with the Black Panther that suddenly attacked us, I volunteered to defend ourselves. Uncle Shanfa exclaimed sincerely, So you were bitten to death by the Black Panther? No wonder your face was all mangled. Jiang Xian was utterly speechless, and couldn't help but poke Uncle Shanfa, indicating that his joke wasn't funny at all. Fortunately, Silu didn't seem to mind, and continued in a relaxed tone. Thanks to my sacrifice, I held onto the Black Panther tightly, giving them a chance to kill this great threat. I did it willingly, a voluntary sacrifice. Because in that situation, someone was bound to die. If I didn't sacrifice myself, more people would have died. My good brother, my best friend, was there too. Jiang Xian couldn't help but say, You're great. A sincere praise, devoid of any sarcasm. It's in life or death situations like this that true character is revealed. Not everyone can sacrifice themselves in the face of danger. Silu simply shook his head. After I was infected, I quickly began to mutate, but I still had my own consciousness. I walked towards my friends, wanting to say goodbye to them while I still had some awareness. I wanted to tell them, I don't regret sacrificing myself, I have no regrets. I hope you all walk well on the road ahead. His voice was calm, even carrying a flat, emotionless indifference. But Jiang Xian could feel a tearing sorrow emanating from Silu, and her heart suddenly clenched painfully. She interrupted, Don't say any more, it's all in the past. Let me finish. Silu refused her kindness, continuing to expose his scars to the world. But when I approached my friends, they smashed their pickaxes on my head and yelled, Monster, get out of here! They were afraid of me, even though I had just protected them. But from the moment I became a zombie, I was no longer them, nor were they accepted by them anymore. Si Lu stared blankly ahead for a long time. Jiang Xian gently touched his decaying face. We are rejected by humans, but we are not alone. We still have each other. Si Lu turned around, revealing a chilling yet heartwarming smile. What I wanted to tell you is also this. Although after I became a zombie, as my brain decayed, I gradually forgot many things. But I'm certain that I am the same person I was back then. You don't recognize me, and you won't have my past memories or those pains. I'm not a clone of your will. Don't worry, I'm definitely not something you imagined. Jiang Xian stared blankly at him, finally realizing Si Lu's intention in saying all this to her. Like a drowning person taking their first breath of air after being pulled out of the water. Jiang Xian suddenly felt the suffocating burdens instantly disappear, as if she had been reborn. Thank you. Jiang Xian buried her face, choking back tears. Uncle Shanfa suddenly chuckled and started talking about the past. Speaking of which, I'm gradually remembering things from the past too. I had a wife at home who always beat me. Uncle Shanfa exaggeratedly gestured towards his head as he spoke. I occasionally remember images of her hitting me with a broom, a rolling pin, and slippers. Si Lu comforted him. You're a zombie, forgive her. Oh no, I meant before the apocalypse. Si Lu explained. Jiang Xian, Knowing the occasion was inappropriate, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. The previous suppressed thoughts completely vanished. Uncle Shan patted her head, the force so strong it made Jiang Xian's head buzz. That's right. Don't overthink it. In this chaotic world, nobody can predict what might happen. You can't blame anyone. Also, don't listen to those people's nonsense. If humans were really that capable, wouldn't they have solved the apocalypse long ago? Why would they be hiding in the city? The words were rough but true, and Jiang Xian did feel comforted. Chapter 22. Si Lu paused, then tentatively added, and Si Ba, he might not be what you're worried about. I myself came from the new city, and I understand their attitude towards zombies. When you're human, of course everything's fine, all survivors are family, and so on. But once infected, regardless of whether you mutate, you're basically treated like a dead person. Jiang Xian was silent. Having been in a human lab and endured inhuman torture, how could she not understand this? She cried, she begged, she wanted to say she was just sick, not dead, and begged them to stop torturing her. But no one listened. So Qiao Jingzhou wasn't deliberately hiding his identity to attract pursuers. More importantly, he hadn't figured out how to handle the situation. If, according to his previous understanding, becoming a zombie meant becoming a living corpse, then he would naturally be willing to wholeheartedly trust and support the human camp. But once he switched species and identity, retaining all his individual consciousness, how could he not consider his own interests? After calming down, Jiang Xian understood this, and her final anger towards Qiao Jingzhou gradually subsided. She subconsciously thought about Qiao Jingzhou, wondering what was happening to him now. The new city had dispatched an entire team, more than a dozen action teams comparable to Qiao Jingzhou's former self. Could he handle it alone? Jiang Xian focused her mind, using Qiao Jingzhou's familiar scent to track him. The scents formed in her mind, like a series of overlapping images in a four-dimensional space. Following the scent traces within these images, a scene of a corpse camp suddenly unfolded in Jiang Xian's mind. She could track a specific person within a 5-kilometer radius using her sense of smell. This tracking was generally limited to zombies that Jiang Xian had encountered and was very familiar with. The information composed of numerous scents was transmitted back to Jiang Xian's mind, where it was automatically pieced together into a picture. Qiao Jingzhou hadn't left. He was still at the same zombie hideout he left with. On the familiar open ground, scattered with chips ignited into flames, the air thick with the acrid smell of burnt protein. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, some human, some zombie. Of the human action team that occupied half the area, more than half of the dozen or so had perished, leaving only 6 barely standing. On the other side of the area, the remaining zombies, still able to move, struggled to support each other, moving away in the opposite direction. Between the two sides, only one lone figure stood in the way. Qiao Jingzhou was covered in blood, with a massive wound running across his right chest, the flesh torn open, so severe that his internal organs were visible. If this were a normal human, the blood loss alone would be enough to cripple them. But such an injury isn't fatal to a zombie. A zombie's vital point is its neck. As long as the cervical vertebrae aren't severed, it can live indefinitely. As Qiao Jingzhou struggled to stand upright, these completely unrelated thoughts churned in his mind. No wonder the risk of half-infected transformation remained so high, The research department hadn't given up on this experimental direction. Zombies' vitality is indeed far stronger than humans. Even with such a severe injury, Xiao Jingzhou didn't feel any burden. His only worry was that, with his overuse of his abilities, his current energy was like water about to boil, ready to burst forth from his body at any moment. Even so, he activated his supernatural power again, his arm transforming into metal claws once more. Get back. Using the lives of your teammates to overwhelm me isn't a rational choice for a captain. Guan Nan's team immediately tensed up. These same claws had easily torn through their exoskeletons before, more terrifying than the most ferocious mutated animals. After at least 3 teammates had paid the ultimate price, they had no doubt about Xiao Jingzhou's words now. Xiao Jingzhou, are you really still you? Guan Nan asked incredulously. If it were merely a zombie controlled by the nest mother's mental power, it couldn't possibly unleash such terrifying combat power. Combat power also includes fighting skills and experience, which can only be acquired through years of honing one's abilities. If it were a different consciousness, it would be impossible to reach such a level overnight. Yes, I said I wasn't controlled by anything external. I am who I am. I stayed here because all the zombies here have independent wills. I hope to find out the truth behind their regained intelligence. Xiao Jingzhou's face showed utter exhaustion. Unless forced to take action, Guan Nan's team would never believe him. At this moment, they had a blood feud. Both sides had suffered casualties, making reconciliation even more impossible. Take my team's information and go back. I, Xiao Jingzhou, have given everything as a human being for the new city, including my life. So, you really have become a zombie, and you're going to join the zombies? A hot-blooded young man from Guan Nan's team angrily rebuked him. Otherwise what? Xiao Jingzhou's gaze swept over the corpses lying face down on the ground, a hint of mockery in his eyes. There was no more bloody evidence than theirs. These zombies, slaughtered indiscriminately by Guan Nan, were the ones most similar to Xiao Jingzhou in his current state. Xiao Jingzhou lived, they died. Simply because Xiao Jingzhou was stronger, while they were powerless to protect themselves. If Xiao Jingzhou were as weak as these intelligent zombies, his fate wouldn't be any better. Such a question, in Xiao Jingzhou's eyes, was utterly absurd and laughable. Go back, or die, he repeated in a deep voice. Given a choice, he didn't want to fight his former teammates to the death. Guan Nan stared at Xiao Jingzhou's metallized arm. How long can your ability last? Do you think you alone can kill us all? Then you're welcome to try. Xiao Jingzhou didn't back down. Standing more than 10 meters apart, Xiao Jingzhou and Guan Nan locked eyes. The zombie's indifferent, cold, inorganic gaze clashed with the human's raw anger, sparking an invisible flame. Guan Nan suddenly threw down his weapon, adopting a defensive stance. No matter the cost, I will not allow you to become an enemy threatening the stability of the new city. Even if it means fighting to the last man, I will kill you. As allies of the same race, Xiao Jingzhou's strength and assertiveness made him a reliable ally. But if he became an enemy, he would be the most dangerous and formidable foe. Guan Nan dared not allow Xiao Jingzhou to roam freely outside. Xiao Jingzhou gave a self-deprecating laugh. The mutated plants that have taken over the entire world, the harsh living environment, even the conflicts between various groups within the city. So many things threaten the new city, yet you only focus your attention on me? Chapter 23. Xiao Jingzhou stopped explaining and assumed a fighting stance. Then come on. He wouldn't surrender easily. Dying from his own power surge wouldn't be a bad ending either. Just as he took that final, all-out step, Xiao Jingzhou suddenly felt himself being watched. It was as if a pair of eyes, hidden somewhere, slowly opened behind him. This feeling was strange, like a thin, long puppet string connecting him from afar. Through this string, Xiao Jingzhou felt a strange connection. His surging power, on the verge of a rampage, strangely began to calm down under this connection. Xiao Jingzhou opened his palms. His body, which had been severely mutated due to excessive use of his power, was beginning to recover. It wasn't that he had maintained his metallized arms, rather, he could no longer suppress the metallization of his arms. If we were to describe power as numerical values in a game, the uncontrolled power level is an empty bar when not in use. As long as the consumption doesn't exceed the safe value, it can be used at will. When not in use, the out-of-control bar will automatically decrease. Once the consumption exceeds the safe limit, the bar will spike to red, at which point the activity of the ability will double, the energy conversion rate will increase, and the ability will drive the body. Like a snowball rolling downhill, the out-of-control progress bar's pointer races towards its limit. Once the limit is broken, the destruction of the body that serves as the vessel for the ability will be the end. To be honest, Qiao Jingzhou has already experienced one destruction. That power surge caused his physical death, resulting in his current zombie form. All power comes at a price. That's why Qiao Jingzhou found it unbelievable. His power, which had been on the verge of exploding, had returned to a controllable and stable level. This meant he could use his power effectively again. Qiao Jingzhou clenched his fist in disbelief, then without hesitation, charged forward like a bullet. Swept by the wind, Qiao Jingzhou seemed weightless, instantly covering several meters. His metallic hand thrust towards the nearest human. Although the opponent reacted quickly, raising his gun to block, Qiao Jingzhou's hand only gripped the barrel. The immense impact caused the bullet to explode inside the barrel, and Qiao Jingzhou, having landed a blow, immediately retreated. The force of the exploding barrel was enough to inflict severe damage on the human. The young man gripping the gun had his arms covered in blood, his hands were likely ruined. Several teammates a step away from him sustained injuries that, while not fatal, were not minor. Blood streamed from their mouths and noses from the impact. Qiao Jingzhou not only retreated quickly, but also, unlike humans, his zombie body wasn't fragile. He was completely unaffected. Guan Nan stared in astonishment. After fighting for so long and losing 5 teammates, Qiao Jingzhou's abilities had been completely worn down, yet now, he had instantly recovered to his peak condition. Not only Qiao Jingzhou, but Guan Nan was also surprised to find that the zombies around them, who had only trembled in fear, had also staggered to their feet, as if they had suddenly regained their fighting spirit. A little zombie girl with a small topknot, along with a zombie chicken beside her, launched a fierce charge towards them. Despite their small size, their footsteps on the ground were surprisingly heavy. Guan Nan felt a surge of danger, and instinctively raised his riot shield. The zombie girl and the chicken simultaneously rammed into his shield, making Guan Nan feel as if he'd been hit head-on by a bull. The force from the shield forced him back a step. Before Guan Nan could regain his footing and retaliate, another tall, thin zombie caught up with the zombie girl and chicken, grabbing them both and immediately returning. Guan Nan's counterattack landed in empty space. Qiao Jingzhou had already charged forward again, his metal arm still aimed at Guan Nan's vitals. Guan Nan was forced to roll to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Qiao Jingzhou, in turn, threw a young female team member aside. She slammed heavily to the ground, and the exoskeleton armor on her back crackled with electricity, forced to activate its disintegration function. By the time she escaped in terror, her most important life-saving weapon was gone. Without superpowers or high-tech exoskeletons, humans are no match for zombies. Moreover, among them is Qiao Jingzhou, a former action team leader-level zombie. The disparity in combat strength is immediately apparent. Guan Nan's face turned extremely grim. If there were even a sliver of hope of killing Qiao Jingzhou, he would have fought desperately. However, now he sees no hope of victory whatsoever. Without hesitation, he calls for a rescue plane, and while waiting for rescue to arrive, he personally covers the rear. He then exchanged another blow with Qiao Jingzhou. Guan Nan suddenly crouched down, then leaped up with a thud, his footsteps creating huge cracks in the thick layer of wood chips on the ground. His massive, mechanically equipped fist slammed towards Qiao Jingzhou, then, after colliding, kicked horizontally at a nearby zombie. This was a middle-aged female zombie, a rare, primitive type. Very weak and slow-moving. This kick was enough for Guan Nan to smash its head. As he kicked, he kept an eye on Qiao Jingzhou, watching his reaction. Sure enough, Qiao Jingzhou charged towards his zombie companion almost without hesitation. Guan Nan, taking advantage of the situation, changed the direction of his kick, aiming at Qiao Jingzhou. Just as the kick was about to land, the force amplified by the exoskeleton enough to shatter Qiao Jingzhou's chest. A high-pitched shriek ripped through the air. The sound was thin and initially harmless, coming from a great distance. But with this shriek, the pterygium covering the eyes of many zombies, including Qiao Jingzhou, began to turn bloodshot. As their eyes turned completely red, Qiao Jingzhou and his companions seemed to be injected with adrenaline again, their physical limits seemingly pushed even higher. Beyond Qiao Jingzhou's arms crossed in front of his chest, a shimmering shield appeared, followed by a large surge of water from afar, then a solidified earthen wall. It seemed that all the zombies present had suddenly become incredibly united and cooperative. A chaotic mix of supernatural abilities combined, and despite Guan Nan's seemingly certain strike, Qiao Jingzhou managed to withstand it. Kicked away, Qiao Jingzhou rolled on the ground to dissipate the force, then sprang to his feet, full of energy, glaring at him. Targeting the weakest members of the enemy ranks during battle, forcing them to make a choice. While effective, this tactic was undeniably despicable. If it weren't for the reinforcements from Qiao Jingzhou's other companions, Guan Nan's kick would have crippled him. Of course, it was also because Qiao Jingzhou was being manipulated like a puppet that he went to rescue the zombie Aunt Yamazaki without hesitation. Chapter 24. The intelligent zombies here all shared a similar sensation of being pulled by threads. With a godlike perspective, one could probably see invisible threads extending from the zombies' bodies, flowing into the dense forest, and ultimately converging at a single point. That point was Jiang Xian, hiding in the heart of a distant tree. Jiang Xian was like a puppeteer, using this subtle connection with his many companions to oversee and control the entire situation. With a slight thought, Aunt Yamazaki, on the other end of her mental link, immediately turned back and hid among the trees. The intelligent zombies with combat abilities stood orderly behind Qiao Jingzhou according to their respective abilities. Humans and zombies had once again separated, presenting a standoff. The sound of helicopter rotors came overhead. Before them stood the suddenly united zombies, and behind them lay their severely wounded or even dead comrades. Guan Nan, the fierce captain, finally showed fear in his eyes, realizing that the situation was hopeless. Retreat! Teammates carried the bodies of their nearest comrades onto the aircraft's rescue ladder. Guan Nan stared intently at the zombies, his gaze settling on Qiao Jingzhou's imposing figure. Qiao Jingzhou, I truly felt your threat, he said in a low voice. Qiao Jingzhou's expression changed slightly. We can't let him go back. A sigh seemed to come from afar. I understand. In the heart of a tree not far away, Si Lu crouched beside Jiang Xian, like a quail with Shan Fa. Uncle Shan Fo nudged Si Lu. What's going on? It seems she's using her abilities? Is it true? Si Lu said uncertainly. Jiang Xian opened her eyes. The pterygium had somehow disappeared, revealing her clear black and white pupils, which now looked strangely terrifying. Help me, she said. Our companions at the base are still fighting and need our explanation. Si Lu and Shan Fa nodded hurriedly. How? I need energy, Jiang Xian replied. I need to extract your 2 supernatural energy. Go ahead. Si Lu immediately opened his hands. Shan Fa also offered his hands. Jiang Xian's lips twitched, as if she wanted to laugh, but ultimately only her facial muscles twitched. Okay. At the same time, Qiao Jingzhou and several intelligent zombies with wood-based abilities felt the influx of external energy, and their supernatural abilities spontaneously began to surge. Qiao Jingzhou was truly dumbfounded. Tonight, his supernatural abilities were exceptionally absurd, whether they were active or not seemed beyond his control. Superpowers are like a person's strength. How they are used and how much strength is exerted are, in theory, only the individual can control them. But the current anomaly is an established fact, leaving him no choice but to accept it, even if he finds it hard to understand. The other unrelated intelligent zombies retreated far away, while Qiao Jingzhou, together with the other wood-type zombies, mobilized with elemental energy. The surrounding dense forest seemed to come alive instantly, with numerous vines extending from all directions, weaving a large net in midair. The rescue helicopter, still ascending, along with the many humans on the rescue ladder, were trapped near the ground. Guan Nan was horrified to discover that when these zombies were determined not to let them go, they had absolutely no chance of survival. The zombie horde might not be physically strong enough to slaughter them all, but with the help of the mutated plants in the dense forest, humans were essentially caged birds. Jiang Xian's efforts with the intelligent zombies these past few days hadn't been in vain. Although they had found enough mutated flowers with autonomous attacks, many vines that could be catalyzed by wood elemental energy had already been planted around them. Now, these catalyzed vines were like their extended hands, firmly holding onto their prey. Seeing the giant net of mutated plants overhead growing denser and denser, the helicopter had no choice but to risk a head-on assault. But they had clearly underestimated the power of plants. Or rather, they had underestimated the power of plants controlled by intelligent beings. The pilot had found the weakest point, and was attempting to force his way through. However, once the fuselage made contact with the vines, the mutated vines seemed to come alive, clinging tightly to the man-made aircraft and growing and taking root wildly on the metal shell. Within seconds, the fuselage was covered in a dense layer of vines, and the dragging force suddenly increased. With the helicopter engine roaring under the strain, the spinning blades came to an abrupt halt, and the team on the escape ladder plummeted from midair. Thanks to the thick layer of plant material, the falling aircraft was completely bound up, like a dumpling without even a spark. Guan Nan was dazed and confused from the impact. Even with the protection of his exoskeleton armor, he couldn't withstand the force of the fall. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs. He struggled to free himself from the deformed armor, panting as he leaned against a piece of plane wreckage. His eyes, filled with fierce despair, stared at the figure beyond the firelight. He had underestimated them. His initial, overly easy victory, wiping out nearly half the zombies, had led him to mistakenly underestimate their fighting strength. He had assumed that, apart from Qiao Jingzhou, none of them could put up a fight. Who would have thought that, suddenly, all the surviving zombies would be filled with fighting spirit and unleash astonishing teamwork? It was as if a giant hand with a godlike perspective was manipulating them. Manipulation? A crucial thought flashed through his mind. The Nest Mother? Of the 3 zombies that Qiao Jingzhou had protected and escorted away earlier, one was indeed a Nest Mother. So this is the power of the Nest Mother. Truly humanity's greatest threat. Although many details didn't match up, the fact that the Nest Mother could bind numerous zombies together into a single rope, controlling the entire area, was enough to instill fear in humanity. Humans have always valued teamwork. There's an ancient saying, 2 hearts united can break metal. It's precisely because they understand the power of cooperation that they fear their enemies possessing such abilities. Facing the approaching Qiao Jingzhou, Guannan exhaled, his expression visibly weakening. He felt his life force rapidly draining away. It was my foolishness, I underestimated the one behind you. But humanity will never admit defeat. Qiao Jingzhou remained unmoved, of course. He didn't believe the other was referring to his physical backer. If we were a little more wicked, we should have infected you too, turning you into something similar to us. I wonder if you were in our position, would still be so attached to the human camp. Guannan vomited another mouthful of blood. In his astonished and terrified gaze, his body slowly went limp, and he embraced death. Chapter 25. The wind rustled through the dense forest, whispering through the leaves. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, the first rays of dawn illuminating the newly sprouted plants atop the corpses scattered on the ground. The battle, which had raged all night, was finally over. Qiao Jingzhou turned around. Jiang Xian, Si Lu, and Uncle Shanfa appeared in their sight, supporting each other and limping. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh. The corpses of enemies, and their own comrades lay scattered everywhere. The area that had once served as their base was now completely unusable. There was no need to collect the remains. The plants growing from the corpses served as the best tombstones. Zombies were actually the most accepting of death, having already died once. While alive, they would do everything in their power to stay, but the loss of their comrades was easier to accept. He too simply returned to dust. After a brief memorial service, faced with a sea of bewildered faces, Jiang Xian suddenly felt he had something to say. We grieve for the loss of our comrades. Though our hearts may no longer beat, our genuine and vibrant emotions cannot be faked. Why should anyone say we aren't human? We are not dead, nor are we monsters crawling out of tombs. We are simply ill. A brief commotion arose among the intelligent zombie horde. Clearly, Jiang Xian's words resonated with them, earning their approval. Qiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. He had previously only thought this little zombie was incredibly talkative, but he hadn't expected him to utter such profound words. And surprisingly, he had hit the nail on the head. Being eloquent doesn't necessarily make one a leader, but a leader must have charisma. A master of rhetoric is definitely a given. Qiao Jingzhou's lips curled into a smile. He started the conversation with such high praise, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation for Jiang Xian's next move. Actually, Jiang Xian didn't want to do anything, but after last night, she had some things bottled up inside, things she had to say. We don't ask for much, we just want to survive. But things like yesterday won't just happen once. The truth hurts. In this apocalyptic world, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. That's how the world is. We can't escape it by hiding. As she spoke, Jiang Xian gave Qiao Jingzhou a particularly meaningful look. Qiao Jingzhou, He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Jiang Xian's look held a deeper meaning. Jiang Xian understood clearly that even without Qiao Jingzhou, humans would find them in other ways. As long as they remained zombies, the conflict between their natural enemies would never end. Escape is shameful and useless. Hiding won't help. The zombies whispered among themselves. Si Lu hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and asked, So what do we need to do? Become stronger. We can no longer afford to be complacent like before. We don't want to hurt others, but we absolutely cannot let yesterday's events repeat themselves. Weakness invites aggression. Peace is never begged for, it's fought for. Jiang Xian's tone also carried a chilling edge. Anyone who has studied history understands this principle. I think it applies to differences between nations and countries, and even to different races like ours. The principles are universal. Peace is achieved through struggle. Peace sought through compromise will perish. This quote from a great historical figure is particularly apt in this context. Jiang Xian finished speaking calmly. Facing his stunned companions, Jiang Xian gave them time to process the shock. The greatest benefit of studying history is learning from the bloodshed of those who came before. If the past hadn't been so bloody, and if he hadn't witnessed so many of his comrades being killed before his eyes, Jiang Xian wouldn't have been able to so quickly shift from apathetic complacency to a mindset of, I'm going to fight. Anyone who tries to mess with me, I kill them. After a long while, Qiao Jingzhou also snapped out of his shock and surge of passion. He couldn't help but remind him, we're too small. Just a handful of us, less than 30 of our remaining companions. We're not even worthy of being called opponents to humans. I know. Jiang Xian appeared calm. Even after her bold pronouncements, she was far more composed than the other zombies, who had been stirred up by her words. Forget about fighting a human city. Just one of their action teams attacked, and they lost more than half their members. She tilted her head back, a complex, somewhat strained smile on her face. An individual's abilities have their limits, but she had companions. I still believe that intelligent zombies, like us, are not unique. As long as we have similar companions, we can unite and no longer be forced to hide and be attacked. We have proven that if we unite, we are not without a fighting chance. I know it's difficult, but things have to be done. The numerous intelligent zombies, following Jiang Xian's finger, looked at the wrecked plane and the newly sprouted plants that had become tombstones. Language possesses power. Encouraging words can fill a person with strength and rekindle the passion in a heart that has become cold, indifferent, and dead. It's certainly strange to describe a group of zombies this way, but it's the truth. Qiao Jingzhou, without realizing it, straightened his back and clenched his fists. He once had the resolve to risk his life for the continuation of humanity, otherwise, he wouldn't have willingly become a half-infected experimental subject to exploit his potential. Becoming a half-infected is equivalent to handing half one's life over to death. One wrong step, and he become a zombie and die. Back then, he didn't know that Jiang Xian, this unique little zombie, existed in this world, nor did he ever imagine that he could retain his consciousness and continue living after becoming a zombie. Now, by a twist of fate, he has a purpose in life again. He wants to do something for himself and for his companions. Amidst the loud cheers of the numerous zombies, Qiao Jingzhou's voice of support also joined in. Jiang Xian waited until everyone's excitement subsided before speaking casually. You probably all guessed that I'm the nest mother. But I don't believe you're all my mental clones. She deliberately revealed this information. Guan Nan's words yesterday hadn't left only Jiang Xian questioning her existence. Anyone with a modicum of reason would inevitably doubt themselves upon hearing such an assumption. Jiang Xian decided to address the topic openly. If the nest mother, as recognized by humans, is multiple slices of a mentally unstable person, then I shouldn't know your past. But during this period of vegetarianism, as our bodies recover, your memory should also be returning, right? Chapter 26. Silu proactively raised his arm, pointing to an old scar. This is from when I fell while hiking with my dad, and I got cut by a rock. Jiang Xian was very grateful to this older brother, who always supported her. She shrugged in agreement. I don't know. Sean Fa scratched his head. Do you know where I hide my secret stash of money? Jiang Xian, Sean Fa laughed heartily. I hide it in my socks. With the two of them interfering, the topic quickly veered off course, turning into a competition of exchanging everyday memories and revealing each other's embarrassing moments. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. No one thought they were being fabricated. The shadow cast by the nest mother's claims instantly dissipated. After everyone had calmed down, Jiang Xian said seriously, since the truth about the nest mother from the human side is false, then we still can't explain what the nest mother's specific role is? This was rather awkward. Jiang Xian herself was the nest mother, yet she didn't know the specific extent of her abilities. It was like giving her a priceless, legendary sword, said to be able to cleave the heavens and split the earth, but when she held it, she felt nothing. Even cracking a walnut was a struggle. Where could she go to complain? She's called the nest mother now, so I think she might actually have some leadership talent, Silu said hesitantly. Little Pomegranate, hugging her zombie chicken, indicated, I sent Sister Jiang Xian's command on the battlefield earlier. Jiang Xian shrugged, that was just an order. I only had a general view of the situation through your communication. Even if you don't obey my orders, I can't really force them to be carried out. She continued to steal glances at Qiao Jingzhou. Qiao Jingzhou felt like he'd been shot again. This blatant glancing was practically an open accusation of disobedience. To clear his name, Qiao Jingzhou couldn't pretend to be invisible and had to explain, unless your orders are particularly extreme or go against my instincts, I obey. Jiang Xian turned her head and sneered at the zombies. She didn't say anything, but it was as if she said everything. As former hunter and prey, the hardships Jiang Xian had endured under Qiao Jingzhou's thumb were all secretly noted down in her little notebook. Forgetting was impossible. The incredibly vengeful Jiang Xian would always remember the days this girl forced him to follow the rules. Now that Guy's working under her, shouldn't she get them all back? It's not good to target him openly, so she subtly stabbed him every now and then, hurting him and pleasing herself. Qiao Jingzhou, To prevent the big boss from launching a counterattack right now, Jiang Xian immediately continued the previous topic. Although I don't know the truth about the nest mother yet, I think we can start from this direction. First, confirm whether these zombies appeared because of me. Or, am I the main cause of the zombies? Speaking of serious matters, even though Qiao Jingzhou wanted to hit someone, he had to control his throbbing fists. Those zombies, immersed in their memories, also became serious, each pondering the new topic. Si Lu punched his right hand with his left. Then shouldn't we first go and cause trouble for those abandoned people? We have to start with the most recent ones, right? Jiang Xian, After thinking about it, she realized how right he was, and she was speechless. These zombies were beings whose consciousness had awakened from the captivity of the outcasts. To find the cause, they indeed had to start by investigating where they had awakened. Uncle Shanfa was still a little worried. There are so many outcasts. Sure clenched his little fist and retorted, but we're not weak either. Lu still held up her zombie chicken, and we have new companions. Sure was a boy about the same age as Lu. If Lu's special ability could be considered strength, then Shu's special ability was agility. He was incredibly fast, and had a stealth effect that could deceive people. Jiang Xian was still hesitant, undecided. The danger was undeniable, but for now, lying low and doing nothing wouldn't end well. It was better to try and find a way out. Only by cracking the source of the zombies' appearance, and finding more companions could they hope to live a normal life. Si Lu patted Qiao Jingzhou's shoulder without any hesitation. Have you forgotten? We have a big boss. Jiang Xian immediately put on a fake smile. Let's thank the big boss for leading us. Acting first and asking questions later, she played the game shrewdly. Then she blinked at Qiao Jingzhou. You lead us to handle the reconnaissance of the abandoned camp, right? Right. This is for our future. We're fighting for it. Qiao Jingzhou, Under Jiang Xian's guidance, all the similar expectant gazes were focused on his face. Did he have any room to refuse? Who was the one who just said he completely disobeyed orders? He was about to lose his temper with this shameless little zombie. Then let's go. Jiang Xian immediately agreed. Okay, I go prepare right away. He only taken one step when Qiao Jingzhou grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. What are you doing? Going to prepare for departure. Prepare what? Qiao Jingzhou rolled his eyes, annoyed. We're all zombies. What can we prepare? They were dirt poor. Not even a few pairs of underwear, let alone weapons. Just take the whole group. What else is there to prepare? Jiang Xian, bring some food? Qiao Jingzhou, In the end, they gave in to Jiang Xian. Each zombie carried a bag of hair-like vegetables, and the entire group, regardless of age or gender, set off together. Since Qiao Jingzhou was leading the team, he hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist suggesting, why don't you find a corpse and smear its face on it? Everyone was clean and fresh. Even Si Lu, whose face was half rotted, was almost fully healed. They didn't look like zombies at all. Why are zombies so scary? They have an innate lack of intelligence. Their faces are covered in blood. They bite anyone they see, and they attack indiscriminately. Humans have a natural fear of the corpses of their own kind. But once a zombie is dressed up like a human, it's not scary anymore. Jiang Xian thought about it seriously for a moment. The boss is right. But Si Lu scratched his cheek uncomfortably. Smearing raw flesh and blood on my face? Won't that make my wounds rot again? They've been eating vegetarian food for a while, and had figured it out. Without meat, they could regenerate and recover. Once they ate meat, even cooked meat, it would affect the regeneration of their zombie bodies. The mutated unicorn dog that Qiao Jingzhou had killed earlier was secretly roasted and eaten by Si Lu. After eating, a piece of his newly grown flesh immediately fell off. Startled, he quickly ate 2 large handfuls of grass. Uncle Shanfa then raised a more practical question. Where are we going to find corpses? Human corpses, and even the completely dead corpses of zombies, would be quickly eaten by the plants. This was actually a good thing. After the apocalypse, far too many animals had died. Without these mutated plants that had taken over the role of a few natural decomposers, the decomposers in the ecosystem alone couldn't consume so many animal carcasses. Chapter 27. Faced with the realities of the situation, everyone's attention once again focused on Xiao Jingzhou's face. Jiang Xian, in particular, gave him a look that said, "Son, Dad is very disappointed in you," and let out a long sigh. A vein throbbed on Xiao Jingzhou's forehead. The last group of zombies casually painted their faces with reddish-brown plant dye. Although the zombie makeup wasn't very elaborate, at least the zombies were real. Being bitten really meant dying. The real threat was no less significant. Because of various things, by the time Xiao Jingzhou led the large group of zombies out of the dense forest, it was already dark again. A large group of mindless zombies came charging towards them. Jiang Xian looked closely and noticed a hunting dog running frantically in front of the zombie horde, half dead from being bitten, with its flesh torn in many places, yet still desperately running, blood splattered everywhere. Just as she was considering whether to rescue the unfortunate puppy, a whistle blew. Jiang Xian then caught a faint scent of humans in the wind. He realized that Xiao Jingzhou's instructions to smear the zombies with their flesh and blood were routine human practice. The zombie flesh and blood were indeed very deceptive. Jiang Xian hadn't noticed the humans at first. At the sound of the whistle, the injured puppy immediately turned and led the horde of zombies towards a prearranged trap. The trap pit was dug into the ground, covered only with the roughest branches, and barbs were visible underneath. It was only good for fooling the mindless zombies. The puppy struggled to reach the trap, then its leg gave way, and it collapsed, unable to move. Its weight wouldn't collapse the trap's branches, but the zombies attracted by its flesh would eventually crush the cover. Then, death by the zombies would be the only option. Jiang Xian's heart clenched, but she knew her own strength. She was powerless to save the puppy. Sure, who could run, and ran incredibly fast, didn't hesitate and darted away. Xiao Jingzhou, on the other side of the group, couldn't catch him in time. He could only watch helplessly as Sure, like the wind, rushed to the trap, hoisted the injured puppy onto his back, and returned. Xiao Jingzhou had originally planned to lead everyone to infiltrate the abandoned camp, conduct reconnaissance, and then launch a surprise attack. Now, Sure's unauthorized action had exposed their location. Jiang Xian caught the returning Sure, and together they looked nervously at Xiao Jingzhou. Before Xiao Jingzhou could explode in anger, Jiang Xian quickly said, "We can infiltrate the zombie horde first." Jiang Xian frantically tried to salvage Sure's reputation. "We're here to investigate why the zombies regained consciousness, not to kill them, so there's no need for a direct confrontation. I dealt with these abandoned people before. They don't kill all the zombies they collect, but rather keep them near their camp. We can take this opportunity to blend in with the zombies and go back with them. It's a good infiltration method." At this point, further criticism was useless. Xiao Jingzhou suppressed his anger, gazing into the distance. The hidden humans had probably also discovered them. Some were already taking a detour to approach them. The number of people present was small, indicating that their primary purpose was indeed to lure them in, not to actually slaughter them. Xiao Jingzhou could only warn, "Be careful when you follow us into the pit later. Don't actually step into the trap." Jiang Xian immediately nodded hurriedly, and the little guy Sure, hugging his puppy tightly, also nodded. Xiao Jingzhou was almost exasperated. Under his command, all the zombies pretended to be driven and squeezed into the pit, completely inconspicuous. This single pit temporarily trapped 70 or 80 zombies. The abandoned civilians responsible for driving away and searching for the zombies seemed extremely exhausted, and Jiang Xian's group of zombies was the last batch to be driven out. After gathering enough zombies, they began to transfer them, continuing to hang chunks of flesh in front. With armed abandoned civilians watching around, they led them back to their camp like sheep. This abandoned civilian camp was completely different from before. Even the fences for confining the zombies hadn't been rebuilt. Traces left by their previous escape attempt can still be seen on the fences. Now the fences are overflowing again, crammed with over 200 zombies of all sizes, howling at the camp's quarters in the middle of the night. The hungry, anxious roars of the zombies echo through the empty darkness. Whether it's good news or bad news is unclear. The zombies kept here lack intelligence. Therefore, the reason for the emergence of intelligent zombies shouldn't be related to humans, but rather to Jiang Xian, the nest mother. However, the specific contributing factors remain a mystery. Further research is needed to determine which element, the right time, the right place, or the right people, was missing in the process of the zombies' emergence. Because of Jiang Xian's terrible idea, they ended up mixed in with the zombies and locked inside the zombie enclosure, which unexpectedly solved their problem of staying near the camp. The only guard at the enclosure was a young woman who seemed unwell and was dozing off. The fence, which was about a meter high, couldn't hold them back. As long as there were no pursuers, sneaking over it was easy. As night deepened, the camp became completely quiet except for the patrols. Si Lu and Shir returned after running around separately. They only have a dense patrol around the camp and the area near the dense forest. There's not much of a person around the zombie enclosure. Should we move in? Little Shir had a kind of optical illusion that could deceive the eye. He could sneak closer to humans. He reported boastfully, I went to their quarters. There are 6 tents, and all the ability users are resting. None of the patrolmen have abilities, or particularly strong senses. Hearing that Shir had risked getting close to the patrolman, Jiang Xian immediately smacked the troublemaker on the head. How dare you be so reckless? Qiao Jingzhou hadn't even settled accounts with them for the dog incident yet. They'd definitely get a scolding when they got back. Jiang Xian was extremely worried. This little guy was causing them no peace of mind. Qiao Jingzhou didn't say anything, assessing the situation and deciding it was relatively safe for now. Then let's stay here for now. Everyone take this opportunity to investigate, observe the situation, and try not to leave the fenced area. This group of abandoned people numbered only 30, and only half of them had abilities. Compared to the previous action team from Guanan, they were clearly much weaker. But there were only so many intelligent zombies left. If any of them were injured or died, it would be a huge loss for their entire tribe. It was just a reconnaissance mission. There was no need to be so reckless. Chapter 28. The zombie immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Xian returned to the place she had been before, attempting to reconstruct the scene to find the cause. I don't know whether to say they're reckless or just incredibly skilled and daring. Jiang Xian gazed into the distance, noticing that even the trap setup remained unchanged, and remarked with a sigh. Qiao Jingzhou leaned lazily against the fence, snapping off half a piece of wood. He casually tossed it aside. Isn't being reckless a good thing? Or do you want to fight them head-on? Jiang Xian quickly shook her head. Of course not. She also tentatively tried to break the wooden fence, but it didn't budge. It was incredibly hard. Qiao Jingzhou gave her a smile. Don't worry. In a one-on-one fight between a zombie and a human, both unarmed, the zombie's physical constitution will definitely have the upper hand. If all else fails, we can take this place and then capture everyone to study. The undisguised murderous intent was truly terrifying. Let's not even talk about how humans are inherently social creatures and always act in teams. Even if someone occasionally gets separated from the group, they use weapons. How could there possibly be a one-on-one situation? Easier said than done. Do you think everyone's like you, a beast of burden? Eating and fighting all at once? Jiang Xian couldn't help but mutter under her breath. She had Qiao Jingzhou lead the team, intending to trick him and make him shoulder all the blame. But he just led the whole team, truly only fulfilling his role as leader. What? Qiao Jingzhou's large hand, smiling, pinched Jiang Xian's head. Talking back might feel good for a moment, but the consequences will be dire later. Jiang Xian instantly became timid. Boss, I meant we can be more diplomatic. She sighed deeply. I'm a little scared. If my decision causes everyone to risk their lives, or even lose their lives, I feel terribly guilty. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Xian was violently ruffled on the head by Qiao Jingzhou. He used the same gesture as petting a husky, ruffling Jiang Xian's head like a ball. Let go of me. Jiang Xian broke free and took a big step back, not noticing that she stepped on Si Lu behind her. Si Lu turned around and complained, Hey, stop pushing. You stepped on me? Do you really think I don't feel pain? Also, Xiao Xian, can you control Si Qi? It's just a chicken, but it takes up so much space. Jiang Xian was incredibly embarrassed. You zombie, you really don't feel pain, but you don't need to react so strongly to being stepped on. Under Qiao Jingzhou's gaze, she sheepishly took 2 steps back. She channeled her embarrassment and anger into Si Lu, yelling, Why don't you ask Shir Lu? That's the chicken she brought back. Si Lu pointed at Shir Lu. She's so fierce, I didn't dare ask. After going to the battlefield last night and taking on the human action team, little Shir Lu suddenly became very interested in her strength, practicing all sorts of feats that made everyone wince. For example, right now she was poking stones with her little finger, leaving a dent in a life-size decorative rock with a single poke. Breaking stones with her bare hands was routine for her. Si Lu looked a little creeped out, but couldn't help watching, like watching a circus act. Qiao Jingzhou crossed his arms and watched little Shir Lu with Jiang Xian. You yourself said that our future survival depends on fighting. Without real combat experience, how can they possibly grow? Shir went to scout ahead, right? These outcasts aren't particularly strong, so consider it practice. Besides, Everyone's not as weak as you think. Anyone who survived the apocalypse this long must have either brains or fighting skills. He knew what Jiang Xian was worried about and dissatisfied with, but he did have his own thoughts. No one can be protected by others forever. Relying on others is unreliable, only oneself is truly dependable. In this world, ultimately, one must become strong. Most importantly, the path has been chosen, and everyone's support has been gained. Jiang Xian's current anxieties are useless. And I think if a fight breaks out, you shouldn't worry about others, but rather whether you can protect yourself. Jiang Xian was able to accept the beginning. Knowing her own strength quite well, she even thought Xiao Jingzhou was praising her intelligence. But the more she listened, the more exasperated she became, suddenly realizing this guy's ability to cut to the bone was quite impressive. The most hurtful thing was that he was telling the absolute truth. Apart from Yamazaki, Jiang Xian was truly the weakest person present. I might be the nest mother. I'm not completely useless. She weakly defended herself, her voice lacking any real conviction. Si Lu laughed. Siba, don't bully Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, don't be self-conscious, we protect you with all our might. Uncle Shanfa also chuckled. Yes, Xiao Xian can just hide among us and give us orders. Jiang Xian, A teammate's betrayal is the most fatal. She wasn't originally that insecure. After Xiao Jingzhou's realistic reprimand, Jiang Xian's worries lessened considerably. Just then, the 20 or so zombies from the family suddenly turned their heads in unison, looking towards the direction of the human camp. Jiang Xian sniffed, his brows furrowing slightly, as he looked at Xiao Jingzhou in utter shock. Such a strong smell? Xiao Jingzhou nodded gravely. It is strong. At least a level 3 ability user. Human ability users are also ranked in strength. Just as zombies evolve autonomously, human ability users also progress through different levels. Before becoming a zombie, Xiao Jingzhou's ability assessment also placed him at level 3. However, he accelerated his ability advancement by using mutation injections to first transform into a semi-infected individual, teetering on the brink of death, and frantically squeezing out his potential. It's quite different from naturally developing ability users. To use an imperfect analogy, Xiao Jingzhou is like a domesticated rabid dog, whose improvement is solidified through more scientific training. The outcasts here are like wild, hungry wolves, who have survived through genuine life-or-death struggles. This is troublesome. Xiao Jingzhou narrowed his eyes. Should we retreat first? Silu asked softly. Don't act rashly yet. Continue to lie low and wait for an opportunity to leave. They had sneaked in, and had had a chance to escape before, but now retreating wouldn't be so easy. Outside the zombie horde, the drowsy guard woman woke up, excitedly looking towards the camp. This meant they couldn't just openly slip away like they had when they arrived. Jiang Xian could only have everyone disperse and blend into the zombie horde to avoid being too conspicuous. With the mental network she had established, she could sense everyone as long as they weren't too far away, so there was no need to worry about anyone being left behind during a mass exodus. Jiang Xian only kept his strongest member, Xiao Jingzhou, by his side. Now was not the time to be picky. Jiang Xian wasn't at the point of being capricious regardless of the situation. Xiao Jingzhou guided Jiang Xian, quickly recall, before the zombies regained their intelligence, what was special about the environment. The climate, temperature, humidity, plants, flowers, etc.? Or, did you yourself experience any changes? Can you still remember how you felt at that time? Chapter 29. As expected of a warrior from a newly developed human city, forged through a technological path, their considerations were always based on precise experimental data. Jiang Xian was completely bewildered by the question, racking her brains to recall. I wasn't anything special back then, the environment was just after the vegetation had died down, I couldn't tell the humidity level. Oh, I just escaped from you, and before I could even be happy, I got caught again. I was furious, all I could think about was cough cough, anyway, I wasn't in a good mood. Jiang Xian at least recognized who was in front of her and managed to stop herself in time. Xiao Jingzhou stared coldly at her. I didn't mistreat you, did I? You were so happy to run away from me. Even before it was mentioned, Jiang Xian's words brought it to mind. Xiao Jingzhou remembered how she had carefully fed the little zombie, giving it food and milk tea, and even carrying it all the way because she was worried about Jiang Xian's walking. And then Jiang Xian, given the opportunity, ran away without hesitation. Xiao Jingzhou was absolutely furious, feeling like he'd been abandoned by an ungrateful cat. Jiang Xian quickly put on a stern face. See, Ba, we're discussing a crucial matter of life and death right now. Please be mindful of the occasion. Don't dwell on the past, okay? This dangerous but not critical situation isn't the time for peaceful reminiscing. Qiao Jingzhou stared at her intently for a long time, making Jiang Xian shrink back like a quail. Fine, we settle this score later. Jiang Xian breathed a small sigh of relief, having escaped a close call. Escaping is shameful, but sometimes it's quite effective. Qiao Jingzhou withdrew his gaze and urged, think about what you just said. Have you done anything unusual? Jiang Xian said seriously, Ba, don't. The veins on Qiao Jingzhou's forehead bulged again, and he shoved his face close to Jiang Xian's, their noses almost touching. He gritted his teeth and said, my name is Qiao Jingzhou, don't call me that anymore. This little zombie, who was terrible at naming things, just happened to have this unlucky number. Every time Jiang Xian called him, he felt Jiang Xian's deep malice towards him. It was like he was urging him to die quickly. So you still remember your name? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Xian muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked in surprise, you remember everything? Yes. Qiao Jingzhou changed his mind and asked strangely, didn't I tell you to hurry up and remember? Why are you asking me instead? Jiang Xian said seriously, I need reference information, comrade. Comrade Qiao Jingzhou, you need to provide me with direction for my research. We're all stuck here now. The situation is quite critical. Please don't keep anything to yourself, okay? Qiao Jingzhou, speak properly, stop calling me comrade. It made him feel like he had traveled through time. Despite his disdain, Qiao Jingzhou still explained, opening his palm to show her. Besides my heart not beating and my body losing vital signs, I haven't felt any other changes. In Qiao Jingzhou's palm, a small flame swirled, turning into a funnel-shaped whirlwind, then into a suspended bubble. The bubble gradually solidified, grew sharp spikes, and turned into an icicle. The icicle flew out and thudded into the wooden fence. New leaves and branches visibly grew on the wooden fence. He flicked his wrist, and two hard candies, clearly not found in this environment, appeared in his palm. He demonstrated all his elemental abilities, including his spatial abilities, without missing a single one. Qiao Jingzhou casually tossed both candies into his mouth. My memory doesn't seem to be affected. I reviewed it. There are no obvious gaps in my memory. Jiang Xian swallowed hard, trying to ignore the sugar coating on Qiao Jingzhou's lips, and maintain his composure to discuss serious matters. Then do you remember how you turned into a zombie? Yes. Qiao Jingzhou quickly chewed the candies, swallowed them, and then took out a handful of pitted plums, popping them into his mouth one by one. Let me think. I've been through this a lot before I reached the zombification threshold. It's like the moment before suffocation, unable to breathe, struggling so hard just to get a single breath. Jiang Xian couldn't take it anymore. Just talk, stop eating, okay? She still remembered the lesson from Qiao Jingzhou's head-slapping reprimand, so she didn't dare snatch it directly, only able to watch the snacks drooling. A grown man eating preserved plums, tch. Jiang Xian complained resentfully. Preserved plums are good for the stomach, warm the spleen, and quench thirst. There's no rule saying men can't eat them. Qiao Jingzhou stuffed them all into his mouth, patting the crumbs off his hands. Fine, if you can't stand it, I won't eat any more. Continuing with what happened before, the moment before I became a zombifier. Well, it was like I was about to die. After breaking through the threshold, I lost consciousness for a while. It felt like a long time, but actually only a few seconds probably passed. Then, there was about half an hour of stiffness in the body, after which movement gradually returned. In fact, human cities already have more precise data on this time frame. From brain death declaring the end of life to the recovery of vitality in the zombified body, it's 28 minutes. Jiang Xian was very surprised. You didn't lose any memory at all? Yes, I remember it clearly. Qiao Jingzhou looked at her. So what have you thought of? Jiang Xian pondered. I have an idea, but I'm not sure. She glanced up at the man. I want to test it out a little, but it might alert the level 3 ability users inside. Try it. Qiao Jingzhou said without hesitation. Do whatever you want. The worst case scenario is just a direct fight. If we can't find any other breakthrough, we have to fight in the end anyway. From the moment they decided to seek answers from the abandoned people, a conflict was almost inevitable. The only difference was the amount of preparation. Now that they had been able to infiltrate the vicinity of the human camp silently, they already had a significant advantage. This camp now had a level 3 ability user. If they returned empty-handed, once this person stabilized their abilities, they would become even more troublesome and difficult to deal with. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the opponent had just advanced and hadn't yet honed their abilities further, catching them off guard. Alright. Jiang Xian took a deep breath and began to selectively extract ability energy from the direction of the camp. Jiang Xian's energy extraction was incredibly effective. In the eyes of someone with high perception like Xiao Jingzhou, Jiang Xian was like a witch from an animated film, sucking away people's souls with a single breath. Chapter 30. Jiang Xian's energy extraction was highly targeted. The energy source continuously drifted from the nearby camp, but the surrounding zombies were almost unaffected. However, Xiao Jingzhou was too close, and occasionally a little energy was drawn from his body. Xiao Jingzhou didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, the slight loss of his supernatural energy made him feel quite comfortable. He didn't know how this supernatural energy was generated, but it replenished automatically like blood. Moreover, the recovery and conversion speed was extremely fast. Under normal use of supernatural abilities, the amount of energy consumed could never keep up with the rate of loss of control. But Jiang Xian's continuous extraction method in a short period of time was not within the normal consumption range. As the energy was lost, a commotion unsurprisingly arose in the human camp. A middle-aged woman rushed out of the tent of the newly promoted level 3 supernatural user. This was a woman with half her face wrapped in gauze, looking extremely fierce, with a particularly intimidating gaze. Jiang Xian stole a glance from afar before quickly averting his gaze. He was afraid that eye contact would alert her. The woman held an outrageously large bow and arrow, her eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings. The other abandoned civilians in the camp also sprang into action, patrolling the vicinity, but found nothing. Sisterly, there's nothing. There is. The woman walked to the guard post outside the camp and crouched down. The young Manchurcher inside the zombie enclosure couldn't help but yell, "These are my footprints." Jiang Xian issued a warning, "Everyone prepare. Ready for battle." Sure enough, the woman's keen observation led her to the edge of the zombie enclosure, following the tiny footprints. A barely perceptible look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The abandoned civilians' gazes were nothing short of horrified, constantly pacing near the zombie horde. Having considered the same possibility as Sisterly, they immediately erupted in chaos. "No way, zombies have escaped outside our camp. Xiao Hua, how are you watching? You didn't even notice the zombies got out? Wait a minute, the point isn't that zombies have gotten outside our camp. Why aren't they attacking people?" Xiao Hua, the young woman guarding the zombie enclosure, stood up awkwardly. I don't know, I was a little drowsy just now. But aren't these zombies? If they really got out, I'd definitely be the first one bitten to death. Zombies are mindless monsters. They attack indiscriminately, tearing open human necks with their teeth and claws, gnawing on fresh flesh. Even more terrifying is that the zombie virus spreads through bodily fluids. If you're accidentally bitten, you quickly become one of the zombies. Fortunately, they lack intelligence and are driven only by instinct, allowing humanity to breathe in an environment teeming with monsters. But what if these monsters also possessed intelligence similar to humans? The abandoned civilians present felt a chill creep up their spines and shivered in unison. The numb, decaying faces of the zombies before them were 1,000 times more terrifying than before. Someone trembled as they reminded them, "Speaking of which, didn't we just escape a group of zombies a dozen days ago?" Although they didn't immediately attempt to capture them, they noticed the zombies' clearly orderly movements. Sisterly didn't hesitate for a moment. "Kill all of these zombies." Rolling up her sleeves, she was the first to draw her bow, knocking an arrow crafted from a mutated plant branch. Before you could even see how the arrow flew, the largest male zombie in the middle of the zombie enclosure was pierced through the forehead by the arrow. The seemingly random, even haphazard, arrow, without much aiming, struck a vital spot with unparalleled precision. Even a zombie will die if its head is pierced. Before this zombie fell, another arrow struck another conspicuous unlucky fellow. This unlucky fellow was the unfortunately tall Xiao Jingzhou. Sister Li's first few arrows didn't have a specific target. She was determined to wipe out this group of zombies, so killing any zombie didn't matter. Zombies have no concept of the death of their comrades. Even if all the surrounding zombies are shot dead, the last one won't dodge. To Sister Li, it's a stationary target. She had already fired her third arrow, and the other abandoned civilians had rushed to the zombie enclosure before she realized with a start that the target of her second arrow had been dodged. Xiao Jingzhou, shifting and dodging deadly arrows, stood out like a mouse frolicking in a kiwi box among a horde of howling, dazed zombies. A moving target is definitely easier to attract the hunter's attention. Without a second thought, Sister Li threw her fourth arrow at Xiao Jingzhou. Xiao Jingzhou cursed under his breath, forced to take the initiative. Before setting off, he pushed Jiang Xian's head into the zombie horde. The already short Jiang Xian was immediately hidden among countless heads. He didn't have time to part the zombie horde, so he could only nimbly leap up, using the shoulders of the zombies as footholds, and rush towards the human camp. This movement was naturally the fastest way to shorten the distance between himself and the camp. However, it also made him extremely conspicuous. Sister Lee, a level 3 ability user, was no longer going to hold back at this point, focusing her firepower on Xiao Jingzhou. Regardless of who this guy mixed in with the zombies was, or what his identity was, anyone who silently lurked among them was treated as an enemy. Every arrow was aimed with deadly intent, at extremely tricky angles, determined to take his life. Xiao Jingzhou leaped on the shoulders of the zombie horde, his dodging space extremely limited. After barely dodging 2 arrows, he reached the fence, but the 3rd arrow was already upon him, and he had nowhere to avoid it. At the critical moment, little Shirshir suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a nimble monkey, and knocked the deadly arrow away from the side. After succeeding, Shirshir immediately returned to the zombie horde and disappeared. However, his intervention drew the attention of the abandoned civilians away from Xiao Jingzhou. He has other companions. Sister Lee's expression grew even more horrified. She shouted, "Some people, retreat and fire the catapults." Half of the abandoned civilians immediately split off, retreating behind the traps they had set up in their camp. Using makeshift catapults, they hurled large rocks at the zombie horde. Bodies the size of half a millstone were hurled several meters by the devices, striking the zombies, and killing many with a single blow. Jiang Xian was almost hit. In the chaos, she was pulled away by someone, barely managing to avoid it. She couldn't just sit and wait to die. She activated her overall perspective. Through her connections with the other zombies, Jiang Xian gained multiple viewpoints in her mind, making her feel as if she were in a monitoring room. Chapter 31. Simply watching over 20 scenes simultaneously is a mentally taxing process. Especially since Jiang Xian needed to rely on her imagination to reconstruct a complete scene map based on everyone's positions within the scene. The amount of mental agility and calculation involved would be enough to make anyone with a weaker mind explode. Even Jiang Xian, a master of mental agility, found it extremely difficult. But she had to grit her teeth and persevere. She couldn't rely solely on Xiao Jingzhou to force his way in alone. Even as a powerful figure, he couldn't possibly storm the camp without cover, under the aim of a sharpshooter. From the zombie fence to the camp, there was at least 50 meters between them. Moreover, this wasn't a flat track, but a muddy path riddled with traps and obstacles. If Xiao Jingzhou stepped onto it, and even made a 1-second mistake, it could be an instant kill for Sister Lee, a level 3 ability user. "Come back." Jiang Xian called to him through their mental link, "Delay her for a bit, let her run out of arrows." The impact of weapons on combat effectiveness is undeniable, and that level 3 ability user's weapon was a bow and arrow. 10 arrows make a fairly thick quiver, and she already used one up in the first engagement. She needs someone specifically to transport arrows for her. Judging from the strength of her bow, the arrows she used also had strength requirements. They definitely wouldn't be plentiful. In the current situation, there was no way to immediately retrieve the arrows from the battlefield. Naturally, there was no rush to engage the archer head-on. Once her arrows were nearly depleted, and she couldn't waste them indiscriminately, Xiao Jingzhou would then charge in. Xiao Jingzhou obeyed and returned to the horde of zombies. The abandoned civilians, who had been guarding the fence as if facing a formidable enemy, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately unleashed their fury, viciously hacking at the zombies approaching the fence. There were only about 200 zombies, not a large number. They had previously trapped a horde of zombies in this way, and then killed them all. It just needed to take a little longer. "Go pour the paint down and set it on fire," Sister Lee commanded again. Jiang Xian's expression changed drastically. "See Lu squeeze through the crowd, Xiao Xian, this won't work." The zombie horde was, after all, just mindless monsters, trapped in the middle of the fence. If they lit a fire, they would only wait to be burned to death, which wouldn't even deplete the enemy's arrows. "I risk it." Xiao Jingzhou also squeezed through the crowd. "Jiang Xian, you arranged for 2 people to cover me." Jiang Xian nodded without hesitation. "Okay." If this dragged on, once the fire was lit and the mindless zombies were dead, a direct confrontation would only result in more casualties. Under Jiang Xian's control, Uncle Shanfa was moved to a suitable position. His water-based abilities created several giant water bullets, which were thrown into the air and violently smashed apart by Siki the white-striped chicken and Shirlu the mighty sister. Then, the wind-based zombies' gusts of wind carried them towards the abandoned civilian camp. The humans, caught off guard by this tactic, were suddenly drenched in the rain and, fearing something might be in the water, hurriedly scurried away, covering their heads and avoiding the spray. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Jingzhou leaped out. Jiang Xian nervously tracked his location, assigning Shir and an Earth-based zombie to provide cover. Shir was fast and could create visual illusions, becoming invisible at will. In this chaotic battlefield, he was the perfect assassin, specializing in harassing the enemy. The Earth Elemental zombie sister could create sandstorms, providing physical cover. For humans, whose primary mode of perception is sight, losing their sight on the battlefield is absolutely terrifying. The zombie sister, named Linjiao, began to leap and tumble like a shaman, ripping up layers of soil without requiring much strength from the wind elemental zombies. The sandstorm surged and rose, filling everything with a rustling, suffocating dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qiao Jingzhou charged into the midst of the abandoned civilians. In close combat, the zombie's physique was indeed a significant advantage. Without pain sensation and immune to injury, his metallized hands became his most powerful weapons. The humans, on the other hand, all wore thick gauntlets. He not only felt pain when injured but also had to worry about the risk of infection if scratched or bitten by zombies during combat. Qiao Jingzhou was ruthless. His metal arm transformed into the most agile and powerful weapon, stabbing, slashing, twisting, each strike guaranteed a death. Just like the abandoned humans who, upon discovering unidentified figures lurking near their camp, would not hesitate to kill. Now that the positions were reversed, Qiao Jingzhou would show no mercy. Regardless of right or wrong, good or bad, it was simply a matter of different circumstances. Everyone was simply trying to survive. Killing the other was the only way to gain the right to live. That was all. After raising the dust for the third time, Linjiao encountered a major problem. Beneath a thin layer of soil on the surface, a massive root system of plants was entrenched. It was a truly embarrassing problem. When humans were the dominant species, they recklessly cut down forests, destroying the original ecosystem. Without any green vegetation, the ground was severely desertified. Now, after the plants mutated, they dominated the world, controlling almost every inch of land beneath their root systems. The camp was several hundred meters from the dense forest, yet their root systems had already reached there. The soil, locked in by these roots, wasn't so easily disturbed. Linjiao desperately used his supernatural ability to dig into the ground. His teeth clenched so tightly they bled, but the dust billowing in the air visibly subsided. Without the dust obscuring their vision, both the zombie-like beings, unlike ordinary zombies, and Qiao Jingzhou, who was slaughtering his way through the crowd, were instantly exposed to the level 3 supernatural sharpshooter. Sister Li, a middle-aged woman, with eagle-like sharp eyes, swept across the entire area and quickly locked onto several individuals behaving abnormally. Whether they possess intelligence or not, their behavioral patterns are drastically different. A little observation was enough to distinguish them. Even with their zombie appearance, the moment a zombie moves, it becomes instantly visible. Linjiao, still controlling the soil, was the first to come into Sister Li's sight. Without hesitation, she fired an arrow. "Watch out!" Uncle Shanfa, nearby, immediately rushed over, knocking Linjiao down at the last second. The arrow was embedded in his side, which Uncle Shanfa casually pulled out. The two didn't dare delay, helping each other along, crouching low as they retreated into the zombie horde. The sharpshooter, holding the high ground, was still aiming towards the zombie horde. Jiang Xian craned her neck to observe, diligently sketching an escape route, hoping to save as many of her companions as possible from this woman's arrows. Perhaps it was her gaze that triggered Sister Li's reaction, for she turned to look at Jiang Xian. Time seemed to stretch on. Jiang Xian and Sister Li locked eyes across the distance, their gazes meeting in a shared yearning for survival. Chapter 32. The archer knocked another arrow, its tip pointing at Jiang Xian. The finger holding the bowstring loosened, and the arrow shot out. Jiang Xian's expression changed drastically, her heart clenched. The threat of death had come so suddenly. At the same time, the zombies with whom she shared a mental link felt a chilling panic. Jiang Xian's fear transmitted to them. Almost all the zombies rushed forward to protect Jiang Xian. Si Lu, who was closest, risked his life to shield Jiang Xian with his body. Due to the height difference, the angle that could have blown Jiang Xian's head off could only hit Si Lu's shoulder. The neck and shoulders also have many blood vessels, and as long as a zombie's vital organs are far fewer than a human's, not piercing the skull or shattering the neck bone wouldn't be fatal to a zombie. Si Lu pressed Jiang Xian's head down, shoving her into the horde of zombies. However, the actions of the numerous zombies had already revealed their location. Sister Li's face remained impassive, but her mind was in turmoil. She reached for her quiver. The last quiver of arrows, the human supplying arrows warned anxiously. Sister Li's kill hunting was indeed a formidable threat. Every arrow she fired was precise and skillful. But the horde of zombies was too large, and her arrows were still being used up rapidly. Sisterly paused, silent, then grabbed 3 arrows and knocked them at once. As if showing off her skill, she released all 3 at once. Jiang Xian sensed that 2 of his companions instantly lost consciousness. The other, who hadn't been directly headshot, had his neck pierced, a fatal wound for any zombie. The zombie with its broken neck, its eyes almost bulging out, mouth agape, instinctively groped its wound. There was no pain, only the obvious loss of life. Jiang Xian was overwhelmed with grief. The death of her companion filled her with self-blame and rage. But all she could do was helplessly cover her head and hide, seeing only the zombie's legs, like a cowardly rat in a gutter. She could do nothing. The extreme pain overwhelmed Jiang Xian's reason, driving her to desperately want to do something. Anything. She wanted to protect her companions. She didn't want to be a burden to her companions anymore. She wanted power. Jiang Xian suddenly opened her eyes and took a breath, as if breathing normally. At the same time, the superhumans on the battlefield suddenly stiffened. Invisible yet perceptible superhuman energy was being extracted from their bodies. Qiao Jingzhou seized the opportunity to kill the person who was harassing him and retreated back into the zombie enclosure. Jiang Xian? No further confirmation was needed. The flowing energy was enough to pinpoint Jiang Xian's location. In Qiao Jingzhou's perception, a vast and continuous energy awakened, like a sleeping lion suddenly opening its eyes, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. Qiao Jingzhou's breath caught in his throat, his steps instinctively halting as he stared in astonishment towards the direction of the newly appeared energy. Amidst the piled-up corpses, Jiang Xian shakily stood up. Her petite frame and her undeniable presence created a stark contrast, inexplicably strange. The pterygium in Jiang Xian's eyes had somehow disappeared, restoring her to the clear black and white pupils of a human. Her eyes, however, still lacked the life force of a living being. In fact, they were even colder and more inorganic than when she was numb before. Jiang Xian? Qiao Jingzhou's tone hesitated. Jiang Xian turned her head, her gaze, imbued with a sense of oppression, falling upon him. It felt tangible, piercing to the bone. Fortunately, the gaze was fleeting. She meant no harm to Qiao Jingzhou, instead turning her gaze to the only human level 3 ability user present. Sisterly felt 2 icy gazes pierce her forehead, as if she had died instantly. The threat of death finally snapped her out of her shock. Suppressing the inexplicable tremor in her heart, she drew her bow again and fired. The target was still Jiang Xian's head. The arrow flew out, only to be blocked halfway by a zombie that suddenly appeared. An ordinary primitive zombie, a zombie that a child could kill with a single blow, had jumped out at the crucial moment to block the arrow. Sister Li's powerful arrow, capable of killing a level 2 zombie, was wasted. Sister Li only hesitated for a moment before quickly firing a second arrow. But Jiang Xian was no longer in front of her. The hordes of zombies no longer roamed aimlessly. Instead, they formed an orderly barrier in front of Jiang Xian. The zombie's flesh and blood became a human shield protecting her. Sister Li's 4 consecutive arrows were unsurprisingly blocked by the zombies' own bodies. As soon as a zombie fell, a new one would immediately fill the gap. Wave after wave, fearless and loyal like screws on an assembly line. Qiao Jingzhou stared blankly at Jiang Xian, feeling utterly unfamiliar with him. These zombies used as scapegoats lacked intelligence, and were not their fellow zombie humans. However, the Jiang Xian, they knew, would never have resorted to such a suicidal act. But without a doubt, this human sacrifice-based advance was highly effective. These zombies captured by the outcasts numbered at least 120 or 130, a significant numerical advantage compared to the mere 30-odd humans. The wall of flesh advanced rapidly. In the time it took Sister Li to fire 6 arrows, the mountain of flesh had already broken through the rough fence and crashed into the traps outside the camp. The traps, triggered, launched an attack, spewing forth numerous sharpened wooden spikes and bone arrows from both sides. After a volley of arrows, another 7 or 8 zombies were pierced through vital organs, collapsing and never rising again. Jiang Xian didn't even glance at these fallen pioneering zombies, indifferently manipulating the wall of flesh formed by the zombies, pushing forward without pause. The target was the panicked human survivors in the camp. The abandoned civilians screamed in terror, their faces filled with despair. If it weren't for Sister Li, a level 3 ability user, watching them from behind, they would have already turned tail and run with the overwhelming force of the zombie horde. As the entire zombie horde pressed onto the traps, the various mechanisms emitted ear-piercing clattering sounds. Every trap has its limits. At most, they can be used as warnings or to kill 1 or 2 intruders. Faced with a zombie horde employing sheer numbers, nothing caused a greater commotion than a small pebble thrown into the lake. The barbed Shibota frise were forcefully pushed aside, and the scattered nails and roadblocks were trampled and carried away by the zombies in front. The fallen zombies were quickly overwhelmed by the advancing horde behind them. Behind the passing zombies lay a trail of collapsed corpses. And, still within the enclosure, were the uncontrolled intelligent zombies. Chapter 33. This turn of events was beyond their expectations. Silu almost without hesitation immediately chased after the zombie horde. He even turned back to instruct his companions, "Leave a few people to take care of the wounded, I need to help Xiao Xian." Xiao Jingzhou stopped him. "You're injured, don't go. Take this opportunity to leave with the wounded zombies. Leave Jiang Xian to me, I go get her." "Okay." Silu had considerable trust in Xiao Jingzhou's abilities, and immediately agreed, turning and heading in the opposite direction from Xiao Jingzhou. Adults, who have been hardened by society, don't have much time for sentimentality, or shouting things like "I don't want to go," or "we go together." Even if they were all healthy, they couldn't outrun the big boss. Now that they were dragging the wounded along, they had to get out of there quickly to avoid becoming a burden. Those who remained had to be uninjured and confident in their abilities. With about 100 mindless zombies as their main force, they were no longer worried about the threat from the abandoned civilians. Their greater concern was for Jiang Xian's safety. All power comes at a price, the greater the power, the higher the price. Simultaneously commanding over 100 zombies, to create such an exaggerated attack, they wondered how Jiang Xian was doing. Xiao Jingzhou pursed his lips, leaped onto the broken railing, and looked down ahead. Amidst the surging horde of zombies, Jiang Xian's head swayed back. Being short, he was completely out of sight. Xiao Jingzhou didn't dare jump onto a zombie's shoulder like before. Now there was no one to provide cover. Jiang Xian wouldn't be looking for Jiang Xian, he'd just become a scapegoat. Even if the female superhuman above was probably out of weapons, Xiao Jingzhou didn't need to gamble with his life. Having no other choice, Xiao Jingzhou resorted to the same clumsy method as the other zombies, forcing his way into the horde. Using his experience of squeezing onto a subway, he pushed aside the other zombies with his buttocks and arms, weaving through the crowd. "Jiang Xian," he called out as he squeezed through. The zombies were scattered everywhere, all searching using the same method. After being kicked countless times among the 100+ zombies, Xiao Jingzhou finally noticed that some of them were pushing and shoving in a strange way. Although everyone was jostling and pushing, in that small area, the zombies were clearly not putting in any real effort to move forward. Xiao Jingzhou approached, pushed aside 2 zombies' missing arms, and sure enough, he saw Jiang Xian, his face covered in blood from being jostled. Even though he looked familiar, Xiao Jingzhou hesitated to immediately pull him out. Xiao Jingzhou softened his voice, using a coaxing tone, "Jiang Xian, that's enough. Everyone's escaped. You can come back now." Jiang Xian raised his chin, his clear, dark eyes sending a chill down Xiao Jingzhou's spine. Fortunately, Jiang Xian's gaze quickly shifted, pointing at Sister Li, who occupied the high ground. "I want her." "Do you want to kill her?" Xiao Jingzhou asked uncertainly. Jiang Xian neither nodded nor denied, "Help me." "Okay." Xiao Jingzhou immediately agreed without hesitation. "How?" Jiang Xian still didn't speak, but Xiao Jingzhou already knew the answer. That feeling of being a puppet on a string returned. His foothold, his route, everything had been planned for him, even paving the way for the use of his special abilities as an aid in certain situations. Xiao Jingzhou could almost completely relinquish control of his body, allowing himself to be driven by another will. And it's no exaggeration to say that being manipulated was when his superpowers flowed most smoothly. This feeling was incredibly strange. The other zombies who remained seemed to be in the same state, closely following behind Xiao Jingzhou. This makeshift group, however, seemed to have honed their skills countless times, like a sharp blade, forcefully and relentlessly breaking into the abandoned people's defensive line. The powerful superpowers, free from the worry of losing control, completely compensated for the lack of combat skills. The principle of brute force overcoming technique was indeed valid. Xiao Jingzhou's enhanced metal arm didn't need to consider attacking vital points. As long as the strike landed squarely, no matter where it landed, the opponent would be severely injured. He also didn't need to worry about defense. The other zombies stood behind him, and with Jiang Xian's omniscient perspective, she would take care of everyone's positioning, ensuring no one suffered unnecessary harm. For Xiao Jingzhou, it was basically a matter of standing still and firing. It was easier than breakdancing. The zombie charge killed 2 people, immediately creating a huge gap in the defensive line in front of the abandoned civilian camp. The zombie army behind Qiao Jingzhou seized the opportunity to press forward, and the abandoned civilians' last line of defense collapsed completely. The mindless zombies followed their instincts, chasing after the frantically running humans. Qiao Jingzhou, under Jiang Xian's instructions, leaped onto the camp's high ground. Sharpshooters like Sister Li, responsible for long-range sniping from deep in the rear, usually only had an all-or-nothing state. As long as the defensive line is solid, she can safely occupy the high ground, controlling the entire area without any threat to herself. Once the defensive line collapses, her retreat options will be much smaller than others from her vantage point. Being trapped basically means death. Facing Qiao Jingzhou climbing upwards, Sister Li knew there was no way out and became ruthless. She kicked a nearby paint bucket down several times, not caring whether the paint hit its target, and then lit a match and threw it down. Qiao Jingzhou nimbly leaped aside, avoiding the paint bucket, but he couldn't intercept the match. He could only watch helplessly as the burning match arced through the air and landed on the flowing paint. Among common flammable liquids, gasoline and kerosene are fuels, extremely scarce in the apocalypse. Alcohol is a disinfectant, a lifesaver in critical moments. These three items were collected by the survivors early on at the beginning of the apocalypse. Among the flammable materials still scattered outside, undried paint is the easiest to find. Sister Li and her small group of abandoned people possess a large quantity of paint, and they wouldn't hesitate to use it to start a fire. Paint has a low ignition point, and it ignites instantly upon contact with an open flame, emitting thick, acrid black smoke that billows throughout the area, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Zombies have a characteristic that isn't exactly a weakness, an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Even Jiang Xian, whose current control of the entire area relies primarily on her sense of smell, Qiao Jingzhou, who was close by, had almost reached the high platform when the black smoke hit him head-on, making him dizzy and nearly fainting. With his last bit of willpower, Qiao Jingzhou dodged Sister Li's arrow aimed at his face, but he also had to avoid its edge. The thick smoke all rose upwards, he was standing too close, and the stench was almost unbearable. Chapter 34. After his senses were disrupted, Jiang Xian also commanded several zombies with individual special abilities to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. The paint, once ignited, was difficult to put out. Qiao Jingzhou was trapped below a vantage point of moderate height, the zombies acting like headless flies. He noticed that Sister Li was also taking the opportunity to observe the situation, searching for a weakness that could lead to a decisive victory. Qiao Jingzhou was both anxious and worried, because they really did have a fatal weakness. Despite the seemingly fierce attack of the zombie horde, most of them were actually driven by Jiang Xian. If that powerful woman, Sister Li, discovered Jiang Xian's special abilities and shot him dead. Without the control of the nest mother, the zombie swarm would immediately become a paper tiger, disintegrating back into a chaotic mess, scattering on its own without any further human intervention. Qiao Jingzhou took the risk, leaping up to charge the high ground once more, but was once again forced back by Sister Li's arrows. Both being level 3 ability users, the humans had weapons and the advantage of high ground. Before Sister Li ran out of arrows, Qiao Jingzhou was completely helpless against her. Qiao Jingzhou wasn't the only one aware of his side's weakness. Jiang Xian quickly realized this as well. She was the king on the chessboard. If she died, the whole game was lost. Just as Qiao Jingzhou was about to give up and turn back to forcibly drag Jiang Xian away, he heard the shriek of a zombie. The sound wasn't loud, but it possessed unparalleled penetrating power. Even from a distance, Qiao Jingzhou recognized Jiang Xian's voice. He had heard a similar cry earlier, during the crucial moment in the battle against Guan Nan. At the same time, he felt a violent drain of his ability energy. Qiao Jingzhou stumbled, looking up in horror. He glanced back and realized he'd only been slightly affected. The primary targets of the ability extraction were human ability users. At the high vantage point, Sister Li clutched her neck, her eyes bulging, her mouth wide open, unable to breathe. The intense feeling of suffocation caused her to writhe in agony on the ground. The sudden change in the ability users turned the stalemate into a one-sided battle. The burning paint not only impaired the zombies' sense of smell, but also affected humans. The pungent, acrid smell made breathing difficult, and the thick smoke severely impaired their vision. After the ability users also fell, the first native humans suddenly broke through the defensive line and ran towards the dense forest. In reality, the ability users' incapacitation only lasted a few seconds, and the ability extraction was only for a short time. In the ever-changing battlefield, even the slightest shift can be the deciding factor. Qiao Jingzhou seized the opportunity, while Sister Li was rolling around to reach the high ground. By the time Sister Lee struggled to her feet, it was already too late. She was only skilled in ranged attacks, and her human body was at a disadvantage in close combat with zombies. In their exchange, Sister Lee was subdued by Qiao Jingzhou in just 2 moves, his neck gripped tightly. Seeing this, the last dozen or so abandoned civilians finally broke down. They abandoned their camp, abandoned their leader, and ignored Sister Lee's cries for help, fleeing towards the dense forest. Sister Lee's eyes finally dimmed as she saw the few unused homemade landmines scattered on the ground near their camp. A surge of intense resentment swept through Sister Lee's heart, a fleeting fierce glint in her eyes. Unfortunately, before she could react, Qiao Jingzhou had already read her mind, grabbing her neck from behind and swiftly dislocating both her arms. Having both been human, Qiao Jingzhou understood Sister Lee's "if I can't survive, I fight to the death" mentality. The final counterattack is the most dangerous. Qiao Jingzhou was already prepared. Sister Lee, writhing, her arms powerless, was pinned to the ground by her neck, like an insect caught in a spider's web. The other ability users were also pounced upon and bitten by the zombie horde, eventually being completely overwhelmed. The zombie virus only requires a tiny amount of bodily fluid contact to infect. They were doomed. Thus, the extremely perilous struggle for survival finally came to an end. Qiao Jingzhou carried Sister Lee down to Jiang Xian's side. "Here's what you wanted." Meeting Sister Lee's angry, hostile gaze, Jiang Xian squatted down in front of her, reaching for the gauze covering her face. The dark brown gauze, clearly reused countless times, still bore traces of blood that couldn't be washed off. "Don't touch me." Sister Lee recoiled in terror and discomfort, roaring fiercely. With Qiao Jingzhou holding her down firmly, Sister Lee's feeble struggles were completely ineffective. Ensuring his prey couldn't break free, Jiang Xian ignored Sister Lee's angry shouts and slowly unwrapped the gauze. The last layer of gauze had fused with the wound. When it was torn off, the newly scabbed wound immediately bled profusely, revealing a huge, gruesome wound. Sister Lee's left eye socket was deeply sunken, her eyeball had been removed. Jiang Xian sighed softly. "Such severe injuries, you lost your eyes." He spoke in clear, human language, not the guttural roar of a zombie. Given her now normal pupils, if one didn't examine her vital signs, no one would suspect she was a zombie. "Pa!" Sister Lee only considered her a special human with supernatural abilities. "Losing is losing, I have nothing to say. If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Don't think about treating me like a live pig, cutting me up and eating me. If you dare spare my life, I definitely find a chance to kill you." Sister Lee herself was an outcast. Among her kind, she had no doubt about the others' cruel methods. A quick death was already a luxury. She was using a provocative tactic, desperately seeking death, and Jiang Xian didn't seem to understand. Jiang Xian simply gazed at her with a sorrowful, pitying look. His fingers gently caressed her cheek, as if stroking exquisite porcelain. But the words that came from his mouth were the complete opposite, cold and terrifying. "I will give you relief. You won't have to suffer anymore." With that, Jiang Xian pressed his blood-stained fingers into Sister Lee's gaping wound. Even Qiao Jingzhou twisted his neck uncomfortably. With the most compassionate expression and gentle tone, he spoke terrifying words, and did the most terrifying thing. Qiao Jingzhou now looked at Jiang Xian as if he were a madman. Sister Lee's piercing screams echoed through the camp. It wasn't just the excruciating pain of the wound being touched, but also the excruciating pain of rejection caused by blood contaminated with the zombie virus entering her wound. The zombie virus spread rapidly. Sister Lee's other intact eye instantly turned bloodshot, and her breathing suddenly became heavy. Chapter 35. Even her usual breathing became a burden. Each breath, every exhale and inhale, seemed to require an immense effort from Sister Lee. First, blood flowed from under her nose, then blood rolled from the corner of her eye, followed by a deafening cough. Sister Lee began vomiting large amounts of blood. From infection with the zombie virus to death, the longest it could take was no more than 3 days, the shortest was now. Qiao Jingzhou witnessed Sister Lee go from infection to loss of vital signs, convulsing and motionless. The whole process took only a few breaths, probably less than 10 seconds. He looked at Jiang Xian in shock, a chill running down his spine. What terrifying infectious power! If zombies encountered by humans had such a high mortality rate, the world's population would probably be wiped out long ago. Qiao Jingzhou released his grip, and Sister Lee's lifeless body slid to the ground. Just as Qiao Jingzhou shifted his gaze, the lifeless corpse suddenly jerked violently. Sister Lee's face, bleeding from all 7 orifices, twitched incongruously, and a layer of grayish-white film covered the irises of her eyes. Her teeth grew outwards from her wide-open mouth, their tips becoming sharp and pointed, like shark teeth. Her bones cracked and popped as she struggled to her feet in an unnatural, gravity-defying posture. Once the anomaly subsided, Sister Li's lifeless, numb eyes suddenly became clear and lively again. Roar! Sensing someone nearby, Sister Li looked warily at Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou, but she froze as soon as she spoke. The sound she uttered was not human language. She quickly looked down at her palms, then touched her face. What happened to me? The sound that came out was the high-pitched roar of a zombie. This was zombie language that only Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou, these zombie humans, could understand. Qiao Jingzhou mechanically twisted his neck, glancing sideways at Jiang Xian, feeling like he needed to catch his breath. He also wanted to know what was going on. What kind of monster was this little zombie? Its ability to infect and kill was already impressive. It normally takes more than half an hour for a corpse to turn into a zombie. How did she manage to complete the transformation in less than a minute? Jiang Xian pointed to the horde of zombies, and the numb, mindless monsters scattered, leaving 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. These were the superhumans from the abandoned camp, pounced on and bitten to death by the zombies. Qiao Jingzhou stared intently at Jiang Xian, still unable to understand what she had done. Soon, the corpses also began to convulse on the spot. In less than a minute, one by one, they struggled to their feet, their mangled, blood-soaked bodies swaying and staggering over in extremely contorted postures. Each of them looked utterly bewildered. Congratulations on your release. Jiang Xian's indifferent words sounded more like mockery. Who am I? Sister Li shook her head, her mind in disarray. Qiao Jingzhou, his face grim, pushed aside the group of newly born zombies, who were still trying to grasp reality, stepped forward, and dragged Jiang Xian away. He took him away alone, to a grove of trees, where there were no other disturbances. Qiao Jingzhou leaned down, almost touching Jiang Xian's nose, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Ordinary zombies wouldn't be this powerful. Descriptions of the Nest Mother in the new city are scarce, but none are this terrifying. Ignoring the intervals between infection and transformation, turning a human ability user into a zombie takes less than a minute. This means that if Jiang Xian wanted to, she could easily summon an army of zombies on the spot, and wipe out all humanity through attrition. Jiang Xian, who previously would shrink back in fear whenever she met Qiao Jingzhou's gaze, remained expressionless. Even in this oppressive posture, her face remained unmoved, like a puppet, truly lifeless. Jiang Xian's pale, bloodless lips didn't open. The near-sounding, almost dreamlike murmur of her voice sent chills down Qiao Jingzhou's spine. Heijin. Qiao Jingzhou was thunderstruck, his mind reeling. He raised his voice in disbelief. Heijin? The target of the Heijin elimination plan. Heijin? He quickly dismissed the guess. No, the Heijin elimination plan was 3 years ago. If you are Heijin, then zombies existed before the apocalypse? Qiao Jingzhou felt his worldview being challenged once again. The truth hidden behind the massive conspiracy had only been partially revealed, and he found it completely unacceptable. Jiang Xian calmly watched his outburst. I am not that Heijin. Heijin, not a name, but a designation. So there are many people who call themselves Heijin? Qiao Jingzhou pressed urgently. However, Jiang Xian's explanation ended there. She didn't want to say anything more about the designation Heijin. She pointed southeast. He's dying. I need to see him one last time. Who? Qiao Jingzhou looked in the direction she was pointing, his brows furrowing even deeper. His birthplace, the second largest human city, was also in this direction. Jiang Xian suddenly collapsed, and Qiao Jingzhou frantically caught her. Hey, Jiang Xian? Wake up! When a zombie loses consciousness, it's practically the same as being dead. Qiao Jingzhou thought Jiang Xian, this key figure shrouded in mystery, was dead, and was terrified when Jiang Xian opened her eyes again. I need power. I need to protect my companions. Jiang Xian roared passionately, her face filled with grief and heartache. Although it's not nice to say it like that, compared to her cool and aloof demeanor just now, she's like a goofball now. Qiao Jingzhou, He tentatively called out, Heijin. No response. He called again, Jiang Xian? The little zombie's head snapped back. Where is this? Where are our companions? Did they go to cover our retreat? 2 streams of bloody tears streamed down her face. She struggled to her feet. It's all my fault. My suggestion killed them. I'm going to fight them to the death. Qiao Jingzhou, What is all this about? He was exasperated and reached out to pull the little zombie back. They're all right. He paused, then changed his words. Most of our companions are alright, they didn't die. Really? That's great. Jiang Xian immediately beamed with a wide smile. Truly, there's no harm without comparison. Jiang Xian had laughed quite a bit before, so why did he always find her laughter so silly? Chapter 36. Xiao Jingzhou couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you having a split personality?" Jiang Xian was completely bewildered. What? Xiao Jingzhou, He stared at Jiang Xian, observing her subtle changes in expression, and asked uncertainly, "You don't remember anything?" "I remember." Jiang Xian looked even more surprised than him. "I don't remember anything?" "No, I think you just don't remember anything." Xiao Jingzhou was speechless. Instinctive reactions can't be faked. Jiang Xian couldn't, and had no reason to, be a master of disguise. It could only be that switching personalities resulted in memory loss, which made Xiao Jingzhou even more frustrated. He hated riddle makers who only told half the story, only hearing half the key point, leaving him to wait for the next installment. Half understanding was even more infuriating than knowing nothing at all. It felt like cat claws were scratching at his heart, causing him heartache, liver pain, stomach pain, and lung pain. Xiao Jingzhou rolled up his sleeves and stretched his arm out in front of Jiang Xian. "You only changed after I extracted your energy, right? Now extract mine." If He Yin's appearance was due to sufficient energy extraction, he was willing to recharge himself to allow He Yin to appear and finish speaking. Jiang Xian was startled. "What's wrong with you? Why are you making me extract your energy?" Extracting energy from a living person was, in Jiang Xian's view, a form of attack. Who attacks their own people? Are you going to extract it or not? Are you crazy? I won't. Let go of me. You will. I won't. Extract. Slap. After a brief, soft sound, came Xiao Jingzhou's uncertain voice. "You hit me? You let me slap you." Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds followed. "I slap you, slap you, slap you." The sounds echoed in the darkness of the grove. Following the commotion, the zombie companions, who had been searching along the way, heard the noise from afar, and were quite troubled. Shirshir pointed at the grove and asked Linjiao curiously, "Sister, are they arguing?" Linjiao covered the child's eyes with her hand. "Kids, don't look." The other zombies also silently signaled to each other to retreat. That was really loud. How come I never knew they were having an affair? Hey, let's go, don't be curious. What kind of bizarre zombie romance is this? Are these two necrophiliacs? Xiao Jingzhou, in the grove, was truly shocked, not knowing which incredibly imaginative person had come up with this last one. His hand was already gripping Jiang Xian's head, but his large palm ultimately couldn't bring himself to slap him. "Forget it, I won't argue with a woman." A female corpse. Sullenly letting go, Xiao Jingzhou dragged Jiang Xian back to clean up the battlefield. This battle was a resounding victory. 3 zombies were seriously injured, but have regained consciousness. 9 were lightly injured, none suffering skull fractures or decapitations. Basically, as long as no one dies, any outcome is acceptable. The zombies' physiology can slowly recover. Moreover, they also recruited 9 new zombies, including Sisterly. Those few ability users among the outcasts, after being bitten and infected by zombies, all transformed. What's strange is that, although they, like Xiao Jingzhou, seamlessly transformed after death, their brains shouldn't have decayed, causing memory loss. However, their memories were also incomplete. They couldn't remember many things from their lives, except for the fact that they were bitten to death by zombies, which they remembered most clearly. When Jiang Xian returned and sat down in front of them, these ragged zombies wore expressions of profound bitterness and resentment. As an aside, Xiao Jingzhou and Sisterly, perhaps because their body tissues hadn't decomposed and their muscles hadn't stiffened, retained their facial expressions remarkably well. They looked almost exactly like humans when they were alive. Jiang Xian, relying on her inability to read the air, forcibly welcomed her new companions. They all become zombies. If they didn't follow her, could they start their own group? Jiang Xian certainly wouldn't allow it. Sister Li's full name was Luo Li. She was a middle-aged, tall, and robust woman. After accepting reality, she silently packed most of her camp supplies and joined the zombie group. The truth about the Nest Mother was half resolved. As the Nest Mother, Jiang Xian did indeed possess the ability to transform intelligent zombies, but unfortunately, she couldn't control this ability. After reviewing the latter half of the battle, Jiang Xian's mouth was agape. "Xiao Jingzhou, what do you want to say?" "I'm so amazing!" Jiang Xian couldn't help but exclaim. "Alright, let's talk about our gains and losses on the battlefield." Xiao Jingzhou suppressed the urge to hit someone and steered the conversation back to himself, continuing his battle summary. Especially those who were injured, do a proper post-battle review. Sean Fa and C. Lu were injured while rescuing people, so they can be excluded. Hey, weren't we talking about the nest mother? Jiang Xian weakly protested. You know less than we do, so don't spout nonsense. Xiao Jingzhou shoved her aside, annoyed. The other zombies cast sympathetic and amused glances, but didn't see anything wrong with it. Jiang Xian shrank back from the yelling, only daring to mutter under her breath. This was why Jiang Xian, despite being the nest mother, didn't receive the respect she deserved. Her goofiness and cowardice completely masked her inherently ruthless nature. With Xiao Jingzhou, the big boss, and other reliable members in the zombie team, everything was taken care of. Jiang Xian, a complete weakling, didn't need to do anything. I feel like I'm just an ant queen. I don't even have to do anything as a mother. All I have to do is think about how to expand the colony. No wonder she's called the nest mother. She really is an emotionless breeding machine. Ah, no, a tool for expanding the colony. After the effects of the battle gradually subsided, the zombies returned to the dense forest. Jiang Xian made a new decision. I want to go check out the area near the Kaimingsing laboratory ruins. That's where I woke up. Maybe going back will give me some clues. She had only recently discovered the existence of her alternate personality, since she had no memories of that time. Previously, she had occasionally experienced memory gaps, but she had dismissed them as a characteristic of zombies, not giving them much thought. Zombies naturally have fragmented memories. The previous Jiang Xian had already exhausted herself just to stay alive. Only now that she had a tribe, companions, was safe, and had a secure livelihood did she have the leisure to indulge in such sentimental thoughts. She couldn't just be a completely dependent parasite. Xiao Jingzhou asked in surprise, Do you know the exact address of Kaimingsing? Yes, but going back might be a little difficult for me. Jiang Xian looked at everyone somewhat awkwardly. Clearly, regardless of whether she was the formidable nest mother, her individual combat strength was truly pathetic. It had taken her a whole year to wander from Kaimingsing to this area. Chapter 37. Unless Jiang Xian was willing to spend another 2 years making the round trip, seeking help from new companions was her only option. I go with you. Xiao Jingzhou agreed without hesitation. Among all the zombies, he was the number one in individual combat strength. Jiang Xian definitely needed him by her side. Okay. Jiang Xian agreed, partly because this guy had already attracted survivors from a human city once before. Jiang Xian felt more at ease having him by her side. To avoid Jiang Xian returning to find her hideout destroyed, Aunt Luoli hesitated for a moment. Can I come too? A new member volunteered, so her enthusiasm had to be supported. Sure, you come too. Xiao Jingzhou agreed, as he had more experience in combat team composition. Jiang Xian only wanted a bodyguard. Besides Xiao Jingzhou, she had no objections to the other choices. In the end, a 7-person team was chosen. Xiao Jingzhou was the assault vanguard, and Luoli was undoubtedly the sniper. Sure, the young boy excels in speed and stealth, making him a suitable scout. Linjiu possesses earth elemental abilities, providing cover for the charge and capable of creating earth shields to act as a tank in critical situations. The injured Si Lu was also brought along. His abilities are largely ineffective against zombies, but highly effective against humans. He can perform mental interference, with a fairly large attack range. The last is an older man with elemental abilities, named Arya, since he's 21, who serves as logistics and support. Uncle Sean Fa initially wanted to join, but he was seriously injured while shielding Linjiu, forcing him to stay behind. Before setting off, Jiang Xian tearfully bid farewell to his companions. Xiao Jingzhou pulled Jiang Xian away from behind, saying, It's only a little over 500 kilometers, a 10-day round trip on foot. Why all the crying? Jiang Xian, who had been traveling for almost a year one way, didn't want to speak. Having a powerful figure with him was indeed reliable. Jiang Xian even dared to take the main roads. The group wore clothes kindly provided by Aunt Luoli. The green military-style overcoats, made of canvas and polyester cotton blend, had withstood the test of time and various trials, making them more suitable for harsh environments. Regardless of their age or wasteland style, they were at least reasonably durable. Much better than the dirty rags that Jiang Xian and his zombie companions had originally worn. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it was still midsummer, and most zombies were dressed rather lightly. After escaping from the lab, Jiang Xian did change into more seasonal autumn clothes, but they were only slightly better than the other zombies. Now that they were conscious, making them wear the clothes they'd been wearing for over a year was really putting them through the ringer. Everyone was quite happy with their new clothes. Aunt Luoli even kindly gave everyone a pair of ski goggles, the kind with tinted, reflective lenses. That's all. If the size doesn't fit, just change it. She put one on herself too. Seriously, with these, her massive eye injury was barely noticeable, let alone the other zombies' cataracts. She also gave everyone a sun-protective mask. Unless someone like Jiang Xian was clearly unsteady on their feet, everyone else could indeed disguise themselves as humans. For the rest of the journey, zombies and mutated animals weren't the main dangers. The greatest threat remained humans. As fellow humans, they could at least exchange a few words upon meeting. Even when Xiao Jingzhou encountered abandoned civilians who wanted to eat him, they managed a verbal exchange. If they sensed the other party was not to be trifled with, not everyone was so stubborn as to fight to the death. But encountering a zombie? Without a doubt, it would be a shot on sight. Being an outsider was far too unsuitable for navigating the apocalypse. Xiao Jingzhou fully equipped himself, looking every bit the wasteland-style warrior, the kind that looked intimidating. He turned to look at Jiang Xian, who was still struggling with his clumsy fingers. Why don't you just stop pretending and change back into your old clothes? Xiao Jingzhou earnestly suggested. Huh? Jiang Xian was shocked. Wouldn't that expose my zombie identity? Xiao Jingzhou, even with a disguise, you can't really pull it off. Just openly reveal your zombie identity. Just when Jiang Xian thought this guy was retaliating, Luoli surprisingly nodded in agreement. If Jiang Xian were dressed like us, it would only arouse suspicion. It's better for her to just go with her true colors. There are also psychic abilities among humans, who can control zombies, and using zombie puppets is quite common. What Luoli didn't mention was that because zombies have a remarkable effect on mutated plants, even teams without psychic abilities would bring along a restrained zombie specifically for clearing obstacles. Jiang Xian stiffened, scanning the group, and found herself speechless. Everyone except her was a zombie that had undergone one autonomous evolution. Human level 2 ability users, after transforming into zombies, directly become level 2 zombies. Sisterly, on the other hand, seamlessly transformed into a level 3 zombie. A nest of elite zombies, and she was the only primitive zombie queen. It was incredibly awkward. In the end, Jiang Xian truly embraced his true nature, and even received a collar provided by Luoli. How come you have everything? Jiang Xian's expression was indescribable. What was most disheartening was that the collar was actually a perfectly fitting size. Sisterly shrugged, I have spatial abilities, so I collect anything useful I see. Jiang Xian silently turned to stare at Xiao Jingzhou. How come you don't have anything? Both being spatial ability users, Xiao Jingzhou hadn't produced anything useful besides food. Xiao Jingzhou smiled, a vein bulging on his forehead. I have a lot of loot in my space. Do you want to see it? Corpses? Jiang Xian took a step back. Xiao Jingzhou smiled without saying a word. Jiang Xian quickly shook his head, then let's not. After they finished packing and were about to leave, Xiao Jingzhou suddenly said, my space is transplanted, so it's much smaller than my original space. It can't hold as much stuff as other space-age users. Currently, besides a few necessities, he only has mission data stored in his space. Although he currently seems to be considered dead, or even an enemy by the city, as the team leader, he has the obligation and responsibility to return the data his teammates risked their lives to bring back to the city. This is his last stand as the city's action team. Luoli wasn't surprised at all, and even exclaimed, I heard that the new city has very advanced technology, but I didn't expect they could even transplant spaces. Si Lu was also curious, space abilities can be transplanted? I heard that the space is attached to the person, and others can't access it at all. Is the transplanted one the same? Xiao Jingzhou nodded, answering their questions one by one. This would be classified information in the new city, but it doesn't matter now. No one can use force to punish zombies anymore. Chapter 38. Oh, to be honest, regardless of whether Xiao Jingzhou adheres to the confidentiality agreement, his current existence is grounds for violent punishment. After the apocalypse, with the emergence of zombies and mutated plants, some lucky individuals among humanity have developed special abilities. Unfortunately, special abilities are completely random, and can be influenced by external factors. Awakening new abilities during near-death experiences, or crises, is already commonplace. Moreover, each person can possess more than one ability. Currently, the major systems of special abilities are divided into 4 categories: enhancement, elemental, transformation, and specialization. Each of these systems can be further subdivided. For example, Xiao Jingzhou is an all-elemental ability user. He can use all elemental abilities: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. As long as his abilities don't go out of control, he could easily create a massive elemental bomb. Sister Lee's enhancements are all focused on her eyes. Besides the common vision enhancement, there's also a weakened version of bullet time. Enhanced vision not only allows her to see far and wide but also to see minute details, essentially raising the upper and lower limits of human vision countless times. Bullet time allows her to extend a certain period of time. Unfortunately, this bullet time only affects her eyes. Other parts of her body cannot synchronize with the bullet time movement. Therefore, Sister Lee can only incorporate this bullet time into archery, achieving the effect of hitting the target instantly, seemingly without any aiming time. In reality, she incorporates the aiming process into the bullet time. The usefulness of her superpower is undeniable. While Sister Lee was an outcast wandering, she also focused on how to improve and increase her superpower. The new city, with its population of hundreds of thousands, couldn't possibly be indifferent to this. Moreover, it's proven that collective human effort leads to rapid progress in new technological research. In Qiao Jingzhou's description, the new city not only possessed the technology for spatial transplantation, but also the technology for ability transplantation. While his all-elemental ability was innate, his action teams included teammates who had undergone ability transplantation, achieving optimal ability combinations. Of course, artificially transplanted abilities suffer more than 70% loss compared to original abilities. For example, if your original space had 10 cubic meters, transplanting it might leave you with only 3 cubic meters, which would be considered very good. However, the ability to specifically possess an ability is already incredibly desirable. See Lu, Linjiao, and Arya, the 3 zombies, were all deeply moved. Jiang Xian suddenly spoke up. Ability transplantation always involves recipients. What happens to those whose abilities are taken away? This is a pointed question. Ability has a very strong presence. It's not like blood, which can be easily drawn and regenerated. In reality, when Dan Jiangxian extracted supernatural energy, it caused severe discomfort to the supernatural beings, sometimes even leading to loss of mobility. Newly joined zombies were bitten to death this way. So what happens when the organs or tissues that generate supernatural abilities are completely removed? Qiao Jingzhou's silence clearly revealed the problem. Zombies like Si Lu and Linjiao were completely uninterested. They had only just entered the cruel world of the apocalypse. They were still just a few days old, not even a month old. Facing this cruel, bloody corner of the apocalypse directly made him extremely uncomfortable. Let's go, Jiangxian said. We need to consider our own survival first, then everything else. Her calm demeanor stemmed from the considerable time she had spent in the laboratory. Besides witnessing how zombies were treated inhumanly, she knew how the people of this post-apocalyptic world were treated inhumanly. Not asking was the greatest kindness she could show Qiao Jingzhou, the recipient of the transplant. Qiao Jingzhou, however, was overcome with a strong urge to speak. My spatial ability is a gift from a friend. Seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, actually, it's not just my friend, everyone in the action team, including myself, signs an ability donation agreement before death. We voluntarily donate our abilities to others after death. Abilities are rare, and good abilities are even more difficult to come by. If they disappear with death, it's too wasteful. It's better to leave them in others so they can continue to function. My friend, once severely injured and brain dead, managed to protect his body and return to the new city. That's why I have the spatial ability I receive now. This explanation was more palatable. No wonder the new city chased after you after your disappearance. Si Lu nodded repeatedly. So even though your body died, it still had a purpose, so it had to be retrieved. Qiao Jingzhou was both amused and exasperated. They came looking for me, because the retrieval system on my body wasn't working, and I also had the entire team's data with me. They were after your body. Jiangxian, as always, never failed to deliver a shocking statement. He always managed to say something at a strange time that left everyone stunned. Well, Qiao Jingzhou's earlier frustration, which was hard to express, came back to hurl at Jiangxian's head. Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then don't speak. The first day's itinerary was spent in this playful and chaotic atmosphere, and they found a tree hollow to rest in that night. Sister Lee, who had just become a zombie, was very uncomfortable. Looking at this mutated plant that looked very much like a banyan tree, she dared not approach it. The banyan tree before its mutation already had the ability to form a forest. The mutated banyan tree was even more enormous. If one had to describe it, this tree was like a beating tree from a fantasy novel. Each branch could be flexibly swung out, easily smashing reinforced concrete buildings, and casually deforming a jeep or two. The mutated banyan tree also had aerial roots, like the tentacles of a jellyfish, giving it the ability to actively hunt. The tips of the aerial roots secreted toxins, which were injected into the prey after they wrapped around it, paralyzing it. Right now, under this banyan tree, many prey had already fallen from the dense aerial roots. Some were rotting, and some were still alive. At first glance, it looked like a gallows. Sister Lee's fear of these plants, ingrained in her human past, was deeply ingrained in her consciousness. It was an instinct left over from countless near-death experiences. The sight of mutated plants triggered a reaction. "Come on!" Jiang Xian greeted her warmly. Noticing her new companion's hesitation, she returned and confidently walked through the drooping aerial roots. These things, deadly poisons to humans, now acted like automatic curtains, parting to create a large clearing wherever Jiang Xian went. "Sisterly, I want to find a high vantage point to crouch." She was a sniper, accustomed to hiding in positions with a clear view. That way, she could openly avoid living in such a terrifying tree hollow. Chapter 39. Jiang Xian immediately pointed upwards. "The top of the tree, it's very high and safe, you won't encounter any humans." "The top of the mutated banyan tree, isn't that where no human dares to come?" "The aerial roots and branches don't just attack downwards, they also prey on any flying animals in the sky. It's at a level where even helicopters have to climb hundreds of meters to get close." In the end, Sisterly had no reason to refuse. Enduring intense discomfort, she was dragged into the tree hollow by Jiang Xian to begin their unique post-apocalyptic party. "Keep the fire low over there when roasting bamboo shoots. I already told you not to throw the mutated bamboo worms into roast with us. Do you want to lose flesh or something if you eat meat? The hair-like greens are almost cooked. We're about to divide them into bowls and eat them while they're hot." "No way. Hair-like greens are awful, even worse when cooked. It's better to let them cool, and then swallow them whole. I'm starting to crave roasted meat." "Stop nagging. Eating meat will make us lose flesh. My face has only just started to heal a little. I don't want to lose any more flesh." "Sisterly, The banyan tree was huge, and the hollow in the tree was enormous, at least as big as a pre-apocalyptic bathroom in the capital. 7 zombies could easily squeeze in. Xiao Jingzhou and Si Lu had already started a fire and begun cooking. Zombies are constantly driven by their hunger instinct. However, zombies don't have such a strong need to eat. After a large meal, they can go for a day or two without eating again, unlike humans who need 3 meals a day. Of course, one could also follow Jiang Xian's healthy approach and choose to eat smaller, more frequent meals, continuing the habit of 3 meals a day. Sisterly had just joined the group and hadn't even had a chance to experience the flavors and cuisine of the zombies before being dragged onto the road. This was her first time eating as a zombie. Sisterly asked the same question Xiao Jingzhou had before: if zombies can eat, can they excrete? 6 zombies and 12 eyes looked over. "Sisterly, sorry, I won't ask anymore. Here, eat it while it's hot." Jiang Xian shoved a steaming bowl of hair-like vegetables into her hands. Si Lulin and the others watched her with amusement. Sisterly smelled the aroma and thought it smelled good, like normal vegetable soup, so she blew on the rim of the bowl and took a big, satisfying gulp. "Ugh," she vomited. Hair-like vegetables, a staple food that zombies both love and hate, is the most unpalatable thing ever. Anyone who's tried it knows. Xiao Jingzhou silently ate the hair-like vegetable soup, which tasted similar to seaweed soup, completely ignoring their discussion. Roasted bamboo shoots were a much better experience than hair-like vegetables. Although still incredibly bitter, they were crisp and chewy. Having grown accustomed to eating hair moss, Jiang Xian felt less uncomfortable after eating bamboo shoots. Xiao Jingzhou, seeing her eating with relative satisfaction, was a little curious. "You never eaten bamboo shoots before? Eating the same plant year-round. Didn't you ever think about expanding your diet? You seem like a true foodie." "I never eaten anything else, just hair moss," Jiang Xian honestly replied. "Why?" Xiao Jingzhou pressed. Jiang Xian was momentarily confused. "I don't know, because hair moss is easy to find and plentiful, so I never tried anything else." Under normal circumstances, Xiao Jingzhou would have just listened and let it go, but knowing that Jiang Xian had a hidden personality, Haitian, he immediately had an idea. "Then how did you know that hair moss is edible? That plants are edible?" Watching the zombie eat plants was excruciating. It was like eating stones. Jiang Xian himself had said that zombies normally wouldn't eat grass. Which zombie doesn't go crazy at the smell of fresh flesh and blood? They're all carnivores. Why would they think of eating grass? Jiang Xian was bewildered again. "Because I can't eat people. I can't eat meat." "Then why don't you eat stones, and instead eat plants. Humans used to eat plants too. It's normal for me to want to eat plants since I can't eat meat. Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou's conversation had died down again, both looking at each other with expressions of utter disbelief. Qiao Jingzhou silently got up. You wait. Before the zombie had even finished his meal, he brought back a mutated bamboo rat. Its fur was almost like a porcupine's quills. Each quill was as thick as a little finger and incredibly sharp. While Qiao Jingzhou was decapitating and skinning the bamboo rat, Sister Li quietly collected all the fur and quills. She was an archer. This thing could be used as an arrow in a crisis. What are you doing? Jiang Xian asked, curious why Qiao Jingzhou had suddenly started showing off his cooking skills again, seriously cooking a meal. Sniffing in the aroma of chili oil, Jiang Xian instinctively squatted down beside the pot, bowl in hand. I'm making it for you. Qiao Jingzhou's words were succinct. Jiang Xian was utterly shocked, quickly backing away, looking him up and down. What's wrong with you? Why are you being so helpful? At least she didn't directly say he's up to no good. But she didn't believe Qiao Jingzhou was being so kind. Really, I'm making it for you. Qiao Jingzhou quickly filled a large bowl with stir-fried bamboo rat meat in chili oil and handed it to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian hesitated to accept. You poisoned me. No. You watched me cook the whole time, didn't you? Qiao Jingzhou felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. You definitely poisoned me, otherwise why would you suddenly be so kind? Jiang Xian still refused. Want some? Qiao Jingzhou pretended to take it back. Jiang Xian, Her honest body, honestly, stretched out her paw. The potato noodles she ate at Qiao Jingzhou's last place were so delicious, she ate them with lingering relish. It was a pity there were only two, leaving her longing and regret. Qiao Jingzhou rolled his eyes. Eat right in front of me. Don't take it away. The tree hole is only so big, where else could she take it? Jiang Xian happily ate. The aroma of the meat was so delicious. Si Lu smelled it so good and was so tempted, even risking a ruined face, he wanted to eat too. He glanced at Qiao Jingzhou, not daring to snatch the food the big boss had prepared for Jiang Xian in front of him. After the bamboo rat mutated, it had grown significantly larger. Qiao Jingzhou had cut off the fattest part of its belly and stir-fried it, leaving plenty of meat from the other parts. Si Lu went to cut some more and stir-fry it for himself. Before the apocalypse, he had been a good homemaker who could cook. By the time Si Lu finished removing the tendons from the meat, Jiang Xian had already eaten the entire bowl of meat. Then, less than a minute later, she started vomiting. This terrified the other zombies. Si Lu, who had initially wanted to get some too, immediately threw the meat away, as if it were burning his hands. Jiang Xian, vomiting uncontrollably and nearly dying, was helped back by Sister Linjiu. Facing Qiao Jingzhou's knowing look, Jiang Xian weakly accused him, you really did have ulterior motives. She knew Qiao Jingzhou was being kind, even cooking meat for her. Was he using her as a guinea pig? That was too much. You can't eat meat. Not only raw flesh, but also cooked meat, Qiao Jingzhou stated simply and directly. Chapter 40. The previous feeding was thoughtful of Qiao Jingzhou. He hadn't given Jiang Xian too much meat, just meat broth and potato noodles. That's why there was no reaction. But now that Jiang Xian had been fed meat, things immediately went wrong. Not only you, but probably all zombies can't eat it. It's just that because you're the nest mother, your reaction is more direct. In other words, the effects of eating meat might be more severe than you imagine, not just the external manifestation of flesh decay. Si Lu touched his recovering face. They already knew that eating plants could regenerate. He had also tried eating the meat of mutated animals, and it proved to cause his healing face to decay again. And Luo Li was dumbfounded. So there's this setting? Jiang Xian, you also ate bamboo shoots just now. You didn't feel uncomfortable, nor did you find them delicious, right? Qiao Jingzhou coaxed gently. Jiang Xian, yes. Considering there wasn't any mutated bamboo in the city you were in before, it's possible you didn't have a chance to encounter this ingredient. Qiao Jingzhou then took out a whole bunch of different parts of plants. Come on, next we test if you can eat other plants. I guess for you, the ones that taste good are inedible. The ones that don't taste good are the ones suitable for your diet. Jiang Xian, She wasn't human, and neither was Qiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian had just opened her mouth when Qiao Jingzhou immediately cut her off. Don't you want to broaden the zombie's diet? While hairwort is common and easy to obtain, a single diet means it's too vulnerable to risk. What if hairwort becomes extinct? The zombies now glared at him with deep resentment, their expressions showing growing concern. Qiao Jingzhou quoted Jiang Xian's famous saying, we may be zombies, But we can't be zombies. Come on, Jiang Xian, let's eat some of this. Jiang Xian, no. Stubborn as she was, she ultimately couldn't resist the pressure and was forced to become a guinea pig. Fortunately, except for the harewort, all the other plants were delicious, with excellent flavor. Unfortunately, just as Qiao Jingzhou had predicted. The tastier the food, the stronger Jiang Xian's reaction, she vomited it all up. This proved that even if zombies could control mutated plants, not all plants were safe to eat. In the end, only harewort and bamboo shoots remained, which were truly safe to consume. Qiao Jingzhou kindly cooked a new serving of harewort for Jiang Xian, letting it cool before giving it to her. Weak Jiang Xian vomited up her previous dinner as well. You need a full stomach to have the strength to live. It's the apocalypse, after all, survival is tough, so cherish every moment. Heh. Jiang Xian gave him a thumbs up, then turned it down. If she weren't outmatched, she really wanted to dump her rice bowl on his head. This guy never gave up on his idea of studying her. He wanted to carry her back to the city to have someone study her. Now that Qiao Jingzhou himself is dead and can't go back, he's come to study her himself. Don't think she doesn't know he's using her as a control experiment. Qiao Jingzhou patted Jiang Xian's head like he was petting a dog. I'm helping you investigate the characteristics of zombies. What's wrong with that? This is one of your own. Isn't it good to know more about yourself? Jiang Xian turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him. Everyone says it's hard to learn good, but easy to learn bad. Before, this guy could only stand there helplessly being roasted by her, but when did he learn to turn the tables on her? After being unable to beat him, Jiang Xian now found herself unable to win an argument. How frustrating was that? Jiang Xian finished that bowl of terribly cooked, awful-tasting hair-like vegetables. At least it was edible. Not wasting food is a basic principle for any living being in the post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps because Jiang Xian had eaten too much today, this bowl of hair-like vegetables that Qiao Jingzhou brought wasn't as bad as before. It was still incredibly bitter, and incredibly sour, leaving her tongue numb, but it also seemed to have a hint of sweetness. Jiang Xian didn't have time to figure out if it was just her imagination. She needed to rest. Her head lolled to the side, and she fell asleep, becoming a veritable corpse. Qiao Jingzhou was squatting beside her. He discussed with the others, Jiang Xian's level is low, making movement difficult and hindering our operations. Our destination was originally within Silver City's territory, and the Morning Star Laboratory is hidden deep within the city, located near the World Trade Center in the city center. He didn't need to say anything more. The zombies already understood that the upcoming journey would be anything but easy. Now, as zombies traversing Silver City, they weren't worried about encountering zombie or plant hordes. There wasn't actually a direct connection between humans, zombies, and mutated plants. However, if one had to categorize them, mutated plants were countered by zombies. And humans, if careful, had a significant advantage against zombies. Even zombie corpses would sprout a large number of plants. Statistically speaking, areas with many zombies had less land occupied by plants. Where plants are scarce, there is space for human habitation. Compared to plants, whose life forms are drastically different, zombies, with their heads blown off, are obviously easier to bully. The outcasts who weren't accepted by the new cities mostly remain in their original cities. Their journey is relatively easy now, as they haven't yet entered city limits. The areas they travel through are almost entirely dominated by mutated plants, with little sign of humans. Once they enter the cities, they will definitely encounter humans frequently, and the situation will be far more difficult than it is now. Jiang Xian's slow movements will be a huge weakness. Qiao Jingzhou set the tone for the conversation, and then began asking how zombies level up. He knew how humans improve their abilities, but he didn't know how zombies level up, so he asked directly. Luo Li, who had just transformed into a zombie, had no say, and consciously remained silent. Si Lu scratched his chin, pondering for a long time. Eat people? Little Shirshir nodded vigorously without hesitation. Use superpowers. Lin Jiao couldn't stand it anymore. Stop joking. Zombie evolution doesn't require any action. Just be chased by humans more, and your level will naturally increase. Only Uncle Area, the logistic support, was somewhat reliable. It should accelerate the activity of the virus in our bodies. Qiao Jingzhou immediately looked over. How so? The evolution process doesn't require any specific action. Viral activity should be related to our own situation. When we are under intense emotions such as tension, fear, or excitement for a long time, or when we mobilize our superpowers, the viral activity naturally increases. Uncle Area's explanation sounded more plausible. Considering Jiang Xian's previous year of smooth wandering, No wonder most zombies in the environment were level 2 or above, while she was still a primitive level 1 zombie. In a way, she was quite lucky. Chapter 41. Qiao Jingzhou then made a decision. Starting tomorrow, you all go ahead for a distance. I train Jiang Xian separately behind you. Make sure she's raised to level 2 zombie before we reach Silver City. At least don't let her movement be restricted by her body. The 5 zombies looked up and down, guiltily averting their eyes, neither agreeing nor refusing. Even a fool could tell that Qiao Jingzhou's separate training wouldn't be easy. But Qiao Jingzhou was right. Jiang Xian was so weak, the journey ahead was far too dangerous. To improve the team's success rate on this mission, it was indeed necessary to improve Jiang Xian's abilities. However, letting the pitiful, weak, and helpless Jiang Xian fall into Qiao Jingzhou's hands for training made their consciences ache. Qiao Jingzhou knew their thoughts and offered a compromise. Why don't you set off now, while Jiang Xian is still in hibernation, and wait for us about 10 kilometers ahead? Zombies' primary sense is in sight, meaning they aren't affected by day and night like humans. Traveling in the dark isn't particularly ruthless. The previous day's journey had proven that as long as they remained in lush, undeveloped wilderness areas with few humans, the zombies' safety was relatively guaranteed. Their split-up teams were generally safe. The only one likely to be in serious trouble was Jiang Xian, whom Qiao Jingzhou had trained separately. Qiao Jingzhou's suggestion conveniently avoided them facing Jiang Xian's pitiful, pleading face, so they quickly stood up and packed their bags. When Jiang Xian woke up naturally from her hibernation due to the absurd excuse of food poisoning, her teammates had all been fooled away, leaving only Qiao Jingzhou with a malicious smile. Jiang Xian was completely bewildered. You finally shown your true colors? You killed my companions? Qiao Jingzhou's carefully maintained villainous smile crumbled. He gritted his teeth and pinched Jiang Xian's head. Is this how you see me? Jiang Xian begged for mercy. After much pleading, the boss finally let go. After learning why his teammates had left first, Jiang Xian was even more bewildered than before. No need, right? Aren't I the nest mother? That's right, you are a nest mother. Even if the zombie army defends you impregnably, as long as a highly mobile squad of warriors carries out a decapitation strike and cuts off your head, victory is easily within reach. Qiao Jingzhou's voice was calm. Don't you think that's a stupid weakness? Jiang Xian was speechless. He obediently got up, packed his things, and followed the boss. Zombies have very little hibernation time, as they spend most of their time in a daze, essentially with their minds completely blank. They normally only need 2 or 3 hours a day to recover their energy. Their inactivity at night is purely a habit from their human past. By the time Jiang Xian left the safe haven of the Tree Hollow, the first half of the night wasn't even over, and it was still pitch black. After the apocalypse, the power system was paralyzed, and the nights were truly dark. On this new moon night, it was truly pitch black. After walking with Qiao Jingzhou for a while, Jiang Xian finally remembered to ask. You said you wanted to increase my level. How are you planning to train me? Qiao Jingzhou relayed Uncle Arya's guess. Excitement, tension, fear, and other intense emotions can all accelerate leveling up. Using your special abilities will also accelerate your leveling up. Intense emotions? How am I supposed to be excited? Jiang Xian racked her brains. I'm such a laid-back person. I always been this way before the apocalypse. Even if you asked me to be excited now, I couldn't. Her ability was to detonate and calm the other person's powers, which she couldn't use anytime, anywhere, a fact Jiang Xian completely ignored. It's alright, intense emotions aren't just about excitement. Qiao Jingzhou smiled, a smile exactly like a demon whispering to a naive child. Tense fear, that's also possible. He emphasized the latter two options Jiang Xian had deliberately ignored. Jiang Xian's face turned ashen, pale and bluish. She took a step back warily. What are you doing? Let me see. Qiao Jingzhou pretended to think, using his wind-based power. Like a light, floating leaf, he leaped backward and instantly disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Xian's senses told her Qiao Jingzhou should still be beside her, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Hey! Qiao Jingzhou. Despite having been familiar with solo operations for over a year, and having grown accustomed to being in groups, Jiang Xian felt incredibly uncomfortable again. The world was empty around her. It felt as if she were the only one left in the world. That sense of loneliness overwhelmed Jiang Xian like a tidal wave. What unsettled her most was that she sensed Qiao Jingzhou seemingly moving away from her. Jiang Xian panicked instantly. Qiao Jingzhou, what are you doing? Come back. She released her tracking and mental connection. But as she herself had said, This connection could only transmit her thoughts and information unilaterally to Qiao Jingzhou. It couldn't force him to do anything. If Qiao Jingzhou insisted on ignoring her, Jiang Xian was powerless to do anything. This was the current situation. Jiang Xian watched helplessly as Qiao Jingzhou abandoned her and left alone. Without protection, Jiang Xian had no way to reach the ruins of the Morning Star Laboratory. Not to mention the distance, Silver City was far beyond the reach of a level 1 zombie like her. But from here to their zombie family's hideout, it was still more than a day's journey. That was with the protection of a powerful figure, crossing in a straight line. If Jiang Xian were to walk back on her own, she would constantly need to avoid danger, and even take detours. It would be a miracle if she walked back in half a month. Jiang Xian had no choice but to sob and mutter curses at Qiao Jingzhou as she turned back. But she hadn't gone far when an obstacle blocked her path. 2 mutated foxes, hungry and searching for food. Sometimes knowing too much really isn't pleasant. Jiang Xian smelled Qiao Jingzhou's scent on the 2 mutated creatures. It was obvious Qiao Jingzhou had deliberately driven them to ambush her. Jiang Xian was almost in tears with anger. Qiao Jingzhou, you big bastard. The zombie's angry roar echoed in the cold night, startling several birds into flight. But even knowing it was a test, Jiang Xian was still afraid. She stumbled and staggered as she fled, pursued relentlessly by the mutated foxes chasing after her. Mutated animals are still animals at heart, just possessing unique abilities, but they aren't particularly intelligent, and their attacks are indiscriminate, targeting both humans and zombies. Jiang Xian fled, and the 2 foxes, having caught her scent, relentlessly pursued her. Under the same circumstances, animals are usually stronger than untrained humans, let alone 2 mutated animals. Chapter 42. Jiang Xian felt he had been running for a long time, stumbling along, but in reality, he hadn't even run 500 meters before the mutated fox caught up with him. As they got closer, Jiang Xian could finally make out the appearance of his hunters. Neither of the 2 mutated foxes had noticeably increased in size. One was completely black, and the shadow it cast under its feet was slightly distorted as it moved. If it weren't for the zombie's powerful sense of smell, Jiang Xian would often have missed it in the blink of an eye. The other had a coat of gleaming, armor-like keratin, making it look less like a mammal and more like an amphibian like a lizard. The armored fox attacked Jiang Xian first. Until he was knocked away, Jiang Xian naively believed that Qiao Jingzhou was at most just bluffing and wouldn't actually kill her. He would definitely help her at a crucial moment. But the sounds of bone shattering and flesh breaking, and her rapidly weakening body, clearly told Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou was serious this time. If she didn't fight to survive, she really would die. The fact that zombies don't experience immediate pain was a huge relief for Jiang Xian. Without the burden of excruciating pain, even with such severe injuries, he could quickly assess the situation and launch a counterattack. Jiang Xian's ability could trigger the abilities of others. Since he could calm it down, he could also detonate it. A mutated fox with special abilities at least meant it also possessed abilities. Jiang Xian had only tried calming the rage of his companion's abilities before. This was the first time he had attempted to detonate one. The black fox, lurking like a shadow, pounced, its sharp claws and teeth deadly weapons, easily tearing apart the body of a level 1 zombie. Suddenly, small black spheres rose around Jiang Xian. These spheres, also shrouded in darkness and completely invisible, shot out and surged into the black fox's body, causing it to swell almost instantly. It wasn't a regular, inflatable expansion. Instead, it felt as if millions of worms were writhing and expanding irregularly within the black fox's body, rapidly exceeding its limits. The black fox's flesh and blood exploded before Jiang Xian, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The dark shadows lingering within the flesh remained for several seconds before dissipating. Before Jiang Xian could catch his breath, another armored fox pounced. Jiang Xian activated his power again, but the deadly black spheres failed to materialize as before. He could only watch helplessly as the armored fox closed in, its sharp fangs just a hair's breadth away from piercing his neck and tearing his head off. Jiang Xian's mind went blank. She couldn't think of a way to save herself. The sharp fangs didn't fall. The fox's wide-open mouth was pinched shut by a hand. At this close range, Jiang Xian could clearly see the fox's sharp teeth, the bits of flesh and bone between them, so chilling and terrifying. It almost killed her. Jiang Xian trembled with lingering fear. Qiao Jingzhou's metallic arm easily snapped the armored fox's neck, casually tossing the fox's corpse aside. He looked down at the terrified Jiang Xian, offering her a completely emotionless explanation. Superpowers are extremely uncontrollable abilities. Every time you use one, you must control it as precisely as possible. Yes, control. Using a superpower is like opening a floodgate. At the moment of activation, you subconsciously unleash its maximum power. Once the water is used up, it takes time to recharge. In human cities, many superhumans have died on their first use after awakening their abilities. A single use of their ability directly leads to a backlash that consumes them. Don't underestimate Jiang Xian just because her ability is to control others. When she's calm, she can handle calming and detonating others' abilities very well. It's as if her body naturally knows how to use it with minimal energy consumption. However, when she's fearful or in danger, she neglects this control. The more afraid you are, the more calmly you need to use your abilities, otherwise your ability will only become the knife that sends you to your death. After saying this, Qiao Jingzhou offered no further comfort and disappeared into the darkness again, leaving Jiang Xian with a compass and a map. I had Si Lu and the others wait ahead. Whether you continue or not is up to you. If you're still in this state, I suggest you give up on any grand plans for conquest, and don't even think about challenging humans. Just obediently hide back in the sewers, pray to the gods not to be discovered by humans, and you might survive a few more days. Qiao Jingzhou's voice came from afar. Jiang Xian stiffly pulled her limbs back, burying her face between her knees. Knowing that this guy was trying to provoke her, Jiang Xian did feel a sharp pain in her heart. Without the determination to put in the effort, it's all just a joke. Anyone can talk a good game, but when faced with difficulties, if you only think about retreating and avoid challenges, you're destined to accomplish nothing. She rubbed her face vigorously, but didn't feel any improvement. The lack of pain made her sense of touch dulled. Jiang Xian reached for the compass and map. Zombies have poor eyesight, and darkness exacerbates this. Jiang Xian stared at the map for a long time, unable to make out anything, and awkwardly asked, "Which way?" After a long while, a light like a firefly suddenly appeared and drifted in a certain direction. Even though the situation was unfavorable, Jiang Xian still marveled at the fire control ability. Jiang Xian clenched her fists and looked into the unknown darkness. She gave herself a good pep talk for a while, then started walking in the direction the light indicated. To be honest, Jiang Xian's ability wasn't bad. In fact, it could be considered quite overpowered. When her ability was used on an opponent, as long as the opponent had an ability, she could use it to her advantage. This kind of attack ignored the difference in strength between the two sides. No matter how strong the opponent was, once her ability was detonated, they were doomed. It worked against the Black Fox, and it would work against Qiao Jingzhou as well. The greatest threat often comes not from external factors that are guarded against, but from uncontrollable internal factors. The stronger the opponent, the faster she will die. The only problem is that her attack methods limit her accuracy and frequency. The small black orbs that detonate her opponents also require a hit to be effective. Even when condensed, they only exist for about 5 seconds, dissipating naturally regardless of whether they hit or not. Since she couldn't adjust her attack methods, Jiang Xian decided to follow Qiao Jingzhou's advice and focus on reducing her attack frequency. She aimed to control the amount released as precisely as possible. If one orb could handle the situation, she wouldn't need two. Currently, Jiang Xian could condense a maximum of 6 small orbs at a time. After that, she would need a long time to replenish them. As Jiang Xian traveled, she carefully experimented. Half an hour later, she encountered a new opponent. That particularly cunning Qiao Jingzhou had given her another training target. Chapter 43. The nights of the apocalypse were anything but quiet. As plants once again dominated the world, life was rapidly recovering. The sounds of insects and birds echoed from all around. Hidden behind the swaying shadows of the trees, a dangerous mutated animal might be lurking. Leaving aside the threat itself, these creatures were frightening enough. Jiang Xian, traveling alone, stopped because she smelled a spider. Yes, this spider also carried Qiao Jingzhou's scent. Jiang Xian sensed her opponent's presence and immediately composed herself. Having lived in the city ruins, the most common mutated insects she encountered were mosquitoes, spiders, and cockroaches. A mutated mosquito was about the size of a wasp, its body roughly the thickness of a human finger. Fortunately, mutated insects, unless under special circumstances, wouldn't attack zombies. When Jiang Xian occasionally encountered one, she would pretend not to see it and quickly slip away. Before officially meeting her opponent, Jiang Xian's emotions remained relatively stable. Then, with a series of rustling sounds, a mutated spider with cow pattern markings the size of a millstone came into view. Jiang Xian, who wasn't usually afraid of insects, suddenly understood how terrifying they could be, seeing the creature's enormous size. It was a spider with a large belly and short legs, Its 8 thin legs looked more like decorations as it spun silk and glided along. Even from Jiang Xian's perspective, its movement speed wasn't particularly fast. The cow-patterned spider, its 8 blood-red single eyes darting around, finally locked onto the nearly paralyzed Jiang Xian. Hiss! The cow spider let out a sharp hiss, and a large swarm of spider silk hurtled towards Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian frantically tried to escape, but she was no match for the spider silk. She felt something strange on her arm, and when she turned her head, she saw the cow spider slowly sliding towards her along the silk. Jiang Xian quickly used her power to detonate a small black ball and hurled it at the cow spider. The spider instinctively knew this was no good and launched another silk attack. The small black ball, lacking a physical form, easily passed through the silk and, still under Jiang Xian's control, continued its attack towards the cow spider. Faced with the unknown danger, the cow spider retreated, creating distance between itself and its prey. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to tear off the silk clinging to her arm, along with a large chunk of flesh. Although it didn't hurt, the large wound still weighed heavily on Jiang Xian's mind. She wasn't worried about the wounds not healing. With her healing abilities, they would recover sooner or later. Her main concern was the present. The wounds would hinder her fight against the cow spider. Jiang Xian was also a stubborn zombie. Qiao Jingzhou had deliberately tested her. How could she easily admit defeat? When playing cowardly didn't work, she was incredibly fierce. Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, taking slow steps, seemingly preparing to avoid the insect hunter. Her previous small black orbs were feints. If they hit, great. If not, they had already forced the opponent back. As the small black orbs reached their limit, they all vanished before the cow spider. This millstone-sized spider lacked the intelligence to understand the specific reasons, but it instinctively realized the danger was over. There was no danger, so Jiang Xian remained prey. The spider spun silk at Jiang Xian again, but Jiang Xian, already on guard, ducked to avoid it. The silk was swift, but once the angle was right, it couldn't be adjusted mid-air. Thus, Jiang Xian successfully anticipated and dodged the silk. If a third person were watching, the scene of a zombie and a spider fighting would be utterly comical. Level 1 primitive zombies are incredibly slow, but mutated spiders are even slower. One attacks, the other dodges. The spider spits silk, misses, spits again, misses again. It's ridiculously clumsy. Qiao Jingzhou, hiding in the shadows, yawned. He was getting sleepy watching it. Jiang Xian slowly played hide-and-seek with the cow-like spider for ages, finally losing his grip and getting stuck in the silk again. Like all prey caught in a spider's web, Jiang Xian struggled desperately, unable to escape the enormous spider relentlessly closing in on her. As the distance closed, Jiang Xian could see the fine hairs on the cow spider's body, its open mandibles, and the rhythmic writhing of its massive fangs. Jiang Xian felt a chill run through her body. The fear of death made her tremble uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and persevered until the spider's fangs were almost upon her. Jiang Xian could even smell the stench of the brains the cow spider had previously consumed. Just as the spider was about to devour her brain, Jiang Xian activated her small black orb of light. Her power exploded. Her enormous body now became a hindrance. The cow spider couldn't dodge in time and was struck head-on. Then, every cell in its body began to writhe violently. The familiar swelling and decay ended in a second. The cow spider's hard exoskeleton cracked open, splattering Jiang Xian's face and head with pus that smelled of insects. Jiang Xian shivered for a while longer, the cold wind making her skin feel extremely uncomfortable from the dried pus. She stiffly turned her head, pleading into the darkness, "Could you wash me?" There was no response. Jiang Xian had just endured a battle that was definitely intense for her. Her mental energy was severely depleted, her head was throbbing, and she couldn't feel anything. She also had no way of knowing whether Qiao Jingzhou had truly abandoned her. Jiang Xian had no choice but to resign herself to getting away from the scene and pray that the scavengers wouldn't appear for a while. In the apocalypse, the smell of corpses would attract other scavengers, potentially mutated animals, insects, or even zombies. Those who could become scavengers must be incredibly fast. If you weren't fast enough, you wouldn't even catch a sliver of a crumb while it was still warm. This was extremely disadvantageous for Jiang Xian, whose movements were currently severely restricted. Jiang Xian wanted to complete Qiao Jingzhou's training as much as possible and traverse this area alone. However, encountering a carrion eater would be completely beyond her control, something she couldn't handle in her current state. Jiang Xian hurriedly moved away, but unfortunately, her worst fears came true. A rustling, rhythmic sound came from behind Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian suddenly turned her head. In the darkness, She first saw a pair of fluorescent green eyes, which flashed by before disappearing back behind the vegetation. Her trembling instinct, which had just subsided, kicked in again. This was a new predator that knew how to conceal its scent. Jiang Xian couldn't smell anything about it, so she had no way of knowing if it was one Qiao Jingzhou had sent to train her. If, like the previous 2 times, she could smell Qiao Jingzhou's scent on her opponent, Jiang Xian would be slightly more at ease. Chapter 44. Although she cursed Qiao Jingzhou's behavior as utterly despicable, Jiang Xian knew he was nearby if she could detect his scent. But now, Jiang Xian sensed nothing. A feeling of unease washed over her, filling her with panic. Had she truly been abandoned? She was even more afraid that this new opponent was a powerful being who had managed to deceive even Qiao Jingzhou, secretly lurking near her. She knew she shouldn't be distracted on the battlefield, but chaotic thoughts kept flooding her mind. Jiang Xian's mind was on edge, on the verge of collapse. Unable to relax as she had when fighting the cow spider, Jiang Xian immediately conjured a small black orb of light around herself, serving as a vigilant precaution against a sneak attack. Only with the appearance of the small black orb did Jiang Xian catch a fleeting glimpse of her opponent's presence. She could only barely discern that this creature resembled a zombie, but she couldn't pinpoint its exact nature. Jiang Xian panicked even more. She couldn't smell Qiao Jingzhou's scent on this unknown new hunter. That meant this thing really wasn't sent by Qiao Jingzhou. What on earth could get to her right under Qiao Jingzhou's nose? Or perhaps Qiao Jingzhou had already gone far away. Jiang Xian called Qiao Jingzhou a few more times. The zombies' howls echoed in the empty night, carrying far through the forest, as if countless voices were calling from all directions. Even more terrifying. As soon as the small black orb disappeared naturally, Jiang Xian immediately condensed another one, on guard. She could only condense 6 at a time in a short period, and considering the previous battle with the cow zombie, she still had 2 available. Jiang Xian was almost in tears, but she sniffled and gritted her teeth, persevering. She cautiously observed her surroundings, while desperately trying to escape. The unknown creature seemed extremely wary of Jiang Xian's black sphere. Even after it disappeared, it didn't attack or reveal itself. Jiang Xian knew it hadn't gone far, and dared not let her guard down. She had never felt that a level 1 primitive zombie could move so slowly. Jiang Xian struggled through the darkness. There was no light source Qiao Jingzhou used to guide her, no companions, only a patient hunter lurking nearby, forcing her to be constantly on guard. She didn't know how much time had passed when Jiang Xian vaguely noticed light appearing before her, realizing she had been walking all night. As the sun rose as usual, piercing through the dense canopy of leaves and casting dappled light across the forest floor, Jiang Xian was stunned to find that the oppressive feeling that had chased her all night was gone. Qiao Jingzhou had appeared beside her at some point. Patches of sunlight fell on his face, the bright light blurring Qiao Jingzhou's zombie features. His tall figure, bathed in sunlight, was dazzlingly bright. "How did you feel?" His voice wasn't deep at all, the end of his tone even rose slightly, clearly indicating he was in a good mood. It was unclear whether he was happy that Jiang Xian had passed the first night's trial, or if he had successfully toyed with her. Jiang Xian's heart trembled violently. Her gaze averted as if burned, and she lowered her head in evasiveness. Rationally, she understood that Qiao Jingzhou's actions were right. But emotionally, Qiao Jingzhou was currently just someone who ignored her during her difficult and helpless moments. Having just endured a night on the verge of a mental and physical breakdown, she was now utterly exhausted. She had nothing to say. That thing that had been chasing her for most of the night, she had initially been very curious, even harboring a thought that if she survived, she would definitely whip its corpse 1,000 times over. But now, that thought had faded. What good would knowing do? The threats in the apocalypse weren't limited to this one kind. Even without it, there were other threats. Jiang Xian? Why aren't you saying anything? Qiao Jingzhou kept 2 steps behind her, following closely behind. His tone was inquisitive, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xian's reaction. Even the way he called Jiang Xian's name sounded deliberate. Jiang Xian forced a smile, turned around, and said, "That's right, I'm still Jiang Xian. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. Thank you for the training last night. I'm very tired now, can I rest?" She finished speaking in one breath, looking at him calmly. Qiao Jingzhou was stunned for a moment before finally saying in a muffled voice, "Are you angry with me?" "No." Jiang Xian wasn't lying. She knew her weaknesses clearly. Rationally, she was grateful for the training Qiao Jingzhou had designed to help her improve. However, the fact that her pleas for help went unanswered during her most fearful, helpless, and hopeless moments had hurt her deeply. It wasn't about love or hate, It had simply stirred up very unpleasant memories. It was as if she had been transported back to that dark time in the laboratory, where she had helplessly begged and pleaded, only to be met with cold indifference. This wasn't Xiao Jingzhou's fault, it was Jiang Xian's own problem. But her physical reaction was like this, and she couldn't get over it immediately. Xiao Jingzhou paused for a moment. Then you should rest. I stay by your side. Even so, Jiang Xian found a tree root, curled up into a ball, and before falling asleep, covered herself with a large pile of vines for camouflage. Just like when she wandered alone, she took good care of herself. Xiao Jingzhou walked around the neighborhood, clearing out any dangers, then climbed the tree where Jiang Xian was sleeping, and sat on a branch. His treatment of Jiang Xian was indeed driven by personal motives, but it wasn't for petty revenge. He genuinely wanted Jiang Xian to become stronger. Jiang Xian was the nest mother, and more importantly, the root cause of the zombie's existence. Xiao Jingzhou was counting on her to lead him to see the dawn of unlocking the secrets of the zombies. Xiao Jingzhou naturally didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Xian because of something trivial. However, he probably went too far last night. Xiao Jingzhou felt a moment of guilt. He was a specially trained warrior before the apocalypse, while Jiang Xian was clearly still a young girl. Such high-pressure training was far too intense. Jiang Xian wasn't sleeping soundly. Before, she would sleep like a corpse, completely still, but this time she was twitching slightly. At first, Xiao Jingzhou refrained from approaching, wanting to give Jiang Xian space to lick her wounds alone. However, as Jiang Xian's reactions became more intense, he realized something was wrong. He parted a large clump of grass, revealing the girl's small face buried within. Jiang Xian had a very obedient appearance. Before the apocalypse, she was probably a typical well-behaved girl. Now, with her eyes closed, ignoring her skin color, she was just a frail girl. But now, she seemed trapped in some nightmare, uttering low, mumbled murmurs. Xiao Jingzhou hesitated for a moment, then, shamelessly, despite the suspicion of eavesdropping, he brought his ear closer to Jiang Xian. Sir, concentration, 32%. Pain, brother Lin Che, save me. Xiao Jingzhou had been carefully trying to decipher the murmurs, until he heard an unusually familiar name. Lin Che? Chapter 45. Xiao Jingzhou straightened up in astonishment. The second city's armed forces were divided into two types. The new guard station stationed within the city for stability and security, and the special operations teams responsible for missions outside the city. Lin Che was the captain of the special operations team. The special operations team was different from Xiao Jingzhou's regular team. They weren't selected from among physically strong humans. This group consisted of volunteers from the New City Research Institute, the earliest semi-infected individuals. With the establishment of the new city, a research institute for studying superhumans was also established. In this world, with mutated plants outside, without superhuman abilities and armed forces, it was almost impossible to move an inch in the apocalypse. Repairing firearms wasn't easy, but developing superhuman abilities seemed easier to achieve. The zombies' immunity to mutated plants gave humanity another glimmer of hope, and the semi-infected were born under these circumstances. Lin Che was said to be one of the earliest semi-infected individuals, held captive by the Research Institute for over a year before being released this year, but he had primarily only performed short-term missions. Similar to the previous mission in Guangnan, the task involves retrieving the bodies and data of teammates. Then, they travel to an already explored area to kill a mutated creature, a zombie. Generally speaking, they won't be away from the city for more than 3 days. This is rare. Long-term reconnaissance and data collection missions, like Xiao Jingzhou's, are the team's main task. Lin Che's situation is quite special. This year, Xiao Jingzhou voluntarily became a semi-infected individual and started interacting with the Research Institute. He's also vaguely heard some rumors. For example, Lin Che's health isn't good, and he needs medication from the Research Institute to maintain his health, which prevents him from leaving for extended periods. However, the other members of the Special Operations team were occasionally separated and assigned to regular teams for long-term missions. For example, 2 members of the Special Operations team were involved in the mission that wiped out Xiao Jingzhou's second team. The Special Operations team only differed from the regular team in how they joined. As long as they possessed combat capabilities, there was essentially no difference in their mission execution. But Lin Che was still special. Xiao Jingzhou knew this, and the entire team knew it too. He was just very curious how Jiang Xian knew about Lin Che, and why she used such a cheesy, Mary Sue's term as brother Lin Che. Suddenly, Xiao Jingzhou thought of He Jin from before. She had pointed in the direction of the second city and said, "He's dying." Could that he be Lin Che? But how did Heijin know he was dying? Do they still have contact? Qiao Jingzhou quickly dismissed this guess. According to Jiang Xian's account, she had been wandering in the apocalypse for over a year. Lin Che had been at the research institute since the early days of the second city's establishment, advancing the research with the first successful case of a semi-infected individual. This led to the successful modification of other semi-infected individuals. They didn't meet before the apocalypse, so could they have known each other before the apocalypse? Suddenly, Qiao Jingzhou's mind conjured up a series of melodramatic childhood sweetheart stories, then switched roles to a domineering CEO and his sweet, innocent wife. A whole string of morally reprehensible plot points came rushing in, applied to a girl like Jiang Xian with her obedient appearance. Finally, he was so angry with his own imagination that his ears turned red. When he heard rustling sounds nearby, Qiao Jingzhou realized Jiang Xian was about to wake up, and he quickly stopped his strange associations. He rubbed his eyes, carefully examining the pterygium in a small mirror before turning to smile at Jiang Xian, who had just opened his eyes, still half asleep. Awake? Are you all right? Through the zombie-like pterygium, Jiang Xian stared blankly at him, seemingly still not fully awake. At least 3 seconds later, Jiang Xian slumped back down, muttering something under his breath. Qiao Jingzhou? ? He leaned closer to listen. I must still be dreaming. Si Ba is actually laughing normally. It's definitely a dream. What the hell is this? Qiao Jingzhou was both annoyed and amused, reaching out to pull Jiang Xian out of a clump of vines. Get up when you rested enough. He shoved a bowl of cooked hair moss into Jiang Xian's hands. Eat quickly, then continue training. Jiang Xian was already annoyed by him, and hearing this only made him more annoyed. He didn't even want to take the food. She rolled her eyes without hesitation. Cooked hair moss won't fill you up anymore, so you can have this one yourself. I find something fresh to eat. With that, she got up to find something to eat. Qiao Jingzhou asked from behind, You haven't tried any other recipes, so how did you initially know hair moss was edible? Jiang Xian was stunned by the question. She had never thought about it before. Earlier, when Qiao Jingzhou asked her to try new recipes, Jiang Xian was quite annoyed, feeling that he was deliberately tormenting her. But thinking back, Jiang Xian realized that she had never considered eating anything else. Even when Qiao Jingzhou fed her potato noodles, she felt regret when she tasted the deliciousness of normal food. It was as if, deep down, she knew she could only eat hair moss. Other foods weren't good for her. But where did this mysterious thing come from? Qiao Jingzhou's casual question left Jiang Xian speechless for a while. Finally, he sighed, Forget it, don't overthink it. Let's focus on what's at hand. Jiang Xian glanced at him again, and indeed, she stopped worrying about it. Okay. Neither of them spoke, but they were clearly thinking the same thing. Jiang Xian's hidden personality. Heijin. To be honest, Jiang Xian didn't have much of a reaction to the existence of this personality. She hadn't even known of its existence before, let alone when it appeared in her body. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Xian was just an ordinary college student, in the second semester of her junior year. If nothing unexpected had happened, she should be graduating and working by now. Both her parents were alive and well, and she had no tragic past. Her life before the apocalypse was incredibly ordinary. What caused her to fall from grace and suffer greatly was her time at Kaimingsing. Jiang Xian woke up as a zombie, opening her eyes to find herself in the Kaimingsing laboratory. Jiang Xian endured 3 months of excruciating suffering there until the Morning Star was overrun by a zombie horde, allowing her to escape. Until she encountered the zombies and learned about the Nest Mother from Guannan, Jiang Xian always believed herself to be just an ordinary little zombie. But during her time at the abandoned camp, under the watchful eyes of others, Jiang Xian revealed a side of herself she didn't even know existed. She realized she harbored a deeper secret. Jiang Xian wasn't as calm as she appeared. She refused to reveal it, partly because she didn't want her zombie companions to worry. More importantly, she didn't know what to worry about. The alter ego, known as Black True, left no trace on Jiang Xian's mind. It was a completely empty concept. Chapter 46. It wasn't until Qiao Jingzhou asked that Jiang Xian suddenly realized Heijin was indeed by her side. For example, Jiang Xian couldn't remember how she escaped from Kaimingsing. Aside from vaguely remembering that many zombies had rushed into the laboratory, she remembered nothing else. As if in a daze, she found herself standing outside the laboratory, in the vast, empty ruins of the city, with only her and countless wandering, mindless zombies. Thinking further, Jiang Xian could find more clues. When she thought her memory loss was due to brain decay, upon reflection, it all occurred in relatively critical situations. She suddenly lost her memory, and when she woke up, she had already survived the crisis. But Jiang Xian had always considered herself lucky, and was complacent, never delving deeper into the matter. Because of this distraction, Jiang Xian immediately forgot her previous unpleasantness and ate in peace. Although hair vegetable was edible, and had miraculous effects on her recovery, it really didn't taste good. Even cooked, it didn't taste good, so she decided to eat it raw. A familiar, heavy feeling settled in Jiang Xian's stomach. Qiao Jingzhou, arms crossed, asked, all rested? Jiang Xian looked at him warily. Still training? Qiao Jingzhou gave her a you guessed right look. Then with a light leap, Jiang Xian could no longer see him. Jiang Xian knew this wasn't some kind of disappearing act. It was just that Qiao Jingzhou was fast enough to fool her eyes. That just goes to show the difference in strength. Forget about catching up to the speed of a master, she couldn't even keep up with his eyes. Jiang Xian looked at the bright sky. Since plants had taken over the world, everywhere was dense forest, the only difference being the number of trees. The massive canopy of trees blocked the direct sunlight, but the light filtering through the gaps was still much brighter than at night. Even with that strange creature lurking nearby, Jiang Xian felt she wouldn't be as panicked as she had been the day before. Because she had no sense of direction and couldn't read a map, Qiao Jingzhou still painstakingly guided her. Last night, they used flames as light. This day they used flower petals. Somewhere, some flowers had been trampled and torn to shreds, blown by the wind into a wave of petals, drifting in a certain direction. Jiang Xian desperately followed the wave of petals. After stumbling along for almost half an hour, Jiang Xian hadn't encountered anything. During this time, she focused intently on sniffing, like a hunting dog. This only deepened her suspicions. Not to brag, but since becoming a zombie, her sense of smell had become unparalleled. Nothing could escape her nose and intuition. Last night, that unknown thing had been watching her. She hadn't smelled it, but she was aware of its presence. Now, she walked for so long and found nothing. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. What's that saying again? When a child is quiet, they're definitely up to something. She didn't believe that Qiao Jingzhou, that big-time troublemaker, could be so kind. He was definitely up to no good, plotting something big to trick her. Jiang Xian subconsciously slowed her pace, her zombie-like eyes scanning the surroundings, on high alert. When she stepped into the damp, muddy ground, she immediately realized something was wrong. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and decaying vegetation, but this section seemed to be a swamp or pond underneath. Her footing was unstable. Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly adjusted her balance, trying to pull her foot back. Just then, a small stone, seemingly out of nowhere, struck Jiang Xian squarely in the back of her knee, the only part of her body she was using to steady herself. She didn't feel pain, but the only leg bearing her weight immediately buckled, and she lurched forward uncontrollably. Qiao Jingzhou, you glug. The rest of her curse was swallowed by the swamp's mud. Below, covered by ankle-deep decaying leaves, lay a considerable depth of swamp. Jiang Xian was completely submerged, her feet not even touching solid ground. Thank goodness zombies don't need to breathe, so Jiang Xian didn't have to worry about suffocating, but as she sank deeper, the pressure from the mud increased. The lack of pain didn't mean she wasn't aware of the threat of death. Zombies, to some extent, likely used a different life cycle to replace the original human vital signs. But they were definitely not entirely inanimate objects. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died a second time after being decapitated. Now deeply mired in the mud, Jiang Xian couldn't see anything with her eyes open, and even worse, the mud blocked her sense of smell. She could only hear faint sounds through the vibrations of the mud, but sound was distorted underwater. With her main senses gone, Jiang Xian was suddenly trapped in her own environment. Jiang Xian found that the more she struggled, the stronger the pressure from her surroundings became. She dared not move again, forced to remain stiff, enduring this desperate feeling of being trapped. Very well, after being chased like a dog last night, Jiang Xian experienced the pressure of being crushed to death. It was hard to say which was more desperate. She was now filled with the same fear and panic. Jiang Xian was truly impressed by Qiao Jingzhou this time. His training plans for her were all unexpected and incredibly thorough. There wouldn't be two similar experiences that would lower her fear level. Jiang Xian couldn't even remember how she survived that training session. She only remembered that when she woke up and set off with Qiao Jingzhou, it was probably just past noon, and the shadows cast by the trees were very short. By the time she struggled to crawl out of the mud, it was completely dark, and the crescent moon was a thin line, pale in comparison to the stars. Jiang Xian, covered in the stench of decaying leaves and mud, lay on her back, gazing at the vast starry sky in a daze. The starry sky was beautiful, but the person beneath it wasn't. Qiao Jingzhou came and went like the wind. Jiang Xian had seen his sudden appearances and disappearances so often that she was no longer surprised. After soaking in the swampy mud for an entire afternoon and night, she was completely devoid of any temper. Seeing Qiao Jingzhou with her own eyes, her tense nerves relaxed. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before losing consciousness, she muttered softly, "It stinks." Qiao Jingzhou instinctively sniffed himself, his sleeve practically under his nose, before remembering that he had maintained a daily routine of cleaning even after becoming a zombie. Others might have trouble getting water, but he had water-based abilities. What was difficult about that? He had spent the afternoon lying in the shade, so he definitely wouldn't smell. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, had been soaking in the swamp for over 10 hours, and was practically pickled in the mud. Thinking of Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou's gaze softened slightly. He had initially thought she was an overly naive and delicate girl, but in reality, her resilience far exceeded his expectations. Pushing her into the swamp to test her was indeed Qiao Jingzhou's plan. But Jiang Xian climbed out of the swamp, not because he thought it was time to pull her out. Jiang Xian had found a way to escape on her own. Chapter 47. Qiao Jingzhou had explored the swamp after discovering it. It was quite deep, with whirlpools within. Getting caught in it wouldn't be easy to escape, especially since Jiang Xian didn't possess any corresponding physical abilities. Jiang Xian's abilities could only affect others. She was purely a support character. Forget about useful elemental abilities. Jiang Xian's strength and agility weren't even particularly high. It was truly a mystery how she managed to escape from such a deep swamp. Qiao Jingzhou crouched down, looking at the mud doll-like little zombie, and conjured a ball of clean water in his palm, rolling it across Jiang Xian's face. The mud peeled away from her skin, revealing her sweet and delicate face. He had been so focused on her unusual zombie appearance that he hadn't noticed how well-behaved Jiang Xian actually was. She looked like the kind of innocent, untroubled girl next door. So obedient, so soft, and so delicate. But she turned out to be a silly chatterbox. She also possessed a stubborn, unyielding spirit. Qiao Jingzhou sensed Jiang Xian's condition several times during the ordeal. If she gave up on survival, he would have pulled her out. However, Jiang Xian remained conscious and persevered until she escaped. Perhaps it was this stubbornness that allowed her to struggle and survive until now after the apocalypse. Zombies are alive too. Regardless of life form, as long as they possess consciousness, Qiao Jingzhou considered them alive. With these jumbled thoughts running through his mind, Qiao Jingzhou had already cleaned Jiang Xian thoroughly, even removing the mud from her clothes. He lifted the still unconscious Jiang Xian onto his shoulder with one hand, but remembering that the little zombie still didn't seem to like this way of carrying people, Qiao Jingzhou hesitated for a moment before awkwardly switching to carrying her with both arms. It wasn't that he found it too heavy, but this position would take up both his hands, making it inconvenient for him to deal with emergencies. However, he then thought that this was practically the wilderness, filled with nothing but zombies and plants, rarely encountering humans, and posing no real danger. Embracing the awkward position, he carried Jiang Xian and hurried to catch up with his waiting companions. Before parting the previous night, they had agreed to meet again the next day. When Qiao Jingzhou brought Jiang Xian there, most of the day had already passed, and dawn was approaching. Jiang Xian was too exhausted to fully wake up. Qiao Jingzhou entrusted her to the care of the zombies, and found a place to rest himself. Out of trust for their kind, none of the zombies said a word. Only their zombie eyes exchanged unreadable messages. When Jiang Xian opened her eyes again, she saw her companions exchanging glances. "Give me food," Jiang Xian roared. She was starving. Si Lu immediately brought over a bowl of hair moss that he had prepared beforehand. Xiao Zhou said you don't like cooked food, so he specially saved some fresh, raw hair moss for you. Jiang Xian had already swallowed several mouthfuls, paused upon hearing this, said nothing, and continued eating. Her usual appetite was only average. She stuffed the entire handful of hair moss down her throat, seemingly still wanting more. Her stomach didn't seem to bulge. She wondered where all the food had gone. Here. Qiao Jingzhou jumped in from outside, his hand swiping across the empty bowl in front of Jiang Xian, filling it again. Jiang Xian looked up, their eyes met, and Jiang Xian quickly looked down again. "Thank you." Then she hugged it, and started eating. The other zombies began exchanging glances again. Jiang Xian used to be afraid of Qiao Jingzhou, but she still possessed a strong fighting spirit, and a playful urge to always get her revenge. Since returning, Jiang Xian's attitude towards Qiao Jingzhou has been rather intriguing. While she seemed afraid, their interactions were noticeably more harmonious. Yet, despite their apparent closeness, Jiang Xian was more distant than before, even neglecting the formalities of courtship, which was quite strange. Seeing Jiang Xian finally stop complaining of hunger, everyone tacitly fell silent, no one mentioning the suggestive way Xiao Jingzhou had carried her back. They instead inquired about Jiang Xian's training. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment. Not bad. She didn't want to elaborate. Just recalling the 2 training sessions made her tremble, plunging her back into lingering fear. Xiao Jingzhou, however, didn't mince words. Then, the exchange of knowing glances returned, everyone silently thinking, that's ruthless. Their sympathy for Jiang Xian intensified. During their journey together, they had been taking care of her. Walking with her companions for a while greatly eased Jiang Xian's tense nerves, and a relaxed smile returned to her face. On the 3rd night of their journey, Xiao Jingzhou again suggested individual training. Si Lu, somewhat disapproving, tried to smooth things over. Xiao Xian is working too hard. How about we postpone it for another day, until tomorrow? We already covered half the distance, Xiao Jingzhou said calmly. Traveling for another day would mean getting too close to Silver City. Approaching a city meant an increased probability of encountering humans. So Si Lu remained silent. The reason for giving Jiang Xian extra training was precisely to prevent her from being slow and encountering danger, which would slow down the entire team. But she was a crucial figure. Anyone else in the team could die, but she couldn't. The overall level of a team isn't determined by the strongest member, but usually by the weakest. Jiang Xian silently stood up. I go with you. He was so obedient it was heartbreaking. Arya couldn't sit still any longer. Why don't you take me too? My wood type ability can provide some healing. Xiao Jingzhou said, I also have a wood type ability. Although he usually used his wood type ability to cultivate aggressive plants. But it was perfectly adequate for him to temporarily fill in as a backup and support. Arya had nothing to say. The only other girl, Linjiu, scratched her head. Actually, it's not a big deal if Xiao Xian is a little weaker, right? We're just going to explore the ruins of the Morningstar Laboratory, aren't we? It's just exploration. She felt there shouldn't be any danger. Exploration missions are difficult because everything is unknown. No one knows what they encounter. Of course, it's also possible that we won't encounter anything at all, which is even better. Xiao Jingzhou patiently explained. Although he said the last sentence, everyone paid more attention to the first part. Everything is unknown. Jiang Xian suddenly spoke. The former Morningstar Laboratory is very dangerous. Before it was flattened by the zombie horde, the building that bore the name of a laboratory could already be used as a defensive fortress. The surrounding buildings had all been leveled, leaving a vast open space in the middle, with the laboratory nestled against the mountain, a solitary building, a complete fortress. Easy to defend, difficult to attack. Jiang Xian's consciousness remained after the zombie horde destroyed the laboratory. She had already escaped, only seeing the still burning ruins of the laboratory in the distance. She didn't dare go back to check the extent of the damage. With the humiliating tattoo on her neck, the kind only experimental subjects had, her life as a wanderer began. If it weren't for Xiao Jingzhou, even if Jiang Xian had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have wanted to go back. Chapter 48. Jiang Xian closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, her expression much more relaxed. She smiled cheerfully. I'm going with him to become stronger. How can you train if you follow me? Perhaps her previous expression had been too tragic, and considering Xiao Jingzhou's descriptions of the training, everyone assumed Jiang Xian was terrified. At least not willingly. But now Jiang Xian didn't seem reluctant. She insisted on going with Xiao Jingzhou to improve herself, so no one had the right to stop her. After all, in this apocalyptic world, people live for themselves. If someone is willing to be independent and strong, and not a burden to the team, their teammates should support them. Si Lu, having failed to persuade her, scratched his chin. Then, Xiao Xian, you figure it out yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. And Xiao Zhou, don't bully Xiao Xian too much. Xiao Jingzhou nodded, agreeing. Jiang Xian stood beside Xiao Jingzhou, watching her teammates pack their bags and set off again. This meeting was merely to ensure they wouldn't lose contact, and to let each other know they were safe. After a brief reunion, they would part ways again. Jiang Xian felt that, after 2 training sessions, her nerves had become stronger, and she dared to turn around and stare at Xiao Jingzhou. Come on, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Show them to me. I feel like I reached my evolutionary ceiling. This was also why she was willing to obediently follow Xiao Jingzhou. The training was indeed effective. Like a premonition before a seed sprouts, Jiang Xian vaguely sensed the boundary that was limiting her. Xiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. Then let's go. He pointed to a road slightly east of where Si Lu and the others were traveling, and Jiang Xian immediately and seriously started walking on her own. On the first day, when everyone was together, Xiao Jingzhou had shown some displeasure at her slow pace. Now, with her alone, he seemed surprisingly unimpressed, even patiently walking a few steps to wait for her. His unexpected indulgence made Jiang Xian uncomfortable. She remembered how impatient he was. Where are we going? Jiang Xian would rather it be like the night before last, with Xiao Jingzhou hiding to the side, letting a fox or something chase after her, than the awkwardness of walking side by side. Xiao Jingzhou shrugged. It's daylight. Many tricks won't work anymore. New tricks are ahead. Jiang Xian didn't ask further. It has to be said that darkness is a natural source of fear. No matter the occasion, darkness always has a remarkable effect. Even with the haunted house set up, if it were brightly lit, and Today Is a Good Day was played as background music, the fear level would immediately drop several degrees. Regardless of what chased Jiang Xian, she certainly wouldn't have been so terrified during the day. Although Jiang Xian didn't ask, she was prepared to face new tricks the whole way. Xiao Jingzhou was such a scoundrel, he definitely wouldn't kindly arrange harmless trials for her. He might even push her off a cliff. After eating raw hair moss, she no longer felt any effect from the previous day's injuries. Plus, she had rested well, and she was now in full swing. Jiang Xian's energetic state instantly crumbled after Xiao Jingzhou led her into a peculiar, drying ground. Darkness amplifies fear, but it also impairs vision. Even the slightest dim light made it impossible for Jiang Xian to clearly and directly confront this incredibly exaggerated and terrifying nightmare before her. No one has ever seen hell, so it's impossible to describe, but everyone has had nightmares. Jiang Xian could conjure countless terrifying nightmare scenarios, but these rows of neatly arranged human skins fluttering in the wind were far more terrifying than even the deepest nightmares. A rough estimate suggested at least 1,000 human skins, hung individually from the branches of trees in the dense forest, like clotheslines. The skins were remarkably well preserved, as if the inside had dissolved away. Noses were still noses, eyes were still eyes, and some even had remnants of black hair on their heads. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would pass through the trees, causing the thousands of skins to rustle and wave, like 1,000 ghostly figures beckoning. The mutilated remains of her own kind triggered the deepest fear within Jiang Xian. She could even see the skin closest to her. It belonged to a woman. The deformed, flattened face resembled the aftermath of failed liquefaction, with remnants of makeup still clinging to it, unevenly peeling away due to the elements. Jiang Xian took a step back, feeling a wave of nausea, 1,000 times worse than eating something she shouldn't have. Xiao. She instinctively looked around, and sure enough, the space beside her was empty. Xiao Jingzhou had vanished sometime during the day, leaving her alone. Her sense of smell told her Xiao Jingzhou should still be nearby, but the complex set of human skin severely impaired her perception. This training, you must leave here alive. Xiao Jingzhou's voice echoed through the surrounding woods, the complex terrain creating a reverberation that made his words echo at least 10 times, finally becoming an ethereal, ghostly murmur. Jiang Xian was filled with fear and disgust, and she desperately wanted to curse at Xiao Jingzhou. Every training session was unexpected, yet they all precisely targeted her fears. This forest of human skins, with its echoing sounds, who wouldn't be afraid? And judging from Xiao Jingzhou's words, this wasn't just a scenic spot, there were other dangers involved. Considering the hidden threat, Jiang Xian reluctantly shifted her attention slightly away from the fluttering human skins. Unfortunately, there were too many corpses, and the smells were too mixed. She could only vaguely detect a particularly unpleasant, fishy stench. Jiang Xian felt it looked familiar, but couldn't quite place it. A glimpse of the forest of human skins from afar was enough. Jiang Xian had no desire to examine it up close. Since Xiao Jingzhou had said she just needed to leave alive, Jiang Xian immediately turned around without hesitation and ran back the way she came. Seeing that there was nothing directly threatening her, Jiang Xian didn't mind walking slowly and stumbling. She could still track the scent she had left behind. Jiang Xian walked slowly, but her perseverance paid off. After about half an hour, she should have returned to the campsite she shared with Si Lu and the others. However, Jiang Xian's pace slowed further. She couldn't smell any trace of her companions. Instead, she caught the complex scent of the human skin forest again. Jiang Xian hesitated, turning to look back at the path she come from. She was certain she followed her own scent, that she hadn't gone back the way she came. Even if she didn't know the way, her sense of smell shouldn't have lied to her. Jiang Xian gritted her teeth and continued forward. She needed to determine if she had encountered a second human skin forest or had simply returned. Chapter 49. When she reached the edge of the forest of human skins, she looked at the outermost female human skin fluttering in the wind, noticing the identical lipstick peeling off the corner of her mouth. Jiang Xian thought that if she were human, she would have turned pale with fright. But she was a zombie, and a dead person's face is naturally bluish-white. It couldn't be more grotesque. The forest of human skins was equally nauseating, the various chaotic odors mingling together, making Jiang Xian suffocate. Without hesitation, Jiang Xian turned around again and walked in the opposite direction. This time, she lacked her previous composure. As she walked, she used branches and stones to mark the way. She walked further and further away, and half an hour later, she stood at the edge of the forest of human skins again. What was once a terrifying scene only brought sensory shock. Now, Jiang Xian felt a deep-seated fear, every bone in her body screaming and shrinking. She stubbornly turned around and walked away again. Staring at the marks she had made, each one placed by her own hand, and labeled with a number, she realized the marks ultimately led her back to the forest of human skin. Jiang Xian turned her head. After the 25th mark, the first mark lay at her feet. No, there must be something I haven't noticed. Nature itself has factors, like magnetic fields, that can affect a living being's perception, creating illusions. This time, Jiang Xian simply closed her eyes, relying solely on her sense of smell. Half an hour later, she stood in the same spot. Jiang Xian thought, since her sense of smell could deceive her, she would only follow her eyes. Switching to visual perception, Jiang Xian tried her best to avoid being influenced by her sense of smell. Still no use. This was the 6th time Jiang Xian had stood here again. Even more terrifying was that, after these several detours, darkness gradually fell. When she parted ways with her companions, it was still morning. Jiang Xian remembered walking with Xiao Jingzhou towards the dawn. It was only 6 times she'd been trapped in this maze, each time taking about half an hour, if Jiang Xian counted. Only the time she set up the markers was a little slower. But how did it get dark so quickly? Jiang Xian couldn't understand, and she couldn't stop the darkness from descending. Standing in the terrifying forest filled with human skins, she couldn't move, nor could she stay still. She could only freeze, too afraid to move. If it was just a scare tactic to keep her on edge, then Xiao Jingzhou had succeeded. Jiang Xian planned to endure until the training ended. But as it turned out, Xiao Jingzhou was utterly inhuman when he wanted to. She sensed a faint threat, hard to describe, unsure if it even existed, or if it was just her imagination. Jiang Xian suddenly remembered Xiao Jingzhou's specific reminder before leaving: leave alive. The key to reaching the target wasn't just about leaving, but about surviving. Earlier, on the way to the human skin forest, Xiao Jingzhou had said, many tricks don't work during the day. At the time, Jiang Xian thought he was referring to the thing they chased half the night before. Now, the implication was quite clear. As darkness fell, that trick began to appear. Jiang Xian immediately dared not waste any more time near the human skin forest. She backed away, her arms and legs moving in unison from the tension. She dared not turn her back to the human skin forest, afraid something might rush out from behind. Her senses weren't that sharp, and she might be ambushed. So Jiang Xian experienced the bizarre posture of walking backwards through the forest. As she retreated, the forest of human skin shrank in her eyes, gradually disappearing into the darkness. The faint but palpable threat didn't leave. Just when the forest of human skins was almost invisible, Jiang Xian clearly caught a glimpse of a pale white shadow, swiftly flashing through the midst of the skins. Jiang Xian couldn't help but tremble. She had been staring at the human skins for so long, she recognized the scent of the nearby skins. Jiang Xian was absolutely certain that the fleeting white shadow wasn't one of the skins that had been blown off. Jiang Xian cried, "Xiao Jingzhou, you bastard!" She couldn't hold back anymore, and what was even more heartbreaking was that she couldn't cry any real tears. Instead, blood tears flowed freely. Her low zombie cries echoed through the forest, carrying with them distant, mournful sobs, sounding more like weeping than her cries. Right now, her appearance was probably more terrifying than the forest of human skins. Jiang Xian retreated again and again, still not daring to turn her back to the forest of human skin trees. She continued facing the forest, walking backwards, her steps uneven, occasionally glancing down to check the path. Suddenly, her footsteps crunched. Jiang Xian looked down and saw several branches she had trampled, the very branches she had previously placed as markers. Jiang Xian was generally considerate. She wouldn't place a marker in the middle of the path. Even if there was no path, if there was enough space between two trees, Jiang Xian would only place the marker near the base of one of the trees. But now, The two trees on either side were about the same distance apart, and the marker was right in the middle. Jiang Xian turned around in confusion and discovered that the marker had returned to the edge of the tree. She stared intently at the irregularly shaped clump of branches she had placed there. The scent was still hers, and the trunk and leaves were exactly as they had been. But something felt off. It seems different from before? What had she seen just now? Jiang Xian racked her brains, her panicked gaze gradually turning into shock. She couldn't remember it all? No, something was definitely wrong. Jiang Xian paced around aimlessly like a headless fly, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, she brandished her sharp zombie claws and used her nails to carve a deep, bone-penetrating gash into her arm. Thank goodness for her zombie constitution, she felt no pain. Her regenerative abilities were remarkable when she wasn't hungry. Having wandered around aimlessly for so long, Jiang Xian didn't yet have a keen awareness of her surroundings. After scratching herself, Jiang Xian realized she had indeed lost time. She was acutely aware of her body and the progress of her injuries healing. Something was interfering with her memory, causing her to forget a certain period of time, resulting in the effect of lost time. Jiang Xian could detonate the black sphere of her supernatural power, but it only worked if it hit its target directly. However, the black sphere was very small, making it difficult to hit its target. Surrounded by dark shadows, Jiang Xian didn't even know where her opponent was, let alone how to hit them. But besides calming and detonating her supernatural power, Jiang Xian could also absorb energy. This ability required her to concentrate fully, and couldn't be used with distractions. Since Jiang Xian had moved through the forest so many times without being directly attacked, she decided to take a risk. As soon as the energy absorption began, Jiang Xian immediately and accurately pinpointed her opponent's location. She immediately turned in that direction, and the black sphere, poised for action, shot out rapidly. Chapter 50. Jiang Xian sensed something burst like a balloon. She rushed in that direction, only to find a clump of slimy debris, as if a large insect had just been swatted dead. The fear and unease brought by the unknown finally subsided. Jiang Xian revealed an expression of understanding. You noticed so quickly. Xiao Jingzhou's smiling voice drifted from afar. Jiang Xian immediately stopped smiling, rolled her eyes in annoyance, and didn't bother to find out where he was watching her. She was almost scared to death just now, and this guy didn't say a word. Now she had even less reason to expect Xiao Jingzhou to suddenly have a change of heart and help her escape. Now that she had set a training goal, she wanted to complete it on her own as much as possible. Although she had figured out the mystery of this ghostly forest maze, leaving wouldn't be so easy. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Xian rallied himself before finally setting off towards the forest of human skin trees. Xiao Jingzhou, who had only made his presence felt but received no attention, squatted down in a tree, unable to hide his smile. The little zombie was smarter than he had imagined. Actually, the situation wasn't that complicated. Whether it was being trapped in a maze or suffering from amnesia, it was all just a trick played by the forest and its symbiotic mutated animals. After mutating, the plants were no longer as docile as before and would exhibit active hunting behavior, meaning they would be active to some extent. Like a plant tide, it was itself a form of plant movement. However, large-scale movement relied on the overlapping of easily growing and dying parasitic vines. The forest they were currently in was in a similar situation. While it appeared to be dense woods, the trees were actually constantly shifting. Jiang Xian followed her familiar scent, attempting to return. The shifting trees would unknowingly lead her back. If it were just the movement of plants, even if Jiang Xian used her sense of smell and landmarks to identify it once or twice, she would eventually become aware of it visually after a few more attempts. However, this forest was inhabited by a symbiotic mutated insect. The large insect lacked strong independent survival abilities and aggression, but possessed a certain degree of hallucinogenic power. So it cooperated with the forest. One side used the shifting plants to trap the prey, while the other influenced the prey's judgment through hallucinations. Just looking at the thousands of human skins hanging in the forest showed how well the two sides cooperated. Now that Jiang Xian understood this cooperation, if she wanted to leave, she either had to kill all the hallucinogenic insects or destroy the shifting vegetation. There was clearly more than one giant insect. Jiang Xian wasn't confident she could kill them all, so she focused on the stationary mutated forest. When zombies haven't completely lost their vitality, the zombie virus within them has a remarkable effect on mutated plants. No matter how powerful the mutated plant seemed, any bite she took would wither it. The surrounding branches of the vast forest weren't enough. She had to target the large tree covered in human skin. She went back to the tree. Most of the fear in this trial stemmed from the unknown. After understanding the principles, Jiang Xian calmed down considerably. However, the visual impact was just as strong. In the dead of night, with darkness and a sense of unease, she steeled herself and entered the forest covered in human skin, where countless mutated giant insects lurked, waiting for their chance to strike. Jiang Xian wasn't afraid of anything else, but she was terrified of being affected by the giant insects' hallucinations again. She suddenly realized that her breakthrough stemmed from walking backwards. Anyway, in the forest of human skins, her vision was obstructed, so looking ahead or not made no difference. Jiang Xian simply turned around, gave herself a pep talk, and then walked backwards into the forest. Her back bumped into soft human skin, the cool, slippery touch slithered across her back and neck like a snake before sliding down. Jiang Xian forgot that zombies don't need to breathe, and instinctively held her breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. She quickly covered her mouth, forcing back the scream that almost escaped her lips. She gritted her teeth, preparing to quicken her pace and continue retreating. Suddenly, something fell from above. Jiang Xian tried to dodge, but her sluggish body slowed her down again, and she could only watch helplessly as the thing landed straight on her head, which she then instinctively caught. She picked it up. It was fluffy, only about the size of 2 palms, and soft and boneless inside, with only 1 or 2 slightly hard lumps. Jiang Xian stiffened her neck and looked down. She was prepared to catch a human head, then belatedly realized it was just a plush bear. A bear? Jiang Xian examined it from all angles. It looked like the most ordinary supermarket plush bear. It wasn't very dirty, and there was no bloodshot eyes or gruesome disembowelment. Except for being completely out of place in this human skin forest, it was perfect. Qiao Jingzhou? Jiang Xian's lips twitched. Hey. Sure enough, Qiao Jingzhou's extremely annoying voice came from above. He sat on a tree branch, a piece of human skin pressed beneath him, crunching on a green fruit. It was truly baffling how he could eat that. Jiang Xian, suppressing his anger, asked, "Was scaring me part of the training?" "Oh no, it was to bolster your courage, because I was afraid you'd be timid." It was a reward too. The little zombie's performance, this time, was unexpectedly excellent. Qiao Jingzhou had thought it would be good if she noticed this within 2 days, but he hadn't expected her to discover the secret in just 1 afternoon and half an evening. It took her much less time than he anticipated, and Qiao Jingzhou was very happy for her, so he habitually thought of rewarding her. When he led a team in the new city, as the captain, he had many ways to reward his team members. Humans also need more than zombies. But for the little zombie, he couldn't think of anything to give, so he took out the toy bear he had been keeping in his storage space. Unfortunately, Jiang Xian didn't feel the reward at all, but she did sense Qiao Jingzhou's dislike for her. If Qiao Jingzhou hadn't been sitting so high up, she really wanted to smash the bear she was holding onto his head. Unable to hit him, Jiang Xian irritably put the bear down on a tree root at her feet, saying sarcastically, "Thank you, but no need." She then continued walking, leaving the little bear all alone against the tree trunk, looking incredibly pitiful. Qiao Jingzhou watched Jiang Xian, with her back to the human skin, slowly move towards the center, jump down from the tree, pick up the little bear, brush off the grass clinging to it, and then turn his gaze back to the little zombie. His eyes blinked violently several times as if in discomfort, and when he opened them again, the zombie's characteristic pterygium was gone. His amber eyes were like flowing honey, vibrant and lively. Chapter 51. Jiang Xian didn't have any other thoughts when she dropped the teddy bear. She had been wandering in the apocalypse for over a year. Even though she loved plush toys before the apocalypse, the need to survive had made her lose that passion. But after walking a few steps, she felt inexplicably empty inside. The fluffy touch had indeed effectively soothed her heart. Now, she was thinking more about the teddy bear and wasn't as afraid as before. Strangely enough, even though her sense of touch had been greatly reduced after becoming a zombie, and touching anything felt like touching through a latex glove, she could clearly feel the teddy bear's fur. Jiang Xian couldn't help but look back longingly at the way she had come, but then, thinking of Qiao Jingzhou, she dejectedly gave up the idea. That big bad guy deliberately gave me the teddy bear at this time. He definitely has bad intentions. Jiang Xian, you have to have some backbone. Don't take it. Jiang Xian slapped her face hard, trying to pull herself together. Escaping was her priority. She couldn't think about the teddy bear anymore. Since she wanted to solve the problem by dealing with the troublesome forest, she first needed to find the main tree. That was easy. The human skins were just remnants left after the plants had drained their nutrients. She could simply look for areas with a high number of dead people to pinpoint the location of the main tree that had devoured the majority. Even the most ferocious mutated plants were driven by survival instincts similar to ordinary zombies. They couldn't be expected to have high intelligence. The fact that they knew how to coexist with hallucinogenic mutated insects was already astonishing enough. These thousands of human skins represented thousands of people. Jiang Xian headed towards the area with the densest concentration of human skins, quickly triggering a crisis for the main tree. The tree roots and vines on the ground rustled and moved, like countless snakes slithering through the darkness. She had completely calmed down by now, no longer frightened, but rather unusually delighted, and quickened her pace. As a zombie, she moved slowly, but facing trees and plants that were not adept at moving, Jiang Xian experienced the exhilarating feeling of overwhelming speed. Finding the giant tree that took 2 people to encircle, Jiang Xian didn't hesitate at all, taking a big bite out of the bark. The main tree shook violently, leaves falling like rain, and from the spot she had bitten, a withered, yellowish-brown color rapidly spread outwards. In less than a minute, only a bare, still standing dead tree remained before Jiang Xian. The withering didn't stop, continuing to spread in all directions. As the withering spread, several white figures could be vaguely seen fleeing, disappearing into the distant woods. To Jiang Xian's astonishment, the area within at least 2 kilometers around him suddenly felt refreshingly empty. The leaves had fallen, the branches were withered, a stark contrast to the lush greenery further away, like 2 different worlds. The effect of destroying the plants was even greater than the effect of the defoliant. Jiang Xian felt like a monstrous ecological destroyer. But she quickly relaxed. Killing the tree would only have a temporary effect. The reason the area destroyed that morning was so large was simply because this entire grove was actually made up of 1 tree. If no one interfered further, new plants would grow on this clearing. The dominant species in the world now are plants. As a little zombie chased like a sewer rat by humans, she had no right to sympathize with plants. Jiang Xian immediately felt relieved. But before she could laugh for long, she froze again. The threat to this area was gone, but how was she supposed to get back? Jiang Xian scratched her face sheepishly, seeking help from Qiao Jingzhou. She called his name softly several times, but received no response. Thinking Qiao Jingzhou had hidden again, she stomped her feet angrily. "You bastard, Siba. Didn't I tell you not to call me that name anymore?" Qiao Jingzhou's cold voice came from above. Jiang Xian looked up in surprise, just as a fruit pit hit her in the face. "Qiao Jingzhou." Qiao Jingzhou jumped down, landing beside her. "Your ears aren't broken. No need to shout so loudly." Jiang Xian was so angry that veins bulged on her face, her inner universe exploding. Her usually obedient zombie face now even had a menacing quality. Qiao Jingzhou took a step back, frowning at her. "Don't be so angry." Jiang Xian roared. A surge of anger rushed to her head, her bones creaking, and something could be seen wriggling beneath her thin skin, like worms crawling. Her inner universe exploded. Jiang Xian exhaled a breath of air, and collapsed limply. "Qiao Jingzhou? Question mark." He hesitated, looking at the little zombie on the ground, and nudged it with his toe, but there was no reaction. He could only hear Jiang Xian's slumped posture, seemingly saying something. Curiousness won out, and Qiao Jingzhou leaned closer to listen. So hungry. A moment later, Jiang Xian sat under a tree root, stuffing her mouth with seaweed, wolfing it down. Qiao Jingzhou, sitting opposite her, had a complicated expression. "You advanced?" With a shout, Jiang Xian advanced, so ordinary and uneventful, leaving Qiao Jingzhou, who had been eagerly anticipating witnessing a zombie's advancement, extremely disappointed. He had painstakingly arranged Jiang Xian's individual training, and this was the result? He didn't want to accept it. Jiang Xian didn't care what Qiao Jingzhou was upset about. Everything else was secondary. Her own increased strength was the real benefit. For that reason alone, Jiang Xian was willing to be nice to Qiao Jingzhou. After stuffing a bowl full of hair-like vegetables, Jiang Xian handed the empty bowl to Qiao Jingzhou. "More. Are you never going to stop eating? I'm just giving you a quick fix. If you're still hungry, go find some yourself." Qiao Jingzhou was disappointed and in a bad mood, not wanting to continue being her errand girl. "Okay." Jiang Xian obediently got up and went to do it herself. She would do things herself. Qiao Jingzhou had been worried she'd starve, so he gotten her some food. Fortunately, finding food wasn't difficult for zombies. Jiang Xian walked less than 500 meters, and quickly found another clump of hair-like vegetables. She happened to see some bamboo shoots nearby, so she broke off a couple, and ate them as she returned. When she came back, Qiao Jingzhou was still sulking. Jiang Xian tried to appease him by sharing half of her food with him. Xiao Jingzhou started eating without any hesitation. The hair-like vegetable tasted like fern, crunchy and crunchy. From a distance, it sounded like two rodents rustling and cracking sunflower seeds. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Jiang Xian froze. Xiao Jingzhou was about to ask a question when he quickly looked surprised as well. The two looked up at each other, and immediately and instinctively put away their eating utensils. Jiang Xian jumped into Xiao Jingzhou's arms, and Xiao Jingzhou easily scooped her up and hoisted her onto his shoulder, taking off in less than 3 seconds. Shortly after they left, 8 humans arrived at their location. Each of them was dressed as a typical abandoned person, wearing a breathing mask. They examined the leftover food scraps left by Jiang Xian and his companions. We've been discovered? A woman crouched down, rummaging through her gloves at the food scraps. It's dark fern, highly poisonous. Another frowned and asked, A Tai did say he saw them eating? Chapter 52. Yes, that's what he said. Another tall, burly man squatted down, picking up a dark fern with obvious tooth marks on its cut surface. Interesting. What kind of person can eat this? The woman speaking involuntarily swallowed. The biggest impact of the apocalypse was that plants, as producers in nature, could no longer provide them with food. It wasn't that all plants became inedible, some were still edible. However, compared to the thousands upon thousands of years humans spent domesticating plants to obtain crops that could support humankind and prevent hunger, a plant mutation overturned all those efforts and started anew. It was only the second year of the apocalypse. The survivors were still in the early stages of discovering and learning about plants. The scarcity of plants led to a severe food crisis for all surviving animals, including humans. The energy conversion rate of meat is far lower than that of plant-based foods. The energy consumed by a cow from birth until it's ready for consumption is hundreds of times, or even more, the energy required for a plant to grow. The outcasts don't have the advantages of the new city to quickly create indoor artificial cultivation using high technology. The only way is to find rare, unmutated plants suitable for human consumption, or to find a way to eat mutated plants. Feng, should we chase them? The woman asked. The tall, muscular man nodded, chase them. With that unsurprising answer, the 8 outcasts immediately set off in the direction of Xiao Jingzhou and Jiang Xian. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, being carried like a sack by Xiao Jingzhou, was lost in thought as he was jostled around. This wasn't the first time she'd been discovered eating plants. Jiang Xian named it hair vegetable because it resembled hair, growing in large clumps, easy to find everywhere, and her staple food. However, for humans, most mutated plants are inedible. Jiang Xian was once eating amidst a horde of zombies, when a young human rushed over and tried to take her food. That young man had risked everything to enter the zombie horde, completely reckless, and had already been bitten before reaching Jiang Xian. If it weren't for the zombies surrounding her, Jiang Xian wouldn't have dared to eat so openly, let alone be caught off guard by this man. That man probably thought he had some unique ability to avoid being detected in a zombie horde. But after risking his life to enter, Jiang Xian looked up and realized she had no ability to evade zombies whatsoever. She was just an ordinary zombie. The only unusual thing was that Jiang Xian, this zombie, was a vegetarian. This caused the young man to mistakenly believe that Jiang Xian was some human who had found edible plants. Jiang Xian still remembered the man's utterly disappointed expression after realizing he was a zombie. His hopes were dashed, replaced by profound despair. It was pitiful. Later, when the young man turned into a zombie, Jiang Xian even tried to share some hair-like greens with him, but the newly formed zombie was only interested in fresh flesh and blood, ignoring the greens completely. Zombies don't eat plants, and humans who wanted to eat plants could no longer consume this mutated plant. Jiang Xian sometimes felt quite sad. Xiao Jingzhou ran 5 or 6 kilometers in one go, on a straight, main road. 5 or 6 kilometers would only take a few minutes' drive. But in the complex environment of a dense forest full of green trees and plants, 5 kilometers away was a completely different world. Xiao Jingzhou then instructed him on counter-surveillance and counter-tracking techniques. After running for a while, he would grab some plants and smear them on his and Jiang Xian's faces to mask their scent. Afterwards, he chose to walk only in areas with abundant branches and leaves, only landing on clean, moss-free spots, and trying his best not to break any branches or leaves. They had been fleeing like this for almost an hour. Whether Xiao Jingzhou was tired or not, Jiang Xian didn't know. She only knew that she, like a sack of potatoes, was about to fall apart. Jiang Xian weakly asked how they had shaken off their pursuers. Xiao Jingzhou was clearly still hesitant, but he still put Jiang Xian down. Xiao Jingzhou was in a bad mood, and had no intention of comforting her. He looked at Jiang Xian with obvious disdain. Are you already a level 2 zombie? Why are you still so delicate? You can't even endure this little bit of hardship. How will you continue with the training in the future? Jiang Xian pouted, looking aggrieved. She just advanced to the next level, her body isn't made of iron. How could she immediately recover to full strength? If she can't beat her, can she just complain about not being able to? Didn't I pass all my training without any problems? Isn't my inability to hold on a problem with how you're carrying her? Xiao Jingzhou should reflect on himself. Why does he always treat her like a sack of potatoes? Xiao Jingzhou was exasperated. If you don't like me carrying you, then walk by yourself later. Although Jiang Xian's joints and other joints are no longer affected after her advancement, she definitely won't immediately become a flying machine. Just like an injured leg that heals takes a long time to recover and restore atrophied muscles. Jiang Xian's advancement only means that her physical limits have increased. It will still take some time for her body to fully recover and reach its peak. If Xiao Jingzhou hadn't taken her along, Jiang Xian would almost certainly have fallen into the hands of the group tracking them. Jiang Xian weighed the options and, quite knowingly, admitted defeat. Boss, I misspoke. In the past, Xiao Jingzhou wouldn't bother arguing with her. Usually, Jiang Xian would just give him a smile and let it go when she backed down. This time, whether it was because there were no other zombie companions around, or because Xiao Jingzhou was genuinely in a bad mood, he didn't immediately nod in agreement. Instead, he smiled and moved closer to Jiang Xian. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Jiang Xian shrank back. This guy always liked to get close to her for no reason. I shouldn't have criticized your way of leading people, boss. Jiang Xian felt aggrieved. Her eyes darted left and right, constantly looking back. Should she remind him that the pursuers were coming soon? Now was definitely not the time to talk about such trivial matters. Xiao Jingzhou knew perfectly well where the pursuers were. Seeing Jiang Xian cowering in a ball, he patted her head with his large hand. Wait here. Jiang Xian suddenly snapped out of her daze, grabbing the hem of Xiao Jingzhou's clothes before he could turn around. You're going? Xiao Jingzhou snorted. Going to fight? Do you think I drag you along as a burden? Since he said that, Jiang Xian could only silently let go. She had only been surprised that Xiao Jingzhou was actually going to take the initiative to fight, but she hadn't expected to be misunderstood as showing off. Since the big shot had said so, he must be quite confident, so she decided not to waste any more words. Xiao Jingzhou glanced at her. Stay put and wait for me to come pick you up. Okay. Jiang Xian nodded obediently. Xiao Jingzhou took a few steps, then turned back. I can't take them to where everyone is gathered. Jiang Xian was stunned. Looking at Xiao Jingzhou's back, she realized that he had specifically given her an explanation. Chapter 53. TCH in the end, it's just that he's a burden. Jiang Xian muttered to herself as Xiao Jingzhou walked further and further away. As she sensed Xiao Jingzhou's retreating figure receding into the distance, she couldn't help but rub her stiff face, touching the corners of her upturned lips. Expressions don't lie, she was genuinely happy about Xiao Jingzhou's extra words when he turned back. The boss's actions didn't require any explanation to her. In Jiang Xian's mind, the other zombies were a united cooperative group, while Xiao Jingzhou, due to his overwhelming strength, only cared for them. Jiang Xian would at most make harmless jokes with Xiao Jingzhou. When it came to actual operations, Jiang Xian could only hope for the boss's mercy to guide them, a bunch of rookies. She would never dare to actually order him around. Given this unequal power dynamic, it was no wonder Jiang Xian couldn't stand up for herself. In the past, Jiang Xian sometimes didn't understand what Xiao Jingzhou did, but unfortunately, he never explained, and she kept her curiosity to herself, afraid to ask. Throughout this operation, Xiao Jingzhou was considerate of her feelings in every way. Even though he wasn't planning to say much, he still turned back to explain. This truly flattered Jiang Xian. Aside from his overly straightforward attitude and difficulty understanding his thoughts, Xiao Jingzhou is actually quite nice, Jiang Xian thought, resting her chin on her hand. Then she remembered Xiao Jingzhou's method of carrying her like a sack, and she got annoyed again. Since they could communicate, next time Xiao Jingzhou carried her, could she make a small request? Forget a romantic princess carry, at least carry her on his back. Trying to treat her like a sack was such a killjoy. Xiao Jingzhou told Jiang Xian to stay put, and Jiang Xian actually stayed still, rooted to the spot. Her mind was preoccupied with other things before. Now, idle and waiting, or perhaps waiting for Xiao Jingzhou to go off and fight, she suddenly thought of the plush teddy bear he had given her earlier. Before, she only thought Xiao Jingzhou was mocking her, but now that she knew he had changed, She couldn't help but wonder about his true purpose in giving her the teddy bear. Giving a teddy bear. Xiao Jingzhou's face flashed through Jiang Xian's mind. He was actually quite handsome, but fierce-looking, and his smile was like a knife. She pounded her left fist against her right palm. So it really was an early graduation gift, huh? Pushing aside these strange thoughts, she forced herself to do something serious and released her senses to track Xiao Jingzhou. Xiao Jingzhou was heading towards the enemy when they met halfway. She could sense distances of less than 5 kilometers. However, when Xiao Jingzhou felt the gaze behind him, he suddenly unilaterally severed Jiang Xian's senses. Huh? Jiang Xian, in the distance, snapped her eyes open. So my tracking can be blocked? Isn't it just my olfactory tracking? Jiang Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, when I'm tracking, I can share a small portion of the other person's senses. Otherwise, relying solely on smell, the scene tracked would only be the target's movements. Theoretically, one shouldn't be able to see the surrounding environment. But she can. Not only can she track the target, but she can also visualize a small portion of the environment and sounds in her mind. In other words, the target she's tracking becomes part of her vision and hearing. And this target can only be locked onto zombies. Perhaps after the upgrade, her intelligence has returned considerably along with her brain. Many obvious things Jiang Xian only realized now. The most important thing is Xiao Jingzhou. He's acting very strangely. Jiang Xian unleashed her senses. This time, it was her true sense of smell. She located a wandering zombie rat. She tried to summon it, and the zombie rat actually responded, rushing towards her. Jiang Xian pondered, Nest Mother, does this concept itself involve the hive effect? She thought of the action team initially attracted by Xiao Jingzhou, whose captain, Guan Nan, had once said that the Nest Mother was a person whose spiritual power was split into many parts, driving the zombies. At the time, none of the zombies, including herself, took it seriously. But now, Jiang Xian carefully considered it through her own body. Perhaps everyone really did share the same spiritual power network. They were closely connected. Jiang Xian carefully sorted through her memories, using her mind to focus on 2 things at once, covering the zombie rat with one part of her spiritual power. The bestiality and confusion in the zombie rat's eyes faded, and it gradually became more lively. From Jiang Xian's perspective, it was as if a thread stretched from her body, connecting to the zombie rat. She tried to greet it. Hi? The zombie rat looked at her blankly, spun around in place, and scratched at her a couple of times with its little paws. Jiang Xian smiled. Go on. The little zombie rat immediately took off running towards Xiao Jingzhou's direction. If the relationship between the Nest Mother and the other zombies were described using a network, the Nest Mother was merely a server, and the other zombies were like terminals connecting to the network. She could open the network to the zombies, allowing an individual to connect to her network. However, the terminal's behavior depended entirely on its individual hardware. In other words, Jiang Xian only developed their individual will. What they did and thought were entirely their own doing. In this light, their relationship does resemble that of a queen bee and worker bees in a beehive. However, if one had to compare, worker bees have their own methods for protecting the hive, and don't always obey the queen's commands. Jiang Xian looked in Xiao Jingzhou's direction. She was certain this powerful figure was definitely beyond her control. Just now, when she tried to contact Xiao Jingzhou to check on his situation, he unilaterally blocked her. The more Xiao Jingzhou acted behind her back, the more curious Jiang Xian became about his intentions. Xiao Jingzhou forcibly shut down Jiang Xian's connection, not because he had any secrets. It's just that he was alone now, and Jiang Xian's connection network only affected him. Without the need for multiple people to cooperate, a single mental network wouldn't offer much help to Xiao Jingzhou's battle. On the contrary, if Jiang Xian's mental network suddenly displayed 1 or 2 commands that contradicted his own during battle, it would affect Xiao Jingzhou's own combat. So Xiao Jingzhou chose to block Jiang Xian's contact and rely on his own combat experience and judgment. This group was quite large, roughly the same size as his team, making it much easier for him to act alone. If he could fight them, he would go back and recruit other zombies for practice. If he clearly couldn't win, it would be much easier for him to escape alone. In this regard, Xiao Jingzhou, as the team leader who had been away for over a year, had always managed to escape danger, and he was quite confident. His all-elemental abilities, taken individually, might not be as strong as those of a single elemental ability user. However, the combination of his different elemental abilities produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, he was no longer afraid of ability rampages. Jiang Xian was nearby, and he could easily carry the rampage back to find Jiang Xian. Chapter 54. Thinking of Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou couldn't help but smile slightly, a smile far more natural and lively than the numb one of zombies. The spiderweb-like veins on his skin were rapidly fading, his skin regaining its rosy hue, like parched earth coming back to life. Qiao Jingzhou blinked slightly. Even the pterygium, a key characteristic of zombies, had disappeared. If an unsuspecting person stood before Qiao Jingzhou, they would have no doubt about his human identity. After running for a few minutes, Qiao Jingzhou chose a giant tree, quickly climbed it, and crouched among the branches, gazing down. His senses seemed to have diminished considerably since regaining his human form. If it were a zombie's sense of smell, he should be able to smell his target within 100 meters at the very least. But in the dense forest, the target wouldn't even be visible until they were at least 10 meters away. Qiao Jingzhou waited patiently among the leaves. A few minutes later, he slightly raised his eyelids, his gaze subtly landing on the group of people who emerged warily from the woods. 1, 2, 3, only 6, 2 fewer than before. Qiao Jingzhou slowly narrowed his eyes, remaining still to observe. The other side seemed to have known Qiao Jingzhou was nearby, approaching with extreme caution. At that moment, a woman placed her hand on the radio to her ear, then her aim fell directly on Qiao Jingzhou, who was hidden in the woods. Almost simultaneously, another tall, burly companion beside her raised his gun and unleashed a burst of fire at Qiao Jingzhou's position. The bullets pierced the tree canopy, sending branches and leaves flying. Even branches as thick as a bowl were easily pierced, leaving a large patch of bare branches, like a small rain of leaves. After the rain stopped, no prey fell, and no one was seen. The woman adjusted her headset again, looked around, and pointed precisely to behind a tree trunk. There. In the post-apocalyptic world, encounters between humans are usually bloody and devoid of warmth. What warmth? Plants can't provide food, survivors can only hunt other animals. This is indeed drinking poison to quench thirst. Animal food regenerates much slower than plants. Such continuous cannibalism will eventually lead to their own demise. But what can be done? Compared to the threat of total extinction one day, the threat of starving to death the next day is clearly greater. Qiao Jingzhou's eyes darkened as he wiped the blood from the corner of his left eye. He wasn't surprised by the other party's determination, but he hadn't expected them to be so willing to use bullets, emptying an entire magazine in a single exchange. Firearms are rare and highly sought after in the post-apocalyptic world. After the complete collapse of production capacity, the bullets were all manufactured before the apocalypse, and every bullet fired reduces their supply. In the new city, even when Qiao Jingzhou was part of an action team, he wasn't allocated many firearms and had to rely entirely on his supernatural abilities to fight. Under the dense barrage of fire, Qiao Jingzhou dodged quickly enough, but only avoided vital organs. A bullet grazed his left eye, and now he's completely deaf in his left ear. The human body is more sensitive than a zombie's. This means humans are more agile, but their sensitive bodies are also more vulnerable to injury. If he were in his zombie form, a direct bullet hit, unless it was a headshot, would only leave a large hole in his torso, allowing him to get up and continue moving as usual. Because he underestimated the enemy's firepower, Qiao Jingzhou was at a slight disadvantage from the start, but he quickly adapted to the temporary deafness in his left ear. He regained his focus and began to activate his supernatural abilities. Mutant plants were everywhere, making his wood-based abilities more effective. Qiao Jingzhou took out a seed of a parasitic vine. Under his stimulation, the seed quickly sprouted into countless serpentine vines, lunging towards his opponent. The outcasts traveling outside knew the power of parasitic mutant plants and dared not confront them head-on, immediately avoiding them. Qiao Jingzhou intentionally kept them apart. He avoided the burly men with firearms, focusing only on the woman communicating via radio. Through his actions, he confirmed that there was a lookout in this group of outcasts capable of remotely locking onto targets. After observing his position, he notified the group via radio, which the woman then relayed to the others. Qiao Jingzhou wanted to test if everyone had a radio to lock onto his position, so he chose to attack the woman first. Facing Qiao Jingzhou's approach, the woman showed little fear. She took a step back, drew a dagger from her waist, and swung it horizontally when Qiao Jingzhou was about an arm's length away. If Qiao Jingzhou had continued at that angle and speed, he would have been the first to have his throat slit. But Qiao Jingzhou's rich combat experience meant he was not easily deterred by this move. Just before reaching the woman, he defied the laws of physics and suddenly braked, his body only leaning back about 10 centimeters, the dagger's tip barely grazing his neck. The woman's attack missed, and taking advantage of her inability to turn and defend, Qiao Jingzhou flicked his fingers into a knife and stabbed towards the woman's eye. His arm, from the elbow down, had already metallicized with accelerated speed, his entire palm gleaming with a cold, murderous light. A single finger thrust would be no less devastating than a direct hit from a spear. Even if not dead, it would be severely injured. Under this threat, the woman's face changed drastically. At the critical moment, the burly man who had nearly blown Xiao Jingzhou to pieces with a burst of bullets charged forward fiercely. The burly man ignored his companion, focusing only on Xiao Jingzhou, and swung a machete at him. If Xiao Jingzhou continued his attack, he would also be struck by the machete after killing the woman. Xiao Jingzhou, of course, didn't want to. But it was only one failed attack. He immediately withdrew, retreating from the range of his attack on the woman, and avoiding the burly man's attack as well. At this moment, another thin line of flame attacked from behind, from a blind spot. Without turning his head, Xiao Jingzhou leaped backward again, his wind elemental ability lifting him into the air, allowing him to somersault and land on the ground. Two more people broke free from the mutated parasitic vines, and were about to attack Xiao Jingzhou, when a plant suddenly sprouted from the ground, its flower forming and blooming within 3 seconds. It was a mutated Dapro Iris, the man-eating flower that Jiang Xian had once chosen and transplanted to the edge of his own territory. This thing, ranking among the most dangerous plants, had each petal covered in barbs and sticky sap after blooming. Once it hooked its prey, it would devour it with the immense pull of its corolla, almost guaranteeing survival. Xiao Jingzhou guarded the mutated Dapro Iris, using the flower as a shield, preparing to fight the outcasts. However, upon seeing this, the 6 outcasts all retreated, staring at him with strange looks from 10 paces away. Chapter 55. It wasn't surprising that their encounter was a fight to the death. Rather, it was their sudden retreat during the fight that made Xiao Jingzhou frown strangely. Only then did Xiao Jingzhou begin to observe the 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. The woman Xiao Jingzhou had attacked was in her early 30s, while the burly man standing next to him had a dark, weathered face and looked at least 40. The others were all young people in their 20s and 30s. Xiao Jingzhou's gaze finally settled on the burly man. He was the oldest and possessed a subtle air of leadership. Suddenly, the burly man flipped his arm, sheathing his knife at his waist, while raising his gun with his other hand. This was a gesture of goodwill, meaning they would stop fighting. The burly man lowered his arm, slightly tilted his head, and nodded to his companions. Led by the woman, the group immediately retreated until they disappeared into the dense forest. Xiao Jingzhou, however, remained wary of the others. He didn't speak, waiting for them to reveal their intentions. "Brother, excuse me, I was just testing your skills." Xiao Jingzhou smirked. "Not everyone can withstand your probing." He spoke slowly, the first time he's spoken in so long since becoming a zombie, sounding very awkward. The burly man opposite him, however, had a glint in his eyes. "My name is Zhang Lei." "What's your name, brother?" Xiao Jingzhou didn't answer. Zhang Lei didn't seem to mind. "You've seen our team's strength. We're the most capable in this area. Brother, I see you're either living alone or just passing through. Want to join us?" Xiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Just passing through. I won't be staying." He still refused. He wanted to see what the other party's motives were in following him all this way. The other party narrowed their eyes, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Just passing by, huh? Then I get straight to the point. We saw you eating something earlier. Was it dark algae? How did you turn it into something edible?" Xiao Jingzhou seemed to be weighing how to answer the question about food, but what he was really thinking about was something else entirely. All along the way, Xiao Jingzhou had been worried about how to conceal his identity when interacting with humans. Everything else was concealed quite well, except for eating. Actually, Xiao Jingzhou had been in the new city for too long and had fallen into a cognitive trap. After the widespread zombie infection and plant mutations, the whole world was in a state of famine, and even cannibalism was commonplace. If he found someone with food, his first reaction wouldn't be how powerful that person was, or whether they were a zombie in disguise. The real question was whether they could even eat the food the zombies were eating. The zombies, on the other hand, hadn't bothered to hide their meals, and that's how they got into trouble. This was indeed Xiao Jingzhou's oversight. Xiao Jingzhou's scrutinizing gaze fell on the faces of the people opposite him. "Want to know the secret of the food? What price are you prepared to pay?" Zhang Lei's expression only changed slightly when he heard the price, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they were willing to talk. The worst thing was if they treated the secret like a precious gem, getting angry at the slightest provocation. Then, there would be no room for negotiation. Zhang Lei tried, "I have many guns. A gun without bullets is just a fire poker." Xiao Jingzhou interrupted him bluntly. He had already passed their tests, letting them know he wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. In a fight, Xiao Jingzhou might not be at a disadvantage, let alone be captured alive. But for Zhang Lei and the others, eager to know how the dark algae were consumed, they were unwilling to accept any outcome as long as Xiao Jingzhou didn't reveal the secret. Xiao Jingzhou leaned comfortably against the mutated carnivorous flowers branch, calmly observing them. You should understand that if you want my secret, you first have to offer me a price that tempts me. From the moment he set the trap, Xiao Jingzhou had been waiting for them to offer an even more enticing price. From every angle, Xiao Jingzhou had his eye on these people. Especially the burly man named Zhang Lei. Highly skilled, with leadership qualities, and most importantly, they were nearing Silver City. He was a local, having roamed this area, meaning he undoubtedly had influence and connections. With such a local guiding the way, the journey to Silver City would be much easier. Even if Jiang Xian were to upgrade to a second-generation zombie, he'd clearly not be a formidable fighter. They couldn't rely on him constantly transforming into a powerful, dark version of himself. Xiao Jingzhou needed to focus on minimizing the risks of this mission and increasing his teammates' survival rate. Zhang Lei was a very good new teammate. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Without Brother Zhang's permission, you're not getting through here, the woman in charge of communications snapped. Xiao Jingzhou wasn't intimidated by such a small threat. He smiled but didn't respond, only looking at Zhang Lei, waiting for his answer. Zhang Lei seemed to have finally made a decision. I also have a military production line. As long as we have the raw materials, we can produce bullets. Brother Zhang. His companion was anxious. That bullet production line was their greatest asset in surviving until now. Zhang Lei simply raised his hand. I know what I'm doing. They knew their own situation. Zhang Lei and his men had a large amount of ammunition, and indeed, no one dared to mess with them in this area. But they were stuck on the land, unable to grow any food, and as time passed, their pre-apocalyptic supplies were almost depleted. They were about to run out of food. If they couldn't find any more, they would have to follow the other outcasts and hunt their own kind for food. Just at this critical moment, he discovered that someone could eat mutated plants. Zhang Lei felt this was their way out. Using an inedible production line in exchange for a food recipe was definitely a worthwhile deal. Zhang Lei's gaze swept over his own men, finally turning to Xiao Jingzhou, and he solemnly said, if you can tell me the secret of why dark algae is edible, I will hand over this production line to you. Xiao Jingzhou's expression became more serious. The value of a military-grade production line increased significantly. Similarly, he was even more determined to get Zhang Lei. He had to secure this role and bring him into the zombie camp. Of the current 30 or so zombies, only these few who had come along were truly capable in combat. The others weren't entirely useless, but their abilities weren't suited for combat. However, if they were armed with firearms and a constant supply of ammunition, it would be a completely different story. They could instantly become high-end combat forces, unlike Xiao Jingzhou. Xiao Jingzhou's eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhang Lei. He was determined to have this zombie. Zhang Lei and his group didn't seem too surprised. Hearing about a bullet production line would naturally elicit the same reaction. After a moment's thought, Xiao Jingzhou cautiously spoke, our ability to consume mutated plants isn't because we learned how to remove toxins. It's not the mutated plants themselves that are changed, but our cells. Chapter 56. Even though Zhang Lei was practically offering himself up, Xiao Jingzhou still had to be upfront. Becoming a zombie meant being able to eat anything, but whether everyone would want to become a zombie was a matter of opinion. Zhang Lei exchanged glances with his teammates, then smiled. I understand, you have the same methods for modifying the human body as in the new city, right? Turning into half-human, half-zombie monsters? They already knew that the half-infected in the new city were immune to mutated plants, and could roam freely in the dense forest on their own. This was something these outcasts struggling to survive outside the high walls greatly admired. Xiao Jingzhou, at the mention of half-human, half-zombie monsters, was a little speechless. Pretty much. Meaning after the modification, not half-human, half-zombie, but a complete zombie. Xiao Jingzhou paused, then added, you better think this through. The modification carries risks, loss of memories, physical mutation, and even other uncontrollable anomalies. Even after the change, there's no guarantee how long you survive. Zhang Lei gave a desolate laugh. Then at least we won't have to worry about food for a while, right? The temptation of food was too great. When they were about to starve to death tomorrow, how much of a problem were the negative physical effects? Seeing his insistence, Xiao Jingzhou continued to release more information. The modification process can only be carried out by us. We can't hand over the methods to you. Although Xiao Jingzhou could now zombify someone and bite them, turning them into a zombie, there was no guarantee that their consciousness would be preserved. For someone like Zhang Lei, retaining his brain was obviously more valuable to them. Therefore, they would have to take him to Jiangxian to bite, then seamlessly transform him into a zombie, which would be safer. Zhang Lei and the others had no doubt that Qiao Jingzhou was secretly turning them into zombies. They huddled together, discussing it seriously. Logically, they should have traded an assembly line for a human modification formula, allowing them to modify others in the future. But exchanging it for just a few of them being able to eat mutated plants seemed like a bad deal. At least for now, Zhang Lei hadn't seen through Qiao Jingzhou's sinister plan to pocket them, along with the assembly line. He treated it as a transaction, thinking they would part ways afterward. Qiao Jingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Give me your radios, and we each go back and discuss it. Then we can agree on a time to complete the transaction. How about that?" It was a good suggestion, and Zhang Lei agreed without much hesitation. The middle-aged woman threatened, "Don't even think about not answering the phone, and don't even think about running away. We have people who can track you." Qiao Jingzhou smiled. He already knew they had people skilled in tracking. Otherwise, he would have already taken Jiangxian and run off to rejoin his teammates. There would be no need to get entangled with them. Thus, a reluctant agreement was reached. Qiao Jingzhou faced them, retreated into the dense forest, and then turned and quickly left. After confirming that Qiao Jingzhou was far away, Zhang Lei and the others cleaned up the scene and also left. Neither side noticed that in the dark corner of a tree root, a tiny zombie rat was hiding. Rats are common in the wild, and zombie rats are not uncommon. This little guy is weak. A single kick would be enough to kill him if he got close, so there was no need to bother. Sometimes, even if you see it, you subconsciously ignore it. No one could have imagined that this tiny zombie rat could become someone's informant. Jiangxian was completely stunned and shocked. The zombie rats arrived late. After all, rats are small, and no matter how fast they run, they can't match the speed of an ordinary human. Jiangxian knew that the other side outnumbered them, and the fight wouldn't end so quickly. But to her surprise, when the zombie rats arrived, Qiao Jingzhou wasn't fighting at all. Jiangxian only saw the two sides negotiating amicably before each retreating. Qiao Jingzhou was alone, and the other side didn't chase after him. Instead, they left happily. Jiangxian was utterly confused. The perception she gained through her mental network was actually quite limited, mainly constrained by the terminal zombie's own physical characteristics. In other words, Jiangxian could only know as much as the terminal zombie saw, heard, and sensed. The terminal zombie was a rat, with low intelligence and sensitivity, providing Jiangxian with very little information. Based on the zombie rat's brief observation, Jiangxian felt that everything was strange, nothing but strangeness. An inexplicable strangeness. Qiao Jingzhou. Undoubtedly, this person possessed trump cards and secrets unknown even to Jiangxian, and wouldn't be under Jiangxian's control. So why was he staying by her side? Was it because zombies were banding together? Jiangxian didn't believe that reason. The fear was that he harbored other intentions. For a moment, Jiangxian considered simply shaking off Qiao Jingzhou and escaping with Si Lu and the others. But then she thought of the other zombies still at the base. They could run, but they couldn't hide forever. So she suppressed her emotions and waited for them. Qiao Jingzhou returned the way he came, not taking long. Having finished their conversation, he knew his whereabouts would definitely be tracked, so he didn't bother to hide anymore. However, halfway there, his eyes reverted to their pterygium-covered state, his skin returned to its bloodless color, and his heart subsequently stopped beating. Jiangxian turned his head, as if sensing something. From afar, he saw Qiao Jingzhou dart out from the shadows of the trees. So nimble, he didn't even touch a leaf, yet he carried an unparalleled sense of oppression, like a cheetah on its hunt. It seemed as if he could pierce a vital spot and bring death at any moment. Jiangxian turned and ran almost without thinking. He had only taken 2 steps when Qiao Jingzhou grabbed him from behind by the collar and lifted him up. "Why are you running when you see me?" Qiao Jingzhou said angrily. He had originally wanted to share some good news with the little zombie, but the little zombie's attitude scared him so much he wanted to run. Did he think he was a monster? Jiangxian couldn't explain his momentary lapse of judgment. It was purely an instinctive action. He could only force a smile. "I saw you running so fast. I thought someone was chasing you, so I ran with you as fast as I could. Do I look like a stray dog being chased?" Qiao Jingzhou was even more annoyed. So, in the little zombie's eyes, he's so weak that all he can do when facing enemies is run away. Couldn't he be the one who wreaks havoc and returns in triumph? No. Jiangxian shrank his neck and shook his head hurriedly. He muttered to himself, "Of course you're not being chased, you made peace with the enemies." Qiao Jingzhou lifted Jiang Xian, the little zombie staring innocently, shrinking into a ball like a rabbit with its ears pulled, too afraid to move. Angry as he was, he still put him down. "I thought of a good way to deal with those people," Qiao Jingzhou said stiffly. He was originally quite proud of this plan, but now, thanks to Jiang Xian's antics, all that's left is a dry outline of the plan. Jiang Xian listened for half a minute, then his rabbit eyes widened. "Huh? I infect people. Doesn't that mean I bite them to death? Chapter 57. Before she could even utter the words "I won't," Qiao Jingzhou interrupted her. "We're helping them modify their bodies, making them more adaptable to this world. But you're killing them. They want to live, but you're making them die in a disguised way. Is it like paying a fortune for their lives, or making them pay a fortune for their own lives? How despicable must one be to do something like that?" Jiang Xian was about to firmly refuse when she heard Qiao Jingzhou's cold voice. "Are you sure you don't want it? A bullet production line, and powerful allies willing to defect. Jiang Xian, they're the ones who want to live. You're offering them another way to live." Qiao Jingzhou stared at her. "Didn't you say? We're just sick, not really dead. What's wrong with a body without life as long as individual consciousness is preserved?" Jiang Xian was convinced. She provided a vial of saliva and a vial of blood as Qiao Jingzhou requested. Soon, Qiao Jingzhou's radio crackled to life, and he answered. "Half an hour later, at the previous location, I conduct the modification test. If there are no problems, then after completing the modifications for everyone, I hand over the production line to you." "Okay." Qiao Jingzhou readily agreed. He shook the syringe at Jiang Xian. "You need to put in some effort. Try your best to preserve this person's consciousness." Jiang Xian nervously replied, "I try my best." Before her upgrade, she was completely clueless, but after advancing, Jiang Xian vaguely understood how to utilize her nest mother's characteristics. The zombie mouse was her first experimental subject, although the mouse itself didn't possess much intelligence, unlike humans. Qiao Jingzhou went to keep his appointment. This time, there was no need for communication. He didn't deliberately change his human form again to conceal his overly obvious iterrigium. He only wore sunglasses for disguise. Fortunately, there was still over an hour until dawn, so his slight change wouldn't be easily noticed unless the other party paid close attention. Zhang Lei indeed didn't think much of it. No one would suspect that the person they had just been communicating with was a zombie. After meeting, Qiao Jingzhou remained silent, which only made him a little strange. Jiang Xian had initially been worried that his bodily fluids might have leaked during the infection process, turning people into mindless ordinary zombies. However, the process went unusually smoothly. It seemed that humans infected by Jiang Xian naturally became intelligent zombies. Qiao Jingzhou inserted the blood syringe into Zhang Lei's shoulder, and in less than 3 minutes, a brand new zombie appeared. Zhang Lei's period of pain was very short. When he regained consciousness, he hadn't even reacted. Qiao Jingzhou handed him the prepared hair-like vegetables. Humans can die from ingesting dark algae in just 1 minute. Zhang Lei stared intently at him, then tried to take a bite. He was surprisingly resilient. He didn't spit it out immediately, but his face turned pale, and then flushed as he swallowed it with great pain. At least it was food. Even though it was hard to swallow, he ate it all. The time spent eating alone far exceeded 1 minute, and Zhang Lei was perfectly fine. Just as Zhang Lei said, as long as he had food and could survive, he was willing to accept whatever form he took. Qiao Jingzhou tossed him the syringe. Now that he was one of their own kind again, the other could understand his zombie cries. "The choice is yours." Zhang Lei paused, then turned and left. Jiang Xian nervously continued tracking him, while Qiao Jingzhou returned to her side. Seeing Jiang Xian constantly sending out his senses, he chuckled. "What's the rush?" He'd bring his companions back. Jiang Xian spared a moment for his attention. "How do you know?" Qiao Jingzhou paused for a second. "We're the same kind of people." In his view, survival was paramount. Everything else could take a back seat. Jiang Xian didn't understand, because in a sense, she was very lucky. There were only a few intelligent zombies, and nest mothers in total, and they were all by her side. She might have experienced pain and despair, but she had never felt the pressure of surviving in the apocalypse. Jiang Xian fell surprisingly silent. Qiao Jingzhou was right. Not long after, Zhang Lei arrived with his awkward companions. These newly transformed zombies, completely altered from head to toe, were all incredibly strange. Qiao Jingzhou asked around for an assessment. Those with memory loss aren't severely affected. Jiang Xian paused, deciding to abandon her ridiculous, overly compassionate heart. She perked up. It's related to my direct infection. Look, Luo Li's memory isn't damaged either. Seamless transformation, no memory loss. These zombies are more like humans with zombie bodies. Although they lost the ability to communicate with humans, limited to small-scale interactions among themselves, the overall environment has changed. Large groups no longer live in close proximity. Small groups huddling together is the norm. Compared to before, it seems there's no difference. Jiang Xian's last psychological burden was lifted. While waiting for Zhang Lei to retrieve their bullet production line, she squatted alone by the tree roots, watching the sun rise from the horizon, its rays filtering through the veins of leaves and branches, casting shadows on the ground. Xiao Jingzhou sat down beside her, watching the sunrise together. Jiang Xian spoke to him, "Look, no matter how hard our lives are, no matter how many people die, the sun still rises every day." Xiao Jingzhou turned his head in surprise. "How old are you? Still haven't come out of your I am the only one mentality?" Jiang Xian's face darkened. "Don't make me sound like a Chunibyu, middle school syndrome girl. I never thought of myself as some kind of savior, the only one in the world." But in reality, she was. From Zhang Lei and the others, Jiang Xian saw a new way out. Jiang Xian didn't feel like a dead person, nor did the other zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world of famine, and driven to the brink of extinction by mutated plants, becoming a zombie wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if they turned into zombies and suffered numerous aftereffects, this group would no longer be able to reproduce. But before considering the future, one must consider the present. If they can't even survive now, how can they have a future? Zhang Lei is a perfect example of this. Jiang Xian nudged Xiao Jingzhou. "What are your thoughts on settling Brother Zhang and the others?" She didn't believe Xiao Jingzhou hadn't considered the aftermath when he put them in his pocket. "I asked them if they'd like to go back with us. As long as they're willing to merge with us, they can still use that bullet production line." Xiao Jingzhou had indeed thought it through long ago. The abandoned people are currently in small groups because of food shortages. But we don't have this problem. We can gather in large numbers. The history of human evolution, growth, and social development is essentially about predecessors planting trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. Everyone's collective wisdom and efforts have led to numerous technological advancements and a rich variety of daily necessities. Chapter 58. Putting everything else aside, Jiang Xian had been wandering alone for over a year without making any progress. After finding her kind and living with them for only a few months, she experienced a leap in growth. Jiang Xian had nothing to say about this. She thought for a moment and simply said, "Then we should be prepared to be treated as our number one enemy." Xiao Jingzhou chuckled. "When you decided to engage in this power struggle, didn't you think about being used as a target?" "Of course not," Jiang Xian said angrily. She just hadn't expected to set her sights so high. She knew her own limitations. Jiang Xian's abilities were truly limited. She originally wanted the zombies to band together. A single individual was obviously easier to deal with in a group. But she hadn't really considered how large she wanted this group to be. At most, she envisioned a group that a team like Guan Nan couldn't kill with a single blow. But the scenario Xiao Jingzhou had planned for her was clearly much larger than she had anticipated. In the apocalypse, the majority are the abandoned people struggling on the edge of life and death. Threatened by mutated plants and starving, they truly live for the unknown. If asked whether they would be willing to sacrifice their so-called racial purity to see the sun rise again, most would likely say yes. Zhang Lei's successful transformation not only proves this point, but also showed Jiang Xian a completely different path to power. If Jiang Xian wanted, she could instantly build a powerful zombie team from among the abandoned people. The zombie's physique is immune to mutated plants, unaffected by famine, and reduces the threat to vital organs. Even a fool would think they would be a major threat to new human cities. Once detected, Jiang Xian, the leader of the zombie nest, would undoubtedly be a target for elimination. It's no wonder Jiang Xian was panicked. Xiao Jingzhou noticed her anxiety. Instead of engaging in small-scale skirmishes, hoping for a peaceful corner, and anxiously awaiting the enemy's judgment, it's better to prepare for a full-scale war from the start, racing against time to develop your own power. He spoke calmly yet with considerable authority. If you and your zombies are as soft as persimmons, beating or harming you will come without consequence. Things that cost nothing, even if they're convenient, will be done by many. Conversely, if you become an unbreakable rock, who would dare to risk their own life against you? There aren't many truly insane people in this world. No one would willingly do something that harms others without benefiting themselves. These principles had already been proven by the blood and tears of our ancestors. Being backward invites aggression. This applies to any era. The last vestige of hesitation in Jiang Xian's eyes vanished. You're right. Since I have this advantage, why shouldn't I do it? For herself, for the people she cares about. Since she had decided to rebel, unwilling to be a crushed ant, then she had no choice but to fight with all her might. Jiang Xian understood. Xiao Jingzhou smiled. Then give me another vial of blood. I give it to Zhang Lei, and have him help find people willing to join us. No problem. Jiang Xian immediately agreed, but made her own request. Initially, the criteria for selecting our own people should be stricter. We need time for peaceful development. At least until she resolved her own instability, Jiang Xian didn't want to expand too much. If the Nest Mother's existence can create intelligent zombies, then what would become of this zombie population if something happened to Jiang Xian, the Nest Mother? The biggest worry was that Jiang Xian would implicate the zombies she had infected. Jiang Xian explained her concern somewhat embarrassedly. Xiao Jingzhou paused for a moment. I was being too hasty. But it's alright, there's still time. Jiang Xian shrugged. Just consider it an experiment. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingzhou and smiled genuinely. Xiao Jingzhou couldn't resist reaching out to touch her head. Jiang Xian's hair was soft and short, feeling like a dandelion. Jiang Xian quickly dodged, covering her head in embarrassment. I haven't washed my hair in ages. Actually, Xiao Jingzhou had washed it for her using water-based abilities the day before, but it wasn't easy to mention that. She could only admit it. Jiang Xian seemed carefree. Once things were out in the open, she wasn't worried about anything anymore. Xiao Jingzhou went to negotiate with Zhang Lei, who then joined Jiang Xian's team, and was taken back to reunite with Si Lu and the others. Jiang Xian leveled up after her trip, which didn't surprise the zombies, who were practically growing mold from waiting. However, Zhang Lei's appearance left them looking at each other in bewilderment for a while. Luo Li's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and she felt a strange sense of sympathy when she looked at Zhang Lei. The older brother, Zhang Lei, greeted the new member familiarly, warmly shaking hands with everyone. My name is Zhang Lei, and I'm your boss Jiang Xian's new little brother. This is my first time being a zombie, so please bear with me if I don't know anything. Luo Li's expression instantly became complicated. Si Lu, Linjiao, and Ya's sharp gazes were fixed on Xiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian didn't even need to look to know that this guy's deception was definitely Xiao Jingzhou's doing. Jiang Xian couldn't have done it himself. Xiao Jingzhou, relying on his incredible ability to awkwardly chat without reading the room, put one arm around Zhang Lei and pulled Si Lu along, saying, Let's go first. Let's get going, we talk on the way. Linjiao moved closer to Jiang Xian, secretly glancing at Xiao Jingzhou, and asked in a low voice, He didn't bully you, did he? Jiang Xian, he bullied me terribly. Back with his familiar friends, Jiang Xian immediately complained without thinking. Linjiao was shocked. He's such a beast? Xiao Jingzhou suddenly turned around, and Jiang Xian instantly shrank behind Linjiao. He didn't bully me, he didn't. He was so cowardly it was unbearable to watch. The zombies watched with mixed feelings. At least the Nest Mother should have some backbone, shouldn't she? Jiang Xian mumbled, still completely cowardly. Previously, their travel progress was limited, largely to accommodate Jiang Xian. However, as Jiang Xian leveled up, their bodies gradually became more mobile. They couldn't become superhuman overnight, but at least their physical limitations wouldn't hold them back in crucial moments. Therefore, their journey needed to be accelerated. After all, home wasn't as good as outside, and they still had Zhang Lei's companions waiting to return with them. The sooner they completed the mission of exploring the Morningstar Laboratory, the sooner they could have peace of mind. The day after their accelerated journey, before nightfall, they reached the edge of Silver City. As they approached the city, they clearly felt the density of mutated plants decrease. Traces of human presence became increasingly more abundant, and they encountered several groups of abandoned humans. These groups were relatively small, and none had particularly powerful leaders. Thanks to their disguise, the zombie group managed to escape unscathed. Chapter 59. We outnumber them, and we have 2 level 3 ability users, so they be wary. But the journey won't be so smooth from here on out, Zhang Lei warned. Cities are more suitable for human settlements. The closer to the city center, the denser the population, the safer and naturally, the more desirable the area. Everyone wants desirable territory, and the competition for shelter is equally bloody. To put it bluntly, survival resources are limited, the pie is only so big, and those who want it have to fight for it. The zombies rested for 2 hours, reorganized their group, and then entered the city under the cover of night. After walking for a while, they found themselves on a smooth road, something they hadn't experienced in a long time. Having grown accustomed to the rugged forest paths, the smooth road felt incredibly unreal, as if they were walking on clouds. Jiang Xian didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, the familiar city scenery brought back memories of her past. Let's not talk about the lab. She hadn't had a good time right after escaping from the lab. The mere sound of human voices and the smell of human scent terrified Jiang Xian, yet she was so clumsy that she could barely walk properly and could only lie down and play dead when encountering humans. She was trampled on and kicked around like a corpse by humans, but she dared not move. Back then, Jiang Xian dreamed that one day she would become a powerful figure, someone whose name would strike fear into the hearts of all. Then she could peacefully hide deep within the dark bunker, a great demon king whom no one dared to bully. However, after more than a year of this daydream, Jiang Xian hadn't improved at all. Cowardly and weak as she was, she tried to escape the city but got lost, leaving Silver City only to wander back into Dark City. This was the very place where she first met Xiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian's dream of becoming a great demon king gradually took shape in her mind with Xiao Jingzhou's help, and now it finally had a concrete outline. Jiang Xian couldn't help but smile. With a new companion by her side, Silver City, once her nightmare, didn't seem so scary anymore. "Let's go!" Jiang Xian said, full of fighting spirit. Her short legs took a step forward, but Xiao Jingzhou pulled her back. "Here, put this on?" Something was shoved onto Jiang Xian's face without explanation. Ugh. Jiang Xian discovered that this thing pressed against her chin, preventing her mouth from opening and closing freely. She touched it for a while, then immediately felt like crying. This was clearly a dog muzzle. Once it was fixed to her head, her mouth couldn't open, thus preventing the dog from biting. That actually used this to cover her up. Jiang Xian was furious and tried to untie the rope, but Xiao Jingzhou stopped her. "No, you need this disguise." Jiang Xian couldn't open her mouth, which didn't affect her speech, but her zombie cries were a bit off-key. "Why? I already leveled up. Why am I still getting special treatment?" Xiao Jingzhou patiently explained. According to Zhang Lei, it's standard practice for Silver City teams to bring a zombie along during operations. If we're going to pretend, we need to make it look convincing. This wasn't surprising. Zombies can fight mutated plants. Someone like Xiao Jingzhou, from the city, might not need to use a zombie as a tool, but the outcasts don't have his abilities or confidence, so they naturally use whatever's convenient and useful. A portable zombie tool, after its combat power is reduced, can be used to bite mutated plants, incredibly convenient. Jiang Xian still didn't support his explanation. If the team absolutely needs a zombie, then we all be the same, draw lots. There had been similar suggestions before, urging Jiang Xian to be treated specially. Now she leveled up, becoming a level 2 zombie just like the weakest, Linjiu. Why should it still be her? She looked at her other companions. Si Lu and the others exchanged silent glances. Their lesson learned during this time was, never get involved in the conflict between the big boss and their cowardly little nest mother. If the big boss wanted to do something, no matter how much the cowardly Jiang Xian resisted, she would ultimately succeed. Si Lu had already spoken up for Jiang Xian several times, only to be betrayed by Jiang Xian or reprimanded by Boss Qiao. He learned his lesson. Now, Jiang Xian was howling for their support, and not a single one stepped forward. Xiao Jingzhou also turned Jiang Xian's head to look at her teammates, pointing at them one by one. Sure is fast, needless to say, he can definitely dodge in an emergency. Si Lu, mental attack, with a bit of agility. Linjiu, earth-type ability is inherently both offensive and defensive. Area, wood-type ability, has room to maneuver wherever there are plants. Luoli, she's a sniper, no attack can escape her enhanced vision. Zhang Lei also has his own methods of dodging. If you're attacked in one move, only you, Jiang Xian, have no way to dodge. The outcast's way of greeting each other is to fight first, the law of the jungle, literally. Before negotiating with Zhang Lei, Xiao Jingzhou first proved he was a tough nut to crack. Zhang Lei and his group would have to pay a considerable price to take him down, which is why they switched to peaceful negotiations. If Xiao Jingzhou were easily overpowered in a single encounter, Zhang Lei would be out of his mind to agree to trade an entire production line to him. This brutal yet incredibly practical situation means that after encountering other humans, one must be prepared for battle at any time. Jiang Xian has indeed leveled up, but she still hasn't unlocked her agility talent. It's unclear where she allocated her points. After a day's journey, Qiao Jingzhou can basically conclude that Jiang Xian's physical abilities haven't significantly improved. This will still be a significant weakness in crucial moments. Jiang Xian is speechless, and understands why Qiao Jingzhou had her wear a gag and act like a zombie. If she revealed her zombie identity, it would mean she was dealt with based on her combat skills, or that she's exceptionally weak. Humans don't take zombies seriously. After so long in the apocalypse, who hasn't killed a few zombies? Even if zombies have an advantage in physical constitution, their lack of intelligence is insurmountable. Humans who can use weapons and tools completely crush zombies. If facing a group of enemies, the strongest should definitely be the primary threat, rather than focusing on the tool zombies. This indirectly reduces the threat to Jiang Xian significantly. Ultimately, it's because Jiang Xian's physical body is too weak, so weak that even the big guys can't save her. To save her life, Qiao Jingzhou considered all this, which was quite painstaking. The weak have no rights, not even the rights of zombies. Jiang Xian, feeling wrong, carried the gag. If she had known she leveled up, she should have acted naturally. What was the point of all that special training she and Qiao Jingzhou went through? Fortunately, the benefits of leveling up were hers. Jiang Xian wasn't foolish enough to use her advantage to criticize Qiao Jingzhou. However, feeling dejected was inevitable. After walking for a while, Qiao Jingzhou, walking side by side, suddenly shook his hand and tossed something to Jiang Xian. Chapter 60. Jiang Xian took it, and saw it was the plush teddy bear Qiao Jingzhou had given her when she leveled up. Her first reaction was that this guy was trying to trick her again. But she had already regretted returning the bear to Qiao Jingzhou, and now, feeling its plush texture, Jiang Xian stubbornly didn't throw it back. Silu glanced back, somewhat amused. He wanted to say something, but Linjiu pulled him away by the arm. Silu, what are you doing? Linjiu sighed, looking at this idiot with the eyes of someone looking at a moron. Luo Li and Zhang Lei, walking at the back, couldn't help but exchange a glance. Uncle Arya even pretended to sigh, youth is so wonderful. Qiao Jingzhou didn't even lift his eyelids, reminding her, someone's coming. Luo Li immediately focused her gaze, 6 people, led by a woman, in her 40s, with a long scar on her left cheek. Jiang Xian also sensed people, but she could only smell a few in their direction. She craned her neck to look, but could only see pitch black. Forget about the other person's appearance, she couldn't even see a ghost. Zombies don't have good eyesight, it's not her fault. Zhang Lei pressed, did that woman have a mole on her right eyebrow? Luo Li nodded. You know her? Qiao Jingzhou asked, turning his head. Zhang Lei admitted, leave it to me. He was, after all, a small leader in this area, his face was his best identifier. Now that he was a zombie, he had to wear sunglasses to hide his zombie eyes, but people who knew him would still recognize him at a glance. How do we talk? Jiang Xian reminded him nervously. A zombie is still a zombie, they can't communicate with humans. For this, Jiang Xian had suffered countless hardships under Qiao Jingzhou's command at first. Qiao Jingzhou poked her head speechlessly, you don't need to worry about this. Then, Zhang Lei pulled out a phone, stiffly typing with 2 fingers, and soon a loud northeastern accent came through the speaker. Zhang Lei showed no sign of showing off, but Qiao Jingzhou gave Jiang Xian a look of utter intellectual superiority. Text-to-speech, didn't expect that, did you? Jiang Xian, She ground her teeth. She had indeed forgotten about this trick. She'd been living like a wild man for over a year. High-tech products were practically a thing of the past for her. Zhang Lei used familiar faces and the text-to-speech feature to negotiate. Familiar faces didn't necessarily mean Zhang Lei had any connections with these people, but rather that everyone knew his capabilities. This avoided the risk of a fight breaking out when encountering strangers. With such immense pressure to survive, how could there possibly be genuine friendship and peace among the abandoned people? It's a miracle they aren't constantly scheming to literally devour each other. Zhang Lei stopped about 10 meters away from the other party. The woman leading the group looked at him suspiciously and asked, are you going into the city? As far as she knew, Zhang Lei's territory wasn't here. Yes. Changed teammates? She looked back. She didn't recognize anyone, except for Zhang Lei. New recruits. Zhang Lei's answer was still concise, and to the point. Although she was puzzled as to why everyone following him was a new recruit, it wasn't her business, so the woman leading the group didn't press further. She just wanted to ascertain Zhang Lei's whereabouts, not that he was there to attack them. The female leader stared at them with uneasy eyes, and Zhang Lei glared back warily. Then, they both retreated in unison, putting distance between them. Then Zhang Lei gestured for everyone to move forward, and under the watchful gaze of the scarred female leader, they quickly passed through. Encountering the scarred woman seemed to be just the beginning. Under Zhang Lei's leadership, they soon encountered 4 more groups of people. The first 2 groups were lucky. They recognized Zhang Lei and retreated without a word. From the 4th group onwards, a firefight ensued. Fortunately, Zhang Lei was used to the behavior of his kind and was on guard. He unleashed a burst of bullets, and those who knew his strength retreated with resentful looks. After repelling the second wave with a barrage of fire, Qiao Jingzhou replaced Zhang Lei, taking the lead. Protect Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou instructed. Understood. Zhang Lei didn't yet fully grasp Jiang Xian's importance in the team, but seeing everyone else so tense, he took it to heart. After Qiao Jingzhou came Lin Jiao and Si Lu, then Jiang Xian alongside Zhang Lei, with Sister Li, the team's observer, closely following Jiang Xian, and finally Shi and Arya bringing up the rear. Maintaining formation, they steadily advanced. Then they encountered the 6th wave of hostile teams. Silver City was now like a divided area, each belonging to a different small team. Normally, to minimize unnecessary losses, they only hunted prey within their own territory. Unless it was a team-wide life-or-death battle, they generally wouldn't wander into other teams' territories. The deeper one ventures into the city, the more densely divided the territory becomes, with virtually no unclaimed land, making it impossible to bypass. Strangers entering someone else's territory is bound to elicit a wary response from the occupant. Reaching the former Guomao location of the Kaimingsing laboratory is a given. Conflict is inevitable. It might even require fighting along the way. It was precisely because of hearing about the situation in Yincheng that Qiao Jingzhou was proceeding with the utmost caution. An intruder entering one's territory is always easy prey, something to celebrate. But Qiao Jingzhou and his group clearly had a purpose and the strength to cross the border, making the decision of whether to let them pass a crucial one for the occupant. The previous territory wasn't far from here, and they had heard the gunfire from the previous 2 raids. Leave 3 days' worth of food, and you'd be allowed to pass, the other side demanded. In response, Qiao Jingzhou launched an attack. Coordinating with his attack, the entire group pressed forward. Sister Li, having switched weapons, fired the first shot. A headshot, killing the person who made the demand. Qiao Jingzhou arrived shortly after, his wind-based superpower acting as an accelerator, his metal arm his strongest weapon. A powerful punch slammed into another person's head, the skull exploding like a shattered watermelon. Si Lu also used his ability against a human for the first time, a mental attack. He targeted the sniper furthest back. A milky white light, perceptible only to Si Lu himself, shot from between his eyebrows, piercing the man's brow. Mental attacks are intangible, they are undetectable until they hit. The struck enemy screamed in agony, clutching his head, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. He cried out a few more times before falling silent. Si Lu had been sidelined early in the fight against Luo Li due to injury, and hadn't had a proper battle yet, but his first performance was still quite impressive. Chapter 61. Lin Jiao's performance remained consistently strong. Her earth elemental ability allowed her to control the dust around the enemies, with excellent crowd control. Shi had activated visual interference upon engaging in battle, rendering himself invisible. From the enemy's perspective, it appeared as if Shi had vanished. However, for the zombies, thanks to Jiang Xian's mental network connecting everyone, tracking their teammates' movements was not difficult. It was precisely because of Jiang Xian that the zombies' seemingly chaotic charge was actually highly purposeful. Each had found its own opponent, ensuring that no 2 fatal attacks landed on the same target simultaneously. In less than 2 minutes, the 6th wave of enemies was completely wiped out. Qiao Jingzhou decided to take action because this group was of average strength, providing valuable practice for the team lacking combat experience. Having just experienced battle, the zombies adapted well, not only recovering their physical strength, but also displaying excellent mental fortitude. Qiao Jingzhou, who had initially been worried, now had more complex feelings. He only tasted blood after the apocalypse, he didn't sleep a wink after his first kill, and that was with a gunshot to the head. Even through the scope, he vomited. The zombies, whether due to a mutated race or an innate attraction to fresh human flesh, suppressed their aversion and showed no discomfort. Only Lin Jiao, the girl, showed a slight reaction, bitterly complaining to Jiang Xian in a low voice, "It's only now that my instinctive reaction reminds me that I actually become a cannibalistic zombie." The discomfort didn't stem from the killing, but from her craving for corpses. This stark impact forced the zombies to reevaluate their zombie status. Jiang Xian, already accustomed to seeing corpses, paused for a moment, then said, "Suppress your instincts." They were zombies. possessing a degree of humanity beyond that of ordinary zombies. For survival, they could lower their standards appropriately, but they couldn't indulge their desires. Jiang Xian's reminder immediately made the other zombies, whether feigning indifference or genuinely unconcerned, take notice. Even Xiao Jingzhou looked at her with newfound respect. The little zombie seemed foolish, but in crucial decisions and critical moments, she was always remarkably clear-headed. If she was the nest mother, Xiao Jingzhou suddenly felt even more confident. After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Jingzhou signaled for everyone to continue. It feels like we're playing a level-based game right now, Silu joked. We have to overcome one level after another. Indeed. Each area they occupied was a level. They really were going to have to overcome obstacles. With their perfect kill streak achieved here, they moved on to the next area. Xiao Jingzhou and his team faced the house behind cover. Seeing no intention of attack, Xiao Jingzhou maintained formation and quickly traversed the area. Those who witnessed their strength upon approaching chose to give them a pass. Xiao Jingzhou and his team killed, but didn't eat, nor did they search the area for resources. They were simply trying to move through. So why fight? Unfortunately, the city's terrain was complex. If a fight broke out in a small area, those further away wouldn't be able to see what was happening. Xiao Jingzhou's intimidation factor decreased, and if they encountered anyone again, they still have to rely on their fists. It was troublesome, but that's how the rules of Silver City are now. In the previous battles, no one was injured. This time, after the fighting started, everyone was killed, but Lin Jiu's arm was almost completely severed. Arya gave her a lot of hair-like vegetables to eat to help her recover quickly. But even the fastest zombie regeneration has a time cost. Zhang Lei switched positions with Lin Jiu. Xiao Jingzhou adjusted the team structure, protecting Lin Jiu and Jiang Xian in the center. Zhang Lei agreed without hesitation and went with his gun. How about I go first? Uncle Arya suggested. He was a little worried about the newcomer. Just as Xiao Jingzhou had analyzed, everyone had ways to survive, but Zhang Lei seemed to only know how to use firearms, like Luo Li. Going first would definitely face greater risks. Zhang Lei smiled, a rare occurrence. Don't worry. Xiao Jingzhou didn't speak, and Arya, having been refused, didn't press the matter. Jiang Xian also looked a little worried, but she trusted Xiao Jingzhou. Since someone Xiao Jingzhou had taken a liking to and insisted on getting close to, he must have something extraordinary about him. He's definitely not a weakling. However, Jiang Xian still couldn't figure out what Zhang Lei's ability was. At first glance, it seemed he always used guns. Soon they encountered the next challenge, and during the battle, Zhang Lei finally revealed the answer to Jiang Xian. With a single shot from Zhang Lei, the enemy who had just peeked out to launch a sneak attack was instantly crushed into a meat patty. After the battle, Jiang Xian asked in surprise, "Is your ability to control gravity?" "Yes, but I can only activate the ability by attaching it to an object first, and then making contact with the opponent's body." Zhang Lei didn't hide anything, but his explanation was that simple. As for how the ability is attached to objects, and how contact with an opponent's body is determined, nothing is mentioned. It's a survival tactic in the post-apocalyptic world. Generally, one wouldn't reveal all their secrets. The newly joined Zhang Lei was evasive, and Uncle Arya pursed his lips, glanced at Xiao Jingzhou, and suppressed the words he was about to say. Having passed through this area without incident, Xiao Jingzhou told everyone to rest for a while. Now, they had fought their way in from outside the city, with gunfire and the booming of elemental abilities echoing across Silver City. Silver City hadn't been this lively in a long time. Even if there were territorial disputes, the fighting wouldn't be this intense, nor would it be intermittent. The locations of the disturbances were always different each time. Teams that could occupy the city center were all large, powerful teams, each one battle-hardened and quick-witted. Hearing this situation, it was clear that someone was relying on their strength to force their way into the city. The action teams in the new city had also broken in this way before. Back then, territorial boundaries weren't as clearly defined as they are now, and since it was daytime, the patrols weren't as tense or prone to attacking on sight. Because of their ruthless methods and impressive track record, more and more people guessed their purpose, making the road ahead much easier. Until they arrived outside the Morningstar Laboratory, the World Trade Center. Before the apocalypse, the World Trade Center was Silver City's financial center. Rows of commercial buildings, dense residential areas, and a large population meant that once the apocalypse arrived, survival here would be an infernal challenge. 2 years into the apocalypse, zombies were no longer the biggest threat to humanity, but when they first appeared, humanity was far less adept at dealing with them than it is now. A team that survived under those conditions, and has endured until now, still able to remain near the World Trade Center, is undoubtedly the alpha wolf of a pack, someone ruthless, vicious, and powerful. Chapter 62. They had already occupied the Kaimingsing area, and might even have penetrated deep into the laboratory ruins. Sneaking into the laboratory under their noses again was practically impossible. But the cost of forcing their way in was simply too high. Based on what they had seen along the way, the closer they got to the city center, the larger the groups banding together for survival became. Although they hadn't clashed in the areas they had passed through before, judging from the scents emanating from behind, there were at least 500 or 600 people. Qiao Jingzhou didn't believe that occupying such a prime location as the World Trade Center area required less than 1,000 people. Other places would have seen various conflicts over accommodations and other living conditions, but the buildings in the World Trade Center area, including the Kaimingsing laboratory ruins, were remarkably well preserved. Accommodating 50,000 people wouldn't be a problem. Now, the closer they got to their destination, the more Qiao Jingzhou ordered everyone to stop and rest. He sketched a simple topographical map on the spot. When Jiang Xian left the lab, Kaimingsing had already transformed the lab walls into a fortress. The entire area directly in front of the lab had been leveled, offering a completely open view. Behind the buildings are mountains. As Qiao Jingzhou explained, Luo Li frowned. It's not a good place to force our way in. She was a sniper, accustomed to observing high ground. Just looking at the terrain, she knew that if a single gun was set up in the opposite building, and there was a similarly equipped superhuman or sharpshooter, they could easily hold it. For the breakout team, a direct assault would be far less effective and might even result in heavy casualties. Qiao Jingzhou smiled approvingly at her. He hadn't advanced directly because he was worried about this. Everyone heeded Luo Li's suggestion, and then their faces turned to Qiao Jingzhou. Qiao Jingzhou encouraged them. Don't just think of a solution alone. Everyone should think of something. Zhang Lei paused. I never dared to enter Silver City, so I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I know the tolerance for zombies here is extremely low. Outside, Qiao Jingzhou had supported his use of connections, but after that failed, they resorted to direct confrontation. This proved that while Zhang Lei was powerful outside Silver City, he wasn't respected inside. Moreover, using connections was risky. Revealing his zombie nature would only backfire. Now that he was being so subtle, everyone knew that peaceful negotiations were no longer an option. What a joke. If a zombie suggested sitting down and having a chat, who in their right mind would actually sit down? They immediately be attacking with knives and axes. Natural enemies, they won't change their minds just because of one exception. If Jiang Xian weren't a zombie herself, she would have run the moment she saw a zombie approaching. Jiang Xian cleverly suggested, how about we sneak in? Zhang Lei didn't want to discourage her, but Qiao Jingzhou was merciless in his criticism. If their vigilance were this lax, they would have been killed in their sleep long ago. How could they still be alive? Jiang Xian added, what about a feint? No way, Luo Li objected, there are only 8 of us. If we spread out, we'd basically be dead if we get caught. Jiang Xian scratched his chin. Actually, the person responsible for the feint doesn't necessarily have to be one of our teammates. Everyone looked at her, and Qiao Jingzhou also looked eager to hear more. Jiang Xian snapped his fingers, and a level 3 zombie darted out of the darkness, like a nimble cat. Then a second, a third. Qiao Jingzhou. The other zombies. Currently, level 2 zombies dominate the population, with some level 3 zombies, but not many. Before the apocalypse, Silver City had approximately 12 million people. Many died, and even more zombies, resulting in so many evolved high-level zombies. But as the apocalypse entered its second year, Silver City now only has about 1 million zombies left. The human population is probably only 1/10 of that. However, humans possess tools and weapons. Having survived the initial chaos of the apocalypse, those who survived are stronger, more resilient, and ruthless. If each of them were to fight 10 zombies, dealing with these million or so zombies wouldn't be difficult. But Silver City still retains a large number of zombies. Zombies are easy to kill, but the aftermath is a hassle. Completely dead zombie corpses grow grass even more easily than human corpses, and it's all mutated plants. If a zombie isn't cremated promptly after being killed, the place will become uninhabitable overnight, overgrown with mutated plants. With the discovery that zombies can suppress mutated plants, it's even more important not to kill them all. They need to be kept to deal with the invading mutated plants. Under these circumstances, leaving a group of zombies in Silver City isn't surprising. However, the fact that this large horde of zombies is being controlled and moving collectively by Jiang Xian is indeed unexpected. Qiao Jingzhou silently turned his head, while Jiang Xian innocently shrugged, showing no sign of boasting. How about it? Is it any good? With such a large group of zombie helpers, why even ask if they'd be useful? Just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. They could easily take on the entire Silver City. If he'd known she had this ability, what was the point of all that hardship along the way? Qiao Jingzhou was starting to question his very existence. Jiang Xian had brought over tens of thousands of zombies, but only about a dozen were level 3 or higher. However, in Qiao Jingzhou's group, only Qiao Jingzhou and Luo Li were level 3 ability users. Even if ability users are slightly stronger than zombies, these dozen or so level 3 zombies would still give them a tough time if they fought to the death. Zombies aren't afraid of being injured, but humans are. Being injured and left alive means being infected by the zombie virus, which means death in the human sense. On one side, there's the necessity of a victory without casualties. On the other, there's a weakened defense and an overwhelming numerical advantage. Victory was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Xian's teammates, hiding behind a prefabricated container house, ate breakfast in the morning sun, while a howling horde of zombies surged towards the laboratory ruins behind them. Zhang Lei and Luo Li, the two seamlessly transformed zombies, felt conflicted. Si Lu examined the marks left by his previous injuries, and couldn't help but complain to Jiang Xian. Xiao Xian, why didn't you show your power sooner? Although Jiang Xian was always unreliable, she was indeed a nest mother, her power astonishing in crucial moments. Oh, I didn't think of it before. There weren't that many zombies outside for me to command, so I didn't have the awareness. And once we got to the city, we were constantly fighting, never a moment's peace. You guys were nervous, and I was nervous too. How could I have a chance to use my brain? Jiang Xian said casually, stuffing some seaweed into her mouth. Qiao Jingzhou, hearing Si Lu talking to Jiang Xian, instinctively wanted to stop them. Knowing that Jiang Xian was currently controlling tens of thousands of zombies and launching an attack, Qiao Jingzhou was terrified that Jiang Xian might be distracted and cause some mishap. However, Jiang Xian returned to his composure and even seemed to be eating, so Qiao Jingzhou swallowed his words. Just then. Chapter 63. At this moment, Luo Li, positioned at a high vantage point, suddenly warned, "Oh no, the humans have broken through." No one reacted immediately, so Luo Li gritted her teeth and said, "They're breaking through in our direction." Only then did everyone, including Jiang Xian, tense up. Jiang Xian's control over the zombies was somewhat like herding sheep. He gave them general instructions, but zombies lacked intelligence, and they couldn't comprehend more precise commands. Currently, having a specific direction was sufficient. However, if she wanted to utilize Si Lu and Qiao Jingzhou's vision as she had, Jiang Xian needed to establish a mental network. After taking Zhang Lei and the others in, Jiang Xian discovered that the number of targets connected through this mental network was limited. She was far from feeling the upper limit of her mental network's control, but as long as there was a limit, she couldn't arbitrarily establish a mental network for every target. Perhaps it was this mental network that gave the zombies a sense of self? Like how she had controlled a small zombie mouse to spy on Qiao Jingzhou before. That palm-sized gray rat was slow and had no attack power. Jiang Xian hadn't used it since its one-time use. It was a complete waste of a slot, making Jiang Xian feel incredibly cheated. This time, the plan to drive away the zombies was a feint, intended to force the humans in this area to relocate on their own. Therefore, Jiang Xian hadn't added any new members to his mental network. And thus, he lacked vision of the zombie attacking the battlefield. Upon hearing Luo Li's report, she disregarded the wasted slot, and upon sensing a level 3 zombie, she connected her mental network to it. Soon, the view from that spot returned. Jiang Xian, seeing clearly, was more delighted than surprised. They actually took it down directly. While Luo Li was still tense, Jiang Xian was already cheerfully leading everyone to a new position. Soon, another wave of zombies staggered out from the opposite direction. The humans who had initially tried to break through this direction had already suffered enough from this sudden influx of zombies, and immediately changed direction, attempting to break through to the right. As the sounds of the fighting faded into the distance, Jiang Xian grinned at his teammates, out of the question. They had expected a tough battle in this situation, but they had overcome it so easily, everyone still felt a little unreal. Luo Li remained on the high ground, turning her head to look at the swarms of zombie heads behind her. Anyone with a slight case of trypophobia would have been terrified. With only 1 million zombies remaining in the city stretching over 50 kilometers, this number was as scarce as the sesame seeds on a sesame cake made by an unscrupulous merchant. But this tiny street was crammed with tens of thousands of zombies. The scene was comparable to the bustling Shanghai of its heyday. And the cause of this situation was none other than this seemingly silly and adorable little girl in front of him. Zhang Lei stared intently at Jiang Xian for a long time, still feeling a deep sense of incongruity. Si Lu and Lin Jiao were also somewhat surprised and fearful of this side of Jiang Xian. Qiao Jingzhou patted Jiang Xian's head. Our little nest mother is quite capable, isn't she? Jiang Xian slapped his hand away unhappily. I'm the nest mother, behave yourself. Just because I'm praising your plumpness doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. We're still on human territory. Qiao Jingzhou smiled, his large hand gripping her head like a basketball. With his long arms and legs, Jiang Xian couldn't push him away even with her arms outstretched. She meowed in frustration. Qiao Jingzhou just couldn't stand her showing off. He had to ruin even her attempts to be cool. After a playful scuffle, the initial awkwardness caused by Jiang Xian's powerful ability to control zombies vanished instantly. Si Lu even dared to put his arm around Jiang Xian's shoulder. Not bad, Xiao Xian. You're getting stronger and stronger. Lin Jiao also laughed. Xiao Xian's abilities are suited for group battles. Just say I'm not good at one-on-one combat. Jiang Xian retorted sullenly. Everyone chuckled. They couldn't really respond to that. With Jiang Xian's strong group combat abilities, what did it matter if she was weak individually? She could just hide in a horde of zombies. How many of them could possibly dig her out? Qiao Jingzhou clearly didn't want Jiang Xian to be so comfortable, seizing the opportunity to tease her. You know that yourself, right? Then you better be careful in the future, lest someone pull a decapitation operation and kill you. Jiang Xian was so angry she wanted to scratch him again. Luo Li observed for a long time, and confirmed that there were no traces of human activity at the Kaimingxing laboratory ruins, the target location. Jiang Xian, through the newly controlled zombie's vision, also didn't observe anything else unusual. The group packed their bags, preparing to officially begin their exploration of the laboratory. She didn't disperse the zombies summoned by Jiang Xian, leaving them on the flat road between the laboratory and the site. When not attracted by fresh flesh and blood, the zombies had very low autonomy and generally wandered around in place. They could act as lookouts and guards, preventing Jiang Xian and the others from being unknowingly trapped inside by others. Entering the ruins of the laboratory, the first thing they saw was the living area of the abandoned people, piled high with collected debris. Without being told, one would never guess it had once been a laboratory. Lin Jiao asked curiously, Xiao Xian, you escaped from this laboratory. Are your abilities to control zombies related to it? Little Shershur also asked innocently, was it fun here? Whether the nest mother's characteristics were related to the experiments, Jiang Xian himself didn't know. But his time in the laboratory was definitely not a pleasant memory. Faced with his companion's concern, Jiang Xian gave a bitter smile. I regained consciousness as a zombie right here. This place has no humanity, only science and research exist. No humanity towards humans, and even less towards zombies. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xian added, this experiment was actually established before the apocalypse. All biochemical projects are illegal, including those I participated in as a test subject. This made everyone understand. Lin Jiao, who had asked the question, apologized to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian forced a smile. It's all right. Actually, I don't remember the details of the lab very clearly, which is why I wanted to come back to see if there were any clues. Whether it was another personality deliberately cutting off her memories, or because the memories here were too painful, she subconsciously sealed them away. In any case, Jiang Xian could barely remember her experiences in the lab. She only knew that being here was incredibly painful, so painful that she felt like she couldn't live or die. To obtain more information about her nest mother, and to support her companions, she had forced herself to return to this place that filled her with deep-seated fear. Qiao Jingzhou pinched Jiang Xian's head again, instantly interrupting her chaotic thoughts. When Qiao Jingzhou finally spoke, what came out was indeed infuriating. Chapter 64. It's alright. Your little brain isn't working very well. We already know what we're doing. We didn't have high expectations to begin with, so don't put pressure on yourself. Jiang Xian wasn't happy to hear that again. Even if she couldn't remember much, she would still have gained something from the trip back. Putting aside everything else, at least during the training on the way, Jiang Xian's growth was already evident. Only Qiao Jingzhou would be so bored as to say such discouraging things, deliberately trying to discourage her. Jiang Xian was about to angrily retort when a thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized something. She turned her head and said in a harsh voice, Am I that fragile in your eyes? Since approaching Yin Cheng, Qiao Jingzhou had been incredibly gentle with her. He gave her a teddy bear, and even specially arranged for her to be in the middle of the group, almost never assigning her any tasks. Just now, When Lin Jiao asked about the inside story of the laboratory, he even joked around, deliberately changing the subject. He was worried that getting close to the laboratory would trigger bad memories for her, deliberately diverting her attention. What a terrible attempt at showing concern, Jiang Xian said disdainfully. Her purpose was bluntly exposed. Xiao Jingzhou didn't deny it. It's good that you're all right. Jiang Xian thought for a moment, then smiled. Even if there was anything, it's all in the past now, and I long since let it go. Her expression was relaxed, seemingly without any reluctance. Have she really let it go? A question lingered in Xiao Jingzhou's mind. He had led action teams, and often needed to go out, so he knew a little about the situation at Kaimingxing. The research projects there were utterly ruthless and far-reaching, clearly involving human experimentation, and some even said to be related to this apocalypse. After the apocalypse, someone searched the lab, but it was deserted. All the experimental subjects had been disposed of. It was said that the rooms were filled with corpses, a truly gruesome scene. That's why Xiao Jingzhou was so surprised when he later encountered Jiang Xian, who was still wandering around, and noticed the mark on her neck. But since Jiang Xian insisted she was alright, Xiao Jingzhou didn't need to expose her disguise. It was a good thing that Jiang Xian was strong. Xiao Jingzhou led the way, clearing the path to the downward stairs. According to intelligence from the new city, the main parts of the lab were underground. Even if there were any clues left on the surface, now that the abandoned people had used it as housing, any traces should have been erased. Jiang Xian didn't interrupt, letting Xiao Jingzhou lead everyone deeper underground. Upon reaching the first basement level, they saw a large opening in a previously closed fire door, just large enough for one person to pass through. Xiao Jingzhou tried it, and went in first. There was at least a faint glimmer of light at the entrance to the building, but after passing through the fire door, it was almost pitch black, truly impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. After Xiao Jingzhou went inside and waited for a while, confirming there was no threat of a kill inside, he said, "It's okay, everyone come in." Jiang Xian followed behind Zhang Lei and squeezed into the large opening. Upon entering, she immediately smelled a subtle, putrid odor, the stuffy smell caused by poor ventilation. This odor was so strong that it greatly impaired Jiang Xian's sense of smell, making it impossible for her to distinguish any other sense. Now Jiang Xian was truly blind. Unable to see or smell, everything ahead was an unknown to her. Once inside the fire escape, the passageway seemed difficult to navigate. Xiao Jingzhou had to lead the way, with the others following his lead. The 8-person team was forced into a long single-file line. "It's too dark in there. Everyone, wrap this rope around your wrists." Xiao Jingzhou's voice echoed in the darkness. Jiang Xian waited a moment, then Zhang Lei, walking ahead of her, groped for a rough piece of hemp rope and handed it to her. Jiang Xian wrapped it as instructed, and then passed it to Lin Jiao behind her. Lin Jiao, having injured her right arm, was now beside her, protected by her teammates in the middle. Lin Jiao also wrapped her wrist, but on her left, opposite to Jiang Xian's arm. The rope Jiang Xian had taken from Zhang Lei was on her right side. Perhaps Xiao Jingzhou, at the front, forgot Lin Jiao's injury was on her right arm, and Jiang Xian forgot as well. She simply wrapped it around her wrist as he passed it to her. Lin Jiao's switch to her left hand seemed to have no effect. She finished bandaging it and handed it to the person behind her. It was pitch black, and since Lin Jiao had passed it from the left, it was naturally received on the left as well. Uncle Arya, walking at the back, said, "All tied up." Xiao Jingzhou started counting from himself again. Jiang Xian was fourth, right in the middle. Suddenly, a white light appeared ahead. Xiao Jingzhou had turned on his flashlight. Even a big shot couldn't defy the laws of nature, he needed light to see. The flashlight beam illuminated about 10 meters ahead. Beyond that, the light became faint and unclear. They could only barely make out that it was a long, narrow passage. There were no rooms at either end of the passage, only scattered debris. It seemed to be supplies collected by the abandoned inhabitants, who had only used this tunnel as a warehouse. Xiao Jingzhou used his toe to pick up a roll of bandages and tossed it to the person behind him. "Go collect your spatial items." Luo Li instinctively reached out to catch it, but Zhang Lei intercepted it halfway. "I have a spatial item too," Zhang Lei explained. "Ha!" Luo Li glared angrily ahead, while Jiang Xian and Lin Jiao, sandwiched between them, shrank back. Xiao Jingzhou chuckled. "You two collect them, just enough to make it a decent amount. In the post-apocalyptic world, almost everyone has a hoarding tendency, but only those with spatial items can easily collect a large amount." Jiang Xian was initially very envious, but after learning that Xiao Jingzhou's spatial item was transplanted, her longing for it faded. She lived this long even without a spatial item, so she just let things take their course. Xiao Jingzhou walked in front, collecting the least, probably only picking the most important items. Unfortunately, he was quick, and no one even noticed what he'd taken. Zhang Lei and Luo Li, these two seamlessly transformed zombies, were much more ferocious in their collecting. After walking for a while, Silu sighed, "It's so nice to have a space." Although she didn't know the exact size of the two people space, after storing it for so long, she knew it must be quite large. Anyway, she was envious. After walking about 200 meters, they came to another locked fire door. There was a large hole dug out of the door, but it had been roughly welded shut, making it look even uglier and more jarring. After removing the welded parts, everyone passed through the door, and the path ahead was no longer a straight passage. Xiao Jingzhou shone his flashlight, and saw at least 3 winding entrances within about 10 meters. "Do you remember?" Xiao Jingzhou turned to Jiang Xian and asked. "No. Shall we explore freely?" Xiao Jingzhou confirmed with everyone again, and after no one objected, he turned left at the first intersection. After walking a short distance, they noticed a strange smell. This stench. Jiang Xian covered his nose. It's the stench of corpses. Chapter 65. Not only Jiang Xian wanted to cover her nose, but the other zombies did too. The previous passage at least served as a storage area, so it was likely used frequently. But here, after about 200 meters, there was only a small hole the size of a dog hole, making it a semi-sealed environment. Normally, if something rots in a jar, and then the lid is opened, the smell is incredibly pungent. A rotting corpse in this semi-sealed environment, the smell would send zombies to heaven. Zombies only have a keen sense of smell. Jiang Xian forced herself to walk a few steps, but she couldn't take it anymore. The stench brought tears to her eyes. She could imagine how terrifying she looked, with 2 streaks of blood and tears on her face, a truly intimidating and frightening sight. "I have a gas mask. Anyone want one?" Xiao Jingzhou asked. He only took out a gas mask here, probably because the mask would affect his sense of smell, and also because there weren't enough to cover everyone. Silu spoke up spontaneously, "I don't want one, I can manage." "How many are there?" Luo Li asked. 3. "Give one to Xiao Xian," Zhang Lei said. Everyone was tied together with rope. Jiang Xian couldn't move, and Zhang Lei was the one being pulled the most. A gas mask was thrown from the front, caught by Zhang Lei, who turned and handed it to Jiang Xian. "Do you know how to wear it?" Xiao Jingzhou asked Jiang Xian, but Zhang Lei answered for him, "I know how." Xiao Jingzhou didn't care much and continued, "Who else wants one? I'm scouting ahead, I can't wear one." He was going first, so he would be the first to take responsibility if anything happened. The gas mask blocked the smell, which also indirectly cut off his senses. Even if it smelled bad, he had to endure it. He couldn't use it. "Give me one," Luo Li weakly pleaded. "The smell is making it hard for me to see." It was probably some kind of synesthesia. The strong smell was affecting Luo Li's enhanced vision. If Xiao Jingzhou was responsible for the front, then Luo Li would have to observe the threats behind them. Her eyesight was still quite essential. No one wanted the last mask, so it was given to little Shi. After all, he was still a child, and it was better to take care of him if possible. Jiang Xian immediately came back to life after putting on the mask, but at the same time, she also became blind. Without the olfactory enhancement, her perception of the outside world was probably only half a meter. She couldn't see or hear clearly to begin with, and now she couldn't smell anything either. Jiang Xian felt like an 800-degree nearsighted person with their glasses off and earplugs in, wandering through a haunted house. If she didn't give herself a pep talk, she probably would have scared herself to death. Fortunately, Xiao Jingzhou at the front still provided Jiang Xian with some comfort. That guy was lucky and capable. As long as he didn't die, everyone would be fine. With Xiao Jingzhou leading the charge, not everyone was cowering in fear like Jiang Xian. The rest of the journey was eerily quiet. Quiet to the point of being chilling. Zombies don't need to breathe, and in such a quiet environment, everyone instinctively treaded lightly. After walking a dozen meters, they discovered the source of the stench. A highly decomposed corpse, dressed in a security uniform, appeared to be a woman. Jiang Xian glanced at it, and then looked away. She wasn't afraid of corpses, nor did she see any need to push her limits. Xiao Jingzhou crouched down and carefully searched the corpse's clothing. In the semi-enclosed environment, the corpse hadn't bred many flies or insects, nor had it been parasitized by plants. It was slowly decomposing entirely due to microorganisms. As Xiao Jingzhou turned the body over, the head lolled to the side, drooping. The decaying flesh of the neck could no longer hold it together, and it snapped, separating the head from the body. Another wave of stench hit them. Jiang Xian, wearing a mask, didn't feel it, but Zhang Lei, in front of her, visibly swayed and turned away. Jiang Xian looked at Qiao Jingzhou, who was still examining the body, with increasing admiration. A true warrior. After searching from head to toe, Qiao Jingzhou found a set of keys and a work card. Actually, there were quite a few other things on the body, even a small booklet, but unfortunately, it had been soaked in corpse fluid for too long, and the pages were all rotten and stuck together. Even the keys were half rusty, and it was unclear whether they were still usable. The plastic work card, after being wiped clean, was relatively intact, but the decorative paint had all peeled off, leaving only a blank sheet. "Let's go!" Qiao Jingzhou, having completed his haul, tugged at the rope, signaling everyone to continue. After walking a few more steps, they found a second body, this one even more severely decomposed, mainly due to its extremely fragmented state. The neck and above were almost completely empty, seemingly from a blown-off head, lying face up in the middle of the passage. Qiao Jingzhou searched the body again, this time quickly thanks to his experience with the previous body search. He found a key, a work card, and a walkie-talkie. After fiddling with the contents for a while, Qiao Jingzhou asked, "Who knows how to fix this?" Zhang Lei and Luo Li were both from abandoned communities, and knew basic electronics repair, but Zhang Lei spoke first, so Qiao Jingzhou handed the walkie-talkie to him. Jiang Xian heard Luo Li snort loudly behind him. She quickly lowered her voice to reassure them. There must be more later. If there were only 2 corpses, the smell couldn't be this horrible. There couldn't possibly be only one walkie-talkie, there would be more to come. They had nothing else to do anyway, so they could carefully search each section. The only worry was that not all the abandoned people had left, some were still in the ruins. Qiao Jingzhou cautiously began scouting, trying not to miss any clues. They walked through this one passage for almost half an hour, mostly searching the corpses. In a passage less than 50 meters long, there were more than 20 dead. Judging from their positions, they had likely been chased and killed from behind, or cornered and shot. Based on the corpses scattered on the ground, one could easily imagine a scene of a chase and massacre. All the dead here were security personnel in the same uniform. Only one male corpse, wearing a white coat, was examined by Qiao Jingzhou for a longer time, and he even called his companions to come and check. Qiao Jingzhou asked, "Do you have any memory of him?" Jiang Xian didn't want to look at the corpse, especially the highly decomposed male corpse, and said expressionlessly, "I can't remember rotten flesh." Faced with a corpse whose features were so decayed they were unrecognizable, Qiao Jingzhou didn't press the matter further. Jiang Xian reminded him, "There are quite a few people in the lab. Every corpse needs to be examined. We have to wait a month before we go back. Are you worried the people living here will come back?" Qiao Jingzhou asked. Jiang Xian shook his head irritably, no longer interfering with Qiao Jingzhou's search methods. "Never mind, it's fine, let's go." With area, who could accelerate plant growth at any time, Jiang Xian couldn't even find an excuse to forage for food. Even hairwort is a plant. A patch of it could be accelerated to grow into a large bunch. Jiang Xian felt very uncomfortable just staying here, and there was really no reason for him to urge Qiao Jingzhou to hurry up. Qiao Jingzhou, on the other hand, sped up his search himself, and the examination of the corpses became less thorough as they moved on. Chapter 66. After walking a while longer, they came to a T-shaped fork in the road. The main path faced a wall, with similar passages on either side. Qiao Jingzhou shone his flashlight left and right, unable to discern any difference, and could only rely on luck to choose a direction randomly. "Let's go left," Jiang Xian said sullenly. "Okay." Qiao Jingzhou didn't ask any further questions, and immediately turned left. This passageway began to have doors. Qiao Jingzhou tried turning one of the doors, but the doorknob had broken, and the door wouldn't open. Qiao Jingzhou took a step back, and then violently kicked it open. The door opened, immediately raising a visible cloud of dust. He immediately covered his mouth and nose, and quickly retreated with a line of zombies. Si Lu also looked inside with him first, confirming there was no danger, before reminding him, "We zombies don't breathe." There was no need to worry about inadvertently inhaling any harmful gases. Qiao Jingzhou lowered his arm, and to hide his embarrassment, he feigned surprise, saying, "These instruments are so well preserved." This place had been taken over by the abandoned people, their living quarters were upstairs, and these things were hidden downstairs, yet they hadn't touched them. In the apocalypse, nothing is unusable, whoever collects it knows how to use it. Even if they didn't know how to use these unknown instruments, disassembling them would still be useful. There's always a place where they could be put to use. Why didn't they come down? Luoli asked, puzzled. Is there some reason they're afraid to set foot here? Arya, walking at the back, suddenly said, remember when we walked through the warehouse passage? The first half was piled high with things, and you could see footprints everywhere. The passageway was clearly lined up, but near the second door, there were almost no footprints. And although they had made a hole, they had carefully sealed it again. The welding on the door was crude, but the seal was incredibly tight. It wasn't just a simple wire mesh. They had used many steel plates and iron sheets, sealing it completely without any gaps. It's gas, isn't it? Lingio guessed. Is the air here harmful to humans? That's why they don't dare come down. Zombies lack vitality. They're essentially living corpses. This deadly threat doesn't affect them. Qiao Jingzhou instructed, everyone stay alert. The ropes are just to keep everyone in formation, so we don't fall behind in the dark. If there's a crisis, don't let the ropes restrict you. He glanced at Jiang Xian again. The Nest Mother's abilities were better suited to being displayed in a team. Jiang Xian would be at a disadvantage if he were alone. The subsequent search was tedious and boring. Corpses, unknown instruments, and large amounts of decaying paper materials. There were quite a few computers, but unfortunately, with a power and internet outage, data couldn't be obtained from them. After walking an unknown distance, the zombie paused briefly to rest and eat. Hair-like vegetables could be accelerated. There were plenty outside, easily found in large quantities. For a wood-type ability user like Arya, there was no need to expend extra effort to accelerate their growth. In this environment, they were an excellent food source for marching. He crunched away a large pile, solving his hunger problem, and the zombie continued on his way. The zombie's tireless body didn't require much rest, which was good. Otherwise, the laboratory ruins would have been a real challenge to explore. After walking for most of the day without encountering any danger, everyone's vigilance gradually decreased. Silu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this place is huge. We walked at least 10 kilometers. Even indoors, this distance was astonishing. They all trusted Qiao Jingzhou's ability to lead the way, and besides, Silu and the others were helping to remember the route, so they shouldn't have backtracked. That meant the interior area was complex. Lingio, being an Earth-type ability user, had even sharper senses. We should be in the mountain behind the building. Luoli then asked Jiang Xian, do you have any memory of this area? No. Jiang Xian shrugged. At first, she was worried it would trigger her memories and cause her psychological burden, but it only happened for a short while after entering the building. Having seen so many corpses and repetitive blank spaces, she felt nothing. Now here, so clean and empty, even the corpses were gone, so she had even less of a reaction. Looking around here was just like looking inside an ordinary building. Walking and chatting like this made the time pass much more easily. Quiet! Suddenly, Qiao Jingzhou, who was walking at the front, shouted a warning and immediately switched off his flashlight. Back into darkness, the group instantly became alert. The already quiet place, where only the sound of footsteps could be heard, was now completely silent. Once the surrounding sounds disappeared, the previously overlooked anomalies gradually came to light. There was the sound of wind. But this was inside a building, inside a mountain, without an electric power source. How could there be wind if it was just an air circulation system exchanging air with the outside world? The rope vibrated 3 times slightly, a prearranged code. The zombie man softened his steps and moved to the side. A completely unexpected turn of events occurred. From Jiang Xian forward, everyone's ropes were tied to the right, while Lingio, behind Jiang Xian, had his rope tied to the left due to his injured arm. When the code was set, it only indicated to stay to the side, but this unusual situation was absolutely not anticipated. This was already a moment of heightened alert, and the reverse tugs on the ropes instantly snapped everyone's tense nerves. Thinking that the other side was under attack, everyone rushed to their aid. Jiang Xian, caught off guard, lost his balance and was pulled down, tumbling to the ground. A series of loud crashes and booms erupted in the narrow passage, the sound carrying far and wide, like a torpedo dropped into water, alarming the entire building. Qiao Jingzhou shouted, count off. 1. Silu immediately chimed in, 2. Everyone immediately called out their numbers in order, confirming that no one was missing. Only then did Qiao Jingzhou give the order, go. Get out of here. Everyone perked up this time and started jogging. As if in an instant, a whooshing sound came from all directions. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very dense. The noise was definitely not natural. Jiang Xian's heart pounded. She ran at a steady pace with everyone, hesitated for a moment, and then removed her mask. A mixture of smells immediately assaulted her senses. The complex and intense stench of decay made her head spin. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to come back to her senses. Following the countless scents, she smelled a strange odor coming from the direction of the wind. Insects? Jiang Xian exclaimed. Mutant insects, Qiao Jingzhou, who was walking at the front, explained. They should be mutated mosquitoes or flies. Thinking of enormous flies and mosquitoes, swarming in like a black cloud, Jiang Xian barely managed to hold back his vomit. Chapter 67. In the post-apocalyptic world, the overall threat level is undoubtedly mutated plants, followed by various mutated creatures. If it weren't for the sheer number of zombies and their highly infectious nature, in terms of pure combat power, they wouldn't be as formidable as the first two. Humans with superpowers are essentially mutated humans. Mutated animals and insects are equally deadly. Just as human superpowered individuals come in all shapes and sizes, insect mutations can occasionally possess exceptionally outstanding abilities. If combined with their inherent habits, they can create incredibly powerful combat capabilities. Jiang Xian isn't afraid of large animals, but she's terrified of small ones, small mice, snakes, small insects. Even though they pose no real threat, she's utterly terrified of them. Qiao Jingzhou had tormented her with mutated mice before, which probably raised her fear threshold, and afterwards, she wasn't afraid of mice anymore. But she's still afraid of insects. Especially dense swarms of insects. Just thinking about them makes her itchy all over, and she feels uncomfortable all over. Moreover, the mutated insects after the apocalypse have all grown to varying degrees, becoming larger and uglier. Shortly after Qiao Jingzhou made his guess, the whooshing sound coming from a fork in the passage suddenly intensified, and a shadowy group flew out. They had finally come into direct contact with the danger hidden in this area, a swarm of mutated mosquitoes. Calling it a swarm isn't accurate. There were only 7 or 8, but each one was the size of a human head in terms of body alone, and with its wings, its size was almost that of a large bird with outstretched wings. They flew over together, their wings flapping and creating a whooshing sound, like a dark cloud pressing down. Lights up. Qiao Jingzhou, at the front, had already begun fighting, amid Si Lu's cries of pain. Jiang Xian first untied the rope binding his hands, then caught a flashlight that appeared out of nowhere and frantically turned it on. The light beam moved forward, startling the mutated mosquitoes, causing them to retreat slightly. This revealed their hideous appearance. The mutated mosquitoes' legs were still long and thin, appearing as if magnified countless times in proportion. They were covered with countless tiny, yet distinct, barbs, resembling spiked clubs hanging from their bodies. The consequences of being scratched by those things were unimaginable, absolutely lacerations. Moreover, the mutated mosquitoes still retained their enormous and highly aggressive proboscis. Now, they were their strongest spears, propelling them forward as they flew towards Qiao Jingzhou and the others. Qiao Jingzhou single-handedly fought off 3 of them, showing no signs of weakness. One of them, when the light shone on it, was seized by Qiao Jingzhou, who used his metal arms to tear it in half with his bare hands. Yellowish-green fluid and insect organs splattered all over the ground. Without even glancing at it, he used his flames to drive one away, and focused on beating the other. Si Lu, standing beside him, wasn't so lucky. One hand hung limply, while the other gripped a machete, barely managing to fend off the attacks of 2 mosquitoes. Luo Li and Zhang Lei simultaneously raised their guns, one on each side, and blasted the heads off the 2 mutated mosquitoes threatening Si Lu. The insects with their heads blown off only swayed slightly. They didn't immediately fall, but instead kicked and flapped their wings, crashing around wildly. They truly exemplified what a headless fly looks like. Unlucky Si Lu was too close, and was kicked by one of the legs, crashing into the opposite wall with a thud. After he was knocked away, a huge gap immediately appeared in front of him, exposing Jiang Xian. Ignoring his injured arm, Lin Jiu immediately stepped forward. "I do it!" Uncle Arya pushed aside the injured man, and tossed out a handful of plant seeds. Under his stimulation, the seeds sprouted rapidly, weaving a dense, giant net. The vines themselves had the ability to climb, and hook their prey. They hooked one of the headless mosquitoes, and immediately wrapped it tightly around it. Another headless mosquito was quickly caught in the net as well. Luo Li was completely unaffected, and went on to kill 2 more. Arya immediately cooperated, using plants to entangle the remaining 2. The 3 mutated mosquitoes around Qiao Jingzhou were also killed one after another, leaving a mess on the ground. Jiang Xian nervously clutched his chest, only then realizing the fear. Especially the large creature with 4 heads still struggling within the vines. Jiang Xian still couldn't help but want to retreat. Insects' respiratory system is in their abdomen. After being decapitated, they can only be blind and unable to control their bodies. They still need a long time to suffocate and die. Zhang Lei wanted to finish them off with a shot, but Xiao Jingzhou stopped him. Leave them to make noise and attract other mosquitoes. Let's get out of here. Clearly, there were more than just these 7 mutated mosquitoes in this area. The wind howled from all directions. Just listening to the noise was enough to send chills down your spine, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. No wonder this place hadn't been explored by humans for so long. In this emergency, there wasn't time to have everyone tie the ropes properly. He could only tell them to try to maintain formation. Xiao Jingzhou continued to lead the way. Si Lu, go back to the back, and keep an eye on Jiang Xian. Lin Jiu, you come up. Area's safety is in your hands. Those called upon immediately responded, and everyone adjusted their positions accordingly. Si Lu went to Jiang Xian's side. I protect you. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to ask, your hand? She had noticed earlier that one of Si Lu's arms had been hanging unnaturally during the fight. It got pierced, but it's nothing. Zombies don't feel pain. Si Lu had just been pierced by mosquito proboscis, leaving a fist-sized hole. If it were a human, they would be incapacitated by now. But Si Lu was still lively and energetic, even regretting not being able to be at the forefront. Jiang Xian was relieved and focused on running away and saving her own life. In one-on-one combat, she couldn't contribute much. At most, she could use her mental network to share vision with everyone, preventing 2 people from attacking the same spot and wasting resources. The exact number of mutated mosquitoes was unknown, and running around in this maze-like passage was pointless. After the second head-on encounter with the mutated mosquitoes, the battle dragged on until the 3rd wave of mosquitoes joined them. Everyone was so exhausted they didn't even have time to catch their breath. Zombies don't feel the normal concepts of soreness and fatigue. Excessive exhaustion only leads to gradual weakness, decreased combat effectiveness, and eventually, inability to move. Xiao Jingzhou quickly realized this. After killing all the mutated mosquitoes, he led everyone to retreat, consciously searching for a place to hide. The area was filled with rows of rooms. Any one of them could actually provide cover. However, Xiao Jingzhou specifically chose a room with a steel door that had security features. After everyone went inside, he quickly locked the door. The mutated mosquitoes followed closely, and the security door made a loud banging sound as the nails hammered against it. Xiao Jingzhou nervously watched the door, ensuring it could withstand the pressure immediately. Fortunately, the security door was of decent quality. The dense attacks from outside gradually weakened, until only sporadic banging remained. The group, who had been engaged in fierce fighting and then chased here, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 68. Si Lu, exhausted, slumped against the wall and complained, how come I never realized mosquitoes were so annoying? Lin Jiu, the heavily injured soldier, also wearily sat down to rest. Mosquitoes were annoying enough before, but now they're absolutely horrible. Jiang Xian didn't do much, but just keeping up with her teammates was a huge challenge for this delicate weakling. Running all the way had left them utterly exhausted, but Xiao Jingzhou dared not rest at all. The room they had found at the last minute seemed unusually deep, and with the poor lighting, it was impossible to see the whole thing at a glance. Plus, various instruments, tables, and chairs obstructed their view. Who knew if someone else was secretly spying on them? He was worried. You guys stay here, I go check it out. He first searched the entire room, checking the space under each table and chair to make sure nothing was hidden. The further he went, the further the room seemed to end. This appeared to be an office area, containing at least 50 sets of desks and chairs. There was still room to turn at the end of the road. Xiao Jingzhou signaled to Jiang Xian and the others with his flashlight before continuing his search. Lin Jiu didn't want to move, sighing, Boss Xiao is working so hard. I can't even stand up after running for so long, and he still has to patrol. He's in charge, Si Lu chimed in. Zhang Lei couldn't help but say sourly, he's really good to you guys. Having gone through life and death together, he'd gotten to know everyone well. He hadn't dared to complain before, but now he dared to utter a word or two. Looking at how Xiao Jingzhou treated his own people, and then looking at how the guy had tricked him into joining the group, Zhang Lei suddenly felt this man was truly ruthless. If you're willing to officially join, he'd treat you well, Sister Luoli said casually. This was her own experience, regardless of how she was forcibly forced into the zombie horde. At least her joining didn't elicit any prejudice. Everyone treated her equally, and took care of her original companions. Luoli cherished her weapon. Once, she recovered from her initial exhaustion, she immediately began maintaining her gun. The frequent firing had overheated the barrel, leaving a large amount of gunfire residue on the surface. Unburned gunpowder pellets, metal shavings, and other debris covered her hands. Her ability was supportive. Her main source of damage came from firearms. This gun was her lifeline, so she had to be extremely careful. Zhang Lei chuckled after hearing this, and sat down next to Luo Li to maintain the gun as well. He said with a wry smile, "I'm just like you guys now. Am I supposed to start my own group if I don't join you?" Jiang Xian couldn't help but smile. Previously, Zhang Lei might have genuinely intended to ingratiate himself with Jiang Xian, deliberately calling her big sister and referring to himself as little brother. However, his subsequent actions clearly showed he didn't truly care about Jiang Xian, and showed little interest in the other zombies. His continued presence here was likely largely due to Qiao Jingzhou's influence, or perhaps he felt he couldn't afford to fall out with Qiao Jingzhou. Only now, with his willingness to complain to everyone and work alongside Luo Li to maintain weapons, does he truly seem willing to try merging and living together. "We're all zombies, we're one family," Lin Jiao, always perceptive, noticed his change and warmly welcomed him. "Actually, I still prefer being human," Zhang Lei said, genuinely having let go of the past, laughing heartily as he quipped. "Zombification is irreversible. Your heart has stopped beating." "Give up," Lin Jiao joked. "Hey! Can't you guys turn back and forth between human and zombie?" The conversation had gotten to this point, so Zhang Lei pressed on curiously. This was the first time he met Qiao Jingzhou. Qiao Jingzhou had rosy lips and white teeth, clear black and white eyes, and spoke fluent human language. Otherwise, Zhang Lei wouldn't have considered everything from a human perspective, except for the zombies, and even assumed that as long as both sides kept their agreement, they wouldn't suffer too much. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was already a zombie, and there was no going back. Everyone had seen Jiang Xian's true form. His pupils had indeed returned to normal, and his voice was indistinguishable from a human's. Luo Li glanced at Jiang Xian. This was the man who had turned her into a zombie. Did that mean he had killed her? Thinking this, Luo Li's unease returned. She suddenly didn't want to talk anymore, put away her gun, and said, "Not everyone can transform like that. I go see if Brother Qiao needs any help." Compared to Jiang Xian, who was clearly weak but had still managed to kill her when he was human, the powerful Qiao Jingzhou was more deserving of her respect. Arya propped herself up and stood up. "I come too. I don't think it's necessary. Boss Qiao is enough." Si Lu grabbed them both, gesturing with his chin towards the distance. "Look, he'll be back soon." Arya immediately sat back down, but Luo Li said, "I wander around." When Qiao Jingzhou returned, everyone immediately made way for him. The person leading the way definitely bears more pressure. Everyone knew how hard Qiao Jingzhou had worked along the way. Qiao Jingzhou sat down next to Jiang Xian. "The other doors are all glass doors, which were already closed. I just locked them. But glass doors aren't as sturdy as security doors, and there are large gaps. If the mutated mosquitoes force their way through, the glass doors won't hold." His conclusion was, this isn't a good place to stay for long. Luo Li was still listening intently near the entrance. But the mutated mosquitoes outside haven't left. They probably have a similar loitering mechanism to zombies. They're less likely to move when there's no prey. Turn left ahead, there's an elevator shaft. We should be able to change floors. Once we rested, we check out the other floors. They already spent almost a whole day on this floor, and the search was almost complete. They've seen so many corpses, they all look the same, and they've been searching through corpses without finding anything. Besides, there was a huge swarm of mutated mosquitoes outside. They couldn't linger here any longer. With a clatter, Qiao Jingzhou threw all the work badges he looted from the corpses in front of him, piling them up like a small mountain. "Let's all take stock and pick out the higher-ranking ones separately. Higher ranks mean higher authority. These work cards function as access control cards, or ID cards. Organizing them might come in handy." Jiang Xian volunteered for this task. The work cards actually had photos printed on them, but unfortunately, most of them had been soaked in corpse fluid for too long, corroding the printing. The photos and information were illegible, leaving only a smooth, yellowed-white background. Only those with plastic sleeves were relatively well preserved. Of the more than 100 work cards Qiao Jingzhou had painstakingly collected, only 12 still retained information, and even the photos were reduced to just 2. "Hey, there's some kind of expert here. He looks so young, and quite handsome too." "Lin, what was it again?" Chapter 69. Expert privileges must be quite high, right? Does having a card mean you can just walk right through? Lin Jiao examined the work card repeatedly. Silu scoffed. The power's out. The access control system is definitely useless. What's the point of having privileges? Let me see. Jiang Xian reached out, and Lin Jiao handed her the card. The first thing she saw was a blurry image on the work card. Jiang Xian stared at it for a long time, her expression clearly changing. Someone you know? Xiao Jingzhou immediately noticed her unusual expression. He also craned his neck to look, initially at the photo without any reaction, but he clearly saw the name on the work card. Lin Che. Lin Che? Xiao Jingzhou instinctively looked at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's fingers tightened around the work card. She twitched her lips, seemingly trying to laugh, but ultimately collapsed under everyone's concerned gaze. Someone I know, she said with great difficulty. Thinking about the origin of these work cards, everyone exchanged glances. Silu softly comforted them. Please accept my condolences. Xiao Jingzhou opened his mouth, intending to say that Lin Che was still alive, still in the second city. But seeing Jiang Xian's expression, that strangeness, panic, fear, and a barely perceptible hatred, but no sadness, Xiao Jingzhou guessed it might not be what he thought, and held back from saying anything more. Jiang Xian closed his eyes briefly. Don't worry about me, my schedule is as usual. Xiao Xian, just tell me what's wrong. Even if I can't help you, I can at least make you feel less bad, Si Lu said sincerely, wanting to offer more words of comfort, but Xiao Jingzhou pulled him away. Xiao Jingzhou shook his head at him, and Si Lu didn't say anything more. We rested enough, let's go. Let's check the elevator shaft first, then decide whether to go upstairs or downstairs, Xiao Jingzhou instructed. Everyone immediately sprang into action. They spontaneously formed a defensive formation, protecting Jiang Xian in the center. Moving together wasn't as agile as when Xiao Jingzhou was exploring alone. Every now and then, someone would accidentally step on something, making a noise. The door they entered through made a clanging sound like needles being struck, shaking dust off the frame, inexplicably increasing the tension. Jiang Xian couldn't help but frequently turn back to check the door, fearing the frame might give way and be smashed open. Arya, walking at the back, couldn't help but urge, shouldn't we hurry? The noise from the door was making him very anxious. Xiao Jingzhou, however, gestured for everyone to stop. Trusting him, they had no choice but to suppress their anxiety and stop. Xiao Jingzhou took 2 steps forward and crouched down. In the direction his flashlight shone, there was a series of barely visible footprints. Over a year had passed, and a thin layer of dust had accumulated inside the building. Even a light step would leave a mark. These footprints weren't there before, Xiao Jingzhou said in a low voice. The footprints were small and delicate, a woman's footprints, clearly different from Xiao Jingzhou's shoe size. Luoli immediately said, I didn't go this way. She said she was just taking a walk to clear her head, but she had only checked the door's structural integrity near the entrance. She hadn't moved this way. Xiao Jingzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Everyone, be on alert. Perhaps because everyone was on edge and kept quiet, the noise from the door when they came in became even more intense. Just by listening to the attack, one could imagine a dozen large, mutated mosquitoes frantically attacking the security door, determined to break it down. Something's wrong. Jiang Xian suddenly exclaimed, her hair standing on end, a deeply unsettling feeling creeping over her. After they hid inside, the mutated mosquitoes attacked for a while, then gradually gave up after losing their target. Later, it was their movement, making noise, that triggered the mosquitoes outside to attack again. But as they moved further away, the noise subsided, and the mosquitoes should have lost their target again. Why did their attacks seem to be getting more intense now? Jiang Xian released her senses, her mental network spreading out, and the figures of her companions appeared in her mind one after another. Her senses extended outwards, reaching the doorway where the banging was coming from, where a vacuum appeared. To Jiang Xian, it was like a dark shadow appearing in a colorful picture. Jiang Xian pointed towards the door. There's something there. Xiao Jingzhou called out, sure. Little sure, at the back of the group, swayed and immediately disappeared from sight. The distance was too great, the flashlight beams were dim, only faintly visible as shimmering ripples on water, something flashing by in an instant. Oh no! Everyone's hearts jumped. The door lock clicked softly, opened from the inside. Sure, come back. Xiao Jingzhou shouted, leading the group towards the elevator shaft. Sure was naturally fast. He turned and quickly caught up with the group. The space near the entrance, rippled like water, returned to calm. The figure that opened the door vanished into thin air, as if it had never been there. Jiang Xian's nose twitched. She didn't turn her head, but she had firmly memorized the scent. Led by Qiao Jingzhou, the elevator shaft he had mentioned finally appeared before them. To match Jiang Xian's speed, the group moved slowly. They arrived at the elevator shaft, followed by the mutated mosquitoes that had been released behind them. Qiao Jingzhou walked from the front to the back of the group. Zhang Lei, Si Lu, you open the door. He launched the first attack on the mutated mosquito that rushed towards him. Lin Jiao erected an earthen wall as a defense. Arya activated her supernatural ability. Vines sprouted wildly from the soil, slowly forming a giant net. Any mutated mosquito that broke through Qiao Jingzhou and Lin Jiao's defenses would be shot dead by Luo Li. Faced with the endless swarm of mosquitoes, the headless flies among them actually served as a barrier. The only downside was the extremely dim light. Qiao Jingzhou couldn't maintain a stable illumination throughout the battle. Luo Li could only rely on the erratic beams of light to illuminate areas, then seize the opportunity to fire a follow-up shot. With them holding the line, Zhang Lei and Si Lu busied themselves figuring out how to open the elevator shaft. It was a type of blast-resistant glass with a steel wire mesh interlayer. Zhang Lei tried firing a shot at the glass, but it only cracked around the edge, not shattering. Even more terrifying, the bullet ricocheted, creating a dangerous ricochet. Zhang Lei dared not fire again, otherwise the ricochets could wipe out his teammates behind him. After realizing that brute force wouldn't work, Si Lu began to feel around the surface of the elevator shaft, trying to open the landing door. These landing doors are usually manually pushable to prevent them from jamming. Chapter 70. Si Lu pushed the door open and found it wasn't securely fixed. Help! Zhang Lei immediately slung his gun over his shoulder and pushed the door open with him. With a screeching, metallic scraping sound, the hall door opened, revealing an empty elevator shaft. Zhang Lei peered down. There was only one floor above, and below was pitch black, its depth unknown. He broke off a glow stick and threw it down. The faint light sank until it disappeared from sight, and he heard no sound of it hitting the ground. Holy crap, how deep is this? Si Lu stared in disbelief. Zhang Lei had already turned back and shouted to the group behind him, "The elevator shaft is open. How do we get there?" Those who were engaged in combat couldn't leave, and Qiao Jingzhou couldn't even turn his head. "You guys go first." Jiang Xian turned around and saw that only one floor remained above. In her memory, the more important parts of the laboratory were all underground. Without hesitation, she said, "Go down." Si Lu and Zhang Lei had already secured a safety rope near the elevator shaft. Holding onto the rope, they walked to the edge of the shaft and slid down. "I go first." Jiang Xian turned to look at her teammates, still locked in fierce combat. Arya was just a little short of completing the plant net's encirclement, protecting the entire area. But at that moment, she keenly detected the scent from when the door opened. That guy hiding in the shadows, the one who had even fooled Qiao Jingzhou, had reappeared. Using her mental network, Jiang Xian shared the opponent's location with everyone. This lurking figure was a huge threat. Unless they were eliminated or driven away, the rest of the journey wouldn't be peaceful. Qiao Jingzhou understood Jiang Xian's meaning and immediately left. As the plant net took shape, the mutated mosquitoes were blocked outside, leaving them nowhere to attack. The pressure on the front line was greatly reduced, and his departure wouldn't affect the team's safety. However, when Qiao Jingzhou reached the location Jiang Xian had indicated, he found nothing, only mutated mosquitoes swarming around, severely obstructing his view. "Where is it?" he pressed. Jiang Xian didn't know either. She could only occasionally pinpoint the guy's location. If Shurshu's ability was to create visual deception, then this guy hiding in the shadows, whose motives were unknown, was practically invisible. During his invisibility, there was no trace of him. He couldn't see, hear, or smell anything, even deceiving Qiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian could scan him as much as possible using her mental net. Arya's plant net finally closed completely, forming a quarter-circle arc less than 2 meters in front of the elevator shaft, creating a narrow safe zone. The advantage of mutated plants is that once they're induced to grow, they become aggressive. Mutant mosquitoes that swarm them are automatically entangled by the vines and become nutrients for the plant. Arya completed this massive undertaking, her legs giving way, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Lin Jiao helped her up to avoid falling. Zhang Lei followed Si Lu down the elevator shaft. Before going down, he instructed Lin Jiao, who was returning, "Si Lu and I will open the door first to make sure it's safe down there. You can slide down after us." "Okay," Lin Jiao replied, pulling Jiang Xian, "Never mind that, let's go down first." Then she called out to Qiao Jingzhou, who was running around outside, "Boss Qiao, you're back." From below the elevator shaft came Si Lu and Zhang Lei's voices. "It's safe down there for now." I go down first. Lin Jiao, carrying little Shir on his back, slid down the rope. Shir was only good at speed, and might not have the ability to climb with his bare hands. Lin Jiao, at least, had an Earth-type ability to cheat, so carrying someone wasn't too much trouble. Luo Li, with her gun strapped to her back, grabbed the rope and slid down to the edge of the elevator shaft. She also reached out to Jiang Xian, I take you. At this moment, only Jiang Xian, Luo Li, and Arya, who was resting with her abilities depleted, remained in the temporary safe zone. Xiao Jingzhou was breaking the net. He had a wood-type ability. He could destroy the mutated plant, force it to grow, and then patch the large hole. However, this was also a mentally taxing and cautious task. No one expected that the invisible guy Xiao Jingzhou had specifically chased outside would actually appear inside the safe zone. Before the ripples appeared in the void, Jiang Xian had already caught a whiff of that scent. Right beside her. That feint outside was just a diversionary tactic, a way to lure their powerful forces outside. Come back! Jiang Xian cried out, but it was too late. A tremendous force struck, and Jiang Xian, utterly powerless, plummeted through the gap in the hallway door into the elevator shaft. A scream was swallowed back in her throat. Jiang Xian saw Luo Li trying to reach out to her, but they missed each other. That instant seemed to stretch on endlessly, before Jiang Xian was engulfed by the weightlessness of the rapid fall. The scream, barely audible, finally shattered the silence. Surrounded by darkness, Jiang Xian could only see the single point of light, shrinking and receding rapidly before her eyes. Despair washed over her. Just when Jiang Xian thought she would plummet to the bottom and shatter into pieces, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, creating a tremendous lifting force. The collision of gravity and the lifting force nearly shattered Jiang Xian, who was caught in the middle. She felt no pain, but she coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs, and her body rapidly weakened. Her vision blurred, and a light seemed to grow larger and larger in the darkness. Jiang Xian struggled to open her eyes wide, and finally made out Xiao Jingzhou's enlarged face. The light came from his flashlight. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the darkness and descended beside her. The absence of pain did not mean the injuries were not there. The lifting force of the hurricane stopped her fall, preventing her from dying instantly, but such a fierce impact was still a huge burden on Jiang Xian's fragile body. Jiang Xian felt her weakness, and the rapid draining of her life force. Damn it! Jiang Xian cursed through gritted teeth. She was cursing the invisible guy hiding in the shadows, so insidious, pushing her to her death at the crucial moment. If she caught that bastard, she'd definitely find 100 zombies to tear him apart. Then her consciousness was swallowed by darkness. Jiang Xian felt very safe in her unconscious state. With Xiao Jingzhou beside her, she believed she wouldn't die. Even from their first meeting, when they were enemies, Xiao Jingzhou had always been very protective of her life. Even though Jiang Xian suspected many of Xiao Jingzhou's motives, she never doubted his protection of her. With her life saved, everything else was secondary. When Jiang Xian opened her eyes again, she was still weak all over. She knew her injuries were definitely serious. She first sensed Xiao Jingzhou's familiar aura, which immediately put her at ease. After lying there for a while, Jiang Xian belatedly realized that Xiao Jingzhou's blood smelled extremely strong. Chapter 71. It wasn't some other creature's blood, it was Xiao Jingzhou's own blood. Jiang Xian was horrified. She groped her way towards Xiao Jingzhou, practically blind in the darkness, unable to see anything. Her hand first touched a sticky, unevenly textured surface, and she could even feel sharp spikes. Jiang Xian continued to feel upwards, quickly reaching Xiao Jingzhou's shoulder. Jiang Xian groped her way downwards, but before she could reach his elbow, it was gone. She then realized that Xiao Jingzhou's arm was severed. Xiao. Jiang Xian's throat had barely uttered a syllable when another hand covered her mouth. Making sure she wouldn't scream again, Xiao Jingzhou used his intact hand to slowly write stroke by stroke on her palm. Quiet, that thing only is hearing. Jiang Xian sniffed slightly, catching a faint, foul stench in the air. Based solely on her sense of smell, Jiang Xian could already tell it was a very large creature, and immediately dared not move. It wasn't completely dark here, there was a faint, greenish light. They were now in the middle of ruins, the collapsed walls forming a triangular space above their heads. Using the light, Jiang Xian looked at Xiao Jingzhou beside her. Xiao Jingzhou looked disheveled, covered in dust and dirt. His left arm was severed from the shoulder down. Judging from the cut, it had been violently torn off. Fortunately, the zombie wasn't bleeding too badly, otherwise Xiao Jingzhou's situation would be much worse. Jiang Xian had a bellyful of questions. She wanted to ask her companions, the invisible creature that had pushed her down the elevator shaft, and what had happened afterward. But seeing Qiao Jingzhou's tired face, as he rested there, Jiang Xian held back. She extended her telepathic abilities. Within her mental network, she could sense zombies within a 5-kilometer radius. The complex terrain diminished her perception, but fortunately, the distance wasn't too great. After a quick check, she confirmed the other 6 members of the team were safe and moving steadily. Jiang Xian could see the situation there and relay information to them unilaterally. However, she couldn't receive feedback from her teammates. She shared her location with them, informing them of the dangerous enemy that had injured Qiao Jingzhou. Her teammates quickly adjusted their direction, heading towards Jiang Xian's location, but it was unrealistic to expect them to arrive quickly. Although the straight-line distance wasn't great, they weren't on the same level. Jiang Xian was currently much lower than her teammates. It seemed that after she fell into the elevator shaft, only Qiao Jingzhou caught up with her in time, and they had taken a bungee jump together. The other teammates arrived later, but they went to the wrong floor. This place was terrible. Each floor was enormous, filled with winding corridors. Since his teammates couldn't be relied upon for the time being, Jiang Xian looked at the exhausted Qiao Jingzhou and realized they couldn't depend on him entirely. The sight of Qiao Jingzhou with his missing arm made Jiang Xian suddenly realize that no matter how strong he was still just one person, and still had the limits of being a single being. Since Qiao Jingzhou had managed to get her to rest here, this place should be relatively safe, and there was no need to worry about that thing finding them quickly. Jiang Xian reopened his senses, this time not focusing on the distance, but concentrating on searching for that large creature. He needed to at least confirm what it was. The stench of decay here was actually quite intense, severely impairing Jiang Xian's senses. It's true that once you enter this underground area, there's no place that doesn't smell bad. Perhaps she's become accustomed to the same stench from being exposed to it so often. On the contrary, the strange stench of the unknown monster stood out amidst the decay, and Jiang Xian quickly identified it. To Jiang Xian's surprise and delight, the monster was actually a zombie. Based on her previous experiences, any zombie could be controlled by Jiang Xian, the nest mother. Jiang Xian immediately deployed her mental net, using threads woven from her mental energy to spread outwards. Finding its target, it immediately climbed up like a serpent. But the instant her mental energy wrapped around it, Jiang Xian realized something was wrong. To use a water tank analogy, the mental energy of zombies not captured by Jiang Xian's mental net was like clear water, and Jiang Xian could easily dye the water the same color as herself. However, this giant zombie monster's spiritual energy was actually colored. When Jiang Xian tried to entangle herself with it using her spiritual net, she encountered resistance. Following this spiritual connection, the giant zombie monster located Jiang Xian's hiding place and charged towards her location with a thunderous roar. A deafening boom echoed overhead, and the area trembled violently. The giant monster had leaped onto their cover. Qiao Jingzhou, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Jiang Xian's focused gaze. He knew it was her doing. Without time to ask questions, Qiao Jingzhou immediately used his earth elemental ability to conjure an earth wall, reinforcing their position. Jiang Xian remained silent. All her attention was focused on entangled with the giant zombie monster's original spiritual energy. She needed to first strip away her original spiritual energy, then use her own to bleach or pollute it. This process was meticulous, demanding a lot from Jiang Xian. She couldn't afford to be distracted even slightly. As the giant monster thrashed about overhead again, Qiao Jingzhou struggled to maintain his balance. How long? 5 seconds. Jiang Xian replied immediately. Qiao Jingzhou swallowed the order to transfer the monster that was on the tip of his tongue. Even with his severe injuries, 5 more seconds would be enough. The noise from above grew louder and louder. It was like being buried in the ground. If the zombies weren't breathing, the dust in the air would be suffocating. The giant zombie monster was frantically digging at the ground. With a grating, tooth-grinding sound, a slab of building material was forcibly ripped open. A stench of decay assaulted the senses. It was a giant zombie monster that looked somewhat like a lizard. Roar! The giant zombie monster roared, its gaping mouth filled with rings of barbed teeth. Accompanying the roar, copious amounts of pus flowed from its mouth, dripping steadily. 5 seconds are up! Qiao Jingzhou shouted to Jiang Xian, resisting the urge to turn around. He didn't even want to argue with Jiang Xian's stubbornness, taunting the monster without a word. He just needed to confirm the time was up. If Jiang Xian didn't respond, he would forcibly take Jiang Xian and run for their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian, who had been keeping his eyes downcast, raised his gaze, meeting the monster's eyes above him without the slightest fear. As their eyes met, the giant zombie monster slowly closed its mouth, lowering its head obediently like a puppy facing its master, emitting a gurgling whimper. From wanting to tear them to pieces to becoming a docile little animal, the change was quite dramatic. Chapter 72. Xiao Jingzhou turned around. You did this? The little zombie was actually quite capable at crucial moments. Jiang Xian's body went limp, and she collapsed forward to the ground. Xiao Jingzhou quickly reached out to support her, his joy vanishing, and asked anxiously, Jiang Xian, are you alright? Jiang Xian, lying in his arms, was still conscious, grinning to reveal 16 sharp, white teeth. I'm fine, I'm just out of strength. Xiao Jingzhou was a bit angry after the initial shock, but ultimately didn't throw her out. Serves you right for being so reckless. You didn't even warn me before daring to act alone? What if I didn't have the strength to hold out for those 5 seconds? What if you still hadn't controlled the guy after 5 seconds? Jiang Xian shrank back, scolded. Upon discovering that this big guy actually possessed a mental network, and was even under someone's control, she knew she had been too rash. But by then, her mental energy was already entangled, and even if she wanted to withdraw, it was too late. She could only grit her teeth and test the strength of her mental network. Perhaps the mental network originally belonging to this giant monster was too far away, or perhaps the mental energy allocated to the monster was inherently limited. Jiang Xian managed to gain control relatively easily. Another stroke of luck was that this giant zombie, despite its size, had a very weak will, perhaps comparable to a small zombie mouse. Without its own will interfering, control was a contest between two completely different mental networks. Otherwise, Jiang Xian would have truly suffered a major setback for his recklessness. From then on, Jiang Xian resolved never to easily connect his mental network to a zombie again. Jiang Xian obediently endured Xiao Jingzhou's scolding, then smiled ingratiatingly when he finally finished. Thanks for your hard work, I was able to get this done so smoothly. Should we go see what that thing looks like? Xiao Jingzhou couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He said with a sour face, go see for yourself. I saw it very clearly when it bit off my arm. So Xiao Jingzhou's hand was bitten off by it? This giant lizard-like zombie monster is so ferocious? Jiang Xian wiped a cold sweat from her earlier impulsiveness. It was her ignorance and fearlessness. Now, she definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Jiang Xian insisted on seeing the giant zombie monster, and Xiao Jingzhou didn't really agree to let her go. Even though Jiang Xian said she had gained control, he still followed her out. The giant zombie monster, to be precise, only its hindquarters resembled a lizard, lying on all fours. Its head was oddly positioned, somewhat flattened from the front. Instead of being pointed or rounded, it was concave inwards. We already knew that this concave head could be completely opened, revealing rows and rows of teeth inside. The entire monster was about 2 meters long, head and body, plus the tail. It was probably 3 meters long. Even lying down, it was still enormous, like a headless crocodile. Now, this giant crocodile zombie was inexplicably nudging the ground with its head, meekly whimpering at Jiang Xian like a puppy. It looked both docile and strange. What kind of zombie is this? This newly acquired pet was incredibly imposing in its size. Humans are naturally afraid of creatures larger than themselves. Zombie mice are actually uglier, but at least they're small. One stomp and they're dead. This thing is the size of one stomp, and it's headless. It looks truly terrifying. After confirming that the creature wasn't aggressive towards him, Xiao Jingzhou circled it twice. It's probably a synthetic mutant beast, infected with a zombie virus, exhibiting zombification. Jiang Xian was shocked. A synthetic mutant beast? This thing was artificially researched? What's the point of researching this? Xiao Jingzhou glanced at her. This is a laboratory. If this unusual monster-type zombie isn't artificially created, what else could it be? That's right, Jiang Xian was speechless. Come to think of it, she herself opened her eyes in this laboratory. Maybe intelligent zombies, like her, were originally artificially bred. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Xian suddenly no longer found the giant lizard-like zombie monster terrifying. Instead, she felt a sense of kinship. As long as the giant lizard monster kept its mouth shut, and didn't reveal its rings of sharp teeth, it wasn't entirely unbearable. At least its skin was intact, without any festering patches, and even the pus only oozed from its mouth. Jiang Xian reached out, and the giant lizard monster, as if by telepathy, offered its head, truly like a docile pet. Jiang Xian suddenly laughed. Let's give you a name. Xiao Jingzhou said coolly. Shouldn't it be number 50 by now? No, its name is Xiaoku, Jiang Xian said. Looking at the astonishingly large lizard, Xiao Jingzhou's lips twitched. Xiaoku which of these two words has anything to do with it? Are you criticizing my name, Comrade Siba? Jiang Xian glanced at him sideways. Qiao Jingzhou grabbed her head, gritting his teeth. I told you, you're not allowed to call me that name anymore. With only one arm left, he easily dealt with Jiang Xian, squeezing her until she cried out in pain. Finally, Jiang Xian gave in, and Qiao Jingzhou stopped. Tell me what happened first. Jiang Xian asked about her fall into the elevator shaft. You didn't even sense that thing? How could I have? Qiao Jingzhou retorted with a look that said, You're hopeless. You were knocked down. I couldn't just watch you get smashed to pieces and jump down with you. I just randomly picked a floor and went in, which alerted your cute little pet. We started fighting, and you know what happened next. What Qiao Jingzhou casually glossed over was actually the most dangerous part. For example, when he jumped down after Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou, despite possessing wind-based abilities, could only briefly support his body, unable even to maintain levitation. Seeing Jiang Xian fall, Qiao Jingzhou still resolutely jumped after him. He didn't consider the consequences if his wind-based abilities couldn't support their combined weight. Furthermore, Qiao Jingzhou's previous battle with Xiao Ku must have been extremely difficult. Otherwise, when Jiang Xian opened her eyes, she wouldn't have seen him looking exhausted and with a missing arm. A missing arm isn't a minor injury, zombies can regenerate limbs, so Jiang Xian didn't need to feel too guilty about that. Basically, as long as they were alive, they could slowly recover. But Qiao Jingzhou risked his life to save her. It was genuine. If Qiao Jingzhou had other motives for saving her before, now it was a true act of sharing life and death. Jiang Xian didn't hesitate to express her gratitude, offering a sincere thank you. Qiao Jingzhou laughed exaggeratedly. I saved you so many times, and this is the first time I heard you say thank you. Chapter 73. Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, Most of the danger I faced before was caused by you. Qiao Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. You still hold a grudge against me for training you? I was talking about the time the base was destroyed. Jiang Xian suppressed the urge to hit him, wondering if this guy was deliberately trying to annoy her. Forget it. No need to get angry, I can't beat him anyway. Qiao Jingzhou countered. Then how many times have I saved you along the way? Jiang Xian was speechless again. Thank you for taking care of me all the way. That's more like it. At least you have some conscience. Qiao Jingzhou ruffled Jiang Xian's hair like he was petting a dog, making it all frizzy. Jiang Xian, She endured it. After a brief interruption, they turned the topic back to the operation. Thinking about that guy who could hide on the sidelines, waiting for his chance, Jiang Xian couldn't relax. During its stealth phase, even Jiang Xian couldn't detect it at all, and Qiao Jingzhou could only track it down by relying on the traces it left behind. This time, it pushed Jiang Xian down the elevator shaft while everyone was going up and down, and Qiao Jingzhou still had time to save her. If that guy suddenly stabbed them in the back during a battle next time, who could guarantee their safety, and who would dare to concentrate on fighting? But that guy's stealth ability was truly strong, without any flaws, and Qiao Jingzhou had never dealt with such a situation before. He asked, That thing has probably been in the lab the whole time. You really don't remember anything about it? Jiang Xian said dryly, In the lab, I was a test subject without freedom. I couldn't even leave the area of my project team. Qiao Jingzhou hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Many things are more hurtful left unsaid than spoken. I'm really sorry. I'm a very weak experimental subject. Jiang Xian turned her head away angrily, not wanting to speak anymore. Everyone was equally helpless, so why could Qiao Jingzhou ask her for a solution with such confidence? Qiao Jingzhou had to change his approach. So, how much do you remember about this lab? I don't remember anything. Then call out Heijin. Qiao Jingzhou said. The interpersonality Heijin must know something. Jiang Xian said in an incredulous tone. How can you expect her to come out just by calling her? Even if you told me, I wouldn't know she existed. Do you really expect me to be able to call out the interpersonality on a whim? Lin Che. Qiao Jingzhou suddenly called out an unexpected name. Jiang Xian's expression shifted, forcing a smile. What? You're after that work card too? Even if it's someone I knew before, it doesn't mean. I know Lin Che, Qiao Jingzhou said. Jiang Xian was genuinely shocked this time. Her stunned expression lingered for so long that Qiao Jingzhou wondered if she was faking it. Jiang Xian's surprise gradually subsided, leaving her expressionless. A person's change in demeanor often manifests in subtle ways, expression, mood, eyes. Although it was still the same face, Jiang Xian was clearly different now, and it wasn't just the change in her eyes and appearance. Heijin spoke calmly. Didn't you want to see me? Qiao Jingzhou was dumbfounded. This time, it was his turn to be speechless. He had just said it casually, but the mysterious Heijin had actually appeared. Could this be Jiang Xian faking it? A hint of human-like amusement flickered in Heijin's vacant eyes. You can be this surprised too? The difference was evident in their smiles. Jiang Xian's smile was sweet and endearing, perhaps even a little silly. But Heijin's smile was more like a snow lotus on a high mountain, a smile, yet devoid of warmth. Xia Jingzhou immediately snapped out of his daze, and urgently asked his question, "Do you know Lin Che too?" Heijin pursed his lips. "Yes." Xia Jingzhou tentatively asked, "You said you were going to see him. Is that Lin Che? Is the direction you mentioned the second city?" This time, Heijin remained noncommittal, neither answering yes nor no. Because he didn't know when Heijin had disappeared again, and time was of the essence, Xia Jingzhou had to change his question. "Are you and Lin Che friends?" "Traitor." A sudden chill flashed in Heijin's eyes. Xia Jingzhou remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. Heijin and Lin Che weren't actually friends. "But you said you wanted to see him one last time? Was it just to witness the death of a traitor?" Xia Jingzhou didn't think so. However, Heijin remained silent in response. It seemed that Heijin wouldn't explain, or wouldn't tell Xia Jingzhou anything she didn't want to say. This was a dead end. Heijin wouldn't say anything, and Xia Jingzhou couldn't continue the questioning. He could only ask before Heijin disappeared, "How will I wake you up next time?" Heijin curled her lips into a smile. "When I want to wake up, I will naturally wake up." Her hand rested on Xia Jingzhou's severed arm. "I know you've hidden a lot too, but it's okay, I don't mind. As long as you're still willing to protect Jiang Xian, you still be my comrade." A sharp pain shot through Xia Jingzhou's arm, choking back any words he wanted to say. The granulation tissue at the severed point began to regenerate. Although the time since the arm's regeneration wasn't long, Xia Jingzhou felt like he was dying from the pain, even more intense than when he lost his arm. Zombies have weak pain receptors, so he didn't even know where the excruciating pain was coming from. "Eat something." Heijin left these words, then lowered his eyes, the indifference in them gradually fading. His eyes blinked rapidly twice, then turned to Xia Jingzhou, his eyes still holding that endearing, naive charm. Yes, back to normal. The naive Jiang Xian's finger nearly poked Xia Jingzhou's nose. "You really were hiding a lot." "No," Xia Jingzhou replied weakly. Regeneration had drained his energy. He pulled out 2 handfuls of hair-like vegetables from his personal storage space and crunched on them. "Heijin already told me." Jiang Xian, however, didn't let him off the hook just because he looked pitiful. Xia Jingzhou suddenly asked suspiciously, "How do you know about that conversation?" "I just remember." Jiang Xian's eyebrows almost stood on end. Her eyes were almond-shaped, almost round, covered by a zombie-like glare. Not cute, not scary, but rather quite silly. Silly enough to make her look like someone to be bullied. Xia Jingzhou ate to replenish his energy while asking curiously, "Why didn't you remember before?" "Because Heijin didn't want you to know? Which one of you is the dominant personality?" Jiang Xian was speechless and turned to leave. "Are you angry?" Xia Jingzhou chased after her. "Heh, I don't have the time to be angry with you." Jiang Xian rolled her eyes dismissively. Chapter 74. Xia Jingzhou is a bit of a dog, but otherwise quite nice. It's just a shame he has a mouth. So annoying. Jiang Xian walked up to Xiaoke. "Xiaoke, you lived here for so long, are you familiar with the way? These are my companions, and they be yours too. Will you take me to find them?" She shared Si Lu and the other's location with her not-so-cute new pet monster via the mental network. Xia Jingzhou coldly retorted, "Does it even have the intelligence to remember the way?" Jiang Xian ignored him, staring expectantly at Xiaoke. Xiaoke's huge lizard tail flicked twice, seemingly understanding Jiang Xian's intention, and it took off running. Jiang Xian nodded at Xia Jingzhou. "Xia Jingzhou, heh, then you're still watching, just keep up." Saying this, he took off running, catching up with Xiaoke, leaving Jiang Xian behind. Jiang Xian shouted, "Hey!" Gritting his teeth, he resigned himself to his fate and scrambled to catch up. Xiaoke somehow figured out the route, wandering aimlessly through the maze-like floor. As Jiang Xian ran alongside, he noticed that this floor also consisted of various independent individual laboratories, with mostly intact equipment visible through open doors. However, they hadn't seen many corpses along the way, though the stench of decay lingered, and patches of dried blood stained the walls. Jiang Xian's gaze finally settled on Xiaoke, the zombie monster leading the way, his eyes suddenly darkening. "Never mind, don't delve into it, don't think about it." Following Xiaoke's lead, they quickly arrived directly below where Si Lu's teammates were located. The corridor was still empty, There was no elevator or stairs in sight. Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou looked up together. What do we do? Jiang Xian asked Qiao Jingzhou. Can you blast open the wall? I could, Qiao Jingzhou replied seriously, but it'd be as loud as demolishing the building. Breaking through the floorboards is demolishing the building. He was out of luck, so Jiang Xian turned his attention back to the monster Xiaoke. The enormous monster, shaped like a lizard, had actually climbed the vertical wall like a gecko, and was now hanging upside down from the ceiling. Your little pet seems to have a way, Qiao Jingzhou said, pulling Jiang Xian back a few steps, and using only a flashlight for illumination. Xiaoke opened its mouth. Its head was clearly mutated. The opening motion resembled a flower blooming. Its head could be divided into many parts, allowing it to transform the entire head into a mouth that could open and close. Its enormous mouth, complete with mandibles, stuck to the ceiling wall, quickly producing a dripping sound accompanied by a strong stench. Is that pus? Jiang Xian frantically covered her nose, only finding some relief thanks to the dust mask Qiao Jingzhou handed her. The pus in its mouth is extremely corrosive. Qiao Jingzhou pointed to a drop of liquid on the floor, where the concrete surface had been corroded, leaving considerable pits. When I fought it before, a little bit got on my arm, and it corroded right through. Jiang Xian completely believed this. If pus could corrode concrete, corroding living things would be a piece of cake. Jiang Xian was immediately filled with lingering fear. Don't let Xiaoke's cute appearance next to her fool you. It was indeed a super monster capable of seriously injuring Qiao Jingzhou. It alone could dominate an entire floor. If Jiang Xian hadn't controlled it, and had confronted it alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With Xiaoke's incredibly potent saliva and pus, it quickly burned through the ceiling, swiftly climbing to the next floor, and readily settling back onto the ceiling to continue corroding it. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to contact his teammates above, instructing them to rest where they were, and wait for Xiaoke to use a shortcut upstairs. Xiaoke's saliva was truly powerful. It easily burned through 6 floors, creating a hole large enough for one person to pass through, finally allowing Jiang Xian to reunite with his teammates. After the reunion, Jiang Xian was first greeted with concern by his teammates. Jiang Xian, however, was concerned about the whereabouts of the invisible creature after he was pushed down. Dead, Luoli said. That was a zombie specializing in stealth, with extremely poor physical condition, even weaker than an ordinary human. A single shot to the shoulder, before the head even exploded, was enough to kill him instantly. The body is with me. Do you want to see it? Zhang Lei asked. Jiang Xian shook his head. Luo Li and Zhang Lei were both former outcasts. They had determined he was completely dead, and Jiang Xian trusted them. However, encountering Xiaoke with a stealth zombie made Jiang Xian's mood somewhat heavy. The good news was that there were other creatures remaining here, possibly mutated creatures or zombie monsters. Their exploration wouldn't be fruitless. They were sure to find something. The bad news was that the monsters and mutated creatures here were hostile, not friendly, and their exact numbers were unknown. The entire laboratory was clearly divided into distinct partitions on each floor, with very few stairs or elevators. Each floor was essentially a separate space. This floor, for example, is Xiaoke's domain. The floor we initially entered through the fire escape is likely the territory of invisible zombies and mutated mosquitoes. If we follow this pattern, perhaps each floor contains different dangerous objects. This is a research institute conducting biochemical experiments, most likely containing mutated creatures never seen before, and possibly even artificially synthesized mutated beasts. The unknown is always a formidable enemy. The unknown means an inability to accurately deal with it, bringing countless unstable factors. Having only reached this point, everyone's condition is already quite poor. Lin Jiu's right arm is almost broken, and the others are all injured to varying degrees. If Heijin hadn't intervened earlier, Qiao Jingzhou's crippled arm would have been a huge burden. Xiao Xian, you're not thinking of turning back, are you? Girls are always more perceptive. Seeing Jiang Xian's thoughtful expression, Lin Jiu had guessed most of her worries. Seeing that Jiang Xian didn't refute him, Qiao Jingzhou recounted his encounter with Xiaoke. In fact, Jiang Xian had already unilaterally informed his teammates through the mental network that he was unharmed and mentioned his new partner, Xiaoke. However, from Qiao Jingzhou's perspective, he was not under Jiang Xian's control, and was being frantically attacked by a mutated zombie lizard that mistook him for an outsider. The level of danger involved was incomparable. Moreover, it was entirely conceivable that the monsters they would encounter would become increasingly stronger as they continued to delve deeper underground and reach the core of the original laboratory. If Xiao Xian is worried about our injuries, there's absolutely no need, Si Lu said with a smile. Zombies naturally have strong regenerative abilities. These injuries might be serious for humans, but they're actually not too bad for us and won't hinder our operations. Chapter 75. We come this far. If we don't continue, wouldn't all our hard work have been for nothing? Arya was unwilling to give up either. Luo Li wasn't very familiar with Zhang Lei, so she didn't speak. Lin Jiao and Shi stared intently at Jiang Xian, clearly unwilling to give up so easily. Xiao Jingzhou turned to Jiang Xian. So? What's your decision? Jiang Xian gave a wry smile. Alright, I get it, I give up. They were supposed to be investigating her nest mother's secrets, yet everyone was more enthusiastic than she was. How could she possibly let them down? Lin Jiao smiled. That's more like it. We're going to become a new force in the apocalypse. How can we give up at the first sign of trouble? Jiang Xian retorted. This isn't a small trouble. We're prepared to face even bigger troubles, okay? Si Lu chimed in, seemingly feeling his resolve was being underestimated. Jiang Xian was too lazy to argue with him anymore. Uncle Arya, get some hair-like greens. Haven't you eaten anything? Uncle Arya did as he was told, glancing at Xiao Jingzhou with a questioning look, his eyes full of reproach. Xiao Jingzhou also possessed wood-type abilities, so naturally he could cultivate hair-like greens. How could they have left their little nest mother hungry? Xiao Jingzhou looked completely innocent. Jiang Xian quickly explained, It's not for me, it's for you. But we already eaten, Si Lu said. I won't explain now, you understand it a bit. Since they had decided to continue, they needed to reply as quickly as possible. Explaining verbally was too troublesome. It was better to let them witness it firsthand, which was more straightforward. Uncle Arya, completely bewildered, still prepared a large quantity of hair-like vegetables. Jiang Xian immediately rolled up his sleeves and began working, first telling Lin Jiao, it hurt a little, bear with it. Lin Jiao, equally confused, couldn't help but chuckle. We're zombies, how can we feel pain? Less than 5 seconds later, she was proven wrong. A strange, intense pain descended, and Lin Jiao was momentarily stunned before instinct took over. A piercing scream shattered the silence inside the building. Lin Jiao's scream is too loud, this won't do. Luo Li's expression changed slightly. The scream would undoubtedly attract countless enemies. When Jiang Xian helped Xiao Jingzhou regenerate his severed arm, he didn't even utter a sound, so he had completely overlooked the possibility of a scream. Xiao Jingzhou stepped forward. I dislocate her chin first. Jiang Xian quickly grabbed him from behind, stopping him from committing violence. No! She was treating someone. Xiao Jingzhou was only worsening the injury. Xiao Jingzhou glanced at her. Then what do you suggest? Arya stepped forward and used vines to gag Lin Jiao. Although it was also inhumane, it was milder compared to Xiao Jingzhou's idea of dislocating her chin. Jiang Xian glared at Xiao Jingzhou again with disdain. See? This is how things are done. Don't always think of using violence. Xiao Jingzhou remained non-committal. Si Lu's eyes darted back and forth, glancing at Xiao Jingzhou and Jiang Xian respectively. He asked strangely, Did you two have a little tiff? Huh? No. What's there to argue about? Two rebuttals came at the same time. Jiang Xian and Xiao Jingzhou exchanged another glance before simultaneously looking away. With such synchronization, no one would believe there wasn't some unspeakable secret between them. Jiang Xian said seriously, It's just that we occasionally disagree on some principles. Si Lu raised his hands in surrender, indicating he wouldn't ask anymore. Luo Li took the initiative to approach Jiang Xian, extending her arm to break the awkward atmosphere. I also have a minor injury. How do I treat it? Physical contact is fine. Jiang Xian clasped her arm. Luo Li's expression changed drastically, but thankfully she managed to suppress it. Besides being older and stronger, Luo Li's injury was much less severe than Lin Jiao's almost severed arm. The pain of regeneration was also much milder. Everyone immediately lined up for a reply. When it was Si Lu's turn, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Xiao Xian, you're like a main city in a game now, with all sorts of built-in buffs. With you around, I don't have to worry about my powers going berserk, and I can always recover to full health. Jiang Xian was speechless, grabbing Si Lu's arm. Recovering comes at a price. Si Lu didn't have time to retort before the excruciating pain made his face turn pale, his teeth clenched, unable to utter a single word. If he opened his mouth, it would definitely just be a scream. Luo Li, already knowing that recovery would be painful, silently handed him a piece of wood. Si Lu took it and put it in his mouth. Luo Li was the first to recover. Her injuries were minor, so she recovered even faster than Lin Jiao, who recovered first. Healing requires energy, and food is urgently needed to replenish it. The hair-like vegetables prepared earlier all came in handy. Everyone ate heartily, not wasting a single bite. During this time, Jiang Xian coaxed the newly acquired giant lizard monster to eat plants. Xiaoku instinctively refused, but couldn't resist Jiang Xian's coercion and enticement, and was forced to eat a belly full, leaving the lizard completely listless. Soon, the ground was littered with zombies, who had recovered and were well fed. If it weren't for the unpleasant environment, they would have loved to lie there comfortably for days and nights. Silu rubbed his belly, not wanting to move at all. Xiao Xian is really amazing. The nest mother is definitely different from us. Every time they thought they had accepted Jiang Xian's uniqueness, she would come up with a new surprise, constantly reminding them of her extraordinary nature. Isn't this good? Xiao Jingzhou retorted. If Jiang Xian is amazing, aren't we benefiting too? Jiang Xian looked over in surprise, seemingly astonished that Xiao Jingzhou would say such a thing. Xiao Jingzhou just smiled, and Jiang Xian immediately turned his head away. Si Lu wisely ignored their interaction, and turned to examine the new member. His name is Xiaoku? Did Xiao Xian choose that name? Why isn't it Sijio? Lin Jiu asked curiously. Luoli didn't continue the numbering, nor did Zhang Lei. Could Si Ba be the last number companion? Si Lu asked. Xiao Jingzhou had to speak up. My name is Xiao Jingzhou. He had an original name. Don't change it arbitrarily. I remembered my name too, Si Lu muttered. After regaining their consciousness, they were forced to become vegetarians. Not only were their decaying bodies restored, but their damaged brains also began to recover. Many memories they couldn't remember before gradually returned. Jiang Xian, Si Lu, what was your original name? Why don't you change it back to your original name? Si Lu paused, but still shook his head. Forget it, it's all in the past, let's not talk about it. I quite like the name Si Lu, Xiao Xian gave it to me. Jiang Xian said politely but dryly, not insisting further. How they lived was their own decision. No matter what they were called, they were still companions. Once everyone had recovered, they discussed it, and prepared to head directly to the project area where Jiang Xian had previously worked. Chapter 76. With Xiaoku's saliva melting through the floorboards, they could take shortcuts, significantly increasing their efficiency. Moreover, its very existence seemed to deter other mutated creatures. They broke through the floorboards without encountering any enemies. Not to mention other zombies, not even a mutated mosquito came. While waiting for Xiaoku to break through the new floorboards, Si Lu, bored, approached Jiang Xian and casually asked, Xiao Xian, you should be familiar with the place we're going to, right? Can you imagine what kind of dangers there might be? Or what used to be there? Everyone perked up their ears and looked at her. Jiang Xian lowered her gaze, and Si Lu quickly waved her hand. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. We deal with whatever comes our way. It's all right. Jiang Xian chuckled. It's all in the past. There's nothing I can't talk about. It's just that my memories of that time aren't very clear, so I need to recall a little. Jiang Xian nervously tried to take a deep breath, like a human, but after inhaling, she remembered that she didn't need to. She smirked. There should be other zombies there. In truth, the semi-enclosed environment inside the building isn't suitable for normal life. The only ones who could have survived the lab's closure and remain a threat are zombies or mutated insects. Zombies pose the greatest threat. There might be other intelligent zombies there, like us. Those possessing both zombie bodies and human intelligence. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became serious. If they have intelligence, we should be able to communicate, right? Arya asked tentatively. Maybe we could even develop into allies? Si Lu speculated in a more optimistic direction. Humans must fight to the death for resources. Zombies seem to have no deep-seated hatred for each other. The zombie diet doesn't include their own kind. Hunting them yields no benefit, so there's no need for enmity. Jiang Xian gave a wry smile. I don't know how to explain it. It's probably not as wonderful as you imagine. She came here to find out the truth about the nest's mother. Xiao Jingzhou patted her head. We see then. If it doesn't work out, we head back. We explain it to you slowly once the black truth within you is activated. Based on the benefits they gained so far, their trip has been worthwhile. Having reached a temporary consensus on this point, and with Jiang Xian's reminder, the group, who had been somewhat relaxed, immediately perked up again. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Unlike the newer buildings upstairs, the laboratory where Jiang Xian's project was located had rather old walls. We should be on the other side of the mountain now. Lin Jiu's earth elemental abilities gave him a clearer sense of their location deeper inside. The entrance to the laboratory ruins appeared to be the building facing the mountain, but in reality, most of the structures were located inside the mountain itself. They had already traversed the mountain, and although they were still indoors, they were likely underground in some building outside the mountain. As if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Jingzhou abruptly stopped them. Everyone, hold your positions and don't explore yet. Zhang Lei, do you have a map of Silver City? Yes. Zhang Lei immediately pulled out a paper map. It's one I collected before. Xiao Jingzhou shone his flashlight on it. It was a tourist map, marked with roads and major attractions. Their current location was only marked as a mountain range on the map. Xiao Jingzhou ran his finger across the area near the mountain on the map and asked a seemingly unrelated question. Zhang Lei, did you see any planes flying over Silver City later? Zhang Lei nodded immediately. Yes, planes fly by frequently many times. He could see them even from outside the city. Xiao Jingzhou paused before pressing. Were there any markings on those planes? What markings? For the new city? Zhang Lei countered. Xiao Jingzhou remained silent. Si Lu, growing impatient, said, just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. How does this have to do with the new city? Luo Li explained in a low voice. Now it's the second year of the apocalypse. Resources are being recycled and redistributed, with fuel being a top priority for control. Private planes might get a chance, but fuel for flight is much harder to obtain. At this point, large bases capable of maintaining air transport capabilities are few and far between. Zhang Lei understood this after a moment's thought. I didn't pay attention to the markings. But judging by the density of traffic, it's basically only possible for planes to come from the new city. The new city is essentially a community of humans living together, just like the abandoned communities outside. However, this team was facilitated by the pre-apocalyptic administrative body, giving them a higher starting point and allowing them to operate on a larger scale, far surpassing ordinary abandoned civilian teams. As far as I know, there's a small military airfield here. Xiao Jingzhou's finger landed on their location on the map. We came in from the other side, separated by a mountain. In Silver City, we would have had to detour at least 10 kilometers, which is why I hadn't considered it at all. This was a completely overlooked detail, only reminded of by Lin Jiu's unintentional remark. They had walked for so long in the underground structures. Crossing the mountain wasn't impossible. Si Lu asked blankly, so, you suspect this laboratory is connected to your new city? Xiao Jingzhou pursed his lips, not answering, which was tantamount to tacit agreement. He was just a small-time action team leader. At his level, he couldn't possibly know such classified information. If Jiang Xian hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't even know the exact location of the Morning Star ruins. Only now had he connected all the clues. Jiang Xian, Lin Che is still alive, in the second city. Xiao Jingzhou pulled out Lin Che's work card and placed it in front of Jiang Xian. I mentioned him to you before, and your alternate personality, He Zhen, appeared. She told me, Lin Che is a traitor. Do you understand what that means? Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat, appearing even more surprised than Xiao Jingzhou. I know Lin Che because he was my neighbor, and later he was my teaching assistant in college. After the apocalypse. I should have had contact with him too, but I don't remember. Xiao Jingzhou gripped the work card tightly, looking at the old laboratory walls. I still have to go. Now, He Zhen, Jiang Xian, the nest mother, and that Lin Che, the most important piece of the puzzle is missing from all the mysteries. Even knowing there might be something wrong with the laboratory before him, he still had to go inside. Chapter 77. Then let's go. Didn't we already agree to keep going? Si Lu understood Xiao Jingzhou's concerns, but insisted on continuing the journey. This time, his teammates weren't as optimistic. Luo Li was the first to express her disapproval. If it's just mutated creatures and zombies, with our current lineup, we're not worried. But if the opponent is humans, or even humans from the new city, I wouldn't recommend continuing. Mutated creatures and zombies are both mindless beings. Through effective teamwork, firearms, and special abilities, they can barely manage to fight them off. If they can't win, they can find a way to lure them away, or at worst, escape unscathed. But against equally intelligent humans or zombies, their advantage vanishes completely. They can think, and so can the enemy. With an already numerical disadvantage, they have virtually no chance of winning. Luo Li's statement received Zhang Lei's support. Having lived through post-apocalyptic times, they knew better than anyone the true nature of humanity and the underhanded tactics people would use to survive. Si Lu scratched his face. That's true. Xiao Jingzhou then looked at Jiang Xian. What do you think? Should we retreat? As long as Jiang Xian wasn't willing to take the risks, he was willing to support his retreat. Jiang Xian was staring intently at the old wall when Xiao Jingzhou asked him. He sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. But we have to be able to retreat now. Xiao Jingzhou was startled. While his senses and perception weren't as sharp as Jiang Xian's, his experience in detecting subtle clues was no less than Jiang Xian's. Having already received a warning, Xiao Jingzhou was shocked to discover, we're surrounded? Yeah, our escape routes are all blocked. Jiang Xian's heart sank. She knew something was off about how smoothly things had gone. On each floor, they encountered some enemies, but this time, taking a shortcut, they run into nothing. Jiang Xian had even guessed it was Xiaoke's intimidation, hence her smugness. Why didn't she consider that if this underground ruin was so easy to conquer, why hadn't the abandoned inhabitants of Silver City come to occupy it? The group they drove away was a large group of about 1,000 people. How could an underground fortress that they couldn't conquer in over a year be completely suppressed by a single giant zombie lizard? Jiang Xian suddenly remembered that Xiaoke originally had a mental network. That meant Xiaoke might have originally belonged to another nest mother. Given the nest mother's connection to the zombies in the mental network, it's highly likely that she sensed Jiang Xian's presence when she seized control of Xiaoke. But they remained unmoved, even removing all obstacles along the way, luring them in. A true trap. Getting in was easy, but getting out the same way wouldn't be so simple. Jiang Xian stared at the familiar laboratory wall ahead, clenching his fists. They went to such lengths to drive them here, forcing them to move forward. A trap must have been laid ahead. Si Lu walked to Jiang Xian's side and straightened the little girl, whose head was almost buried in her chest. Xiao Xian, don't be so down and blame yourself. When we came out as a team, we had to accept any risks. We definitely can't go back the way we came. We might as well look ahead and see what awaits us. Maybe it's another group of zombies who want to merge with us. Knowing that Si Lu was trying to reassure everyone, his optimistic guess did indeed lift everyone's spirits. Xiao Jingzhou quickly regained his composure as well. That's true. Since things are like this, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. Let's keep moving forward. With these two people's unwavering support, Luoli and the others didn't say anything more. Let's discuss contingency plans first. Xiao Jingzhou gave a brief explanation, which everyone silently noted down. After checking their weapons and rearranging their formation, they set off again. The laboratory was quiet and clean, unlike the outside, where corpses lay scattered everywhere. Occasionally, there were brown bloodstains on the walls, indicating that they had been manually cleaned. Xiao Jingzhou shone his flashlight on a lower corner of the wall, where a small amount of unwashed blood remained, making it much more noticeable compared to the larger areas of blood. The area occupied by this single project was astonishing. Xiao Jingzhou led the team to a crossroads, where three similar passageways stretched out before them, their ends unclear. He asked Jiang Xian, which way? Jiang Xian hesitated and pointed to the right, but before she could speak, a faint light suddenly appeared at the end of the passage on the left. In the almost completely dark indoor environment, the light from outside their own group was very conspicuous, even though it was just a swarm of fireflies. Be on guard. Xiao Jingzhou couldn't figure out the situation or sense any danger, so he took 2 steps ahead to wait for the thing to get closer. The fireflies were really just fireflies. They hadn't mutated and posed no threat. Xiao Jingzhou caught a few to examine them, then shook his head at the group. Follow along, Jiang Xian said. These fireflies should be the guides. Just as she suspected, the enemies ahead were impatient and had used fireflies to lead the way. This project team was clearly highly valued. This entire area, including the 4 or 5 floors above and below, belonged to the project. Jiang Xian would explain things at times, but mostly, she walked heavily through the familiar surroundings. Everyone was on high alert. Even Xiaoke had become much more subdued, walking with her tail between her legs. The fireflies circled at a stairwell entrance. Xiao Jingzhou glanced at Jiang Xian, and seeing her nod, he opened the door. The fireflies immediately slid into the stairwell, leading them down the stairs. After descending 2 floors, Jiang Xian noticeably slowed her pace when faced with the fireflies lingering at the entrance again. Ahead, that's the rainbow rooms. What's that? Jiang Xian closed his eyes. It's living quarters, or you could call it a detention center. Xiao Jingzhou told his teammates to wait, then pushed open the door himself, shining his flashlight out. He immediately understood why Jiang Xian was unwell. Using detention center wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a prison. Looking around, there were individual cubicles, each made of a single large piece of tinted glass, almost completely sealed. Now, many of the cubicles contained huddled corpses. Without maintenance for so long, bacteria had multiplied inside. If you didn't think about it, they were veritable virus reservoirs. After confirming there was no danger, Qiao Jingzhou called for Jiang Xian and his teammates to follow. After walking a short distance, the tinted glass in the cubicles changed color. The glass at the entrance was red, the glass here was orange, presumably the origin of the so-called rainbow rooms. The cubicle shared 2 walls on each side, with 10 cubicles in total, leading to a crossroads. After walking through 6 intersections, Jiang Xian led everyone to turn left. Chapter 78. The fireflies disappeared as soon as they entered the rainbow room. Jiang Xian, familiar with the place, led everyone through the various cubicles, turning left and right. During this time, Silu glanced at the withered, protruding feline paws inside a green cubicle. It doesn't seem like everyone in here is human? They used to be human. Jiang Xian's tone was calm, but beneath the calm lay an endless despair. Understanding what this meant, Silu swallowed hard and didn't ask any more questions. Where are we going? Qiao Jingzhou asked. Jiang Xian, if anything is waiting for us, it's definitely in the very back, the last color of the rainbow, purple. That's where I used to live. Qiao Jingzhou looked at the bright blue cubicle glass, his gaze fixed on the dark space ahead, the supernatural energy swirling around his fist growing even stronger. After walking a short distance, a faint indicator light appeared ahead, reflecting off the tinted glass and giving it a beautiful purple hue. There's still electricity? Silu immediately examined the wiring. Even a backup power source requires an energy supply, and the maintenance of any energy transmission system requires manual labor. You know about wiring? Linjiao asked in a low voice. Silu nodded, a little. I studied electrical equipment manufacturing. Finally, they arrived at the area with purple glass partitions. It was still a crossroads. Stepping across the dividing line felt like suddenly entering an air-conditioned room. A wave of cold air hit them. Strangely enough, it was only a step away, yet it felt like 2 different worlds. The partitions were covered in a thick layer of frost, many panes of glass were shattered, and the floor was indistinguishable between frost and glass shards, making a cracking sound with every step. Qiao Jingzhou's arm had become completely metallic, and soon a layer of white frost covered it. Upon arriving, without Jiang Xian leading the way, Qiao Jingzhou quickly found their target based on the threat. In a compartment near the end of the passage, the exterior glass walls were shattered, allowing a clear view inside. This compartment was much larger, a cube 3 meters long, wide, and high. Now, deep inside, on an old chair covered in icicles, sat a human-shaped ice sculpture. Looks like a boss sitting there waiting to be raided by a group of brave warriors, Silu muttered under his breath. No one could laugh. This guy was strong, on par with Qiao Jingzhou. No breathing, no heartbeat, it was likely a zombie-type creature. Then it was at least a level 3 or higher zombie. Humans were stronger than zombies in intelligence and weaponry. In terms of physical attributes alone, zombies of the same level were stronger than humans. This is the most suitable being for the world at present, possessing the body of a zombie and the intelligence of a human, just like Jiang Xian and his companions. A zombie human. As Jiang Xian and his group approached, the ice sculpture cracked, and the person inside slowly raised his head. The new king! It was in human language. Thick bangs obscured his eyes, but couldn't hide his piercing gaze, locked onto Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian couldn't help but take a step back. Who are you? He realized after speaking that the other party might not understand him. Jiang Xian borrowed a phone from Zhang Lei, and while he was typing, the other party seemed puzzled. Can't speak directly? Is it a nest mother without a human form? Or perhaps a newborn? Jiang Xian paused, deleting his previous words, and typing a new one, then transcribed it via voice. You're a zombie too? Zombie human? The other person read the 2 words separately, seemingly finding the combination amusing. No, we're all zombies. The ice sculpture man, gripping the handrail, slowly stood up, his icy shell shattering. And you, the newly born nest mother, are the zombie king, and the 6th nest mother to arrive here. Zhou Zheng had been sitting in this position for a long time. After becoming a zombie, time had lost its meaning for him. If he didn't remain frozen here, he would have to fight his primal hunger. The constant, unsatisfied hunger drove him to tear apart everything in sight, to revel in the feeling of being drenched in blood. He disliked that feeling even more. It reminded him of his own death, that he had become a monster. Being assigned to guard this tomb-like laboratory was exactly what Zhou Zheng wanted. Monsters should be properly buried. His task was to capture the monsters, who had walked right into his trap, and then bury them with his own hands. The last layer of ice on Zhou Zheng's body peeled away, and he began to move his joints. Just as he turned his head, his neck, which hadn't moved in a long time, cracked. A sudden bang rang out. Zhang Lei had fired a shot, aimed at Zhou Zheng's head. But the expected headshot didn't happen. The bullet stopped a short distance from Zhou Zheng's forehead, and ripples spread through the surrounding space like waves on water. It was as if the bullet was stuck in a patch of transparent mud, unable to go any further. When its spinning energy was exhausted, the bullet tip fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Zheng still had the composure to comment, "You're the second impatient nest mother to do this." Silu gasped after a long pause, asking incredulously, "What is this? The Matrix?" Qiao Jingzhou gritted his teeth and said, "It's a protective shield." "What's that?" "A protective energy field. See that device on his wrist? That's the suspension nullification effect generator. Once the shield is activated, it only allows objects with energy levels below a certain threshold to pass through. The kinetic energy generated by a high-speed spinning bullet, the enormous energy after a superpower is activated, etc., will all be blocked." Qiao Jingzhou gave a brief explanation, then added, "The outer wall protective shield of the new city currently uses this kind of device. It can directly defend against thermal weapon fire." "Holy crap! The new city's black technology has reached this level?" Si Lu stared in disbelief, uttering a sincere exclamation. "Let's consider what to do now," Lin Jiao reminded him. "Being able to defend against high-energy attacks means being immune to bullets and supernatural attacks, right? How are we supposed to fight like this? No wonder the 6 nest mothers we encountered were all taken down." Area pressed. "Can mutated plants defend against that?" Qiao Jingzhou pursed his lips. "No. Luoli switched her gun for a bow and arrow, only defends against high energy, which means cold weapons can't really defend against it, right?" "Yes." Qiao Jingzhou gave a definite answer again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei also switched his gun for a short dagger, and tied a complete set of throwing knives to his waist. Seeing their change in strategy, Zhou Zheng raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem particularly concerned. "A mere trick, it won't change anything." He finished stretching his knees, and took a step forward. Suddenly everyone felt a surge of crisis. Chapter 79. An ice spike shot upwards from the ground, rapidly advancing towards Qiao Jingzhou from beneath his feet. Qiao Jingzhou and Lin Jiao immediately manipulated the soil, erecting an earthen wall in front of him. The ice spike collided with the earthen wall, blasting up a shower of ice shards and clods of earth. For a moment, everything was filled with swirling dust and debris, blinding everyone. Luo Li's 2 arrows, crafted from plant roots, were fired from 2 tricky angles. With her enhanced vision, she was completely unaffected by the flying dust. Zhou Zheng had already twisted his body as much as possible to avoid the arrow aimed at his head, but he couldn't avoid the other arrow. It pierced his right knee and lodged in the bone. Luo Li's lips twitched, revealing a barely perceptible smile. On the surface, the arrow aimed at his head had more force and posed a greater threat. The one aimed downwards, however, had much less force. 2 arrows, one above and one below, arrived almost simultaneously. Given the circumstances, the victim would naturally prioritize protecting his head. This played right into Luo Li's hands. Her real attack was the arrow aimed at his knee. The arrow could only pierce the bone, not fully exit, but remained lodged within. This arrow was made from the stems of a mutated plant, meaning the withered plant was only dormant, not completely dead. "Area, quickly activated," Luo Li urged. Uncle Area, using his wood-type ability, immediately activated it to its maximum. The arrow that pierced Zhou Zheng's knee instantly regained its vitality. From a smooth wooden pole, numerous roots rapidly sprouted, deeply embedding themselves in Zhou Zheng's flesh, attempting to draw nutrients from his body, but then withering under the influence of the zombie virus. However, this growth had already caused Zhou Zheng serious injuries. The arrows that should have been smooth had, after sprouting roots, become natural spiked clubs, with sharp thorns at both ends. Trying to pull them out would inevitably create even larger wounds. Furthermore, the roots, when piercing the flesh, would cause dense wounds. Just as the first arrow completely withered, Luo Li's 2 more arrows arrived, one striking Zhou Zheng's left shoulder, and the other piercing his right side. Area, mimicking the previous move, immediately began to sprout arrows, giving Zhou Zheng no chance to breathe. At this moment, the ice shards and dust that had been blasted into the air began to dissipate. Qiao Jingzhou turned to Lin Jiao and Shi, instructing them, "You two protect Jiang Xian." Receiving their agreement, Qiao Jingzhou and Si Lu charged forward side by side. Zhang Lei, one hand gripping the throwing knife at his waist, followed closely behind. Zhou Zheng's protective shield is immune to direct attacks from thermal weapons and supernatural energy. To actually inflict damage, one would either need to use ranged archery like Luo Li, combined with air Yu's catalysis. Otherwise, close combat is the only option. Si Lu's mental attacks are ineffective against mindless zombies, but they are surprisingly effective against intelligent beings. What humans couldn't defend against before is equally effective against Zhou Zheng. Mental attacks are primarily affected by distance and cover, that is, the closer the distance, the stronger Si Lu's mental attacks become. He followed Qiao Jingzhou as they approached Zhou Zheng, who was being tormented by arrows. The distance was less than 20 meters, and seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zheng still seemed powerless to retaliate. Si Lu slowed his pace and began to concentrate his attack. Zhang Lei, behind him, passed him, and Zhang Lei and Qiao Jingzhou continued to close the distance. When they were less than a meter apart, Zhang Lei threw the throwing knife he had prepared beforehand. Zhang Lei's ability was to control the gravity of an object, but a prerequisite was a medium to transmit the gravity attack. The throwing knife was that medium. The knife struck Zhou Zheng's right knee. After the gravity control was activated, Zhou Zheng's right knee visibly twisted downwards. His bones seemed to be trapped under a hydraulic press, crackling and breaking into 6 or 7 pieces. Zhou Zheng's face contorted, his ferocious gaze fixed on the approaching Qiao Jingzhou, almost spitting out tangible flames. But the relentless attacks left him no room to breathe. Si Lu's mental attack arrived. At extremely close range with a brief charge, it wasn't a physical energy attack and therefore couldn't be blocked by the protective shield, piercing straight into Zhou Zheng's mind. Zhou Zheng felt as if he'd been hit in the head with a hammer, his eyes bulged, and dark brown zombie blood slid from his eye sockets. Qiao Jingzhou finally arrived fully, his metal arm slamming into Zhou Zheng's head. Zhou Zheng's head exploded, like a shattered watermelon with a loud bang. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. The teammates each performed their roles, using their own abilities or coordinating attacks, including Qiao Jingzhou's close-range assault. The entire battle lasted less than half a minute. Zhou Zheng, who looked like a powerful boss sitting on an icy throne, had his head smashed, becoming a headless corpse standing upright. The teammates could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Lei's tense face relaxed slightly, and he removed his hand from the throwing knife belt at his waist. Si Lu asked in surprise, "How could you kill him? Weren't you going to capture him to interrogate the nest mother for the truth?" Qiao Jingzhou, his brows furrowed, glanced suspiciously at his fist and shook his head, saying, "I didn't kill him." Si Lu's face clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" His head was blown apart, and he called it not killing him. Jiang Xian, his face equally tense, shouted, "Wait, don't relax. That guy isn't dead." Si Lu took a step back in fright. "No way, his head's gone." Zhang Lei immediately put his hand back on the throwing knife, staring at the headless corpse that hadn't fallen, his expression uncertain. Qiao Jingzhou resumed his defensive stance, saying with a strange expression, "It felt like I didn't hit anything, like... Before I even hit him, his head shattered on its own." "Huh? How is that possible?" Si Lu couldn't believe it. "You mean, he smashed his own head open?" "Here it comes," Jiang Xian warned in time. As if responding to Jiang Xian's warning, Zhou Zheng's body underwent a change. A chill emanated from within, frost formed on his skin, and he instantly seemed to solidify into a translucent block of ice. Before Zhou Zheng could completely melt, Qiao Jingzhou launched an attack, shattering Zhou Zheng's body into pieces with a single punch. However, Qiao Jingzhou's expression remained devoid of joy. "Here we go again, I still missed." Faced with this bizarre situation, Qiao Jingzhou gestured for Zhang Lei and Si Lu to retreat. Looking at the shattered ice on the ground, Si Lu asked, "He's like this, and he's still not dead?" "No." Jiang Xian stood far behind, his heart clenching. Chapter 80. The zombies and mutated animals they had encountered before all had vital points. Humans were even more unpredictable. A single blow to a vital point was fatal, even for a celestial being. But this creature they were facing now, though shattered into pieces, still exuded a vibrant life force, according to Jiang Xian. It was a true immortal being. Compared to it, zombies were a joke. Jiang Xian's perception was correct. The shattered ice on the ground seemed to be drawn back by some kind of gravitational force, defying gravity. Upon contact, the ice shards immediately merged, like small water droplets meeting a large one, instantly absorbed and fused into a single massive ice block. There was so much ice on the ground that, besides the ice fragments from Zhou Zheng's shattered body, even the ice spikes that had been hanging on the wall snapped and were absorbed by the enormous ice block. "Back off." Qiao Jingzhou told his companions to retreat, then rushed forward, attempting another punch at the large ice block. The ice block, which had previously shattered at the slightest touch, now stuck to Qiao Jingzhou. It was as if he hadn't punched into the ice, but into cotton. His entire arm was deeply embedded in the ice. Xiao Jingzhou. Zhang Lei immediately threw 2 throwing knives to his rescue. The knives struck the ice, but his gravity ability only caused fine white cracks. The ice didn't shatter. Xiao Jingzhou, trapped inside, let out a muffled groan of pain, then swallowed it back down. He acted decisively, using his undamaged hand to slash upwards at his embedded arm. By severing his own arm, Xiao Jingzhou managed to free himself, retreating several steps away from the large ice block. Oh, a very clever move. Zhou Zheng's voice echoed from all directions. It was as if dozens of speakers of various sizes were placed around them. Due to the distance and slight asynchrony, the sounds were even more difficult to pinpoint. After witnessing the bizarre spectacle of Zhou Zheng shattering into pieces, and then piecing himself back together from the ice, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Xiao Jingzhou led Zhang Lei and Si Lu back, rejoining the team. They formed a circle, protecting Jiang Xian in the center. The massive ice sculpture formed from Zhou Zheng's body grew to a towering 3-meter-high ice sculpture, tightly touching the ceiling, before its pull on the surrounding ice finally ceased. Then, the massive ice sculpture deformed, and on the side facing Xiao Jingzhou and the others, a lifelike human face emerged. It was none other than Zhou Zheng's face. Your flesh and blood tasted quite good. I almost ate you too, Zhou Zheng said, seemingly regretfully, his words sending chills down everyone's spines. Upon closer inspection, the arm that Xiao Jingzhou had forcibly severed was being corroded and melted within the ice, eventually disappearing completely. Does this mean that those swallowed by the ice will become part of the ice itself? Or perhaps, become part of Zhou Zheng? Xiao Jingzhou, have you ever encountered anything like this before? Si Lu shrank his neck. Having deeply felt Zhou Zheng's threat, he finally understood why this guy had the ability to boast that he had already taken down 6 teams led by the Nest Mother. It was truly heaven-defying. Bullets and ranged attacks could be blocked by the protective shield. In close combat, whoever touched him would be swallowed up. How can we fight like this? I go. Luo Li volunteered to switch positions with Si Lu. She tried to shoot arrows containing mutated plants, just like before, and then have them catalyzed. But this time, the arrows withered immediately upon landing on the ice, giving Arya no chance to catalyze growth. He's a zombie, Jiang Xian reminded them. Everyone had personally experienced the zombie virus's inhibitory effect on mutated plants. How could it possibly still work? Zhang Lei's gravity compression wasn't very effective on the ice either. Xiao Jingzhou, we retreat, Jiang Xian commanded in an unquestionable tone. There was no point in trying to get information out of this guy. They were on completely different levels. He definitely had the ability to wipe out their entire team. Understood. Under Xiao Jingzhou's command, the team transformed. Lin Jiu, skilled in defense, stayed behind with him, while Zhang Lei and Luo Li provided cover. Si Lu pulled Jiang Xian back the way they had come. No way. Zhou Zheng's voice echoed again from all directions. His 3-meter-tall ice block rapidly shrank. Meanwhile, at least 20 meters away from the ice block, directly in front of Si Lu, a colossal ice block suddenly appeared, seemingly growing out of nowhere, completely blocking their retreat. The team had to reposition themselves again, with Xiao Jingzhou and Lin Jiu moving to the front. He can teleport? Si Lu exclaimed in surprise. How did he do that? He grew out of the ice on the ground. Luo Li's enhanced vision allowed her to observe even more clearly. Zhou Zheng's method of teleportation was to expand from the frost on the ground. But the ground is covered in frost. Si Lu looked at the ice under his feet. When they first came in, they were puzzled by the sight of ice spikes everywhere, as if they had suddenly entered a refrigerator. Does that mean this guy can teleport anywhere within this area? Zhang Lei guessed. Xiao Jingzhou's gaze darkened slightly. Sure, I hold him off. You try to break out? Sure was the fastest among them. If anyone could escape this area, it would be Sure. Okay. Sure was the youngest, and when the adults discussed their plans, he was the most obedient, never interrupting, which resulted in a relatively low profile within the team. But he never held anyone back. He always kept up and never caused any trouble. When Xiao Jingzhou assigned him tasks, he always performed admirably. This time, upon receiving the order, he immediately prepared. A flame ignited in Xiao Jingzhou's palm, approaching Zhou Zheng's icy body. Currently, Zhou Zheng's only weakness is his massive ice block body, which makes movement difficult. Zhang Lei switched weapons again, this time to a flamethrower, reminding him, I only have 1 hydrogen tank left. He followed behind Xiao Jingzhou, the two leading the way, closing in on Zhou Zheng to buy time for Sure to escape. Xiao Jingzhou lunged at Zhou Zheng, the fireball suddenly expanding in his palm, pressing it against the ice block with a sizzling sound. Shirshir seized the opportunity to squeeze past the ice block, overtaking Zhou Zhang's obstruction, and sprinted towards the distant entrance boundary. Shirshir possessed exceptional speed and undeniable agility. With a short burst of power, he could reach 3 to 4 times the speed of an average human, covering over 10 meters in an instant, about to cross the boundary line. Heh, Zhou Zhang's ice block let out a cold laugh. Less than half a meter from the boundary, Shirshir suddenly stopped, and a thin, hair-like line of ice slowly expanded. The ice line passed right through Shirshir's heart. Chapter 81. Shirshir was hit. With the same volume, obviously the thinner the line, the longer it can extend. Zhou Zhang's ice block, while slow to move, if transformed into a thin, long ice line, could almost completely cover the entire space. Not only could Shirshir not avoid it, but any high-speed mutated animal wouldn't be able to dodge it either. This was Zhou Zhang's main territory. The purple rainbow house covered in ice was his domain, and he could appear anywhere within it. Jiang Xian, realizing this, also realized that without other unexpected interference, Shirshir was going to die. The ice block's movement was only a matter of time. Don't underestimate this single ice line piercing Shirshir's heart now. As time goes on, it will completely pierce through his heart. Zombies are life forms that don't rely on a conventional life cycle. They too can die. But his teammates were helpless. Both ranged and melee physical attacks were blocked. Jiang Xian closed his eyes slightly, knowing it was his turn to fight for his life. Physical attacks were ineffective. Only Jiang Xian's mental network remained. She would try to seize control of Zhou Zhang's mind, just as she had with Xiaoku. Jiang Xian spread out her mental network. The mental power of intelligent beings was easily perceived. In Jiang Xian's eyes, Zhou Zhang's mental power almost permeated the entire purple rainbow room. The glass, the frost hanging in the corners, these were all parts of Zhou Zhang's body, all carrying his mental power. This was the first time Jiang Xian had ever seen such a vast amount of mental power. The mental power of intelligent beings was even more solid. If the mental power of a zombie, or the mindless Xiaoku was originally clear water, the mental power of a human or a zombie was like a mottled, solid block of glue. Coloring a solid block of glue is inherently more difficult than dyeing with water. For Shirshir's life, Jiang Xian had no choice but to try. The moment Jiang Xian's mental network made contact with Zhou Zhang's mental energy, a massive amount of information was poured into her mind through this connection. It was all Zhou Zhang's memories, spanning over 30 years of his life. The sheer volume of information was terrifying. Jiang Xian was like a small boat struggling to survive in a raging torrent, barely maintaining her sense of self amidst the endless stream of memories. She saw Zhou Zhang's entire life, the new city, and Lin Che. The brown-haired man was completely different from the boy next door Jiang Xian remembered. Lin Che's beautiful, dark eyes seemed shrouded in a cold, lifeless aura, giving his gaze a distant indifference. In Zhou Zhang's memories, Lin Che looked down at him, while Zhou Zhang pleaded for his forgiveness. Please, give me another chance. I promise I can control myself. A monster is a monster. Bloodlust and killing are etched into your bones. Lin Che's cold voice shattered Zhou Zhang's last hope. His eyes held undisguised disgust. Go back to the lab. I allow you to kill anyone who covets our secrets. There, you no longer need to suppress your bloodthirsty instincts. You can kill to your heart's content. Lin Che leaned down, commanding in an extremely oppressive voice, but you are absolutely forbidden from stepping out of the lab again. Otherwise, I will kill you. Zhou Zhang clenched and unclenched his fists, humbly bowing his head. I understand. No. Fine cracks appeared inside Zhou Zhang's massive icy body, and angry roars echoed from the surrounding frost. Don't pry into my memories. Xiao Jingzhou immediately turned to Jiang Xian, whose eyes were streaming with bloody tears. She wiped them away casually. Give me 1 minute. Xiao Jingzhou knew perfectly well that Jiang Xian had interfered. He roared, I settle the score with you later. Fine, then you have to survive first. Jiang Xian retorted without hesitation. After giving her order, she once again immersed herself completely in her mental network. She trusted Xiao Jingzhou, he could buy her time. What she needed to do was fight against Zhou Zhang's mental power. The mental network had already captured Zhou Zhang's mental power. Even a butterfly caught in the net would struggle for a while. To completely control Zhou Zhang's mental power, she needed to find a way to attack him until he was powerless to resist. Jiang Xian was naturally gifted in this area. She seemed to know exactly what to do. Through her mental connection with Zhou Zhang, Jiang Xian easily infiltrated the depths of his consciousness. From her perspective, Zhou Zheng appeared as a boy of only 6 or 7 years old, hugging his knees in the darkness, seemingly afraid of something around him. Jiang Xian thought for a moment, and the silhouette of a giant octopus gradually materialized in her mental world. The octopus didn't need to be fully visible, the darkness provided perfect cover. It extended its enormous tentacles, coiling and attacking Zhou Zheng's consciousness. Monster. Jiang Xian mimicked Zhou Zheng's method of speaking in all directions throughout the room, producing a two-word phrase that sounded like dozens of people whispering simultaneously. Zhou Zheng clutched his head, covering his ears. No, I'm not a monster, I'm not. Jiang Xian recalled Lin Chei's evaluation of Zhou Zheng in his memories. Executioner. Killed many people. An incurable monster. Once the weakness is known, the mental defenses are actually easy to breach. The octopus tentacles controlled by Jiang Xian easily grabbed Zhou Zheng, dragging him into his own mental network, equivalent to a small world space derived from his own consciousness. Zhou Zheng painfully covered his ears, screaming and crying helplessly, I'm not a monster. The small boy's body began to change, his stature growing taller, his flesh and blood becoming translucent, transforming into a gigantic monster made of ice. This was Zhou Zheng's true consciousness projection. What Jiang Xian needed to do was to destroy this projection, thus completely erasing Zhou Zheng's previous personal consciousness. I need fire, Jiang Xian thought. Only fire could subdue ice. As she thought this, a fierce flame indeed ignited in her consciousness space. In the consciousness world derived from Jiang Xian's mental network, everything was under her control. She could imagine freely. Her thoughts were reality. Under her transformation, the originally pitch-black little world became a fiery hell, flames everywhere, completely engulfing Zhou Zheng in the center. Licked by the flames, his icy body was continuously melted, icy water flowing down, only to be evaporated by the intense heat of the flames. No, I won't die, I can't die. Zhou Zheng, watching his rapidly shrinking icy body, finally panicked. In reality, outside the consciousness world, Zhou Zheng's icy state was also affected by the projection of his consciousness. As the frost covering everything melted, the temperature clearly rose. Taking advantage of this, Shirshir snapped the ice lines that were no longer growing, clutching his injured chest, and rushed out of the purple rainbow room. Chapter 82. Just one step away, the temperature immediately returned to normal. Leaving the area, there's no ice left. Shirshir shouted into the room. His guess was confirmed. Xiao Jingzhou signaled to his teammates, prepared to charge through. The only exit was blocked by Zhou Zheng's icy body. To leave the purple rainbow room, they had to pass right by him. Everyone else was fine, but Lin Jiao anxiously shouted, What about Jiang Xian? Should we move her? Jiang Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and her eyeballs could be seen moving rapidly beneath her eyelids. In this state, she was clearly casting some powerful spell in her mind. What if moving her body accidentally interrupted her spell casting? 50 seconds left in 1 minute. Xiao Jingzhou checked the time. Let's hold on a bit. He had promised Jiang Xian, so he would help hold out for another 50 seconds. Should we launch a preemptive attack? Zhang Lei asked worriedly. Yes. Xiao Jingzhou ignited flames again. What could Zhang Lei say? If he resigned himself to continuing to charge with Xiao Jingzhou, he probably wouldn't survive his hydrogen tank. Luo Li also had her own attack method. She took the leftover paint from her spatial storage, dipped arrowheads in the paint, and made rockets. Lin Jiao used his earth elemental ability to isolate himself from the frost, ensuring there were no ice blocks on his footing. Everyone was busy. Silu looked around and decided to join the attack on the ice block people. His mental attack was more like a projected mental spear. Once launched, it lost contact with him. Silu could only confirm that he hit the target. He had no idea what the environment was like when he was hit. At this moment, Jiang Xian's mental network covered Zhou Zheng's consciousness, and their mental energies were locked in a fierce battle, completely intertwined. When Silu's mental attack arrived, from Jiang Xian's perspective, it appeared as if a hole had been punched into her world of consciousness from the outside. This, in turn, disrupted Jiang Xian's complete control over her world of consciousness. It was like someone daydreaming, and suddenly waking up to find that their previous terrifying experiences were just a nightmare. The power of belief is strong. Once Zhou Zheng firmly believed this was a virtual world, his will was not so easily erased. Jiang Xian's threat to Zhou Zheng plummeted. Failed at the last moment, Jiang Xian was so angry she almost burst into tears. But it was too late. Their mental energies were completely entangled, and even if she wanted to stop, she couldn't extricate herself unless she manually severed a portion of her external mental network. But this would be like cutting off a piece of her flesh, inevitably causing Jiang Xian enormous damage. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. She still had to call for Si Lu's help. Si Lu, keep attacking, don't stop. Zhou Zheng's own will had cleared. The only way to achieve overwhelming power was to weaken him. Like her, Zhou Zheng himself also had to consider the external realities. He diverted a small amount of his attention to utilize his powerful icy body. Under his control, the ice within this area began to creak and crackle, and dense ice spikes sprouted from the frost. Before this, Zhou Zheng hadn't displayed his full aggression. He had primarily instilled a sense of despair, leaving his opponents with nowhere to run. Now, with thousands upon thousands of ice spikes blasting towards his opponent, he demonstrated the power of his ruthless attacks. The turn of events was too sudden. Lin Jiu hastily erected 4 loosely solidified earthen walls. Qiao Jingzhou crouched down, using his metal arms to block in front of him, and Zhang Lei pulled out a blast shield from his spatial storage. Each of them considered every possible method to deal with the upcoming barrage of ice spikes. However, when the ice spikes descended, their strength exceeded most people's expectations. Lin Jiu's earthen walls, protecting 4 directions, were practically useless. A single punch from an ordinary human could probably shatter them. Unfortunately, it was the area that bore the brunt of the attack. Under the onslaught of ice spikes, the earthen wall crumbled in less than a second. Fortunately, Arya's plant net offered some resistance. However, the newly formed plant roots were no match for the resilient old roots, and the nascent plant net also shattered in the latter part of the ice spike attack. Then, these ice spikes easily pierced the bodies of their unprotected teammates. Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou, having survived the ice spikes, turned his head and saw several people pierced by them. They clung so tightly to each other, and so many ice spikes pierced their bodies. The ice spikes connected one another, making it seem as if the group itself was a single ice ball, completely obscuring the 5 people who had once been there. Jiang Xian. Qiao Jingzhou murmured softly, unable to believe that Jiang Xian was dead. The 7th Nest Mother. Zhou Jing's cheerful laughter came from above. Nest mothers who think themselves the chosen ones, the darlings of the world, I love watching their final moments. But Qiao Jingzhou heard nothing more. His eyes were fixed only on that large, indistinguishable ball of ice. Jiang Xian trusted him so much, begging him to buy him even a minute, and he hadn't succeeded. He failed to protect her. A sharp, piercing pain surged deep within his heart, like countless ants gnawing at him. Qiao Jingzhou was in so much pain, he could barely breathe, and could no longer conceal his true appearance. The zombie disguise faded, revealing clear, black and white pupils typical of humans. The bluish-green spiderweb-like patterns on his skin, resembling the veins of decaying flesh, retreated back into his back. Blood flowed again through his pale skin, restoring its natural color. Before becoming a zombie, Qiao Jingzhou was a half-infected individual, possessing some zombie characteristics. After meeting Jiang Xian and joining Jiang Xian's zombie army, he discovered that his zombie transformation had become reversible. He could freely switch between zombie and human forms whenever he wanted. When he was extremely angry or in pain, his powers would surge, causing him to manifest as a zombie. Only when his powers dried up, or he became utterly despondent, would the zombie form uncontrollably fade away. Jiang Xian's death suddenly shattered Qiao Jingzhou's will to fight. Moreover, Zhou Zheng was an enemy he had never anticipated, an opponent he could never defeat. He was no longer merely a zombie. His fully naturalized icy body could control the ice within its radius. Even if Qiao Jingzhou were willing to abandon everything and flee for his own life, his chances of surviving were less than 10%. But he didn't want to abandon his teammates again. The experience of using their lives to pave a path for him, even once, was enough to cause him unbearable pain. He couldn't do it a second time. The surrounding ice spikes coalesced again, but Qiao Jingzhou slowly closed his eyes. This was for the best. He could go with his companions. But before the expected excruciating pain could arrive, he heard Zhou Zheng's piercing scream. Ah! From within Zhou Zheng's icy body, a black sphere of light emerged, as if something was struggling to break free. The black sphere of light. Jiang Xian? Chapter 83. Qiao Jingzhou also received Jiang Xian's one-sided mockery in his mind. Giving up so easily? Of course not. Qiao Jingzhou immediately replied. His heart felt as if it had been reinfused with blood, beating again. Even the surrounding icy aura became clearer and colder once more real than before. From within the ball of ice spikes, Jiang Xian's weak but determined voice rang out. Give me 30 more seconds. Qiao Jingzhou exhaled, and his zombie transformation was completed in an instant. His skin lost its color, but it was no longer simply a pale, corpse-like color. A pale, fiery red glow emanated from within his skin. The red grew increasingly intense, like a fire burning from within, and under Qiao Jingzhou's control, his body transformed into an unreal, translucent, glass-like form. At this moment, Qiao Jingzhou became extremely similar to Zhou Zheng. His entire body had become elementalized, a completely burning fireman. Qiao Jingzhou clenched his fist. Don't even mention 10 seconds. I think I can face him head-on right now. He charged straight at Zhou Zheng's icy body. Within Jiang Xian's mental network, she also launched a fierce attack on Zhou Zheng's consciousness. Subconsciously, Zhou Zheng feared Lin Che, so she projected herself into Lin Che's image. Standing amidst the flames, Jiang Xian once again released countless octopus tentacles, binding Zhou Zheng's consciousness and attempting to drag him back into the fiery hell. During this time, Jiang Xian inevitably saw many of the scenes Zhou Zheng feared. The swing, empty room, the rainbow room with purple glass, the countless cold machines whose purpose was indistinguishable. While instilling fear in Zhou Zheng, they also harmed Jiang Xian. These were once Jiang Xian's nightmares. For a long time, she couldn't even look humans in the eye. The sight of them made her instinctively tremble with fear. She hadn't had any contact with humans for over a year. Until Qiao Jingzhou, that unreasonable guy, planted a seed in her head and carried her on a new journey. From then on, Jiang Xian began a completely different life. Now she has companions who would give their lives for her. They are her kind, but more than that, they are family. In times of crisis, they would protect her immediately. Even sisterly, who had always been somewhat distant towards her, chose to protect her as well. Her companions used their own flesh and blood to become the last shield, saving her from countless ice spikes. How could Jiang Xian let them down? Zombies can indeed die, but their vitality is far stronger than that of humans. Fortunately, everyone chose to protect Jiang Xian, sticking together and making physical contact, allowing Jiang Xian to stimulate their regeneration. Even if his vital points were pierced in a short time, it wouldn't be fatal. However, Jiang Xian clearly needed to quickly deal with Zhou Zheng, otherwise her companions would still die. 30 seconds was the longest Jiang Xian estimated her companions could hold out. She needed to break through Zhou Zheng's consciousness within that time. Jiang Xian's mind flashed with the faces of her teammates. The talkative but actually very caring Si Lu, the gentle, motherly Arya, the bold yet meticulous Lin Jiao, the seemingly fussy but actually very responsible Zhang Lei, the awkward yet integrated sisterly, and Qiao Jingzhou. She didn't want to always be the one risking their lives to protect others. She wanted to protect everyone too. Perhaps in response to this wish, Jiang Xian felt a continuous surge of power, as if the frosted glass before her eyes had been removed, allowing her to see clearly for the first time. Jiang Xian's mental strength suddenly rose to a new level. Previously, she had to contend with Zhou Zheng's will. Now, she crushed his consciousness almost effortlessly. Outside in the real world, Qiao Jingzhou's only arm struck Zhou Zheng's icy body with a single punch. The collision of ice and fire shattered the ice layer, turning it into countless ice shards. The oppressive sense of threat dissipated. Qiao Jingzhou stared blankly at his fist, then at the melting ice shards, remaining wary for a long time. He feared that the other party was faking death, deceiving him. Only when Jiang Xian cried for help did he dare to believe that Zhou Zheng was truly dead. Qiao Jingzhou immediately returned to the vicinity of the ice spike sphere. He dared not rashly use fire to melt the ice layer, helpless against the thick ice shell. Jiang Xian? How are you in there? How can I help you? Water? Pour water on the outer layer of the ice shell. Jiang Xian reminded him through the mental network. Also, prepare plenty of food. Mutant plants, hair-like vegetables, feed them all. They're recovering from their injuries and need to eat. Qiao Jingzhou did as instructed without a word. Jiang Xian could still joke at this point, and his tension had lessened considerably. His teammates should be out of danger. While Qiao Jingzhou and Jiang Xian were frantically rescuing people in a heavily guarded, secluded place in the distant second city, a man with a deathly pale face slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were covered with a film, which quickly faded, restoring their clear black and white. His complexion regained some color. It was still pale by ordinary standards, but at least it wasn't deathly pale. Zhou Zheng is dead, he said. His eyes were calm and expressionless, as if he were talking about the death of some insignificant cat or dog, not a person. Was it the newly born nest mother? A middle-aged male doctor in a white coat asked, his expression much more serious. Lin Che paused, then nodded. The doctor was very surprised. How could this be? Wasn't Zhou Zheng about to break through to level 4? How could the newly born nest mother kill him? The pale-faced man Lin Che could only smile bitterly when he saw the other man still scrutinizing him. Now that things have come to this, I have no need to lie anymore. My body is failing, and when I needed a successor, a new nest mother appeared. Isn't that a good thing? The doctor finally let him off the hook, nodding in agreement. Regardless of whether she work or not, having a backup is good at this point. Bring her back. Lin Che hummed in agreement. Then go arrange the receiving plane. The doctor didn't go to arrange it, but instead sternly instructed Lin Che, keep an eye on your monsters. The handover location remains outside the city. No more accidents allowed. He emphasized the word accident. Lin Che paused. I understand. That'd be best. In the ruins of the Morning Star Laboratory, with Qiao Jingzhou's assistance, they had just rescued Si Lu from the ice. A line of zombies were crunching away at plants. The noise was like 10,000 rabbits grazing, rustling softly. I thought I was going to die. I could see right through the hole in my chest to my back. Si Lu weakly stuffed grass into his mouth. Who wasn't? Uncle Arya said casually, but was actually terrified. Chapter 84. While eating grass, Lin Jiao complained, thank goodness it was ice spikes. They froze the wound. At least I didn't die from a direct puncture. Sister Li hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but retort, it's mainly because we had contact with Jiang Xian, right? She helped keep us alive. Zhang Lei, still trapped in the ice, pounded the ground, yelling, help me. When the incident happened, he and Qiao Jingzhou were at the forefront. Although they weren't pierced by 1,000 arrows, they were frozen in place. He hadn't received Jiang Xian's help to speed up his recovery, and was still frozen in the ice. Qiao Jingzhou settled the others before coming to rescue Zhang Lei. Coming. Jiang Xian patted this one and then that one, feeling everyone's regaining vitality, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he patted Little Shirshir's head. Not bad. Little Shirshir chuckled, then said sheepishly, I wasn't really helpful, I just ran around aimlessly. Sigh, I'm the only speed type, I'm completely useless. Speed itself is a form of attack. A strange voice suddenly appeared beside Shirshir. It was a young man with bizarre tattoos covering his face, wearing a black sleeveless hooded cardigan, practically screaming I'm a delinquent. His appearance was incredibly eerie. Even Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou, with their strongest senses, hadn't noticed him before he spoke. They didn't even know when he appeared. Qiao Jingzhou's expression changed drastically. He pulled Shirshir and Jiang Xian aside, standing in front of them, watching him warily. Who are you? The hooded, tattooed man stroked his chin thoughtfully, then exaggeratedly leaned back, his upper body almost parallel to the ground, before springing back to attention. Vulture. Huh? Jiang Xian was bewildered by the man's strange behavior. The tattooed man sized up Jiang Xian, grinning to reveal a set of sharp, shark-like teeth, and repeated, my name is Vulture. Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou slightly shifted sideways, blocking the man's gaze from Jiang Xian. He was about to ask again, when suddenly he shuddered violently, turning his head in astonishment to exchange a glance with Jiang Xian. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat simultaneously. In Jiang Xian's perception, there were clearly 7 creatures, posing a similar threat to Zhou Zheng, approaching the purple rainbow room. Hey! I'm here, and you're not surprised? Why are you all giving me that look when they arrive? Vulture said discontentedly. Do I look that much weaker than them? Jiang Xian opened his mouth, about to speak, when Little Shirshir suddenly popped up and asked, how can speed be used as an attack? Vulture immediately laughed, triumphantly tossing a bottle cap and asking him, what's this? A bottle cap? Shirshir answered doubtfully. No, this is a bullet that can pierce the heart. The first half of Vulture's voice still clearly echoed from where he stood, but the last syllable fell into Qiao Jingzhou's ears. Qiao Jingzhou let out a muffled cry of pain, his life force suddenly fading rapidly. He looked down, and saw a hole the size of a bottle cap in his heart. Through the hole, he could see Jiang Xian behind him. Qiao Jingzhou. Jiang Xian's broken voice called out, as if from a great distance. The change came too suddenly. Qiao Jingzhou only had time to turn his head, and Jiang Xian's panicked and terrified face was quickly swallowed by darkness in his vision. Jiang Xian immediately threw herself onto Qiao Jingzhou's body, hoping to help him regenerate and recover in time. However, even zombie regeneration takes time. The life loss caused by the hole the size of a hawthorn in his heart was far faster than regeneration. Jiang Xian had never felt such panic. She clearly realized that Qiao Jingzhou was about to leave her. I fight you to the death. Sure reacted and charged at Vulture. But he seemed to have bumped into a ghost, passing right through Vulture's body. Sure crashed into Silu's arms, only then realizing that Vulture had dodged at high speed and moved back, creating a visual illusion that made it look like he was passing through a clipping hole. In terms of combat power, Vulture was on par with Zhou Zheng, a truly monstrous level. Zhou Zheng alone had forced everyone to exhaust their strength. It was only through Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou's desperate, all-or-nothing fighting style that they barely managed to win. Now, everyone was either injured or crippled, they were all at their last gasp. The appearance of the vultures would be the final straw, leaving them utterly defenseless. Moreover, there were 7 vultures like them. 7 extremely threatening figures slowly emerged from the darkness. The leader, a boy of about 15 or 16, looked at the mess and his gaze fell on Jiang Xian. With a casual, flippant tone, he commented, oh dear, crying so sadly. Has the fight already started? Asked a voluptuous woman, tossing her beautiful, long, wavy hair. The strongest one is already taken down. The advantage of speed. The vulture continued to tossing bottle caps, sticking out his tongue triumphantly at his companions. A tall, burly man grabbed Jiang Xian's head and lifted her up. Is this the newborn nest mother who killed Zhou Zheng? So weak. Silu gritted his teeth, channeling his powers to unleash a mental attack, but it was he who was struck down, bleeding from all 7 orifices. A woman with long, wavy hair tousled her hair. Also a mental type, how rare. Don't kill her. Vulture laughed exaggeratedly. This is the strongest worker bee beside the nest mother. How could we leave her alive? Hey! New message. The young man at the front, despite being the youngest, seemed to be the leader, interrupting his companion's conversation. The boss wants us to bring them all back intact. Live them? Vulture asked in surprise. The young man nodded at him with pity. We're doomed. Vulture screamed, rushing towards Qiao Jingzhou. The others were alright, but the one whose heart had been pierced at the beginning was probably already dead. After staring for a while, the young man frowned. Aishui, come look. This should be a half-infected person from our new city. It seems so, still alive. The girl called Aishui touched Qiao Jingzhou and smiled. No problem, he's alive. Jiang Xian, who had overheard the entire conversation, finally breathed a sigh of relief, tears streaming down his face. The young man seemed a little surprised after noticing this, and asked Jiang Xian in astonishment, you care about them a lot? They're our comrades. Jiang Xian answered earnestly. An eerie silence fell. Vulture and the others seemed even more surprised, exchanging glances. Vulture muttered softly, is this nest mother a little sick? The young man's expression was complicated. Never mind, let's carry out our mission. The plane from the new city will be here soon. Chapter 85. For the rest of the journey, Jiang Xian remained silent and completely cooperative. After Qiao Jingzhou was brought back to life, barely breathing, by the girl named Aishui, Jiang Xian stopped resisting. Resisting was futile. Aishui also treated everyone's injuries, restoring severed limbs. Her healing power was no weaker than Jiang Xian's regenerative abilities, and she didn't need to frantically eat to replenish her energy afterward. This effect was something Jiang Xian had never seen before. Simulating the combat power of the others, Jiang Xian didn't feel he had any strength left to resist. Since resistance was useless, and they didn't intend to kill them, Jiang Xian had no choice but to obediently cooperate. They were led out of the laboratory ruins by this group, navigating the area teeming with mutated zombie creatures as easily as strolling in their own backyard. The swarm of mutated mosquitoes that had caused Jiang Xian and his group considerable trouble on the way and all burned to death before they even got close. Jiang Xian couldn't even tell which of them had made the move. Currently, it was known that the vulture was a speed type, the alluring woman with long, wavy hair was a psychic, and as for the others, their abilities were unknown, let alone their depth. Led by the young man, they took another path leading directly to the top floor of the ruins, where there was a small helipad. A plane, which had appeared out of nowhere, was already waiting there. It had no markings, but according to Zhang Lei, it should belong to the new human city. Jiang Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and his gaze had barely shifted slightly towards the outside, when the easygoing young man suddenly leaned closer. I advise you not to. He smiled at Jiang Xian, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Jiang Xian was startled, forcing a calm expression, and asked, what? The boy pointed to the horde of zombies outside. The nest mother naturally possesses the ability to control corpses. But if you dare summon the zombie horde and damage the helicopter, I have to dismantle your body, taking only your head and spine back. A chill ran down Jiang Xian's spine. He tightly shut his mouth, afraid to move, not even daring to look away. The boy patted Jiang Xian's head. Good boy. Jiang Xian turned his head away. The boy shrugged, unconcerned. Okay, not liking to be patted on the head isn't a particularly difficult quirk. After boarding the plane, Jiang Xian huddled with his companions. Xiao Jingzhou, who had somehow regained consciousness, had a complex expression. Jiang Xian asked in surprise, "You're awake? How are your injuries?" Xiao Jingzhou raised his 2 intact arms to show her. They're completely healed. Lin Jiao muttered softly, so fast, completely regenerated. That's amazing. Does this mean if we had healers like that, we wouldn't have to worry about people dying anymore? Ah Shui heard this and turned to laugh. My ability only works on zombies, not humans. Lin Jiao immediately shut up. After a long while, Si Lu suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. We seem to be speaking human language now? Everyone was a little surprised by his reminder. When did communication become seamless? Zhang Lei was also stunned. Before, he couldn't pronounce words like humans, and could only communicate with humans by switching speech patterns. When he encountered Zhou Zheng, there seemed to be a communication barrier. He couldn't understand Jiang Xian and the other's pronunciation, which prevented much communication between them, leading to a direct confrontation. When Vulture appeared, he was already able to communicate seamlessly with Shi. Jiang Xian's fingers unconsciously curled slightly, vaguely guessing that it was probably related to her. After she broke through in Zhou Zheng's consciousness, her mental network upgraded accordingly, and the zombie overcame the language barrier. Isn't the point that Xiao Jingzhou's appearance is already human? Lu Li threw out another key point that everyone had overlooked. Xiao Jingzhou immediately explained, I'm a half-infected, I'm originally a zombie, a human dual form. Vulture suddenly leaned closer, mercilessly exposing him. He's lying. For normal half-infected, zombification is irreversible. Xiao Jingzhou choked, subconsciously looking at Jiang Xian. Your injuries have just healed, rest a while longer. Jiang Xian looked away, seemingly unwilling to discuss this topic, at least not wanting to expose their internal discord in front of outsiders. Xiao Jingzhou had to swallow all his attempts to explain. The boy, chin in hand, observed them with amusement. Until the pilot emerged from the cockpit to conduct takeoff checks. The boy and Vulture immediately adopted indifferent expressions, and obediently moved to the side. The helicopter wasn't spacious, but even with so many people crammed in, there was still a considerable amount of empty space. The pilot was extremely cautious. Despite wearing a biohazard suit, he carefully stepped into the open space, afraid of touching anyone present, even the hem of his clothing. After circling around, a deep question came from beneath the visor. Which one is the nest's mother? The boy pointed at Jiang Xian. The pilot turned around, looking down at Jiang Xian with an appraising gaze, as if he were a commodity, through his goggles. Then, glancing at the other zombies lounging casually, the pilot asked with some dissatisfaction, why aren't these zombies being dealt with for their lack of combat skills? What if they interfere with the flight after takeoff? Vulture bared his teeth threateningly at the pilot. With us here, we won't give them a chance to cause trouble. The boy stopped him, explaining, it's the boss's order to bring them back intact. He emphasized the word intact. The pilot snorted, not hiding the disdain and sarcasm in his tone, but at least he didn't complain any further and returned to the cockpit. Jiang Xian noticed the boy at the head of the group and subtly relaxed his shoulders. Between the cockpit and the back seats was an iron fence. In front of everyone, the pilot viciously pulled down the fence, carefully locking it several times, even drawing the curtains, completely separating the front and back rows. Si Lu was somewhat taken aback, while Sister Li and Zhang Lei frowned repeatedly. The pilot's attitude towards Vulture and his team seemed off. Lin Jiao leaned closer to Jiang Xian and whispered, that pilot is so fierce. Is he that strong? She didn't sense it. If he wasn't strong, where did he get the audacity to provoke Vulture and his incredibly powerful zombie group? Jiang Xian, He glanced at the formidable 8-person team opposite him, then pursed his lips and remained silent. Actually, she couldn't understand it either. The pilot was human, at most a level 2 ability user. If he didn't have any special skills or training in ability, he was probably even weaker than Zhang Lei. But why was someone like that able to boss Vulture and his team around so rudely? Chapter 86. The boy suddenly turned around, catching Jiang Xian, who was stealing glances, red-handed. She awkwardly looked away. If you want to look, just look. Why are you hiding? The boy snorted. Jiang Xian instinctively realized he was in a bad mood. She awkwardly forced a smile and greeted him. Hello. The boy, what do you want? Xiao Jingzhou explained softly, They're probably from a special operations team, and their position in the new city is rather awkward. Jiang Xian couldn't possibly be indifferent to their upcoming situation. Ignoring her awkwardness, she immediately leaned closer to ask, "Why are they awkward?" Xiao Jingzhou glanced at her. "I didn't know at first, but now I roughly guess. Their special operations team leader, Lin Che, is probably also a nest mother." Jiang Xian's eyes widened, suddenly understanding. Suddenly many of her doubts were explained. The zombie creatures she encountered in the laboratory ruins, including Xiaoke, Zhou Zheng, etc., all originally belonged to another mental network. She did indeed see Lin Che in Zhou Zheng's memories. Moreover, Zhou Zheng seemed extremely afraid of Lin Che, and based on their conversation, it appeared Lin Che held absolute power of life and death over him. Perhaps Lin Che, in the distant second city, sensed this as early as when Xiaoke was taken over by her. Zhou Zheng's life or death was irrelevant. His only purpose was to stall until the boy and Vulture arrived. Thinking of Lin Che, Jiang Xian's small face almost scrunched up in distress. After Jiang Xian woke up as a zombie, she had no further contact with Lin Che, only occasionally recognizing each other from afar. Lin Che had also spent time in this laboratory, which might already imply a significant similarity between them. Zhang Lei had previously mentioned that planes frequently traveled to and from the laboratory ruins. So, had Lin Che already joined the second city? Or perhaps, the partner cooperating with the second new city was the original Morningstar laboratory? Then, was this horrific laboratory truly abandoned, as it appeared on the surface? Just as a corner of the previous mystery had been unraveled, new and even more mysteries were presented to Jiang Xian. Then, they're all zombies like us? Jiang Xian looked at the other side, his feelings becoming somewhat complicated. When they first met, the other side seemed invincible. Jiang Xian's side had just experienced a major battle, losing almost all of their fighting ability. The disparity between the two sides was too vast, resulting in Jiang Xian lacking even the slightest will to fight against Vulture and his group. When Xiao Jingzhou was first injured by Vulture, Jiang Xian harbored resentment, but now that Xiao Jingzhou had recovered and was back to his lively self, even that last bit of hatred vanished. Upon learning that the other was a similar being, and having witnessed the hostility and disgust humans showed them, Jiang Xian felt a sense of closeness. They were both just zombies surviving in the cracks of the apocalypse. Jiang Xian proactively asked the boy, "What's your name?" "My name is 19. "Aha, my name is similar." Lin Jiu bluntly remarked, "Do you nest mother's name yourselves this casually? So your name is also written as 19? Little Sher asked curiously. The boy's face tightened slightly, and he said in a flat tone, "No, I only have a number." "A number, not a name." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Zombies are just moving corpses. They don't have names." Then Jiang Xian's gaze shifted to Vulture. Vulture grinned at her in agreement. "My name, I chose it myself." "Ah Shui too, I don't want to be called a number." 19 added, "He's 203, Ah Shui is 197. He looked at Si Lu and the others, asking Jiang Xian, "So you named your worker bees?" "Why call them worker bees?" Jiang Xian frowned, countering his question. The boy shrugged, "You're the nest mother. Those who serve the nest mother are the worker bees, aren't they?" Jiang Xian disliked this inhuman description. She had originally thought that being called the nest mother referred to a special type of zombie with the ability to gather. Now it sounded like the entire zombie horde was like a cold, assembly line machine. 19 stared at her for a long time, then laughed. "You really are different." The Vulture nodded. "She's a very sickly nest mother." Ah Shui said enviously, "She's very good. I like her very much." Her unspoken words contained a comparison, and everyone knew who she was referring to. Jiang Xian recalled Lin Che's attitude towards Zhou Zheng, and seeing the humans, clearly weaker than 19 and their group, behaving like servants, his bad premonition intensified. The rest of the flight was spent in a state of mutual musing. After the plane landed, 19 opened the door herself, not bothering the pilots in front, and saving herself from having to deal with their attitudes again. After disembarking, Jiang Xian stared at the vast, empty plane, then turned to look at the massive, steel beast-like city walls that stood in the same spot, her face etched with astonishment. The plane had flown such a long distance, yet they hadn't taken them into the city? Surely such a large new city couldn't possibly lack a helipad. A new human city, known as the City Unbreakable by Zombies. Xiao Jingzhou guessed why she was confused. This is a human city, no zombie is allowed to enter. Jiang Xian pointed to the group of 19, who had followed her. They count too? They all have personal consciousness, yet they're still treated as zombies? Mainly because zombie hostages like us are contagious. Think about how infectious diseases were treated before the apocalypse. Xiao Jingzhou explained tactfully. 19 mercilessly punctured his pretense once again. As far as I know, a half-infected like you doesn't have a high status in the city. Leading an action team, you're constantly going out to hunt, do missions, and clear mutated plants. But after returning to the city, you're treated like prisoners, confined to a fixed activity area. Xiao Jingzhou could only remain silent. 19 saw through him and sneered. You always spoke it up for the new human city. You wouldn't actually be proud of it, would you? Or do you really think you can still be recognized by the new city? Seeing Xiao Jingzhou's face suddenly change color, 19's smile was particularly cold, and her words were exceptionally harsh. Even at this point, you're still feeding your companions this toxic wishful thinking about the new city. What are you after? Xiao Jingzhou frowned. I'm not. 19, facing Jiang Xian, raised her chin gloatingly and said, the one who needs your explanation isn't me, it's her. There are some things you better explain now. Otherwise, you might never have another chance to clarify. As if in response to 19's words, a cloud of yellow dust rose from the direction of the city on the horizon, and 4 cars slowly approached. Chapter 87. After speaking, 19 retreated with her companions. Xiao Jingzhou seized this last opportunity. Jiang Xian, listen to me. I used to serve the new city, that was my job, and my responsibility as a human being. After meeting you, after meeting everyone, my humanity died. I am just your companion. Jiang Xian turned his head, staring intently at her. Jiang Xian, expressionless, possessed a dark and oppressive aura. The little zombie girl had unexpectedly grown so much. You actually been hiding the secret of having a human form? Jiang Xian asked a question she had deliberately ignored before. Xiao Jingzhou nodded silently. At first, I planned it as a means to leave, but later, I didn't know how to explain it to you. Having a human form gave Xiao Jingzhou a reason and a way out from living with Jiang Xian's group. Afraid that Jiang Xian would think he had ulterior motives, he hadn't revealed the secret. Jiang Xian didn't answer, and it was unclear whether she accepted his answer. The dust kicked up by the vehicles in the distance grew closer, and the sound of their engines could already be heard. Jiang Xian immediately asked his second question. Before we came to the Kaimingsing laboratory ruins, were you really unaware of the situation here? I didn't know. This time, Xiao Jingzhou's answer was decisive and unwavering. Jiang Xian paused for a moment, then nodded. I believe you. Xiao Jingzhou didn't know the laboratory's situation, so naturally he didn't know this was a trap. Therefore, everything was just a matter of chance, and it wasn't Xiao Jingzhou's fault. Jiang Xian's gaze swept over his teammates. I'm truly sorry for dragging you all into this trap with me. She believed her companions wouldn't blame her, but coming here was her decision, and she still wanted to apologize. Entering the new human city, they were bound to be met with extremely unfair treatment. From now on, we must each strive to survive. Only by living can we have a future. Only by living could they escape the new city and regain their freedom. The vehicles from the new city pulled up nearby, and armed personnel in biohazard suits stepped out. Number 19, are these the only 8 zombies you're handing over? Which one is the nest mother? Before number 19 could speak, Jiang Xian raised his hand. I am the nest mother. The person behind the suit was visibly taken aback, exchanging a glance with his deputy. Why can you speak human language? Jiang Xian pointed at number 19. Don't they also speak? They're different, the leader said vaguely, without offering further explanation. After counting the number of people and separating Jiang Xian from the others, they were each put into the vehicles. Goodbye. Number 19 stood still, waving to Jiang Xian. If we have the chance to meet again. The vehicle drove off towards the second new city, a human fortress built of steel behemoths. As a zombie with extremely high infectivity, Jiang Xian knew very well how he was going to be treated. His hair was shaved, he was dressed in a white hospital gown, and after undergoing numerous disinfection procedures, a process that lasted at least 4 or 5 hours, he was finally taken to an empty room. This room had 3 blank walls, and 1 dark one-way glass on the other side. From inside the room, the other side of the glass was invisible. Besides this, the only piece of furniture in the room was a chair in the center. Jiang Xian was tired, so she sat down and closed her eyes to rest. They'd gone to all this trouble to bring her here. It wasn't out of kindness to let her live a comfortable life. Whatever she had to face next, she needed to recharge. Perhaps she would see Lin Che here again. She could try to get some information out of him, and maybe even unravel many mysteries for him. Jiang Xian was right. After her brief rest, A soft click came from behind the only glass wall. A beam of light shone down, revealing a figure beneath it. Jiang Xian glanced at him, somewhat disappointed. The person's attire didn't look like that of a researcher, it looked more like an armed man. A man's voice came from the hidden speakers in the room, matching the lip movements of the person under the beam. Can you hear me? Nod if you can. Jiang Xian stared at the person for a long time, and only nodded when the person frowned and turned to speak to someone. Can you hear me? Jiang Xian countered. The man opposite her looked slightly surprised, but still answered, yes, I can. My name is Zheng Yang. Do you remember your name? Jiang Xian, 21 years old, a third-year student at a university before the apocalypse, blood type A, Jiang Xian replied straightforwardly. The few extra sentences added besides her name indicated that she remembered things before the apocalypse, instantly making her personal image more three-dimensional. It also reminded the man opposite her that she was once a living, breathing, ordinary human being. Becoming a zombie wasn't her fault. If she wasn't aggressive and hadn't hurt anyone else, then she shouldn't be hurt anymore. Zheng Yang softened her tone, speaking as gently as possible. I'm sorry for bringing you here this way. I apologize for our team's previous brutality. Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. I'm still alive. You don't need to apologize to me. If you're truly sincere, could you tell me about the situation at the Morningstar Laboratory? She was still alive, which was far better than the 6 Nest mothers, who were directly killed by Zhou Zheng. What do you want to know? Zheng Yang didn't refuse outright. Jiang Xian asked the question that concerned her most. Why is the place Zhou Zheng is guarding the laboratory ruins, and not somewhere else? Is there anything special about those ruins, or was there anything special about them in the past? How did you confirm that Nest mothers like me would definitely come here? I'm not the first Nest mother to fall at the ruins, and maybe I won't be the last, right? Zheng Yang carefully chose her words, answering cautiously, the Morningstar Laboratory is rather special. It's where it all began. Jiang Xian clenched her fists instantly. Her long-held suspicions had finally been confirmed, leaving her with incredibly complex emotions. So, or rather, Nest mothers like myself, are actually products of artificial insemination? This time, Zheng Yang didn't answer directly. The emergence of Nest mothers isn't that simple. No one wanted this catastrophe to happen. But the apocalypse has arrived, and what we need to do is rebuild this world. This requires the assistance of Nest mothers like Jiang Xian. How will you assist? Jiang Xian asked. It's an enormous undertaking. If I were to explain it, it might take 3 days and 3 nights. Zheng Yang joked. Can I refuse? Jiang Xian asked again. Zheng Yang smiled again, but not as naturally as before. I suggest not. Chapter 88. Jiang Xian sighed, but I feel that rebuilding the world and saving humanity is too heavy a task. I can't do it. How could that be? Zheng Yang's smile slowly faded, he choked a little, and said incredulously, You're the Nest mother. But I'm useless, weak and cowardly, I can't be any great person. Jiang Xian's self-assessment was very precise, counting on his fingers for him. A month ago, I could only survive by scavenging mutated plants in the sewers. Any random child could kill me. When I encountered human survivors, I had to play dead to get by. Have you ever seen a savior who's in such a miserable state? Zheng Yang was also stunned. He had indeed never seen a Nest mother in such a bad state. The Nest mother naturally possesses the ability to control zombies. In the apocalypse, zombies roam freely, and when someone discovers they possess such a heaven-defying talent, who wouldn't seize the opportunity to enjoy this absolute sense of power? Zheng Yang stammered for a while before finding his voice. But don't you also have many worker bees? Based on their conversation, Jiang Xian already knew the role of the so-called worker bees. She bluntly replied, Oh, those are my teammates, my companions. I'm only alive because of their care. Zheng Yang, This queen is so strange. She seems to be able to communicate, but it feels like we're not on the same wavelength. He wanted to give Jiang Xian some motivational advice, to guide her towards self-interest or vice versa, but she needed to have aspirations and desires in some area first. If Jiang Xian was arrogant or had a strong desire for control, that would be easier. There was a possibility of guiding her to willingly integrate into the new city. However, Jiang Xian was a self-proclaimed useless, lazy bum. She had no intention of saving the world, and moreover, she was acutely aware of her own limitations, separating herself from humanity. A person without desires has no weaknesses, no angle to exploit. Currently, the only thing Jiang Xian seemed to care about was the few worker bees she had brought back with her. But Zheng Yang didn't believe the Nest mother could have any deep emotional attachment to her worker bees. Those were worker bees, mere accessories to the nest mother, just zombies that could be replaced at any time. There were countless of them outside. Lin Che had thousands of numbered worker bee zombies. They were all just tools. Under these circumstances, Zheng Yang couldn't possibly have much expectation of any bond between Jiang Xian and the worker bees. But Jiang Xian had made her stance clear, so Zheng Yang could only turn back and instruct people to treat the worker bees that followed Jiang Xian better. They had to be kept alive, lest they be left with no bargaining chips during negotiations. The other zombies were relatively easy to deal with. People like Shang Lei, Si Lu, and Lin Jiao didn't need any water to wash them. They were simply packed up, thrown into a locker, and that was it. The one receiving special attention was Qiao Jingzhou, who had defected from the new city. I didn't betray them. Facing the interrogation team, Qiao Jingzhou remained calm and composed. When I was alive, as the captain of the new city's action team, I was willing to give my life for the new city. And indeed, he had. His teammates died during the mission, while he himself died on the return journey. Then Guan Nan and the others, didn't you kill them? The judge in charge of the review, his face grim, questioned him. Qiao Jingzhou slowly raised his head, meeting the judge's gaze defiantly. As a human being, I fought for the city until my last breath. I did not violate any laws or regulations of the new city. Why should I be executed without cause upon meeting you? I can accept dying for the city, but that doesn't mean I should surrender without a fight when I'm innocent. Guan Nan attacked me. I had to fight back. Utterly deceitful and utterly hopeless. The judge angrily slammed the documents beside him into his face and stormed off. Approaching in the direction the judge had gone were two special interrogators with cold expressions. Qiao Jingzhou ignored them, his mind preoccupied with worrying about whether Jiang Xian could hold on. Jiang Xian, whom he worried about, was neither doing well nor doing poorly. She had finally seen Lin Che again. The pale man looked almost exactly the same as when she had seen him in the laboratory. The two stood again in a similarly decorated laboratory room, as if time had never passed. It was as if Jiang Xian's year of wandering and suffering in the apocalypse had all been just a dream. While Jiang Xian was sizing up Lin Che was also observing him. Long time no see. I wish I never saw you again. Jiang Xian retorted bluntly. Zhou Zheng was left behind by Lin Che. Before this, she had already waited and killed 6 nest mothers. If it weren't for Jiang Xian and her teammates' efforts, she would likely have met a similar fate. Jiang Xian didn't directly retaliate against the murderer who had tried to kill him, nor did he vent his anger. It was simply because he couldn't win. How could he possibly have a pleasant expression? Lin Che frowned. After all this time in the apocalypse, hasn't it taught you the lesson of obedience? How dare Jiang Xian, such a weak nest mother, so boldly mock him? I learned. When it's time to be cowardly, I'm incredibly cowardly. Jiang Xian remained completely calm. I dare to confront you because I'm certain you won't kill me. She wouldn't even harm him in the slightest. Oh! Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Lin Che had been listening to Zheng Yang's conversation with her earlier, but hadn't revealed any information related to himself. Regarding Jiang Xian, he had only shown a very broad intention to recruit her. Logically speaking, Jiang Xian shouldn't have such a big heart. Just being safely brought into the new city, he thought he had obtained a protective charm. Jiang Xian grinned. You forgot? Zhou Zheng said he already killed 6 nest mothers. Then why were everyone else killed, but I, such a useless person, was brought back by you? The problem definitely isn't with me, so it must be with you. If you need me, you won't hurt me. You're very smart. Lin Che, far from being angry, even showed an approving smile. My only useless thing is my brain. If I weren't a little smarter, I wouldn't even be able to eat shit before it's hot. Jiang Xian generously accepted his praise and retorted again. Lin Che, why does this sound so awkward? If Jiang Xian knew his sarcasm, she would definitely pat her chest even more proudly, declaring that she was useless at everything except being a master of sarcasm. Lin Che had already made Jiang Xian understand his bottom line. Any further threats of intimidation would only push her further away. Ultimately, his successor must be someone as willing as him to dedicate himself to the new city. Otherwise, not only could the new city's leaders not be trusted, but Lin Che himself wouldn't feel at ease either. Lin Che softened his tone. Xiao Xian, please don't be like this. We're the only ones left who can save this world. Chapter 89. Lin Che's tone was earnest and highly persuasive, hoping Jiang Xian would understand his plea. Look outside. Every moment, people are dying. We used to be the rulers of this world. We weren't confined to this small city. We could go anywhere in the world whenever we wanted. But now, let alone the roaming undead and zombies. The mutated plants alone force us to stay in this cramped place. This city seems like our protective shield, but isn't it also a cage trapping us? Jiang Xian watched his performance coldly, unmoved. Having lived outside the city walls herself, she couldn't empathize with the predicament Lin Che described. Besides, who said humans could roam the world freely before the apocalypse? Were visas and customs in various countries just for show? Many places were still war-torn regions. Even if you wanted to go, you couldn't just go anytime. Moreover, most people were trapped in their duties, either working or studying. Those who could travel freely were few and far between. Jiang Xian, this nerdy student, had never experienced a spontaneous trip. Can you bear to watch this ravaged world remain unchanged? Lin Che spoke with great passion, looking at Jiang Xian expectantly, awaiting her response. Jiang Xian, what does this have to do with me? She said inexplicably, the apocalypse isn't my fault. In this post-apocalyptic world, I haven't intentionally hurt anyone, but many have hurt me. I haven't retaliated because I'm powerless to resist, but why should I save the world? Moreover, saving the world requires sacrificing oneself. Lin Che excitedly grabbed Jiang Xian's shoulders, his face extremely close, exuding a sense of pressure. How can it be unrelated to us? This is Hei and Sin. Jiang Xian couldn't help but tilt his head back, even managing to create a double chin. Unfortunately, Lin Che was completely immersed in his performance, and didn't break character because of Jiang Xian's comical behavior. Heijin brought this apocalypse. She destroyed the order of this world. How many people sacrificed themselves, died because of this? Can you still remain indifferent? Suddenly hearing this familiar name, Jiang Xian froze, his expression gradually changing. Lin Che was happy to see Jiang Xian finally moved. He said as earnestly as possible, Heijin is insane, but we can't be insane. This is our responsibility. It's our duty to bear it. Before he could finish, Jiang Xian forcefully interrupted him. She's insane, driven mad by someone. Jiang Xian's tone and demeanor changed drastically. Even those who didn't know her well could sense the change. Although her features were still the same, Jiang Xian's grin suddenly exuded an eerie terror. Traitor, she said. Her tone was filled with boundless hatred. Lin Che looked at her with suspicion. Jiang Xian chuckled, leaning back in her chair, her imposing aura instantly dissipating. She said calmly, she's innocent. Heijin caused this apocalypse. Lin Che emphasized again. We both know how the apocalypse came about. Jiang Xian interrupted again rudely. The one who should pay the price for this crime is the one who drove her mad. Xiao Xian, don't be silly. Lin Che was displeased. Jiang Xian pressed her index finger to her lips. Call me Heijin. Lin Che trembled violently. Xiao Xian, how could you? If I were in her situation, I would have done something similar to Heijin. Jiang Xian enunciated each word clearly. This was an undisguised threat. They all knew perfectly well how Heijin had been driven to her death. If she were in a similar situation to Heijin, she would choose to perish together with him, rather than compromise. Lin Che opened her mouth, then closed it again. Jiang Xian, or rather, the persona claiming to be Heijin, had achieved her goal and wouldn't linger. Her gaze shifted again, still fierce. But just now she was like a cheetah. Now she was just like a swaggering kitten. Lin Che slowly exhaled, realizing her back was soaked with cold sweat. He asked uncertainly, what's going on with you? Jiang Xian shrugged, saying rather irritably, I'd like to know more about my situation than you do. If I weren't completely clueless myself, would I have walked right into your trap and gotten caught? Lin Che paused. Do you remember what happened just now? Yes, I remember. What she wants me to know, I will know. Jiang Xian nodded. Just like before, when his alternate personality didn't want her to remember, Jiang Xian didn't even know he had another personality. Recently, when his alternate personality appeared, Jiang Xian felt like a third-person perspective floating in midair, witnessing everything. Faced with this Jiang Xian, Lin Che still wanted to make one last effort. Even if it's not to save the world, everyone in this entire base is innocent. He decisively avoided touching on Heijin's sensitive topic, and instead tried to appeal to her emotions. Unfortunately, Jiang Xian remained unmoved. They're innocent, and I'm even more innocent. Why should I sacrifice myself for their safety? They're human, and so am I. They're innocent, and I don't owe them anything. Lin Che suspected she was using a fallacy of equivocation and frowned, correcting her. There's no such thing as owing anything. We have the ability to save them, so why didn't we? Because they don't deserve it. Jiang Xian's answer was still sharp and incisive. She scoffed. Do you think they'd be grateful to you for all that you sacrificed? No, They're only grateful to those hypocritical, sanctimonious people sitting up there. Jiang Xian pointed towards the glass, the meaning clear. Why should we use our blood and bones, everything Black Shan has, to achieve their glory? Lin Che was amused by her words. Saving people is saving people. Why talk about what's worth it? Then tell me, who is worth our sacrifice? Your kind of companion? Even the best-tempered person would lose their temper after being criticized by Jiang Xian for so long. Moreover, Lin Che's temper had never been particularly good. Jiang Xian actually nodded seriously. Yes, they are worth it. Even if some of them betrayed you? Lin Che couldn't help but be sarcastic. How do you think you got here? Jiang Xian looked at him coldly, like an angry little beast. Lin Che continued, have you forgotten that one of your worker bees is from our new city? Do you know how the half-infected came to be? They came from this research institute. He kept staring at Jiang Xian's expression as he spoke. For a nest mother, with such strong mental power, it was easy to discern the truth or falsehood in words. Chapter 90. Lin Che's words were a mix of truth and falsehood, making them difficult to discern. He didn't believe Jiang Xian wouldn't waver. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. Jiang Xian remained remarkably calm, completely unaffected. Unless Qiao Jingzhou stands before me right now and tells me I betrayed you, no matter what you say, I won't believe a single word. With that, Jiang Xian closed her eyes. After such a long conversation, her patience had completely worn off, and she was too tired to deal with him anymore. Lin Che's face was so dark, it was almost dripping with gloom. He stared intently at Jiang Xian for a long time, then snorted coldly, and turned to leave. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed, as Jiang Xian reopened her eyes. She rubbed her temples slightly, revealing undisguised exhaustion and worry. The room was practically a prison cell. There wasn't even a bed. Jiang Xian slowly moved to the corner opposite the glass wall, hugging her knees as she sat down. She tentatively released her mental network. The mental network had barely touched the wall when it bounced back. Jiang Xian clutched her head, groaning in pain, a pain she hadn't felt in a long time. It felt like someone had flicked her forehead hard. Human technology was indeed incredibly advanced. They had specific defenses against mental beings like her. Jiang Xian couldn't use her mental network, so she couldn't contact her companions. She wondered how Qiao Jingzhou and the others were doing, whether they had been mistreated. Their discriminated against status clearly indicated that zombies had little standing in human cities. Jiang Xian hugged her knees, worried. On the other side of the thin glass wall was a group of speechless researchers. A bespectacled, refined-looking man asked, "How's her mental strength?" According to the rebound data, the strength she released just now exceeded 20,000 units. Currently, only her and Lin Che's mental strength exceeds 10,000. The staff member guarding the machine replied with a complicated expression. Moreover, the backlash she suffered was very slight. It hardly affected her at all, which is almost impossible. Nothing is impossible. Wild ones are definitely stronger than artificially bred ones. The bespectacled man flipped through the data assessment of Jiang Xian's mental network release with interest. But Dr. Yin, Lin Che's conversation with her just now didn't seem very pleasant. The staff member subtly reminded him. When she arrived, she was received by Zheng Yang, right? The bespectacled man, referred to as Dr. Yin, valued Jiang Xian highly, and had spoken with Zheng Yang first. He had a general understanding of Jiang Xian's previous situation and mindset. Go talk to her again. Since she cares about her companion, you can try talking to her from that perspective. Dr. Yin pointed him in the right direction. Her companions, besides Qiao Jingzhou, who's one of our half-infected, are all worker bees, right? Zheng Yang thought that sounded far-fetched. Before the apocalypse, some people treated their pets like family. It's not hard to understand why she considered her worker bees as companions. Dr. Yin patted Zheng Yang on the shoulder, signaling him not to project his new city perspective onto Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian isn't a product of the lab. She's been wandering outside for a long time. Bearing Dr. Yin's expectations, Zheng Yang went to see Jiang Xian. He was still pondering how to break through, but upon meeting, Jiang Xian himself made a request. I want to see my companions. Zheng Yang's words were cut off, and he asked uncertainly, your worker bees? Jiang Xian frowned, not hiding his dislike for the term. Please don't use the word worker bees to refer to my companions. They were once human too, and now they have intelligence, can communicate, and are otherwise no different from humans. Why can't they be companions? Zheng Yang was speechless. Fortunately, Dr. Yin had given him a heads up beforehand, and he awkwardly accepted the distorted bond between the queen and his worker bees. Jiang Xian's request was a small matter, an easily fulfillable wish. If he could overcome Jiang Xian's resistance, he had no reason to refuse. Si Lu and the others were easy to handle, they just needed to be pulled out of their confinement and given a full cleaning. Then, ensure their isolation during the transfer, preventing them from contacting the lab staff, and bring them to Jiang Xian to see. The more troublesome matter was with Qiao Jingzhou. It took considerable effort to get him to see them immediately. After being escorted to the new city, Jiang Xian finally reunited with his companions. Si Lu and the others were easy to deal with. The only thing worth complaining about was that the people in the new city were feeding zombies with zombie flesh. It was raw, just chopped up and thrown to them. Si Lu, Lin Jiao, and the rest of the group had collectively chosen to starve themselves, and hadn't eaten or drunk a drop of water. Jiang Xian promised to help them obtain the most basic necessities. On their territory, there wasn't much to say. After a few words, Si Lu and the others were taken away again. Qiao Jingzhou was dragged on for almost another hour before being carried to Jiang Xian by two burly men with menacing faces. Qiao Jingzhou was bound almost like a dumpling, standing there stiffly. Even bound like that, new injuries were still visible. Compared to Jiang Xian's zombie life, where he frequently lost limbs and exposed bones, Qiao Jingzhou's injuries were negligible. He smiled indifferently. "I'm fine, how about you? What could I possibly have? I can't feel pain, so threatening me with pain is pointless. They can't really kill me, so they can only coax me with nice words." Jiang Xian shrugged, a hint of smugness in his voice, showing off his achievements. "I saw Lin Che, and he's furious. You should see his face, looking at me with such disdain yet unable to do anything about it. It's hilarious." Usually, the moment she got cocky, Qiao Jingzhou would mercilessly slap her down, but now that she was bragging so much, he just smiled and watched her. Jiang Xian's smile slowly faded. "Something's wrong with you." "What's wrong?" Qiao Jingzhou retorted. "You're so gentle, something's definitely wrong." Qiao Jingzhou chuckled. "I'm saying, are you getting tired of not being bullied by me for a day? Isn't it because you're a sadist? You bully everyone you see?" Jiang Xian retorted. Qiao Jingzhou answered seriously, "Of course not, I only tease you, not others." Jiang Xian accused him angrily, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Where's your face? You call bullying someone amusing? Right, you felt it too, I only bully you. Why? If the timing weren't so bad, and if they weren't both prisoners, Jiang Xian would have fought him to the death. What did I do to you? Just because I made you lose face, you're taking advantage of me like this? You can't even fleece someone like this." Chapter 91. But precisely because everyone was now deprived of their freedom, trapped in this wretched place with their lives hanging in the balance, Jiang Xian couldn't be bothered to hide anything anymore. At the camp, within the team, Jiang Xian had to consider the feelings of his other teammates, and dared not completely break ties with Qiao Jingzhou. Now he finally had the chance to ask why this idiot always seemed to enjoy making things difficult for him. To be fair, Qiao Jingzhou was generally quite responsible towards his comrades, but in small matters, Jiang Xian always felt like he wanted to put a sack over his head and beat him up. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with emotion, utterly furious. "Don't tell me you like me. Are you doing this on purpose to attract my attention?" This time, Qiao Jingzhou truly burst out laughing, coughing from the laughter. With the movement, the wound on his side began to bleed again. The glaring red made Jiang Xian frown. "Hey, stop laughing, your wound's reopened. We're zombie monsters. What's there to be afraid of? You're worried about this little injury?" Qiao Jingzhou remained lazy, his tone unchanged. He gave Jiang Xian a playful once-over with an extremely unpleasant look, returning to the previous topic. "How narcissistic are you to ask that? Why would I like you, and bully you to get your attention? Do you think I'm a primary school student? I just find you silly and annoying, so I bully you." This answer was indeed very Qiao Jingzhou, as always, infuriating. Jiang Xian felt a pang of frustration, stretching out his leg to kick him, shooing him away like a dog. "Fine, I was just being presumptuous. Just looking at you annoys me. Don't hover around me. Get out of the way." Qiao Jingzhou, still bound, leaned back slightly, making him out of Jiang Xian's reach. He didn't even give Jiang Xian a chance for one last little revenge. Jiang Xian was even angrier, practically about to explode. Qiao Jingzhou was quite pleased with this little teasing, casually asking, "You said you're delusional, does that mean you have feelings for me?" Before Jiang Xian could answer, he immediately continued. "I advise you to give up on me. A man as outstanding as me is not someone you can have." Jiang Xian frantically rubbed her arms, which were covered in goosebumps, and couldn't help but curse. "You think I'm more cunning than the heavens? The heavens aren't as cunning as you. Get out of here. Before she could lash out further, Qiao Jingzhou had barely finished his rant when the door was opened, and the same two burly men lifted Qiao Jingzhou up and carried her away. Let's go, don't cry. Qiao Jingzhou's hands were tied, unable to move, so he just wiggled his feet at her. Get out. Jiang Xian was completely broken down by him, roaring furiously until the door slammed shut again. After Qiao Jingzhou left, the empty room was once again empty except for Jiang Xian. The overhead light remained bright. Jiang Xian's eyes were lowered, and she didn't seem nearly as angry as she had appeared earlier. She knew there were definitely others behind the glass wall she couldn't see. I want to see Lin Che, she said loudly. Less than half a minute later, Lin Che stood before her for the second time. Can I take that as you decided to cooperate? Jiang Xian's eyes were still lowered, her obedient appearance making her look like a completely tamed rabbit. She answered softly, yes, I will cooperate. Lin Che's expression was complicated. He had said so much, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her, using every possible breakthrough he could think of. Jiang Xian was practically an impenetrable iron pea. Qiao Jingzhou was a tough nut to crack. According to the interrogators, he wouldn't budge, refusing to persuade or win over Jiang Xian on behalf of the new city. When the two met, Qiao Jingzhou didn't reveal a single flaw, engaging in playful banter, but refusing to get down to business. They had initially thought persuading Jiang Xian to join would be a long-term process. After all, just as Jiang Xian had guessed, they couldn't use force. All subsequent work required Jiang Xian's willing cooperation. But Jiang Xian had proactively lowered her defenses, essentially handing over her leverage. Seeing his puzzled expression, Jiang Xian couldn't help but sneer. What? I'm willing to cooperate, and you're not happy? Lin Che asked. You said before that the entire city wasn't worth your sacrifice. Then, is he worth it? Jiang Xian's lips curled into a smile, as if she wanted to, but she couldn't manage a genuine laugh. After a long pause, she turned her face away. He deserves it. That arrogant jerk was actually a complete idiot. His scaly wounds were clearly the result of torture. Real torture doesn't involve breaking limbs so easily. That kind of operation means they don't intend to leave anyone alive. On the contrary, these dense, patchy wounds, especially in the more sensitive armpits, cause more intense and excruciating pain. Unlike ordinary zombies, Qiao Jingzhou didn't retain the ability to feel pain. Jiang Xian had only recently discovered this. His injuries wouldn't be a problem for a zombie, but for a human, what kind of torture would it be? Definitely no easier to bear than the pain of losing a hand or foot. He, with such injuries, pretended to be nonchalant in front of her, even deliberately teasing her to make her relax. How could she possibly relax? Jiang Xian thought. If Qiao Jingzhou were begging her for help, Jiang Xian might hesitate. But with Qiao Jingzhou like this, Jiang Xian couldn't bear it for even a second longer. Only if she cooperated, if she had any use to the new city, could his safety be guaranteed. Jiang Xian had no choice. Lin Che had nothing to say, dryly instructing, rest first. Someone will pick you up tomorrow morning. You have a lot to learn. Learn? Learn what? Jiang Xian was very surprised. This wasn't what she expected. A lot. For example, the most basic thing is, you need to learn how to control zombies. Lin Che seemed impatient to explain further, so Jiang Xian didn't ask. She figured she'd find out tomorrow. She only made a physical request. Could I have a bed? They'd given her a private room. Such a big house, yet they wouldn't even give her a bed. I'm sorry, I can't. Lin Che explained, seeing Jiang Xian frown. You probably already tried it, and know this room has been specially modified. To ensure the room's functionality, we can't add too much furniture. Jiang Xian understood and didn't insist. Just as she was about to go to sleep in her hospital gown, someone brought her an extra thin blanket. At least it was indoors. Away from her time at the Morning Star ruins, she hadn't slept in a room with a roof in a long time. Without sunlight, it was difficult to tell the time. Jiang Xian rested for a long time this time, only waking up when someone entered the room. Zombies shouldn't need such a long hibernation. Jiang Xian rubbed her temples, guessing it was because fighting Zhou Zheng had drained too much of her mental energy. Get up, come with me. Jiang Xian wiped her face haphazardly with the sleeve of her hospital gown. Chapter 92. Now that they were prisoners, their quality of life was no longer a concern. Jiang Xian didn't even ask if she could wash her face or rinse her mouth. If someone were kind enough to give her a bite to eat, Jiang Xian would be more than satisfied. Let it out of the room, Jiang Xian followed the security personnel through two heavy doors to a room that resembled an activity room. There were rows of doors on both sides of the room, Their destinations unknown. Lin Che received Jiang Xian, and the security personnel, after undergoing full-body disinfection, withdrew. Since leaving her room, all the security personnel she had seen wore heavy biohazard suits, with at least 4 guards at each doorway. It wasn't until entering the activity room that the attire seemed less biohazardous. Half of them wore white coats, carrying strange equipment and bustling around. The other half, like Jiang Xian, wore hospital gowns. Lin Che, dressed in a normal shirt and black pants, stood out conspicuously among them. Jiang Xian turned to look at him. "What are you here?" "An advisor, I guess," Lin Che replied casually, leading her to a door on the right side of the activity room. "Let's not waste time with small talk. I need to bring you a little gadget that can monitor your status in real time." Jiang Xian swallowed the question that was about to come out of her mouth. What she really wanted to ask was whether Lin Che was a researcher or a test subject. Faced with a researcher holding an unidentified device, Jiang Xian had no room to refuse. The monitoring device looked a bit like a small neck massager. Wearing it around her neck, a sudden, bone-chilling coldness washed over her. The seemingly small device extended several metal tentacles, which pierced into the back of Jiang Xian's head and spine. A few centimeters deeper, and it could have killed her instantly. Jiang Xian touched the unfamiliar device on her neck and chuckled coldly at Lin Che. "Monitoring equipment? Your company's monitoring equipment implants something in the spine?" "Just a small safety measure," Lin Che replied without batting an eye. "The die is cast. There's no point in arguing further." "I want to eat," Jiang Xian demanded. "No problem." With the collar and safety device on, Jiang Xian finally ate something, a sticky, paste-like substance. Even more inedible than hair-like vegetables, even Jiang Xian, who wasn't picky about food, ate it all. When she vomited, 3 teenagers in hospital gowns at the next table burst out laughing. "Look at that idiot, she's hilarious." They all had the same buzz cut, and were teenagers. You could barely tell their genders from their speech. They were 2 girls and a young man. The tallest girl among them was at least 1.7 meters tall, with a striking appearance, looking at Jiang Xian arrogantly. "Newbie, wanna have a competition?" Jiang Xian withdrew her gaze. No. She was cooperating with the experiment for her companion's sake, not intending to form friendships with anyone here, let alone make enemies. "Coward." The girl rolled her eyes at her, and called her friends away. Jiang Xian slowly finished her food. While eating, she discovered that this kind of food, whose original form was indistinguishable, was very beneficial to her. Jiang Xian opened her arms, feeling stronger than before. Lin Che, approaching, interrupted Jiang Xian's thoughts. "Finished eating? Let's officially begin." Jiang Xian silently complied. This time, she was led into the first room on the left of the activity room, with a red triangle sign on the door. The room was furnished like Jiang Xian's private dormitory, with 3 white walls and 1 one-way glass wall. However, the room was much smaller. Even with just a chair, it felt cramped, comparable to an airplane lavatory. Jiang Xian sat down in the middle seat. "The 2 keys to gaining control over zombies. Your blood and your mental network," Lin Che said from behind, closing the door for her. The room instantly went dark, and a soft orange light slowly illuminated the glass wall. Without warning, a gaping maw slammed against the glass. It was a male zombie. Through the glass, one could see up close the zombie's rotting skin, riddled with open wounds, and its gaping mouth smeared with blackish-brown, rotting flesh and blood. Its grayish-white pupils, clouded by scara, held a beastly, bloodthirsty madness, its gaze fixed on Jiang Xian with intense longing. This was a zombie that would attack Jiang Xian. The zombie clung to the glass, its fingernails scraping against the surface with a grating, teeth-grinding sound, leaving streaks of dirt. Lin Che waited until Jiang Xian had finished admiring the zombie before continuing. "But the nest mother itself has the ability to assimilate. You need to assimilate it using your mental network. Remember, only apply your mental network to this one zombie." Jiang Xian understood Lin Che's warning. At this point, she wasn't going to try anything funny, and did as instructed. The mental network spread out, connecting to the zombie. She had done the same thing with the zombie rat before. Controlling and assimilating a mindless zombie wasn't difficult. "Well done," came Lin Che's praise from behind. "Now, you need to keep him from dying." Jiang Xian didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, more lights illuminated the space behind the glass wall, revealing it entirely to Jiang Xian. It was a huge square space, and there wasn't just one zombie inside. There was also a glass window directly opposite Jiang Xian. Near the window, another zombie was pacing. That zombie, which had been attacking the glass, suddenly turned around, howling, and lunged at Jiang Xian. It attacked fiercely, like a real wild beast. Jiang Xian could almost see the zombie tearing her apart, biting through her trachea. The fear of zombies was ingrained in her instincts. Before, the zombies had never attacked her, so Jiang Xian had deliberately ignored them. At this moment, the zombie's undisguised aggression was no less shocking to Jiang Xian than that of a human seeing a zombie for the first time. She almost instinctively jumped up, knocking over her chair, and stumbled back 2 steps. The sudden, cold body she bumped into sent shivers down her spine, her heart nearly leaping out of her mouth. Jiang Xian turned her head, meeting Lin Che's eyes, which glowed a faint green in the darkness. You? The question was barely out of her mouth when a piercing pain shot through Jiang Xian's brain. It felt like an iron hook had stabbed into her brain, twisting and turning wildly. If the ricocheting she experienced when trying to spread her mental network in the room was like being flicked on the head, now it felt like being smashed head-on with a brick. Jiang Xian screamed in agony. Her vision blurred. She seemed to see, up close, the decaying face of a zombie, its nails digging deep into her flesh, pinning her struggling arms in place. The zombie's gaping maw was tearing at her, biting and biting. Chapter 93. Jiang Xian saw the flesh torn from her neck, still attached to the milky white trachea. She turned her head. Through the glass, 2 zombies were wrestling. The one on top was pinning down the one she controlled, half a trachea still in its mouth. Jiang Xian vomited. How long would it take a zombie with only sharp teeth and claws to kill one of its own kind? Jiang Xian knew now. A minute later, the victorious zombie killed the one Jiang Xian controlled. Jiang Xian clutched her head in pain, curling up like a shrimp on the ground. The lights went out, plunging the glass room back into darkness. Lin Che opened the door and walked out. The light from outside poured in, dazzlingly bright. Jiang Xian slowly raised her hand to shield her eyes, then weakly leaned against the wall as she walked out of the room. Just then, the door to the next room opened, revealing the spirited girl who had provoked her during dinner. The spirited young girl, with another sarcastic sneer, said, "I never seen a worse nest mother than you." A blue triangle was prominently displayed on her door. Jiang Xian turned back to look at the glaring red triangle on her own room and suddenly realized something. Su, that's enough. Today is only her first day. Lin Che interrupted, shooing the spirited girl away. Jiang Xian, however, was already overwhelmed by the terrifying speculation, her mind unable to process it. Was that her? She asked in a daze. Yes, Su has a bad temper. Try not to clash with her. Lin Che added a word of caution. Jiang Xian clenched her fists. So nest mothers like her weren't the only ones. Her gaze swept across the mobile room, among the people in hospital gowns, ranging in age from teenagers to elderly women in wheelchairs. Even the nest mother is an experimental subject that can be mass-produced? That was a practical test, to see your reaction under stress. The following training will be ordinary, harmless activities. Lin Che explained along the way. These so-called harmless activities ranged from controlling a small ball to levitate using mental power to see objects through walls. The various operations looked like something out of a magic classroom. There was a complete training process and plan here, so Lin Che didn't need to accompany him anymore. The person taking over Jiang Xian's training was a middle-aged woman surnamed Ding, whom Lin Che called Dr. Ding. From now on, Dr. Ding will be your researcher. She will arrange your training plan, and you must listen to her. Jiang Xian was still immersed in the blow he had just suffered and didn't want to say anything more. He nodded in agreement. Dr. Ding had a serious, unsmiling face. She pushed up her thick black-rimmed glasses and extended her hand to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, accustomed to being a zombie hostage and met with resistance, was unsure if she had understood her intentions correctly and tentatively extended her hand. Dr. Ding immediately grabbed her hand and shook it vigorously. Hello, I hope we can cooperate well from now on. Jiang Xian couldn't help but ask her doubts. Aren't you afraid of being infected by me? Dr. Ding revealed a confident, arrogant smile. I'm a half-infected. Jiang Xian was dumbfounded. Dr. Ding pointed to the people in the mobile room. Not only me, but all the frontline staff here are half-infected. So we can have close contact with you without being secondarily infected. Of course, only we are not afraid of infection. For the safety of the rest of the city, we still need to restrict your movement and the people you come into contact with. Please understand. Talking to Dr. Ding was much more comfortable. She patiently explained things. Unlike Lin Che, who only told half the story, leaving the listener uncomfortable. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. However, Jiang Xian was very skeptical about whether half-infected individuals were truly immune to reinfection. She thought of Qiao Jingzhou. Before meeting her, Qiao Jingzhou was also a half-infected individual. So what was his situation? Did he never become her worker bee at all? Jiang Xian was curious, but she didn't rashly ask Dr. Ding. Not only was she currently a prisoner, an experimental subject without personal freedom or safety guarantees, she had no right to ask Dr. Ding for answers. Even if Dr. Ding were interested in her questions and willing to answer, she didn't want to expose the delicate situation between herself and Qiao Jingzhou. To avoid dragging Qiao Jingzhou into this again, Jiang Xian has always had a good attitude and a very high tolerance for change. She has the experience of surviving in the sewers for over a year. Now that she hasn't been abused and her companion's safety is guaranteed, she calmly treats this unexpected imprisonment as a rare training opportunity. Putting everything else aside, the skills she learns will always be hers. A group of biochemical experts is definitely more reliable than figuring things out alone. Relying on oneself is worse than relying on others. Jiang Xian was able to escape once, so she can fight for herself and her companions a second time. For now, she just wait for the right opportunity. Jiang Xian's performance in previous combat wasn't great, but after joining Dr. Ding and participating in other training programs, her performance was outstanding. Whether it's catching balls with her mental energy or observing things through walls, it's all effortless for her. This was a skill she already possessed. With her special mental power, she caught all the thumb-sized metal balls, a box containing 100, and seemed to have energy left over. Dr. Ding excitedly recorded data on his tablet. Suddenly, there was a crash as the metal balls scattered all over the floor, bouncing everywhere. Jiang Xian turned around and saw Su Su being reprimanded by her researchers. Su Su, you're back to us, please concentrate? Su Su, her expression unreadable, only focused on picking up the metal balls. Dr. Ding also noticed this, glancing at Jiang Xian before entering something into her tablet. Alright, that's it for this project. Let's move on to the next one. Dr. Ding led Jiang Xian to a room on the right, closing the door to block out the prying eyes of others. Jiang Xian said gratefully, thank you. Dr. Ding smiled. It wasn't specifically to help you out. We really have to get to this project. She found a switch on the wall, revealing the entire room. In the center of the room was a swimming pool about half a person's height. Dr. Ding stood by a shelf on one side. Come put on your gear. What's this for? Jiang Xian's head was covered in electrode pads, and she dared not move. Simulation training, used to improve your mental network. Dr. Ding spent 10 minutes putting on the complete set of complicated equipment for Jiang Xian. Following her instructions, Jiang Xian sat in the central swimming pool. Won't the equipment leak electricity? She asked, a little worried. There were just too many exposed wires in her equipment. No. Dr. Ding chuckled. Relax, once you're in, the equipment will guide you. Chapter 94. With the buzzing sound of the device activating, Jiang Xian felt an electric current emanating from the electrodes attached to her skin and closed her eyes. Jiang Xian then found herself in a distorted world. Everything in this world seemed to have been distorted through a distorted filter, exhibiting varying degrees of deformation. It was roughly a pre-apocalyptic street scene, except the bustling streets were completely silent. Occasionally, passers-by brushed past, their faces blank, lacking fixed features. If Jiang Xian stared intently, the pedestrian's features would constantly shift. In the entire world, only Jiang Xian remained normal. She hugged her arms tightly, shrinking back as she observed her surroundings. After an unknown amount of time, the distorted world gradually returned to normal. The streetscape and buildings were no longer distorted, and a chaotic noise could be heard. The bustling and prosperous scene reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world offered Jiang Xian no comfort whatsoever. The pedestrians' faces remained blank. As they passed by again, some would turn their heads, seemingly puzzled by her strange behavior. Jiang Xian immediately lowered her head, ceasing her wandering gaze. But it was too late. A pedestrian with constantly shifting features seemed to have locked onto Jiang Xian. The eyes on their face swelled and shrank, but remained the same crimson. Jiang Xian easily associated this with the gaze of a zombie attacking a human, as if it would pounce and tear her to pieces at any moment. Jiang Xian took a step back, then another. Soon, she realized with horror that more and more pedestrians were staring at her, relentlessly approaching. She forced a scream down her throat. Surviving the apocalypse taught her a harsh lesson. Screaming would only hasten her death. Jiang Xian took 2 steps back, and then sprinted away. Once she started running, it was like a domino effect. Pedestrians on the street all chased after her. Jiang Xian ran frantically through the bustling streets, Thankfully, the pedestrians she encountered didn't block her way. She didn't know how long she ran, but finally shook off her pursuers. Before Jiang Xian could even catch her breath, she noticed pedestrians turning to stare at her, exactly the same situation as before. Jiang Xian had no choice but to start running again, and only then did the pedestrians who had been staring at her look away. She realized she couldn't stay in one place for too long. Standing still for too long would make her noticeable. Jiang Xian could only wander aimlessly. If there was one downside to the pre-apocalyptic world, it was the sheer number of people. Pedestrians were practically everywhere. Unless Jiang Xian hid in a shop or room, she would encounter people everywhere. Wandering through this unfamiliar world, Jiang Xian dared not stop for a moment. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a white and green building suddenly came into view. It was none other than the iconic teaching building of Jiangxian University. Jiangxian almost burst into tears. She finally remembered where she was. It was the commercial street outside her university town. Jiangxian studied biological sciences at a very old university. The campus was old, but the location was excellent, very close to the city center of Yincheng. Precisely because it was in the city center, the old streets and newly built commercial centers were mixed together, making the terrain particularly complex. And unfortunately, Jiang Xian was a complete idiot when it came to directions. She was one of those peculiar humans who could get lost even in a subway station while looking at a map, seemingly born lacking something called a sense of direction. After realizing her location, Jiang Xian became increasingly puzzled. She'd been fitted with a strange device by Dr. Ding, so why was she here? The scene before her was definitely pre-apocalyptic. Could this be her memory? And which part of her memory? Jiang Xian decided to head towards the school, but as she approached, the road ahead was blocked by a red mist. Pedestrians were completely unaffected, freely moving in and out of the red mist, but the hazy red mist gave Jiang Xian a bad feeling. Somewhat like the collision wall at the edge of a game instance. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment, her timid nature making her decide not to rashly touch the area blocked by the red mist. So what's the purpose of putting me here? Jiang Xian had no choice but to turn back, paying attention to the streets and shops along the way, looking for any landmarks that could help her determine her current timeline. Suddenly thrown into this unknown world, Jiang Xian had absolutely no idea what to do. But she needed to figure out what she had to do, and how to leave. Wandering aimlessly for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xian suddenly smelled a particularly pleasant aroma. It was the smell of spicy hot pot. Following the scent, she found a skewer hot pot restaurant tucked away in an alley. At the restaurant entrance, a boiling hot pot sat, the fragrant broth bubbling and releasing an enticing aroma. Since becoming a zombie, Jiang Xian's most frequently used sense was her sense of smell. Her sensitivity to odors allowed her to instantly connect this familiar scent with a certain memory. Is it the day Silver City was locked down? Jiang Xian suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine, as if a hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it hard to breathe. Having confirmed the timeline, Jiang Xian suddenly thought of more. The apocalypse had actually been foreshadowed long ago. It had begun 6 months before the apocalypse, with the lockdown of Silver City. The official explanation for the lockdown was that a highly contagious epidemic had forced the CDC to issue an emergency regional control order. But Jiang Xian knew that wasn't the case. On the day of the lockdown, she had arranged to meet Yangjin, a senior student, off campus. Yangjin was participating in a social science research project for her graduation thesis, studying the structure and function of microorganisms. Since they were both majoring in biological sciences, Jiang Xian asked Yangjin to show her around the lab, and Yangjin agreed. They met at the World Trade Center, about 5 kilometers from the school, in a coffee shop downstairs. Jiang Xian immediately followed her memory and ran towards the World Trade Center. A building in the World Trade Center, built against the mountainside, looked unremarkable from the outside. Who would have guessed it was the headquarters of the Kaimingsing Laboratory? At this time, the other commercial buildings outside the World Trade Center hadn't been bombed yet. Besides the Kaimingsing Laboratory building, there were various other towering structures. Jiang Xian found the World Trade Center and stood outside the agreed-upon coffee shop, but hesitated. Logically, what happened after meeting Yangjin should be important, but her memory of that period suddenly became blurry. From her meeting with Yangjin to her return to the university town, there was a gap in her memory, as if it had been forcibly erased with an eraser. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Jiang Xian finally realized the problem. Something must have happened next, but I can't remember. What was it? Chapter 95. Because she had no memory points, She suddenly had a very bad premonition about the upcoming itinerary. But Jiang Xian still steeled himself and stepped into the coffee shop. If this really was her memory, then it was something that had already happened, and the ending was already predetermined. It was a rather ordinary-looking coffee shop, with 2 floors, decorated quite elegantly, with beige and natural wood tables and fabric sofas, looking very comfortable. Jiang Xian searched everywhere for Yang Zhen's figure. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the direction of the 2nd floor. Jiang Xian immediately climbed the stairs, pushed through the crowd of onlookers, and immediately saw a young woman standing on the ground convulsing in pain. Yang Zhen. Jiang Xian quickly helped her up, called an ambulance, and casually tossed his phone aside. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Yang Zhen's condition worsened. She kept hitting her head, as if something was inside her brain, making her feel like she wanted to cut her head open. Fine blood vessels climbed onto her eyeballs, making her eyes look extremely terrifying at first glance. Don't hit her. The ambulance will be here soon, just wait a little longer. Jiang Xian forcefully pulled away her hand that was hitting his head. Yang Zhen then scratched her neck with her nails, leaving shocking bloody marks on her skin, as if she felt no pain. More and more onlookers gathered, but most were just there for the spectacle. Not only did they not offer to help, but they also held up their phones, secretly filming and whispering among themselves. Jiang Xian's anger surged. Stop filming. Everyone leave now. Otherwise, if the city is locked down later, they will all be the first to be quarantined. No one paid her any attention. Some, eager for drama, inquired, what's wrong with this girl? Do you know her? Is she sick? Blank faces, shifting features, none of them showed kindness. Jiang Xian belatedly realized this was a memory. Everything was already predetermined. She forced herself to stop looking at the passers-by and focused her gaze back on Yang Zhen. She forcefully pulled away Yang Zhen's self-harming hand, revealing prominent, dark veins on her neck. Jiang Xian then pulled open Yang Zhen's collar, revealing veins that had spread across her body, down her neck, and down her entire body. It looked exactly like the putrefied veins of a zombie. Jiang Xian froze. Yang Zhen. Hey Zhen. Something flashed through her mind. Watch out for the one in your arms. A slightly familiar male voice suddenly appeared beside Jiang Xian, startling her. Without even looking to see the source of the voice, she quickly looked down. Yang Zhen had changed again, her teeth were grinding, and their tips had become sharp. Jiang Xian had seen far too many signs of impending zombie transformation. Instinctively, without thinking, Jiang Xian pushed Yang Zhen away and tried to scramble away. Unfortunately, she had barely turned around when she was violently slammed to the ground from behind, a piercing pain shooting through the back of her neck. She couldn't break free. In the chaos, it seemed as if a hand was constantly pulling at her, trying to help flip Yang Zhen off her, but without success. Her consciousness quickly blurred. Jiang Xian's breathing became labored, as if an invisible rope was strangling her neck. She opened her mouth wide, still unable to breathe, instinctively scratching her neck, but her hands were held tightly. Her vision shook violently. A magnified face appeared before Jiang Xian, its mouth opening and closing, speaking to her, but she couldn't hear a single word. The scene before her seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blood, then abruptly turned to complete darkness without warning. Ah! Jiang Xian gasped for breath, struggling to stand up from the swimming pool. She was back in reality, in a research institute in the new human city, wearing strange equipment, the electrical wires around her crackling and sparking. The short circuit caused a chain reaction, also detonating the equipment connected to her gear. Dr. Ding, who was fiddling with the equipment, almost had his face pressed against the blast. With a scream, Dr. Ding raised his hand and pressed the alarm, and soon a dozen security personnel rushed into the room. Jiang Xian was slammed heavily onto the ceramic tile surface of the swimming pool. Don't hurt her, it was an accident. Before the next step could be taken, Dr. Ding quickly intervened, repeating over and over, it was an accident. Jiang Xian, like a puppet on a string, obediently allowed herself to be led around. Her protective gear was removed, she was changed back into a hospital gown, and security personnel in protective suits led her back to her room at gunpoint. Before leaving, Dr. Ding repeatedly comforted Jiang Xian, it was all an accident, don't be afraid, you're great, it'd be alright. Jiang Xian remained silent. Only after returning to the empty room did she slowly shed her tough exterior, hugging her shoulders and curling up in a ball against the wall. When she regained consciousness, she was already a zombie, and zombies wouldn't attack her. Later, she escaped the lab. Her days of survival, though monotonous, were actually safe. Meeting Qiao Jingzhou was arguably the biggest crisis Jiang Xian had ever faced. However, Qiao Jingzhou was only a threat to her. Later, she gained companions, who provided her with meticulous protection. She had been knocked down an elevator shaft by an invisible man once, but that happened so quickly, lasting only a few seconds. If you had to pinpoint a specific instance, it was the first truly visibly near-death experience Jiang Xian had had since she became conscious. Or rather, it was that painful, terrifying memory, blocked out by her brain's self-protective mechanism, that had now been unearthed. The bloody feeling of death had a profound impact on Jiang Xian. Even knowing it was in the past, she still found it difficult to quickly recover from the fear of near-death. Jiang Xian's psychological trauma also affected her physical condition. In the past, no matter how hard she slept or how severe her injuries, she could recover slowly after rest. This time, she slept for a long time, still feeling listless. Dr. Ding visited her 4 times, talking a lot by her bedside, and even getting her an extra soft mattress and blanket. Jiang Xian still couldn't muster any energy. She couldn't even open her eyelids. Dr. Ding's words were like an incomprehensible buzzing sound. She couldn't understand a single word. So, Si Lulin and the others were brought in one after another to help her perk up, but the effect was minimal. Finally, Qiao Jingzhou was also dragged in, and Jiang Xian finally gave him some face and actively tried to perk up. Her vision was still blurry, as if a thin veil was covering her eyes. She couldn't even see the person in front of her clearly. Qiao Jingzhou? Jiang Xian weakly reached out to him. Chapter 96. Qiao Jingzhou immediately grasped her wrist, asking worriedly, "How did you get yourself like this? Did they hurt you?" The real touch, the warmth of Qiao Jingzhou's hand, was scalding hot to Jiang Xian. It was like someone waking from a nightmare, finally experiencing the real world. Jiang Xian's muddled mind cleared, the scene before her gradually became clearer, and strength returned to her limbs. She looked at her wrist, which was being tightly gripped. It must be my own problem. I'm scared, I'm afraid of dying. That's why she couldn't face that terrible memory, even though it must have hidden something important that she had forgotten. I'm here. No matter what, I'll always be there to support you, Qiao Jingzhou comforted her. It sounded like a standard central air conditioner quote, the kind of purely comforting words. Jiang Xian glanced at him quickly, then lowered her gaze again, giving a soft After Qiao Jingzhou was taken away, Dr. Ding appeared beside Jiang Xian in his place. She handed Jiang Xian a cup of warm milk tea. Have some? You should be able to taste the milk tea. Of course she could. Jiang Xian had stolen some milk tea from Qiao Jingzhou when he kidnapped her. The warm, sweet, artificial flavor melted in her throat, dispelling the last bit of discomfort. Seeing her recover, Dr. Ding tentatively asked, "Can you tell me what you saw in your memories?" Jiang Xian looked at her in surprise. "You couldn't see it? How could you possibly see it?" Dr. Ding chuckled. "That's your subconscious world. We can only determine your mood and the situation you encountered based on your brainwave frequency." Jiang Xian let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, then gave a bitter laugh. "It's a memory from before the apocalypse. I don't know why I returned to that memory. Did you deliberately choose memories that terrify me?" Dr. Ding's hand, which was recording, paused slightly. He didn't answer, but instead asked, "Could you tell me about that memory in detail?" That was about 6 months before the apocalypse. Jiang Xian had experience dealing with Qiao Jingzhou and had learned a lot from him. For example, a lie mixed with the truth is difficult to distinguish. I arranged to meet a friend at a coffee shop outside the school. As soon as I entered, I saw a bloody person. I was terrified. Everything I saw was shaky. Many people were screaming for help. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't find my friend. I don't remember what happened after that. I only remember that I seemed to be pushed down by someone. My neck was hit, and it hurt terribly. At that time, I felt like I was going to die. I was in so much pain, screaming and trying to get help, but everyone around me was running for their lives. No one cared about me. Jiang Xian subconsciously touched his neck as he spoke, his face showing genuine fear. Dr. Ding stared intently at Jiang Xian, seemingly incredulous. "That's it? The friend I'm meeting is called Yangjin. Do you know her?" Jiang Xian hesitated, carefully observing Dr. Ding. Sure enough, he caught a fleeting glimpse of panic in the other's eyes. But Dr. Ding quickly concealed it. Had Jiang Xian not possessed strong mental fortitude and keen perception, he might have been fooled. "I don't know, but I help you look into this person." Dr. Ding's demeanor was flawless, his eyes revealing seriousness. Jiang Xian smiled gratefully. "Thank you. It's my duty." Dr. Ding's fingers flew across the tablet, recording information. Jiang Xian craned her neck to peek, but Dr. Ding immediately locked the screen. The screen went black. Facing Dr. Ding's displeased gaze, Jiang Xian gave a sheepish, ingratiating smile. Dr. Ding didn't scold her, and put away his recording tablet. You did very well. Don't dwell on the experience in the memory replay. It's just a memory, something that's in the past. Letting you recall the past was to help you confront your fears and strengthen your mental network. Rest for another day. I pick you up tomorrow morning for another mental network strength assessment to see how much the memory replay helped you. Jiang Xian gave a docile look and nodded vigorously. Dr. Ding, finding her adorable, even patted her head. Jiang Xian relied on immense willpower to keep from shaking off Dr. Ding's hand. Hold on. This person is her researcher. She can't mess with him, at least not now. It's not time to break ties. Jiang Xian, who had been treated like a dog again, spent a long time doing some self-reflection before finally suppressing her anger. Through her conversation with Dr. Ding, Jiang Xian had figured out 2 key points. The equipment had taken her into her own memories, memories that undoubtedly belonged to her. In other words, even before she remembered, Jiang Xian had already been drawn into the apocalyptic conspiracy. Yangzhen, later known as Heizhen, did indeed exist. She had already undergone a zombie transformation more than 6 months before the apocalypse. Perhaps she was the first true zombie. However, considering Yangzhen's involvement in the Kaimingsing laboratory project, which led to the accident, it's also possible that the zombie virus had already existed in the lab, and Yangzhen was the catalyst that caused it to go out of control. The second key point is that Yangzhen, herself, and Xiao Jingzhou are all unique. The specifics might require another memory regression before Jiang Xian can fully confirm. To initiate the second memory regression as soon as possible, Jiang Xian needs to recover quickly. When Dr. Ding came to pick her up the next day, Jiang Xian was already radiant. Let's go! Dr. Ding was a little surprised by her enthusiasm and joked, You're recovering very well. Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to make a request. If you let me eat some hair-like vegetables. Oh, you know, the dark fern you all talk about. It usually grows in sewers or under trees. It's easy to find. Giving me some of that stuff will help me recover better. Dr. Ding chuckled but still refused. The food prepared for you has been scientifically verified and is most suitable for your constitution. It's more nutritious than raw, unprocessed dark fern. Jiang Xian's request was only to test the other party's limits, so she wasn't too disappointed by the rejection. Of course, she still had to pretend. Her face fell, and she sighed dejectedly. Dr. Ding glanced discreetly at his tablet, his brow twitching. Jiang Xian couldn't see the tablet's contents from his angle, nor did he know what Dr. Ding had seen. He decided to skip the topic. Last time I saw Xiao Jingzhou was badly injured. Did you get him treatment? Yes, don't worry about that. We won't break our promise to you. Your companions will all be alive and well. Alive, but not necessarily alive and well, Jiang Xian silently added in his mind. Following Dr. Ding into the activity room, he immediately heard a sarcastic voice. Quick, see which little princess of explosions has arrived? Chapter 97. Jiang Xian turned his head and, as expected, saw Su Su and her 2 companions. Su Su, please don't do this. We're all good friends. Provoking her on purpose isn't good for either of us. Dr. Ding intervened, shielding Jiang Xian. Su Su's striking features gave her a rather aggressive appearance. Such a touching teacher-student relationship. Even though she almost killed you, you still defend her like this. Su Su laughed exaggeratedly, receiving agreement from her 2 followers. Dr. Ding remained silent, only watching her. Su Su, ultimately not daring to confront the researcher, snorted and turned away. Don't take it to heart, Dr. Ding said, turning back to comfort Jiang Xian. I'm actually more curious. Why does she dislike me? Jiang Xian asked curiously. I thought you asked first why she said you almost killed me. You seem completely uninterested in what happened in the memory regression room that day. You didn't ask how the accident happened, nor were you curious about its consequences. Dr. Ding didn't hide her slight disappointment, and Jiang Xian remained silent. What could she ask? She thought accidents during experiments were perfectly normal. What did the experimental subject matter? If they died, just replace them with new ones. Their treatment wasn't much better than that of lab rats. Therefore, her attitude towards Dr. Ding was very calm. Even though Dr. Ding had always treated her quite well. Their relationship, though seemingly close, was far from equal. Jiang Xian didn't have Stockholm Syndrome. She wouldn't forget how she was forced into this laboratory. She wouldn't forget that 7 of her companions were still trapped somewhere within this human fortress. used to coerce her into cooperating with the experiments. Even more importantly, she wouldn't forget the collar around her neck, a symbol of her imprisonment. Dr. Ding's disappointment lasted only a moment. She quickly composed herself. The work still had to be done. Let's do a detailed mental network analysis first. She led Jiang Xian to the room on the right. As Jiang Xian sat down in the equipment, she casually asked, "The collar around my neck should also monitor my state, right? Do I need to do a separate analysis?" Dr. Ding, fiddling with the equipment, replied, "It's not a collar, it's a mental energy detection system. That device is relatively small and has low precision. It can only sense large fluctuations in your mental energy, but it can't actually detect the strength of your mental network." After fiddling with one side of the equipment, she returned to Jiang Xian's side and attached electrode pads to her head. Speaking of which, he casually remarked, testing the strength of the mental network was originally supposed to be the last item in the first phase of the research. However, the anomalies you exhibited during the memory recall process raised suspicions that your mental network might be highly unstable, so we moved the test forward. Jiang Xian didn't understand and could only tentatively ask, "Is there anything in this test that could trigger my memories?" "No, it's just a test." Dr. Ding paused noticeably before answering. Jiang Xian's keen crisis radar started to alarm. "Then, will it trigger other uncontrollable anomalies?" Dr. Ding's hand stopped, meeting Jiang Xian's tense gaze. "Possibly. You find out the specific procedures in a moment." The implication was that Jiang Xian should stop asking questions, but Jiang Xian felt even more nervous. If this was just routine testing and analysis, it should logically be done first for easy comparison and analysis. But since it was placed last in a project, there must be something fishy going on. Jiang Xian obediently lay down in the groove of the instrument, her hands and feet secured with special leather straps, and even her waist and shoulders were restrained. Is it necessary to bind her so tightly? Jiang Xian's bad premonition intensified. Dr. Ding showed a moment of reluctance, but still said, "Under normal circumstances, you won't feel much discomfort, and you won't need these." "What about under normal circumstances?" Jiang Xian panicked a little. Dr. Ding didn't answer. "Get ready to begin." Jiang Xian could only close her eyes and wait nervously. At first, there were only chaotic electric currents, and because there was no pain, it wasn't unbearable. However, as the current increased, Jiang Xian struggled uncomfortably. She could even see her fingers and hair being burned black. How much longer? Sparks flew from Jiang Xian's mouth as she spoke. At that moment, she was thankful she felt no pain, otherwise, she would have suffered terribly. Almost there. The first task is finished. Now for the second. Dr. Ding made a few adjustments, the robotic arm of the instrument shifted, the current stopped, and before Jiang Xian could even catch her breath, she suddenly felt as if her head had been struck by a giant hammer. Just like when she suffered the backlash from the mental network before, Jiang Xian was almost driven mad by the sudden, excruciating pain. A flurry of images flashed before her eyes, countless pieces of information, as if a hole had been opened in her head, forcing their way in. Jiang Xian frantically twisted her head, her screams echoing in the cramped laboratory. She desperately wanted to hide, trying to escape. She thought of the memory replay. Thinking this, Jiang Xian suddenly found herself standing on a bustling street. Jiang Xian pinched herself. Her arm throbbed with pain. She forced a smile. Even in dreams, pain was real. The scene before her was still pre-apocalyptic, except this time she had infiltrated it herself. The passers-by faces, upon closer inspection, they might seem ordinary and unfamiliar, but at least there weren't any horrifyingly distorted features. Jiang Xian stood there for a long time, but not a single passerby gave her a second glance. It was as if she didn't exist. She reached into her pocket for her phone, trying to confirm the time, but found it empty. Jiang Xian spun around twice. What's going on? She never let her phone out of her sight. The only time she ever lost her phone was when Yangzhen had her accident. It was lost in the chaos. 2 days later, when she was called in for questioning, she retrieved her phone along the way. Jiang Xian checked her location and immediately ran towards the World Trade Center again. As Jiang Xian approached the commercial area, he noticed police tape had been put up outside the World Trade Center, and security personnel were dispersing the crowd. Even from a distance, it was clear that the blocked-off area was the coffee shop where Yangzhen's incident had occurred. Seeing about a dozen government vehicles around the police tape, Jiang Xian turned around and went to the back of the World Trade Center. He found an employee access road, where staff were also being evacuated. Jiang Xian tried to force his way in, but was stopped. "Ma'am, you can't go in here anymore." My friend is inside, Jiang Xian explained. The employee politely refused. No, everything inside is sealed off now. You should go back and wait for news. But my friend's condition is very bad. She's in the coffee shop. I come out as soon as I find her, Jiang Xian pleaded. The higher-ups have ordered a complete evacuation. The coffee shop is empty now. The employee still refused. Chapter 98. Jiang Xian gritted her teeth. I'm a staff member at the Kaimingsing laboratory, doing biochemical research. Inside is our escaped experimental subject, carrying our experimental virus, which is highly contagious. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around her, she continued, I have to go in. If we leave it unattended, it will cause a large-scale human infection. An employee silently pulled out a walkie-talkie, reporting to headquarters, there's a lady here who says there's a highly infectious source inside. And a hand reached out from behind the employee and snatched the walkie-talkie away. Xiao Jingzhou? Jiang Xian's eyes widened, both surprised and delighted. How did you get here? Xiao Jingzhou first gave her a reassuring look, then showed her his work ID. Leave her to me, you don't need to worry about her. Amidst the stunned silence of the employees and passers-by, Xiao Jingzhou pulled Jiang Xian inside. Walking quickly through the empty employee corridor, Jiang Xian's initial surprise slowly cooled. After being pulled into the elevator, Jiang Xian looked at the man before her and asked uncertainly, Are you the Xiao Jingzhou I know? Xiao Jingzhou lowered his head to meet her gaze. The Xiao Jingzhou in this moment was clearly much younger than the person in reality, with exceptionally fair skin. Although his eyes and brows were cold, there was still a hint of youthful naivete. The sense of unfamiliarity intensified, and Jiang Xian couldn't help but take a step back. Xiao Jingzhou said irritably, Yesterday you were holding my hand and saying you were scared, and now you're even scared of me? The breath Jiang Xian had been holding and instantly relaxed. It was definitely him. Her earlier worry transformed into anger. Jiang Xian jumped up and slapped Xiao Jingzhou on the shoulder, roaring angrily, What's wrong with you? Isn't this from my memories? How should I know? Xiao Jingzhou seemed even more confused than her. These past few days, I've been kept submerged in water every day, wearing a helmet that looks like it could easily leak electricity. I have no idea what they're trying to do. Yesterday I was even electrocuted and then dragged to this weird place. Oh, and I saw you get bitten to death. Jiang Xian, Sure enough, the person who tried to save her in the memory flashback yesterday was Xiao Jingzhou. In reality, when Xiao Jingzhou held her hand and said he would be by her side, it meant exactly what he said. She hadn't misunderstood. Jiang Xian rubbed her temples. You said you've been soaking in the pool these past few days? You told me it was simulation training, right? Xiao Jingzhou scoffed, being soaked in water is real, but who's going to answer my questions? I'm lucky I didn't get killed. It seems the treatment of ordinary zombies is indeed worrying. Jiang Xian, as the nest mother, is already enjoying preferential treatment. Listen to my guess first. If you know anything else, don't keep it to yourself, unless you want to take it to your grave. Jiang Xian looked at him seriously. Xiao Jingzhou paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let me tell you about our current location. It's a part of my memory, from before the apocalypse, an important memory I've forgotten. I don't know the specific reason for forgetting it, so it's very likely due to human interference. This memory revolves around Yangzhen, the first Heizhen. I don't know what happened between us, but after her death, my other personality chose to inherit her name. Xiao Jingzhou listened, dumbfounded. Seeing that he had no questions, Jiang Xian continued, regarding the nest mother, I figured out some things. Me, Lin Che, and Heizhen. Yangzhen, the three of us are definitely nest mothers. The nest mother's characteristics can be replicated, and this has already been mastered by New City, with a large number of people possessing these characteristics. What? Xiao Jingzhou exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Nest mothers are considered dangerous targets in the monster mark system. They are the #1 target to be eliminated. How could this be? He had already found it unbelievable when he realized Lin Che might be a nest mother. However, considering Lin Che's loyalty to New City and his strictness towards his special operations team, he could barely accept it. But the fact that New City had secretly collected and researched a large number of nest mothers was truly challenging his understanding of New City itself. From his previous perspective, New City was an absolutely human city. Having perished in the apocalypse due to the zombie virus, it was simply impossible for them to allow. Infectious zombies have entered the city. The nest mother, however, is a super-grade zombie, even more infectious than ordinary zombies. If the risks of the nest mother's presence in the city can be tolerated, then why should those who voluntarily relinquish their human identities after becoming half-infected suffer such unfair treatment? Previously, Qiao Jingzhou could use the excuse that the new city was absolutely human, and that they had become monsters, unacceptable and intolerable to humans, thus requiring imprisonment and exile outside the city. Now that he knows the new city actually harbors nest mothers, providing them with good food and drink, and even has a dedicated research team, all his sacrifices after becoming half-infected have become a joke. Qiao Jingzhou's face turned pale, and Jiang Xian felt a pang of sympathy for him. But no matter how reluctant she was, she had to say it. Besides, this apocalypse is most likely man-made. The cause is very likely Yongzhen. From what I remember, she was just an ordinary college girl. And you? What else do you know about her? Qiao Jingzhou rubbed his temples, suppressing the turmoil of emotion surging within him. Heijin? I wasn't involved in her case, I only heard a little about it. Our bureau had a very famous operation called the Heijin Elimination Plan. More than 20 colleagues sacrificed their lives in that operation. It was kept secret from the outside world. We only heard a little information internally. He looked at Jiang Xian, but the Heijin Elimination Plan happened 3 years ago, a year before the apocalypse. And our current timeline is that Silver City is under lockdown, which is 5 months before the apocalypse. The zombie outbreak is less than 6 months away. The timeline doesn't match. There's at least a 6-month discrepancy. Huh? Jiang Xian was stunned. So are you sure Yongzhen is Heijin? Qiao Jingzhou pressed. Jiang Xian's face scrunched up like a bun. I'm absolutely sure she's Heijin. But I can't remember why. My memory is fragmented, you know? Your memory loss is too random. It's good enough that I have it. Jiang Xian said irritably. Did they think she wanted to lose her memories? Just then, the elevator arrived, and Jiang Xian called out, Let's go through the storyline first. See what happened in my memories. Go through the storyline. Sounds like you have to reload saves with NPCs in a game. It's pretty much the same. Jiang Xian's smooth, full face, every smile, even when she was throwing a tantrum, was incredibly expressive. She's definitely cuter in her human form, Qiao Jingzhou thought to himself, looking at the vibrant Jiang Xian, a smile returning to his lips without him even realizing it. Chapter 99. Jiang Xian's long, smooth hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, with wisps of hair falling around her neck, making her neck appear slender and long. She had the air of a well-behaved girl, not particularly beautiful, but giving off an impression of an innocent, docile girl. At first glance, Qiao Jingzhou was completely fooled by her seemingly obedient appearance. Who knew that beneath the innocent rabbit's exterior lay the heart of a lion? However, she wasn't bad either. He had already been made a fool of himself before, and from now on, he only wanted to do what he wanted to do. He inexplicably believed that this petite girl in front of him wouldn't disappoint him again. Before Jiang Xian turned around, Qiao Jingzhou successfully concealed his expression, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Jiang Xian pointed ahead and asked, This whole area is rented out as commercial space. The coffee shop is on the ground floor. We need to find a way to get around to the fire escape and then walk down. Qiao Jingzhou went first. Let's go then. Jiang Xian quickly followed behind him, only stepping in to give directions when needed. Otherwise, Qiao Jingzhou would handle the dealings with anyone they encountered. With him leading the way, the rest of the journey went exceptionally smoothly. They soon arrived at the coffee shop, needing to pass through a fire door, but they didn't have access cards. Qiao Jingzhou turned to Jiang Xian and said, This is your dream world, right? Huh? Yes. Huh? Jiang Xian didn't understand why he was asking a question he already knew the answer to, until he saw Qiao Jingzhou pull out a pistol. Where did you get this? I get it when I'm on a mission. If I weren't in your dream world, I'd be court-martialed for misusing it. Qiao Jingzhou added a specific sentence, then fired a shot at the access control. The door opened. Jiang Xian stared in disbelief. Qiao Jingzhou gestured for her to enter first. After Yongzhen's incident, the entire coffee shop was sealed off. The second floor was deserted, but people could be seen coming and going outside through the glass. Qiao Jingzhou pulled Jiang Xian along, bending low, carefully moving towards the scene of the incident. Jiang Xian suddenly thought of a question. Was I bitten by senior sister Yongzhen? If I was bitten, I should be dead, right? If I wasn't bitten, how did I escape, and where would I be now? Could it be that Qiao Jingzhou saved her in the first place? Qiao Jingzhou shrugged. Don't look at me. At this point in time, I would never be here. I'm only here because we were doing an experiment together in reality, and I was forced into your memories. Jiang Xian suppressed this doubt, and stopped dwelling on the question. Upon arriving at the scene, Jiang Xian was startled. Blood splattered everywhere, making the small second-floor corner look like a gruesome mess of animal entrails. At least 3 mutilated corpses lay scattered on the ground. Only one could be considered a complete body, but even that was nearly severed, with a large portion of its neck missing. Most strangely, only body parts remained. No one else was present. Police tape had been put up outside, meaning security personnel were definitely in charge. Yet, no one had come in to investigate or clean up the mess. With this amount of blood loss, there are definitely more than 3 injured people, Xiao Jingzhou immediately concluded. These 3 are about to turn into zombies. Jiang Xian slowly exhaled and took a few steps back. Xiao Jingzhou immediately retreated as well, releasing the safety on his pistol and warily examining the dismembered remains. That's probably why no one came in to investigate, he guessed. Probably. It's not far from the Kaimingsing laboratory. If Yangshan had an accident, it wouldn't be long before news spread there. Jiang Xian's deduction was based on reality. After all, almost half a year had passed since Yangshan's accident before the zombie outbreak. In other words, after Yangshan turned into a zombie, it was immediately contained, preventing a large-scale infection. It wasn't until later, for some reason, that the tragedy of the apocalypse occurred. So what do we do now? Xiao Jingzhou asked. Jiang Xian stared at the blood on the ground and the twitching flesh that was beginning to reflexively contract, then suddenly asked, if I'm infected with the zombie virus now, I shouldn't die in my memories, right? Xiao Jingzhou was utterly stunned by her audacity. Are you serious? Jiang Xian rolled up her sleeves, threw a blood-stained glass on the ground, and smashed it, pressing the bloody shards against her skin. This is my memory, so it will only develop based on what I experienced. If the plot deviates significantly from my original memories, like when I was bitten to death by Yangshan last time, I would wake up. This time, if I die after being infected with the zombie virus, it means I wasn't infected by Yangshan this time. Conversely, this would explain Jiang Xian's connection to Yangshan. Xiao Jingzhou fell silent. He thought Jiang Xian was truly fearless, daring to think and act. What if no? He asked. What if the result isn't either of your guesses? Jiang Xian smiled and gestured with her chin towards the pistol in his hand. Just like you, whatever, I'm done for. Xiao Jingzhou looked at the pistol and couldn't find any other way to refute her. Jiang Xian smiled at him and forcefully slid the shard of glass she was holding down. Ouch! Jiang Xian cried out. So this is what it feels like to be injured? Are you crazy? A cut would have been enough. Cutting this deep, are you trying to die? Xiao Jingzhou was furious when he saw the amount of blood she was bleeding. He tore off the hem of her t-shirt to use as a bandage, berating her angrily. Have you been a zombie for so long that you don't even know humans can feel pain? Jiang Xian clutched her injured hand, tears streaming down her face. She was already feeling short of breath. The familiar suffocating sensation and her blurring vision all told her that the infection was starting to take effect. She forced a smile, wanting to tell Xiao Jingzhou to stop bothering. Either she died, exiting this world of memories, or she became a zombie, losing all feeling for pain. Regardless of the outcome, his efforts to bandage her now were futile. Besides, this guy had torn her own white t-shirt. As Jiang Xian's pain was swallowed by darkness, this nonsensical thought remained. The girl in Xiao Jingzhou's arms convulsed for a long time, then stared wide-eyed, lifeless. Compared to the last time Jiang Xian died in his arms, he wasn't as desperate and panicked, but seeing Jiang Xian motionless, even knowing it was just an illusion, Xiao Jingzhou's heart still ached intensely. He covered Jiang Xian's eyes, closing her unseen gaze. Xiao Jingzhou held Jiang Xian's corpse like this, feeling her body temperature slowly drain away, her skin growing cold. At least half an hour later, the corpse in his arms moved. Chapter 100. Jiang Xian's teeth chattered, and her closed eyes snapped open again, now covered with a layer of grayish-white film. Xiao Jingzhou had already experienced this once before. He held her tightly, but Jiang Xian struggled violently, her teeth and nails leaving bloody scratches on Xiao Jingzhou's shoulders and back. Despite being scratched and bleeding profusely, Xiao Jingzhou seemed oblivious, completely unmoved. Most of Jiang Xian's guesses were correct, except that this world of memories wouldn't disappear just because Jiang Xian had escaped. Last time, Xiao Jingzhou was pulled into this world, witnessing Jiang Xian's tragic death, yet powerless to stop it. A long time passed, until the apocalypse returned, and he still hadn't escaped. Xiao Jingzhou once thought he had entered a parallel world, until he fought a zombie with exceptional abilities, and was killed. He awoke with a start from a pool of water. Like Jiang Xian, he also experienced the pain of being unable to wake up from the virtual world. One moment, he felt the world of his past memories was real. The next he felt he truly belonged in the new city. Qiao Jingzhou's confusion and disorientation lasted until he grasped Jiang Xian's hand. The little zombie was so docile it was heartbreaking. Her hands were soft, yet these delicate, boneless hands bore the marks of the apocalypse's devastation. At that moment, Qiao Jingzhou truly came to his senses. He completely separated the virtual world of his memories from the real world. All along, he had stood by Jiang Xian's side as her protector and follower. When he said, "I be by your side," it wasn't simply to comfort Jiang Xian, nor was it that Jiang Xian needed him, it was that he needed her companionship. With Jiang Xian by his side, he could finally glimpse a sliver of hope amidst his despair. Being scratched and bitten by the zombie like Jiang Xian, Qiao Jingzhou quickly felt suffocated. He decided to go back early this time, lest he be still immersed in the virtual world when Jiang Xian needed him. In the real laboratory, Jiang Xian and Qiao Jingzhou opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Jiang Xian was still in the testing room, while Qiao Jingzhou awoke from the memory replay pool. Dr. Ding, at least a meter away, anxiously observed Jiang Xian. "Are you all right?" she asked. Jiang Xian's gaze remained fixed on the overhead operating light, a cold smile playing on her lips. Did she really look all right? Normally, it's not too painful. She simply repeated Dr. Ding's words of comfort, without exaggeration or sarcasm. Dr. Ding knew she harbored resentment and could only apologize, saying, "Your situation is indeed rare. There's no precedent for it. I don't know why you reacted so strongly." Fortunately, Jiang Xian had already made the worst-case scenario prediction before arriving here. She had a clear understanding of her own identity and had never harbored any expectations, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable. However, her impression of Dr. Ding plummeted. To put it nicely, this person lacked empathy. To put it bluntly, he was taking advantage and then acting innocent, assuming he was right. How could she not know what she was doing and how excessive her actions were? Where did she get the nerve to play the emotional card with Jiang Xian before? On one hand, she was subjected to high-voltage electricity and the torment of flashbacks. On the other hand, she wanted to be friends with Jiang Xian, playing the emotional card. In other words, Jiang Xian was powerless and could only swallow her anger and endure the abuse. If she had any ability to resist, she wouldn't have given this person a second glance. Compared to him, Jiang Xian found Qiao Jingzhou to be practically an angel. Although Qiao Jingzhou was quite a jerk at first, he had indeed done a lot to protect her. You can't judge a person by their words alone. Anyone can say nice things. You have to look at their actions. Making amends for the damage requires concrete actions. Jiang Xian used to have complicated feelings towards Qiao Jingzhou, and she wasn't one to dwell on things. Since she didn't know how to face Qiao Jingzhou, Jiang Xian had always adopted a procrastination attitude. When she absolutely had to deal with him, she would only choose the option most advantageous at the moment. Thus, Qiao Jingzhou forcefully joined the team, becoming part of Jiang Xian's zombie family. Later, he forcibly joined a small squad, and Jiang Xian was forced to travel with him. Even later, when Qiao Jingzhou pulled Jiang Xian into private training, Jiang Xian felt a mixture of resistance and gratitude. The decisive change came when Jiang Xian fell into the elevator shaft, and Qiao Jingzhou jumped after her without hesitation. Only then did Jiang Xian's resentment towards him completely dissipate. Jiang Xian thought that initially she had some reservations, but after encountering more people and more malice, Qiao Jingzhou's sincerity stood out remarkably. Could this be considered a case of being made more attractive by the contrast with her peers? Jiang Xian chuckled at her own thought. Dr. Ding and his assistants noticed and exchanged strange glances. "Why did you suddenly laugh? Did you think of something?" "Yes, I thought of something nice," Jiang Xian said tentatively. "Yes, I thought of something good." Jiang Xian slowly closed her eyes, not intending to share her happiness. Dr. Ding frowned, her curiosity piqued. She really wanted to know what Jiang Xian had thought of to make her happy after just experiencing mental torment. However, because what Jiang Xian had just experienced was truly her doing, Dr. Ding was absolutely certain that even if she pressed her further, Jiang Xian would definitely not tell her. After thinking for a moment, she avoided Jiang Xian's gaze and sent a message to the other project teams. "Bring Qiao Jingzhou over." Previously, Jiang Xian had treated Qiao Jingzhou differently from her companions. Their bond could be used as a breakthrough. Such requests were usually easily granted. Jiang Xian was the nest mother, with higher research value, while Qiao Jingzhou and the others were merely worker bees covered by the nest mother's mental network. However, this time, she was refused. "Qiao Jingzhou's condition is a bit abnormal. We need to conduct an urgent experiment on him." "What's abnormal?" Dr. Ding pressed. The other party reluctantly admitted, he seems to also possess the characteristics of a queen bee. Huh? A newly formed queen bee naturally within the worker bees? Bring him here quickly. Dr. Ding suddenly glanced back at Jiang Xian, who was still recovering on her own, and added another message. Don't bring him to the activity room. Take Qiao Jingzhou to the isolation room alone. I go receive him later. Jiang Xian, oblivious, returned to her small cabin. Here, she tried to return to her memory world, struggling for a long time without success. While she sank into her consciousness, not far from her, Qiao Jingzhou was being subjected to another round of beatings. It's confirmed that he still retains the sense of pain. It's definitely a characteristic of a half-infected individual. But at the same time, his mental energy has formed a network. However, he refuses to revert to his zombie state for further experiments.